The story begins with the protagonist, Sang-hyun, at the age of 55 with a weary expression, sitting slumped on the ground. What am I even doing at this age? Everyone else is already thinking about retirement. My life is a complete failure, Sang-hyun muttered, his voice full of self-mockery. Right at that moment, three flying lizards crept up outside the cave, staring at the protagonist with fierce eyes and baring their fangs and claws. Seeing them charge in, Sang-hyun helplessly stood up, gripped his sword tightly, and gave a bitter smile. Damn it, can't you even give me a second to breathe? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three flying lizards rushed straight into the cave without giving Sang-hyun a chance, their giant jaws easily tearing the tiny cave to pieces. But Sang-hyun wasn't afraid of anything in the world. He poured all his strength into his legs and shot forward like an arrow, even finding the time to reflect on his life while preparing to face these dangerous monsters. Why did I fail, you ask? The players of my generation became sword gods, sword saints, or whatever else. As for me, I was just regarded as some old sword-wielding geezer or a forgetful swordsman. That's all the recognition I ever got. Isn't that reason enough? I don't have a family, and I grew up in an orphanage. But even the orphanage teacher and the other kids, who were like family to me, all died when the skyfall happened. The sky in our world cracked open from within, and monsters poured down like rain, stripping everything away from me. Yet Sang-hyun didn't despair. When standing on the thin line between life and death, a miracle happened. An awakened one wearing silver armor dashed forward, using the sword in his hand to chop the monster holding Sang-hyun into countless pieces. After finishing the deed, he turned his head slightly, his voice full of warmth. Hey kid, are you okay? That childhood image has remained deeply etched in the protagonist's mind to this very day. Sang-hyun had been saved by that symbol, which was why he wanted to become just like them. I really gave it my all, but then why? No matter how many monsters I cut down, I never got even a single bit stronger, and couldn't take revenge for anything. The feeling of utter helplessness as he watched his teammates slowly fall still remained deeply branded in the middle-aged man's mind. Returning to reality, Sang-hyun had just finished taking down the three flying lizards that intended to treat him as a light snack. But just as he had said before, his body had already entered retirement age. After defeating those puny monsters, he was panting heavily, forced to prop his sword against the ground to keep his body from collapsing. This is killing me. My body has really given up on me. This is getting a bit intense, Sang-hyun said as his body shook uncontrollably from exhaustion. However, this wasn't the end yet, as those three flying lizards from just moments ago were merely the appetizer. At that moment, the ground suddenly shuddered to the beat of some monster's heavy footsteps. Hearing this, Sang-hyun quietly glanced ahead to find a giant dragon right in front of him, its entire body covered in bright, glowing red armored scales. The moment it saw Sang-hyun, the dragon didn't want to waste any time, immediately letting out a loud roar, opening its jaws and gathering firepower inside as waves of searing heat began to pour out. As for Sang-hyun, looking at this scene, he could only offer a forced, awkward smile. Family, I don't have any. My life is such a failure that I can't stop regretting it. Oh, I'm completely screwed. Damn it, I want to regress, Sang-hyun lamented inwardly. Time passed quickly, and the surrounding land had been devastated beyond recognition by the battle, littered with the corpses of countless different dragons. Miraculously, our protagonist Sang-hyun was still alive, his sword deeply embedded in the head of some strange dragon, accompanied by a notification. Congratulations on conquering the ancient dragon lair dungeon. Ignoring these notifications, the protagonist tilted his head back and let out a loud shout. Good grief, why am I almost 60 years old and still doing such back-breaking work? Brief introduction to the protagonist. His name is Shin Sang-hyun, age 55. The old-timer had been a swordsman for 30 years, but his best achievement was merely landing in the top 100 of his homeland. This meant he was basically a nobody, given the massive number of players across the world. Returning to Sang-hyun's perspective, after leaping off the giant dragon's body, the middle-aged man happened to spot a glowing skill book lying nearby and couldn't help his surprise. Oh, the reward this time is a skill book. I've eaten artifacts before. Can I eat this too? He wondered. Before our protagonist could even make a move, a flash of light suddenly erupted beside Sanghyun, catching his attention. Following his gaze, a spatial portal had appeared, and jumping out from within was a blond young man wearing glasses, holding a certain book in his hands. Next, a notification was sent to Sanghyun. The constellation late-blooming model student has entered. The kind-hearted late-blooming model student blesses you for your hard work and praises your flawless finishing blow. Seeing this person appear, Sanghyun wasn't too surprised because the newcomer was none other than his contractual constellation, the late-blooming model student. Haha, thank you, Sanghyun replied, feeling deeply grateful to him for forming a contract with him back when Sanghyun was just an ordinary, third-rate swordsman. Speaking of the benefits of linking with the late-blooming model student, when a player reaches level 850, all artifact and title stats are doubled, and when a player reaches level 900, the stats are tripled. Because of this requirement, Sanghyun hadn't received any benefits from this constellation yet. Oblivious to Sanghyun's inner thoughts, the blond young man suddenly transformed into a chibi form, flew close to him, and advised him to eat the skill book quickly. Hearing this, the protagonist let out an awkward laugh. Haha, I was already planning to eat it. I'm about to eat it now. With that, he extended his palm toward the book and activated his skill, Devour Artifact. That's the only skill I've had since Awakening. To understand my skill, I tried cooking and eating artifacts. I even tried frying them, but it didn't make any difference. By the time I finished my useless experiments, 30 years had already passed. When I tried synchronizing mana with an artifact of the appropriate tier, I realized it triggered the Devour Artifact skill. However, I realized this far too late. Everyone else became powerful the moment they awakened. Up ahead, struck by the protagonist's skill, the book flared with a burst of light. But just a few seconds later, it suddenly went out like a fire doused in water. That's it. Nothing happened afterward, leaving Sanghyun speechless. Then the annoyed middle-aged man angrily hurled the book forward. Shouldn't this come with an instruction manual or something? There's no way this is a skill book. Beside him, his constellation friend looked flustered, scratching his head and saying there was very little information available on the skill while apologizing for being unhelpful. He told him there was still plenty of time, urging Sanghyun to try again and begin mana synchronization once more. To Sanghyun, the constellation's advice seemed to ignite his anger. Gritting his teeth with tears welling in the corners of his eyes, he turned to retort, "Plenty of time? Who says I have plenty of time? I'm almost 60 years old. If I had a child at 30, they'd be turning 30 soon, and if I had a child even earlier, I'd probably have grandkids by now. You might not understand this because you're a constellation, but humans die young." The constellation friend's face began to break out in cold sweat as he apologized if he had said something wrong. Realizing he was venting his anger pointlessly on his close friend, Sanghyun calmed down and shook his head. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just my life is full of regrets. I can never forget that person's back. I tried so hard to become someone like them. But now I'm exhausted. I'm too old. If I were just a little younger." At this point, Sanghyun's voice trailed off. The constellation friend fell deep into thought upon hearing those sighs. Then the young constellation broke into a smile, as if he had made a certain decision. Unaware of this, Sanghyun simply scratched his head. "I was planning to retire anyway. Make a note of it because I'm going to cancel our contract. You should go find someone else to play with." Before his words even finished, the surrounding space suddenly began to change as the blonde constellation used a type of magic that warped space and slowly melted it away. Right at that moment, Sanghyun received a system notification. The late-blooming model student is maximizing the essence you have been exposed to, initiating regression. Scene change and outdoor interview. A handsome brown-haired reporter speaks up. Dungeons and portals, those are the basic environments where awakened ones, or in other words, players work, right? Sitting opposite him is a beautiful red-haired woman with her hair tied in a bun. Han Hyunjeong, CEO of Hyunjeong Group. That's right, you can think of dungeons as stepping stones for players. As for portals, they are other dimensions. In other words, they connect to unknown areas, places that players must pioneer and explore. The reporter gasps, "Oh, so what do you think about this year's dungeons?" "My hypothesis is blah blah," Hyunjeong replies. Returning to Sanghyun, after seeing the interview program on TV, he completely confirmed his current situation. Wiping the short sword in his hand with a smile, he said, "I really did regress. It's been so long since I watched this show. I've grasped the situation, but it's been 4 days to be exact. I've traveled back 30 years. Right after the constellation used his skill, he had lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in his apartment from 30 years ago. No longer possessing his 55-year-old body, but currently in his 25-year-old body along with all his memories from before the regression. No matter how I think about it, the reason I regressed is definitely thanks to the constellation's magic. There's no other explanation. Still, I'm a bit confused. Oh well, whatever, I should just head outside and go to work, shouldn't I?" With that, Sanghyun gripped the short sword tightly as the weapon's information appeared. Venomoth's dagger, bronze artifact. One-handed weapon, dagger type. Attack, plus 17 speed effect, plus 10. This is a self-defense dagger that doesn't dull easily. Looking at the dagger, a hint of nostalgia flashed in Sanghyun's eyes. This is the bronze-grade dagger I was lucky enough to get around this time. Its rank might be low, but I know its hidden skill. Without hesitation, Sanghyun immediately activated Devour artifact, causing the dagger to burst into a dazzling light. Absorption rate has been determined. Bronze artifact absorption rate, 10%. Previous artifact usage is applied based on past evaluation, resulting in an absorption rate increase to 20%. Mana synchronization with Venomoth's dagger has begun. Entering the unconscious void, Sanghyun's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space. The unconscious void is the place I need to overcome to eat an artifact. I always get nervous coming here. I wonder what kind of food will appear this time. Sanghyun spoke with an expectant smile. Shortly after, a roasted chicken radiating a gentle glow appeared before him. "This is barbecue roasted chicken with olive oil. I'm glad it's normal food. I was worried something like a swamp centipede would show up. If it's food like this, I can eat it easily." He tore off a chicken leg and brought it to his mouth to enjoy. With every bite he swallowed, the system continuously notified. Venomoth's dagger has begun to be absorbed. You have obtained speed +2. You have acquired the skill Ghost Walk. Venomoth's dagger, once completely absorbed, will disappear forever. After finishing his meal, Sanghyun's consciousness was pushed out of the unconscious void. Rubbing his stomach, he let out a heavy sigh. It's a pity it got destroyed. Well, I wasn't using it anyway. I absorbed a useful skill just as planned, so then I should get going. Time passed quickly. Scene change. A giant blue portal appeared in the middle of a city street, surrounded by countless awakened ones. This is Dungeon 85, where Yoon Dekyung's entire team is gathered. A man dressed like a laborer rushed over frantically. Captain Yoon Dekyung." Yoon Dekyung stopped writing and turned around. What brings the gatekeeper captain all the way here?" Well, one of my members got pulled out. He just joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sanghyun." Don't worry, Shin Sanghyun has already been transferred to the player team." The man was shocked. What? He joined the player team instead of the gatekeeper team? "I'm the one who approved it. Any problem?" the blue-clad old-timer shouted. "Of course there is. He just awakened and hasn't even graduated from the player academy." "You can't put him in your team. The whole team's balance will be ruined," Yoon Dekyung sighed. Stepping in close, pressing his face forward with heavy pressure and glaring, "The gatekeeper team has their hands full with everything anyway, right?" The old-timer panicked and scratched his head. Haha, of course, sorry." After he left, Yoon Dekyung scoffed contemptuously. "Honestly, if you let the gatekeepers talk, it always ends up like this. Balance, nonsense." The blonde subordinate looked surprised. "But sir, why did you take him in?" Yoon Dekyung smiled disdainfully. "If anyone has to die, it'll be him, not us. Once he dies, the gatekeepers will shut their mouths. What can a level 1 idiot even do anyway?" The two of them were laughing when Sanghyun walked up. "Hello. Starting today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Shin Sanghyun." Everyone surrounding them immediately looked at Sanghyun with unfriendly gazes, while the awakened ones wore cunning expressions. Being stared at by countless eyes like that gave the protagonist a slightly tingling scalp. Although I expected this, aren't they even bothering to hide their feelings? Sanghyun thought to himself. Returning to Yoon Dekyung's perspective, he quickly hid his expression and smiled. Finally, our rookie has arrived. Sanghyun, right? It's great to meet you. I thought you'd be late on your very first day working as a player. With that, he noticed the weapon Sanghyun was carrying and narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, your weapon. Is that a greatsword? Opposite him, the protagonist put on a polite, social smile and explained, yes, that's right. I learned from various YouTube videos. But greatswords are one of the hardest weapon types to use, Yoon Dekyung warned. Sanghyun clenched his fist, replying with a determined voice, I'll do my best to protect myself, trust me. The male lead's response amused the team captain a bit. Throwing an arm around Sanghyun's shoulder, he said enthusiastically, haha, good spirit, excellent, a real man needs spirit just like me. Saying that, he turned to instruct the others in the team, now then, let's start conquering the dungeon, let's do this. Hearing this, the rest of them also excitedly raised their hands into the air and shouted. Just like that, with Sanghyun present, the group quickly checked their equipment and slowly stepped inside the portal. As for Yoon Dekyung, he stood to one side to ensure everyone entered properly. Watching Sanghyun's back, he still held a hint of contempt in his heart. He learned from YouTube how ridiculous. Does he think dungeons are a joke? He's getting arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. Looks like he wants to die. Well, based on the conquest tactics I have, the Orc Dungeon is also known as the Wall of Lamentations for rookies. He'll learn his place soon enough. What a fool. That was what Yoon Dekyung was thinking. However, not long after stepping into the dungeon, his face turned pale and sweat poured down continuously. Because right before his eyes lay the corpses of countless orcs scattered everywhere. And there was only one cause for this, our protagonist Sanghyun. This caused the team captain to scream inwardly, this is insane, who the hell is this guy? Orcs, they were the kind of monsters that almost exclusively appeared in games, novels, and fictional settings. And since we are so familiar with them, we tend to have a bias that orcs are very weak. Of course, compared to other monsters like dragons, they truly were weak, stupid, and driven only by brutality. Which was why arrogant new players often jumped into battles with orcs without thinking much. And orcs' attributes were even simpler. On average, they stood about 250 cm tall and weighed 180 kg. And their physique provided an overwhelming strength disparity compared to humans, earning orcs the moniker of the Wall of Lamentations. Scene changed to inside the dungeon, where the scenery resembled the hallway of an ancient fortress. While moving, a black-haired guy turned back to warn the protagonist. Hey, Shin Sanghyun, you're not getting any special treatment just for being a rookie, so you're on your own from now on. His warning made the male lead's eyes flash with slight surprise. Yet at the same time, the leader of the porter team spat out a glob of phlegm and sneered from behind, acting like a player the moment he wakes up. Such an arrogant brat. As for this kind of mockery, Sanghyun had lived to be 55 years old, experiencing all sorts of hardships, beatings, and life lessons from society, so he couldn't be bothered and simply scratched his head, saying, haha, I'll do my best. Looks like nobody here is nice to newbies, Sanghyun muttered to himself. Not knowing whether this black-haired guy in armor was constipated or what, even though Sanghyun had spoken so cheerfully, he still snapped irritably. It's not about doing your best, it's about doing a good job. Do your best, my ass. Back to Sanghyun, the guy's scolding only made his attitude grow somewhat indifferent. After about 2 seconds of silence, Sanghyun asked, so am I allowed to fight on the front lines if we run into monsters, huh? Are you out of your mind? The armored guy asked back in confusion. But right after that, his expression turned panicked as he warned the group, wait, there's an orc. Hearing this, Sanghyun and the porter captain simultaneously turned around to discover that, sure enough, a green-skinned orc with bulging muscles and an axe in hand was stealthily closing in on them from behind. Seeing it, instead of panicking, Sanghyun felt a hint of excitement. So this is my first battle after regressing, leave it to me. Before he could finish speaking, the armored guy had already charged forward with his shield, slamming directly into the orc and temporarily immobilizing it. Seeing this, the black-haired man wore a panicked expression as he scolded the protagonist. "You bastard, are you crazy? Moving as slow as you do, how are you planning to use a greatsword?" "Actually, you didn't need to help me," Sang-hyun pointed out. "Then stop talking nonsense and prove your skills," he roared again. Unaware that by this time the orc had raised the axe in its hands high to prepare an attack, Sang-hyun had to remind him, all right, look right in front of you. "You should feel grateful, brat," the black-haired man huffed, turning his face back around. But it was a bit too late, as the blade of the orc's axe seemed to loom right before his face. The black-haired man could even smell the rust and lingering blood on the axe. Just when it seemed like he was done for, at the most dangerous moment, Team Captain Yoon Dekyung rushed in like a tank, using the shield in his hand to strike straight into the face of the bulky monster, sending its gigantic body flying backward and leaving a small crater upon impact with the ground. Seeing that the orc monster wouldn't be able to attack immediately, the team captain took the time to turn back and yell loudly at both of them. "Did you two come here to play? Focus." "I'm sorry," the black-haired man stammered, while the rest stared in admiration at Yoon Dekyung's quick reflexes. Up ahead, Yoon Dekyung also drew his sword and dropped into a combat stance. "Stand back, I'll handle it." At that same moment, the orc regained its posture, letting out a horrifying sound and charging forward in a frenzy as its axe chopped down hard onto the shield with a deafening crash. However, Yoon Dekyung truly lived up to his title as team captain. The middle-aged man's strength was far from ordinary. The moment he blocked the monster's attack, he drove his sword straight into the left side of the orc's chest, causing streams of green blood to pour out endlessly. Behind him, the rest of the team clenched their fists and burst into excited smiles. "You're amazing, Captain," he pierced its heart. "Is it dead?" Murmurs began to spread. But contrary to their expectations, somehow, despite being stabbed right through the chest, the orc broke into an ecstatic grin as if nothing had even happened. It let out a roar, then gripped the axe in its hand tightly and swung it fiercely forward. The attack was so powerful that it instantly gouged a small hole into the floor. Fortunately, Yoon Dekyung sensed the danger coming from the strike, so instead of trying to block it, he leaped backward to keep his distance. Back to Sang-hyun's perspective, while watching the two big guys fighting ahead, he quickly pinpointed the problem based on his experience. Yoon Dekyung was probably the highest level person here, but he was only level 50 and had no way of dealing a critical blow to that monster. Cutting back to the front, Yoon Dekyung let out a loud shout, tightened his grip on his sword, and sprinted forward. Taking advantage of the orc monster's delayed reaction, he drove his sword deep into the orc's body once again. And with a fatal stab like this, no matter how tough the orc was, it was bound to bite the dust. Seeing this, the surrounding newbies excitedly cheered. He took it down. He defeated an orc all by himself. Hearing this, Team Captain Yoon Dekyung let out a soft sigh, turned around and asked, "What's the big deal? You guys okay?" "Of course, you're so reliable," the Awakened group replied cheerfully. "All right, let's get moving." The words had barely left his mouth, and before the group could even take a single step, spine-chilling shrieks echoed continuously from afar, grabbing everyone's attention. When they turned back, they discovered that a group of red-skinned orcs was aggressively marching toward them with a hostile, pick-a-fight aura. Looking at their sharp weapons, cold sweat unconsciously broke out across the faces of all the awakened ones. "Those are armored orcs, Captain. What do we do now?" Surveying the enemy's strength, Captain Yoon Dekyung began having second thoughts in his mind. We'd better retreat to ensure the whole team's safety." Finished thinking, he felt a bit of inner regret. "We barely managed to deal with one, and now a whole pack shows up." Contrary to their fearful thoughts, Sang-hyun looked at the approaching brutes and suggested, "Mind if I give it a try?" His words made the weaklings around him glare at him with furious eyes. "What is he saying? Hey, Shin Sang-hyun, have you lost your mind?" "Sorry, Captain, I should have trained him properly." Over here, Captain Yoon Dekyung advised the protagonist, Sang-hyun, I know you're excited because you just awakened, but… Without letting him finish, Sang-hyun grabbed the sword in his hand and dashed forward like a gust of wind, leaving the entire group stunned in place. Hey, you're going to get yourself killed, Yoon Dekyung shouted after him. However, completely contrary to what everyone imagined, the moment Sang-hyun rushed toward the monsters. With a single attack, he effortlessly sliced the young red-skinned orc in two. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell dead silent in shock, with only Sang-hyun's voice ringing out, a greatsword, it's truly amazing. In the back, after a few seconds of shock, sweat poured down the faces of the weaklings as they stared at Sang-hyun like they were seeing a prehistoric dinosaur come back to life. Shin Sang-hyun, what the hell just happened? An elite orc cut in half. Even if he's using a greatsword, it's still way too hard to believe. Paying no mind to their words, Sang-hyun hoisted the greatsword onto his shoulder and chuckled. Is it because I'm still level 1? That slash wasn't as smooth as I expected. On the opposite side, seeing their comrade sold out just like that, the orcs gritted their teeth together so hard that bulging veins stood out across their faces. Then, without a word to each other, they all let out a simultaneous roar and charged at Sang-hyun like rabid dogs looking for someone to bite. Seeing this, Sang-hyun tightened his grip on his sword and said in a cold tone, My level might be low, but I'm loaded with experience. Just like that, both sides rushed past each other, and with a single, effortless sweep of his sword, Sang-hyun easily chopped the orcs in two. But at the same time, an orc wearing a bone mask swung the sharp axe in its hand straight toward the protagonist. Seeing this, Sang-hyun smoothly spun his body, sidestepping to dodge the attack. Next, he swung his sword from bottom to top, cutting clean across the arm and the entire face of the ferocious orc, sending it to its grave before it could even gasp. Do you know how many monsters like you I killed when I was young? Sang-hyun smirked. Meanwhile, the awakened ones in the back could hardly believe their eyes anymore. Is that really Shin Sang-hyun? He might wipe them all out, I'm not even kidding, someone voiced out. Returning to Sang-hyun, he was now standing face to face with the leader of this orc pack. Now there's only you left, armored orc. As he spoke, Sang-hyun stared intently at his opponent. This was a massive orc, completely different from the rest. Setting aside its giant physique, this one was also fully equipped. On this side, seeing all its underlings taken down, the orc leader opened its mouth in a loud howl while swinging its mace straight at Sang-hyun. Seeing this, the male lead hurriedly leaped aside to dodge. Too bad for the nearby wall, a huge chunk of it was smashed to pieces. Ignoring this, Sang-hyun executed an aerial spin, slashing his sword straight across the elite orc leader's neck. However, the wound he had just inflicted was still too shallow, not enough to take down this monster. Seeing this, Team Captain Number 5 anxiously warned, its skin is too thick, the attack didn't work, we're screwed. The words barely left his mouth when, taking advantage of Sang-hyun just landing, the orc leader swung its arm backward, aiming its giant mace right at Sang-hyun's small body. However, Sang-hyun didn't show the slightest bit of concern. Don't panic, he said softly while activating his skill, Demon Bash. System notification activated hidden skill, abnormal status block, cooldown, 15 seconds, skill level, 1 effect. When attacking a target, human or monster, the target is restrained for 2 seconds. Success rate and blocking duration depend on the target's skill resistance level. At this moment, caught in the skill's effect, the entire body of the orc leader froze in place. Its weapon couldn't push forward an inch further, and its whole body shook unceasingly as it struggled to break free from the restraint. Seeing this, Sang-hyun grinned from ear to ear. That's right, just stay right there. Opposite him, the orc leader let out a panicked cry. But right after, Sang-hyun's sharp blade swept across its neck, officially evicting the monster's head. Its giant body collapsed heavily to the ground, while its skull flew straight down to the feet of Yoon Dekyung, who was watching not far away. Looking at the bloody scene before them, everyone felt utterly absurd. What the hell am I witnessing? Didn't he just awaken 3 days ago? And that obstacle skill he just used, isn't that an advanced skill? I thought even high-profile players could only block attacks for 1.5 seconds at most. Yet he uses a greatsword with such proficiency. Should I ask him what YouTube videos he watches? Sounds of admiration began to echo. Meanwhile, team leader Yoon Dekyung was still tangled in a mess of thoughts. Seeing Sanghyun display such shockingly high strength, he couldn't help muttering, did he really just use a high-level skill, and against an armored orc too? How many days has it been since he awakened? Where on earth did he get that skill? The more Yoon Dekyung thought about it, the more curious he felt. System notification, congratulations, you have leveled up, you have met the requirements to receive a title. You have received the title, Daring Puppy, title rank F effect, evasion +5. Seeing the unexpected system reward, Sanghyun felt both surprised and delighted inside. I don't care much about the level up, but I didn't expect a title and effect too. Awesome. The system continued to prompt, you have unspent stat points, please choose a stat to enhance. Available points, 1. At the same time, the system screen switched to the attribute interface for him. Seeing this, Sanghyun reached his hand forward to allocate the points. I've already decided which stat to increase. In my past life, I realized this lesson way too late. Luck stats directly affect skill accuracy and item drop rates. I really need it right now. Without a shred of hesitation, he allocated his newly acquired free attribute point into the luck stat. Then, before he could research any further, team leader Yoon Dekyung stepped forward from behind to question him, are you really Shin Sanghyun? The skill you just used was obstacle, right? Where did you get that skill from? For Sanghyun, this question felt a bit awkward. I just regressed and I used my skill for a good cause. Even so, I can't just tell him that. Thinking this up, he made up an excuse. I just had it right after awakening. Opposite him, Sanghyun's answer was naturally unacceptable to Yoon Dekyung. He pointed straight at Sanghyun's face and interrogated, does that sound reasonable to you? Stop trying to brush it off. Are you sure? Did you just get lucky and pull a diamond tier artifact? Or something even higher, he spoke while glancing at the greatsword in the protagonist's hand. Perhaps he assumed all the recent strength came from this sword. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, Sanghyun held out his sword for him to inspect directly. Do you want to check it yourself? Over here, team leader Yoon Dekyung felt a bit flustered seeing Sanghyun casually hand over his weapon. But he still accepted the sword to check. Sure, fine, if you say so. Saying that, he stared intently at the weapon and very quickly all related information displayed clearly before Yoon Dekyung's eyes. Slaughter Greatsword, two-handed weapon type, Greatsword attack power, 50 effect, none description, an ordinary greatsword with a simple design possessing no special abilities. Seeing the info displayed by the system, Yoon Dekyung immediately screamed like his house was on fire. What the hell? Is this really just an ordinary greatsword? Then that skill really belongs to you. At that, he pressed his lips tightly together. Veins started popping on his face as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I've been raiding dungeons for 2 years, yet my skills are still worse than his even though he's only level 50. At this rate, today's reward distribution. Without letting Yoon Dekyung think further, a guy in the party shouted loudly, Captain, the sub-boss has appeared. Hearing this, the rest of the group turned their eyes to Yoon Dekyung. His expression turned slightly dark as he instructed everyone, yeah, let's go. Afterward, he turned to Sanghyun and said, thanks to you, we easily cleared out those small fries, but don't wander in too deep and carelessly lose your life. Fancy tricks like yours won't do you any good against the demon orc we're about to face. Back to Sanghyun, Yoon Dekyung's attitude left him slightly puzzled. However, as if remembering something, he broke into a smile. I almost forgot why I came back to this team right after regressing. This team distributes loot based on contribution. Then Sanghyun called out to him, hey Captain. If I kill the demon orc by myself, can I take the artifact as my reward? Sanghyun asked with a bright smile. Red crystal, it was an artifact that could only be obtained by defeating the demon orc. Even so, it was known to be very difficult to collect even upon defeating the demon orc. No, to be precise, the drop rate was extremely low. However, in his past life, after his team failed to defeat the demon orc, they were lucky enough to witness the red crystal possessed by another lucky party. Sanghyun still remembered vividly the moment that other party took down the demon orc and acquired that crystal. Wow, Captain, congratulations. How did you get it? Bringing this to the market will net a pretty penny. Isn't it the only artifact with a delay skill? Team members muttered while staring greedily at the red crystal. This made their team leader slightly uncomfortable as he scolded, "Hey, talk less, your spit is flying all over me." Delay, that's a skill I desperately need right now, Sanghyun thought to himself. Returning to reality, Sanghyun's statement left the entire party stunned for a few seconds. Seeing this, Sanghyun took the opportunity to explain further. If I remember correctly, this party distributes loot based on contribution, right? If I defeat the monster by myself, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Hearing this, team leader Yoon Dekyung in front fell silent without saying a word. This made Sanghyun's face sweat with anxiety. Gathering the delay skill now was crucial for future events. However, most people would think badly of a newbie player acting arrogant like this. No one would take him seriously. Right then, before Sanghyun, two weak party members who were oblivious to their own strength glared at him like debt collectors. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? You think killing a few orcs makes you hot stuff? You even dare talk about dividing equipment?" Before they could shout another word, team leader Yoon Dekyung maintained his composure and stopped them. Hey, calm down, as you wish. However, that only happens if we fail to defeat the boss. Only then will you be allowed to step into the dungeon alone and kill it yourself. Is that clear? Captain Yoon Dekyung spoke with a warning gaze. However, just hearing him agree to distribute loot based on contribution was enough to make Sanghyun feel happy. It's easier than I thought. Thinking that, he asked again for confirmation. So that means I'll be sitting out of this fight, right? Have it your way, the team leader turned around and briskly walked forward. Inwardly, he thoroughly disliked the attitude Sanghyun was showing him. Who the hell is this jerk? He acts like he's hot stuff just because he has one overpowered skill. I'll clear this dungeon and shut him up. I'll show you just how important experience is on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Captain Yoon Dekyung raised his hand and pushed open the giant doors ahead. Inside the dark room, a massive orc holding a giant axe had been waiting for the group for who knows how long. Accompanying that, the system notified Yoon Dekyung's group, "You have entered the mid-boss room." Inside the room, the boss demon orc had an appearance completely distinct from the rest. It possessed a gigantic, muscle-bound body, purple skin, goat horns sprouting from its head, and a red crystal embedded right in the center of its chest. Its whole body was wrapped in chains. This was the mid-boss, the bloodthirsty demon orc. Looking at its ferocious appearance, Yoon Dekyung's expression turned more serious than ever. He tightened his grip on his sword and commanded sternly, "Everyone prepare for battle, surround it and attack its back." Saying that, although the boss monster looked extremely tough, Yoon Dekyung wasn't too worried. He had heard some information from somewhere about this monster. "It looks fierce, but I heard it's very easy to defeat. According to the info I got, fight alone. Too bad you won't have a chance to do that," Shin Sanghyun. Imagining Sanghyun's dumbfounded expression when witnessing the boss monster getting taken down, Yoon Dekyung felt pleased and broke into a smile. But illusions were just illusions. Very quickly, Yoon Dekyung returned to reality and shouted, "I'll clear the way." With those words, the team treated Yoon Dekyung as the vanguard and simultaneously charged toward the bloodthirsty demon orc. Time passed quickly. All of Yoon Dekyung's thoughts of victory completely collapsed. At this moment, he had just woken up from a daze and dazedly asked, "What just happened?" Next to him, Sanghyun was leaning against the wall. Seeing him wake up, he just clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I was briefly worried when I saw them run. But who would have expected them to rush straight into it like that? This is also why we failed back then." Over here, team members hurriedly ran over to support their captain and asked for his orders. "What should we do now? If this keeps up, we're all screwed." Hearing this, Yoon Dekyung didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the orc ahead with a puzzled look. Setting aside the boss orc, even the previous orcs, why were they so freakishly strong? Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted market advice. Thinking of the boss monster's terrifying strength, despite feeling reluctant, Yoon Dekyung had to issue his directions. "All right, no need to defeat this boss today. Retreat for now." Then he noticed Sanghyun still idling with his arms crossed, smiling nearby. This startled Yoon Dekyung because he realized Sang-hyun still seemed intent on challenging this boss. Unlike his calm demeanor, the foul-mouthed blonde kept gritting his teeth as if Sang-hyun owed him money. "Seriously, what's wrong with you?" Before he could say another word, the captain waved his hand to stop him. "All right, everyone retreat. Since it has terrible peripheral vision, we'll slip past its flanks." Hearing this, the remaining members let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank God," someone exhaled. Turning back to Captain Yoon Dekyung, he turned to Sang-hyun with a blood-streaked face. "And you, Shin Sang-hyun. I warned you, if you die, don't hate me." Responding to those words, he just gave a faint smirk, then pulled the sword off his back and asserted, "No need to worry, I'm not dying today." Opposite him, as if sensing the killing intent radiating from Sang-hyun, the boss demon orc gripped the giant axe in its hand tightly, charging at the protagonist like a tank with overwhelming aggression. Seeing this, Sang-hyun took a deep breath to calm himself, his hand instinctively tightening around his sword as he thought, "If I compare stats alone with this demon orc, I'll never win. However, with all the experience I have, that's not a problem." Thinking that, Sang-hyun swung his sword to his right, instantly batting the giant axe away. A sharp metallic clashing sound rang out. As for the demon orc, it let out a startled growl. Meanwhile, the awakened ones who were about to retreat heard the sound and turned back, wondering among themselves, "Did I just hear a clink? Can he actually knock that axe away?" Returning to Sang-hyun, he shook his aching wrist and complained, "Man, my hands are numb. Looks like I can only deflect your attacks, huh?" Saying that, he stared intently at the red crystal in the center of the boss monster's chest, and broke into a smile as if looking at his motivation. "It's been a while, Red Crystal." Sang-hyun's obsession with the red crystal stemmed from the special effect combining the delay skill and the Demon Bash title skill. It was hard to find a way to improve Demon Bash's current 2-second stun, even though it was pretty sweet. However, with his signature skill, Artifact Devourer, he could combine effects from different skills. It sparked an idea: what if there's a skill that lets me stack Demon Bash's stun effect? That would be the ideal skill combination for me, an infinite stun. If I can get the delay skill, it's more than feasible. Just imagining beating monsters endlessly without them being able to retaliate at all. The excitement in the protagonist's heart reached its absolute peak. "What's wrong? Bring it on," Sang-hyun provoked. As if understanding the meaning of his words, thick worm-like veins popped up on the demon orc's forehead. It let out a loud roar and leaped toward Sang-hyun with fierce momentum. But this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. "Perfect, exactly as I planned. That way I can find your weak spot." Saying that, Sang-hyun took the initiative to charge forward. His sword instantly swept past the giant monster's flank, leaving a severe wound. Streams of purple blood constantly spurted out from its body. At the same time, Sang-hyun activated Demon Bash, stunning the demon orc for 2 seconds. Its trembling hands didn't even have enough strength to hold the axe anymore, causing the giant weapon to drop straight to the ground and carve out a small hole. In the back, the rest of the members had their eyes popping out, feeling like they were watching a fairy tale adaptation movie. "That's utterly absurd. That skill, don't tell me it works on the mid-boss too? So overpowered," Yoon Dekyung muttered. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, he smiled and chuckled. "I know orcs are supposed to be simple, but you turned out to be a demonic orc, didn't you?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Sang-hyun's voice abruptly cut off when, by some method, the demonic orc managed to snap out of its stun and lashed out with a direct kick straight at his chest. Fortunately, he still reacted in time, using his heavy greatsword as a makeshift shield to block the blow. Even so, the sheer impact of the kick sent Sang-hyun flying backward, his sword leaving a deep gouge trailing across the floorboards. "I completely forgot about that, the self-regeneration ability," Sang-hyun muttered, frowning deeply. Following his gaze, the deep wound he had previously inflicted on the demonic orc's flank was now emitting a faint greenish glow and healing at an unimaginable speed, thanks to this regeneration ability, which had cleared the stun effect much earlier than normal. With that recovery effect on top of everything else, this fight just got a whole lot more annoying. I need a full 15 seconds to pull off another stun, which is exactly why I need to stall for time. If I can't stun it, I'll just have to brute force my way through and beat it down. Opposite him, the demonic orc tightly gripped its axe, utterly furious at having been wounded by Sanghyun and eager to grind him to dust right then and there. Yet once again, its devastating overhead swing was effortlessly deflected downward toward the floor by Sanghyun's blade. Pretty simple, huh? Sanghyun said with a grin. Just like that, the two of them began clashing repeatedly, sending shockwaves rippling outward with every single strike, while over on the sidelines, the blonde-haired awakened user couldn't care less about the battle and nervously urged his team leader, "Commander, we really have to get out of here right now. Even that bastard's skill is totally useless." Responding to that warning came Yoon Dekyung's bewildered voice. "What do you mean, his stun skill failed?" Responding to that warning came Yoon Dekyung's bewildered voice. "What do you mean, his stun skill failed? The level gap is barely anything at all, so how on earth could he possibly have that kind of look on his face? Is he seriously a rookie player?" Yoon Dekyung muttered to himself in disbelief. Back to Sanghyun, after trading blows with the boss a few times, he was already starting to get a bit bored. "Let's just wrap this up. I've been through situations like this before in the past. If my raw strength isn't enough, I'll just pour everything into a single point. Forget trying to hack away at the enemy, use their own momentum to our advantage instead and pierce straight through." With that thought, Sanghyun gripped his sword tightly, waiting for the demonic orc to make the first move, his eyes wide as he carefully tracked every single movement of the towering monster. In a blinding flash, Sanghyun surged forward on his own initiative, thrusting his sword straight ahead with all his might. The force of the thrust, combined with the demonic orc charging straight at him at terrifying speed, allowed the tip of the blade to easily pierce clean through its heart, and in the end, the demonic orc could only spit out a mouthful of blood before kicking the bucket. At the same time, the system chimed with a confirmation notice. "Congratulations on defeating the demon orc mid-boss. You have leveled up. You have obtained the E-rank title, Vicious Demon Hunter." Vicious Demon Hunter, E-rank title, description. When facing mid-bosses and above, your healing and regeneration effects are boosted by 5 times. Reading through the title's effect, Sanghyun couldn't keep his mouth from stretching into a wide grin. 2 titles already, and we've barely started. Is this the perk of being a solo player? Just then, his gaze was drawn forward as team leader Yoon Dekyung slowly approached him. The man's eyes were wide with shock, as if he still couldn't fathom that the very same boss that had completely thrashed his entire team was taken down by Sanghyun so effortlessly. Seeing their stunned expressions, Sanghyun offered an awkward, crooked smile. "To avoid any annoying hassles like this, there's really only one way." With that, he flipped the switch on his amateur acting mode and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh man, I almost died back there. What would I have done if the commander hadn't softened it up for me?" Standing behind them, the clueless blonde guy heard this and looked at the team leader with wide-eyed adoration. "I knew it. Just when the hell did you manage to land an attack on that thing?" As for Yoon Dekyung, he obviously knew full well whether or not he had dealt even a single scratch to the boss, turning towards Sanghyun with a deeply bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Sanghyun muttered inwardly to himself, "You're not that dumb, are you? I'm throwing you a lifeline to save your reputation here." Looking back at Yoon Dekyung, the man glanced down at the red crystal lying on the ground and quickly caught onto Sanghyun's underlying intent. "Keep your promise, is that what he's trying to say?" Thinking to himself, he mumbled under his breath where only he could hear, "I lost, completely and utterly." Regaining his composure, Yoon Dekyung snapped back to reality and turned to direct the rest of the group. "Everyone listen up, we've taken care of the mid-boss. Now we need to prep for the final boss." "Understood," the group shouted in unison. Following that, the group filed up the stairs leading to the upper floor, and along the way, a few members couldn't help but sneer behind Sanghyun's back. "Wow, I knew it. There's no way that punk could have taken down a monster like that all by himself, right? Man, I wish I had a stun skill like that. Forget it, it didn't even work properly on the mid-boss anyway." Paying zero attention to the whispering and snide remarks, Sanghyun turned his full focus to the red crystal, the item he had been waiting for all this time. "Well, now that the audience has cleared out, I guess it's time to dig in and eat, huh?" Red crystal, craft, silver type, special equipment, accessory, special effect, delay attribute, vitality +10, strength +10, description. a rare item obtainable only by defeating the demon orc, a condensed artifact of tenacity and endurance. Right after that, Sanghyun's consciousness was pulled into a blank, ethereal void. Appearing right in front of him this time was a dish prepared by the supreme chef, spicy cold noodles with aspic jelly, and just looking at it made Sanghyun's appetite flare up uncontrollably. He immediately took a seat at the table, picked up the bowl, and prepared to dig in, and as every single strand of noodles slipped down his throat, the system notifications rang out. You are ready to absorb the red crystal. Currently in the process of absorbing the red crystal. Based on the silver tier base absorption rate of 20%, your strength and vitality will increase by +2. You have acquired the special effect Delay. You can now add this effect to one of your skills. Staring at the text prompt, sweat suddenly broke out across Sanghyun's forehead as he muttered with an uneasy twitch, "Why do I suddenly have this terrible feeling of dread? Which skill would you like to combine Delay with? Add it to Demon Strike." Instantly, the system integrated the delay effect into the skill Demon Strike. The delay effect has been added to Demon Strike. If you use Demon Strike before the initial stun status wears off, the effect duration can be extended. Second and third time, 90% chance. Fourth time, 60% chance. Fifth time, 30% chance. As soon as the notification finished, Sanghyun was abruptly kicked out of his mental space. Even now, he still found it hard to believe his wild theory had actually worked out. A guaranteed 4-second stun, I only guessed it might be theoretically possible, and yet it actually worked. Wide-eyed, Sanghyun stared intently at the system screen to make sure he wasn't misreading anything. But right at that moment, team leader Yoon Dekyung appeared behind him and spoke up. "Can we talk for a second?" Turning his head, Sanghyun asked, "Sure, what's up?" Yoon Dekyung spoke with some visible hesitation before explaining, "Right past us is the final boss room. You want me to go in last?" Sanghyun countered. The team leader's next words genuinely caught him off guard. "No. I'd be a pathetic excuse for a team leader if I didn't know how to properly utilize someone like you. Let's work together," Shin Sanghyun. As he spoke, he extended his hand forward, looking as though having his pride saved by Sanghyun had completely snapped him out of his daze and reminded him how to act like a real leader. Naturally, Sanghyun had no reason to turn him down. "Haha, but my terms are still the same," he said, shaking Yoon Dekyung's hand. "Yeah, I know," Yoon Dekyung replied with a nod. At that exact moment, the blonde guy popped up from behind them and chimed in, "Are we all ready to head into the boss room?" Hearing this, Yoon Dekyung nodded. "Is that so? Then let's move out. From here on, everyone stay on high alert." Over to the side, the blonde guy for some reason wore a sour expression, glaring daggers at Sanghyun as he clicked his tongue in disgust. This left the protagonist utterly baffled as to what crawled up the guy's ass. Did he eat something expired or what? Sanghyun thought to himself. Beside him, Yoon Dekyung didn't seem to notice the blonde's bitter glare, continuing with a warm smile, "Just a final stretch before the main event. Once we're done here, let's go grab a drink somewhere." Time quickly slipped by, and before long the entire group led by. Sanghyun had arrived inside the final boss room of Dungeon 85. Their opponent this time was an orc with ash-gray skin, covered in strange spiral runes and wielding a spiked club that still looked stained with someone's blood, radiating an intense, violent aura. It was none other than the final boss, the Berserk Orc. Returning to team leader Yoon Dekyung's perspective, having witnessed the sheer terror of the mid-boss, the Demon Orc, he no longer held an ounce of contempt or arrogance toward this dungeon. Stepping forward with beads of sweat rolling down his face, he said to the protagonist, "Sanghyun, I'll take the lead." To prevent him from foolishly rushing in and getting one-shot by the boss, Sanghyun unhooked the sword from his back and shook his head, saying, "Just stick close behind me." Hearing this, Yoon Dekyung still looked skeptical and tried to advise him, "Now look, you shouldn't." Ignoring the warning, Sanghyun let out a breath and thought to himself, "Actually, the Berserk Orc skill resistance is lower than the Demon Orcs, which means it's much easier to stun. If I just attack calmly, it should be a walk in the park. Besides, stick close behind me. Have I ever said a line with that much confidence before? Back when I was young, I was always terrified of everything. And when I got older, I barely scraped by just trying to survive. I refuse to live like that ever again." I need to change. Change my pathetic past self and my future as well. To make that happen, I need to show and prove my overwhelming capability to everyone here. With that thought, Sanghyun swung his sword, slashing deep into the berserk orc's body, leaving a massive gash stretching from its stomach all the way up to its shoulder, the agonizing pain forcing the boss to open its maw and let out a deafening roar. At the exact same time, Sanghyun instantly triggered his Demon Strike skill, spun around toward the rear, and shouted, "It's gonna be stunned for 4 seconds." Hearing that, team leader Yoon Dekyung didn't hesitate for a second, charging forward at the front and yelling, "Charge, go all out and shred it." Just like that, caught in a continuous 4-second stun loop. The Berserk Orc could only helplessly endure a relentless barrage of attacks from Yoon Dekyung's team, ultimately biting the dust before it even had a chance to show off its true power. The moment it collapsed, everyone simultaneously received a system notification. "Congratulations on defeating the final boss, Berserk Orc. Congratulations on clearing the Red Orc Altar dungeon." Nearby, a few other party members stared at the corpse of the Berserk Orc lying in a pool of blood and muttered in disbelief, "Isn't this dungeon way too easy? I didn't even get a chance to use a single potion. See, I told you that stun move was insanely useful." Elsewhere, a couple of porters glanced toward Sanghyun and whispered among themselves, "Do you think he has a private gate? Should I go ask him?" I was just about to ask him first." The other porter replied, "So what if you were? I need to make a living too." The porter team leader shot back. Turning back to Sanghyun, watching these people flip their attitudes on a dime gave him mental whiplash. Their faces flipped faster than pages. I wasn't even planning on doing anything for them anymore. No sooner had the thought finished than the system sent him a fresh batch of notifications. "Congratulations on leveling up. You have obtained the D-rank title Bearer of Overwhelming Strength. Effect: status effect durations are increased by 10%. Sanghyun was quite satisfied with this new title. A pretty solid title, a 4.4-second stun, that's just brutally overpowered. In my past life, I never managed to get a single title. Suddenly, Sanghyun's expression turned slightly melancholic. Even so, this still isn't anything compared to that guy. Du Jungsu, the demon swordsman, the title collector, the perfect sword. He was the absolute best swordsman player in South Korea with an insane collection of titles. Just 2 years after the player era began, he was already a monster surpassing level 500. Before I even regressed, he's someone I respect beyond words. But still, there's no guarantee I won't catch up to him now. If I start grinding hard from here on out, I just might stand a chance. Thinking about potentially overtaking the demon swordsman, steam literally puffed out of Sanghyun's nostrils, startling the porters standing right behind him. But it wasn't just them. Even team leader Yoon Dekyung looked over with curiosity and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, just stretching," Sanghyun awkwardly replied. Brushing it aside, Yoon Dekyung pulled out a ring and handed it over to Sanghyun. "Here, you carried hard today, take it." Staring at the gift, our protagonist couldn't help but look startled and joked, "Did someone possess your body?" In response, Yoon Dekyung offered an awkward smile. "Hey, you totally hard carried this run. I've still got a sense of ethics, you know. Besides, it's only a bronze tier item anyway, so I can afford to be generous." "Aren't you being a bit too honest?" Sanghyun teased. "Hee, if it were expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you." Yoon Dekyung waved a hand dismissively, though inwardly thinking, "I'm giving this to you, because either way, from now on, our paths are never going to cross again. Whether I like it or not, even I have to admit, you're living in a completely different world than the rest of us." With that, the two of them exchanged a friendly laugh, completely unaware that right behind them, the blonde guy was biting his lips so hard it bled, glaring at the two of them with venomous hatred. He cares more about that scumbag just because he showed off his skill a couple of times. After all the time I've spent kissing up to him, isn't this completely unfair? Damn it, drop dead together. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call to someone. Time skipped forward, shifting scenes to Shin Sanghyun's home in Songpa District, Jamseldong. At this moment, the protagonist was grinning like an idiot as he stared at his bank account balance. "Insane, this is exactly why I became a player." The portal transaction fee alone nets me $200 a day. Looks like he gave me double what everyone else gets. Plus an extra bonus on top of that. Thinking this, Sang-hyun put his phone away and turned his gaze to the ring resting on the table. Ring of Rage, Craft, Bronze Type, Auxiliary Equipment Special Effect, Lightweight Attribute, Strength +10 Description, a ring obtainable exclusively from the Berserk Orc. This ring infuses the wearer with a consuming fury. Special Effect, Lightweight, consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifacts down to 100 G. Inspecting the ring's stats, Sang-hyun couldn't help but admire it internally. Even if it's just bronze tier, I never expected to get a free lightweight artifact. Now I get why it's considered silver tier by some. Most players burn through all their mana the moment they swing their swords. Draining 1 mana per second is supposed to be a deal breaker for most. What a joke. With that thought, a smile naturally crept onto Sang-hyun's face as he mused, I only discovered my true potential after turning 50. But that's exactly why I studied and trained so relentlessly. In my past life, I also swallowed an artifact that consumed mana. But the result was completely unexpected. The special effects of mana-consuming artifacts always came with heavy penalties. But those penalties completely vanished when I absorbed them. Who gives a damn about penalties? The more skills, the better. Thinking this, Sang-hyun began the process of absorbing the ring. In a different development, over at Club H Seoul in Gangnam District. The blonde guy from Yoon Dekyung's team was cuddling up with some attractive woman while venting to someone on the phone. I'm telling you for real, that son of a bitch has a stun skill that lasts a full 4 seconds. He ranted loudly, causing the person sitting across from him to frown in annoyance and snap, Hey, who the hell do you think you're raising your voice at? And no, I'm sorry, the blonde guy hurriedly bowed his head. Next, the thug sitting in front of him raised an eyebrow and asked, So what of it? You want me to go exact revenge for you? The betrayal puppy hastily explained, No, he's definitely cheating. He used some kind of cheating stun items too. Cutting him off, the thug roared in frustration. What the hell do you even want me to do, you retard? I'm trying to talk business here. And Yoon Dekyung likes him so much. So you do want revenge after all, the thug sneered. At another table, a blonde girl whispered into the ear of a one-eyed man sitting next to her. Aren't you guys close with that guy? He just looks like a total loser. Haha. Tilda, hearing this, wanting to show off in front of the beauty, the one-eyed man called out, Hey. The blonde guy turned around, but right at that instant, his left ear was cleanly sliced off, sending him shrieking in agonizing pain as he clutched the side of his head while blood gushed out profusely. Paying no mind to his agonizing screams, the one-eyed man smiled with amusement. Who the hell do you think we are? You take us for your personal errand boys. Right as he finished speaking, he casually tossed a glass of alcohol right into the bleeding wound of the screaming blonde. And said coldly, Then you better pay the price. I'll listen in proportion to the value of your ear. Speak. Where is that bastard? Time quickly passed. Returning to Sang-hyun's current location, he was still completely oblivious to the fact that the blonde guy and a syndicate of thugs had targeted him, casually strolling around the area. Sitting down near the staircase, Sang-hyun let out a tired sigh. When he remembered the taste of the dish from earlier, just thinking about it made his stomach churn as if he was about to puke right then and there. Who would have thought that cold cucumber soup would come out of the Ring of Rage? Oriental cold cucumber soup is an absolute assassin to anyone who eats it. My stomach is doing backflips right now. But even so, there was always a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Thinking this, he effortlessly spun his massive greatsword around in his hand like a lightweight toy fan, completely ignoring its absurdly heavy physical weight. All of this was thanks to the lightweight effect he had inherited from the Ring of Rage. The special effect activated passively with no cooldown. Due to the artifact Devourer skills effect, the old mana consumption penalty had been wiped clean, though as a trade-off penalty, the lightweight effect was scaled down so that the weight of all equipped artifacts was fixed at a flat 100 G. Guess I'll be using a greatsword for the time being then. What if I accidentally drop it though? Oh well, next up is... As he spoke, Sang-hyun swiftly brought up his status screen. This was his current stat sheet. Player info. Name, Shin Sanghyun level, 7 titles, bearer of overwhelming strength and 2 other titles constellation, none exclusive skill, artifact devourer consumed artifacts, 3 vitality, 324 energy, 32 exp, 307. Strength 13 stamina, 12 agility, 12 mana, 10 luck, 16 evasion, 15 defense, 10 unallocated points, 0. Reviewing his current stats, the protagonist reminded himself, I need to start drawing the attention of constellations now. Since a player can only serve one constellation, I need to think this through carefully. If possible, I want someone who has the highest synergy with my highest stat, which is luck. Anyway, since my stats are still a bit too low to really interest any major constellations, I guess I'll just have to keep grinding for now. With that, Sanghyun slowly stood up, turning his gaze toward the rows of preset training dummies to begin his session. 3 days later, at this moment, Sanghyun had just arrived at a remote location via car. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, his face was pale green, looking as though he was on the verge of kicking the bucket at any second. I thought I was actually going to die on that ride. Guess combining 3 days of non-stop training with a long-distance drive was a bit too much. Well, at least I got a new skill out of it, so it's whatever. Shaking off the fatigue, Sanghyun twisted his body from side to side to loosen up. The skill he had just acquired was Two-Handed Sword Mastery, a basic passive skill for swordsmen. Skill level 1 description increases adaptability and proficiency with all types of swords, excluding daggers and one-handed longswords. The destination he had traveled to was Dungeon 101, a solo-exclusive player dungeon. Staring at the glowing blue gate poolsing in front of him, Sanghyun offered a slight smile. Today, I can go in here all by myself and finally cut loose. No need to worry about anyone else giving me weird looks. Plus, since it usually takes months of waiting in line to enter a solo player dungeon, I should consider myself lucky to be able to skip the queue. As he spoke as if noticing something off, Sanghyun glanced back and grew silent. In the distance, a black car was parked in complete silence. The vehicle raised Sanghyun's suspicions, as he had already noticed it tailing him stealthily for a while now. Who would have thought these guys would follow me all the way out here into the woods? I don't know what they're after. But whatever it is, I can just deal with it inside the dungeon, Sanghyun said in a chilling voice, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Shifting scenes to the dungeon entrance, designed in the shape of a massive, cavernous grotto. Emerging calmly from inside the gate was the group of thugs the blonde guy had hired earlier, having somehow managed to convince this shady crew to tag along. The moment they stepped out into view, Sanghyun's voice rang out in greeting. Isn't this a solo player dungeon? There's no way you guys wandered in by mistake. This is my spot. Hearing his voice, the leader of the rat pack looked slightly surprised. He scanned the protagonist, whose posture made it look as though he had been waiting for them all along. But shortly after, the whole bunch burst into mocking laughter at his apparent stupidity. Are you retarded or something? Back to Sanghyun. Taking in their rough, thug-like appearances, Sanghyun instantly realized this wasn't just some ordinary raiding party. Hopping to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Sanghyun issued a warning. I won't report you, so just get lost. Finishing his sentence, Sanghyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently observed the group from head to toe, quickly piecing things together. They don't have a healer or a mage. They threw away stability, the one thing necessary for any dungeon raid, and formed a party consisting purely of swordsmen and archers. They're a professional player hunting squad, the Hyenas, Sanghyun thought to himself. And just as he guessed, these guys were entirely specialized in stabbing people in the back. At that moment, they didn't even bother hiding their true intentions anymore. Haha, this punk really thinks he's hot shit. The burly man laughed loudly while the smaller blonde-haired punk chimed in with a taunt. That's your fate right there, idiot. If you die here, not even a stray dog will bother picking up your corpse. As for Sanghyun, he actually felt a strange sense of familiarity with this bunch. According to his memories, in the past, this exact crew had eventually been wiped out due to the constant surveillance and crackdown by the Players Association. It's been a while. With a lineup like that, the archer is definitely the hardest to deal with. I already know that, the protagonist calmly muttered. As he locked his gaze onto the archer, whose face was completely devoid of emotion, showing not a single shred of remorse about killing another human being. Seemingly eager to get things over with quickly, the archer knocked an arrow on his bow and reminded his accomplices, all right, let's just finish this up quick and clean." Responding to this, Sanghyun delivered a remark that took the whole bunch by surprise. "That's exactly why I waited for you guys. If I have to dispose of 4 corpses, where else could be better than this place?" The mocking words instantly enraged the burly thug. "You bastard," he roared, making an immediate move to rush forward. However, the one-eyed man extended his sword to block him. "Do it the easiest way," the one-eyed man said in a cold voice. Hearing this, the big guy widened his eyes and snapped back. "The easiest way? I'm going to tear his throat out." Up ahead, Sanghyun continued his taunts. "Good dog, listen to your master. Haha, don't waste time, come at me all at once." Facing such extreme provocation from the protagonist, how could a thug used to lawlessness like this big guy possibly endure it any longer? "You'd better shut your dirty dog mouth." With that, he poured strength into his legs, charging forward like a mad bull while swinging his greatsword straight toward the middle of Sanghyun's body without a single shred of hesitation. Survival of the fittest, is there any phrase that describes a dungeon better than that? Monsters are always aiming for your life inside a dungeon. And within those very dungeons, the artifacts you and others target stand right on the brink of life and death. If you're weak, you die. Inside the dungeon, there are no rules, therefore you must kill if you want to live. That's the karma from my past life, and it still applies to this day. The result is, everything happening here is just self-defense. At this moment, the entire group of thugs fell into a daze. Through their eyes, the big guy had charged with overwhelming aggression, but was now sliced cleanly in 2 by Sanghyun with a single sword strike before he could even let out another scream. Sanghyun's cold gaze swept over the remaining group as he spoke. "What are you still standing there for? Come at me all at once." Without a moment of hesitation, the remaining 3 began widening the distance. With the power Sanghyun had just displayed, they knew full well that if they let him close in for hand-to-hand combat, all 3 of them were finished. Therefore, drawing on their experience of ambushing other parties, they quickly devised a counterplan. While running, the blue-haired guy instructed the other 2, "Provide cover while we get into position." "Got it, I know," the archer replied, though deep inside he was swirling with confusion. He killed Sanho. Even if he's an idiot, Sanho had already reached level 100, and that guy just awakened recently. What on earth is going on here? The more the archer thought about it, the less he could make sense of it. Meanwhile, on this side, Sanghyun started spinning the greatsword in his hand like helicopter rotor blades. The whistling wind it generated was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. "Hey, where are you running off to?" Sanghyun teased. "Damn it, this monster," the archer replied, quickly drawing his bow and losing 2 arrows that streaked forward towards Sanghyun with a Win Chinese letter RRIPPING velocity. However, against such a simple attack, it was nothing more than child's play to Sanghyun. With a single sweep of his sword, he effortlessly chopped both arrows right in 2. Next, taking advantage of the archer's brief moment of disorientation, Sanghyun spun around and hurled the greatsword in his hand straight forward. Instantly, the archer went to meet the Grim Reaper. He only managed one scream before biting the dust for good. His pathetic shriek startled the remaining 2 who were fleeing, causing them to turn back and go completely blank. "What kind of freak is he?" the small orange-haired guy yelled in shock. Unlike him, the blue-haired guy had a completely different thought. He noticed that Sanghyun no longer had a weapon in his hand. He threw the greatsword away. That means he's weaponless right now. "This is the absolute best time to attack. Go!" the blue-haired guy roared loudly. Just like that, both of them charged simultaneously toward the protagonist, while he sprinted with all his might toward the greatsword still embedded in the archer's body. However, at the exact moment Sanghyun's hand reached the sword, the 2 thugs' attacks were already aimed straight at him. The sound of a blade slicing into flesh rang out. A stream of fresh blood spattered from somewhere. However, it didn't come from Sanghyun but from the archer. At the narrowest moment, the protagonist had used the sword as a pivot and performed an aerial flip to dodge. "You're insane," the orange-haired guy gritted his teeth, seeing that Sanghyun had successfully evaded even in such a brief window. As for Sanghyun, he didn't care to chit-chat with these people, thus he swiftly pulled the sword out. Simultaneously, the blue-haired guy suddenly reached out, grabbing the orange-haired guy's head from behind, causing the latter to panic slightly. "Jun-Ti, what are you doing?" The words had barely left his mouth when Jun-Ti shoved the orange-haired guy forward, using him as a meat shield to take Sanghyun's attack, sending him to his doom in an instant. Returning to Sanghyun, he temporarily halted his attack rhythm and said, "Come to think of it, you guys traffic organs right. No matter how I think about it, there's no way you guys could cooperate on blind faith or anything like that, right? I'm guessing your goal is to awaken mana stones through organ transplants, isn't it? I might not look like it, but I've seen a lot in the past." Over here, Jun-Ti also sneered. "So what's the difference? What if you figured it out, huh, you piece of shit?" Saying that, he rushed forward, thrusting the sword in his hand straight toward Sanghyun while wearing a triumphant smile. However, right before the blade came within about 5 centimeters of Sanghyun's face, it froze completely, unable to budge an inch further. Because at that moment, Sanghyun was activating his Demon Bash skill, stunning Jun-Ti for 4.4 seconds. Looking at Jun-Ti's body frozen like a statue, Sanghyun calmly continued, "Then let me ask, I was worried you'd bore me to death." Switching to Jun-Ti's perspective, cold sweat poured down his face from tension. "What? I'm stunned, but how? Could it be those wounds from earlier, just from those minor cuts? There's no way a skill can be this overpowered. Is this the end? What is he saying? Am I going to die like this? No way, I'm always the one taking lives. It's always been like that, I'm always." At this point, feeling his own life mission coming to an end, memories rushed back into Jun-Ti's mind when he deceived a rookie awakened. "Let's do our best this time," he had said while throwing an arm around a young boy with a freckled face. "With you around, we can do anything. I believe in you," the young man had replied. Scene shift to another frame. At this time, the young man with a blood-soaked face anxiously interrogated Jun-Ti. "Why, please don't, I'll do anything you say." Returning to reality, Sanghyun looked at the villain's trembling body and smirked. "How about it? You've experienced it yourself. Are you scared because it's your turn now?" Time passed quickly. At this moment, Sanghyun was sitting by a small stream wiping off the sword stains. Presumably, Sanghyun had also sent Jun-Ti off to meet his buddies. And despite witnessing this many times, Sanghyun still felt a bit unaccustomed to it in his heart. "Phew. I shouldn't get too used to these situations. It hasn't been long since I regressed. Looks like I won't have a chance to covenant with a constellation. Wait though, that was just self-defense. Whatever, so I guess these are mine, right?" As he spoke, Sanghyun turned to look at the heap of weapons scattered randomly to one side. The system notified, "You have acquired 8 artifacts from this dungeon." Time passed quickly. At this moment, Sanghyun was putting his outer jacket back on. During the battle earlier, he had taken it off to avoid getting bloodstains on it. Simultaneously, he checked his status. Currently, he had reached level 10 and his consumable artifacts totaled up to 11. Vitality was 400, energy 50, and experience 12. Looking at his status lines, Sanghyun's expression turned slightly complex. "I wish I could have avoided that situation, but based on the results, it was worth it. I'm also glad I didn't get fat from eating artifacts." However, purely based on stats, isn't this basically being as strong as level 50 players? How long has it been since I came back? My growth is truly insane, also. As he spoke, Sanghyun reached his hand into his pocket and pulled out a ring. This was the recovery ring, a silver tier artifact, auxiliary equipment. Equipment type: ring, special effect, recovery. Active effect: consumes 10 mana to instantly clear any abnormal status. If used within the following minute, mana consumption doubles. Looking at this ring, Sanghyun couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. The guy who rushed at me right at the start. Who would have thought he had an abnormal status cleansing artifact? Wait, that means if I had blindly trusted the stun, I would have been toast. I'll definitely have to be more careful next time. Now I'll start synchronizing mana with the recovery ring. Just like that, Sanghyun began consuming the ring. Cutting to deep inside dungeon number 101, internal access route. Deep inside the dungeon room, it seemed to be a mining site being exploited by a bunch of goblins. A few goblins even carried small bags on their backs, presumably for holding mineral ores. However, not having walked more than a few steps, a monster in the group detected something and turned its head backward. Following their gaze, Sanghyun was also right there at that moment. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the most surprising thing was that Sanghyun was using a black cloth to blindfold his eyes. Not to mention them, even Sanghyun himself found his action pretty insane. However, he had no other choice. The requirement to obtain the Lucky Day title is like this. This is crazy. It requires the player to kill 500 monsters while blindfolded. Opposite him, the goblin group paused for a beat upon seeing Sanghyun act so strangely. They didn't proactively rush forward to attack. "Sigh, when are these monsters going to attack?" the male lead muttered with a sigh. After confirming that Sanghyun couldn't see anything, the goblins broke into gleeful chuckles. Saliva continuously drooled from their mouths. Returning to Sanghyun's perspective, he began sensing something and raised his head slightly. "I can sense them. I have to feel the air current and listen carefully to everything. Focus, I must maintain the state of focus." Inside the protagonist's mental world, it was as if he were standing on a calm body of water. Then from behind, countless sounds along with ripples began rapidly advancing toward him. "I can do this," Sanghyun reminded himself. At the same time, a goblin shouted out loud. It gripped the axe in its hand tightly and slashed straight at Sanghyun. However, it didn't know that its action had been detected beforehand by the male lead's sensory ability. Without a single moment of hesitation, he swung his sword forward in a semicircle with wind-dripping speed, instantly cleaving 4 goblins in half all at once. A rain of blood ensued. The surrounding space was reeking with a pungent smell of fresh blood, yet Sanghyun somehow felt excited by it. "It feels really good," he let out a chuckle. Then from afar, a stream of light suddenly flew forward at blinding speed, aiming straight at Sanghyun's head. The moment it entered his perceptual range, Sanghyun flicked his hand and easily caught the arrow, then instantly snapped it in two. This caused the archer goblin in the distance to break out in a cold sweat and let out an incomprehensible squawk. Returning to Sanghyun's perspective, his sensory ability was now expanding in all directions, helping him discover that countless pairs of eyes were glaring at him from within the darkness. Yet he still didn't feel a shred of fear. "Just a moment ago I was in a terrible plight, but thanks to that I was reminded of the past. I guess that's how I honed my senses, huh? But anyway, bring it on, you bastards," he provoked. And at his words, how could the green-skinned monsters hold back? With overwhelming numbers, the whole bunch rushed forward like moths to a flame, and then the only thing waiting for them was death. Sanghyun's wind-dripping sword strokes began swinging rapidly like a machine, causing these goblins to be chopped into pieces before they could even close in. Sanghyun even wore an excited smile. He proactively charged forward. Everything in his path was mercilessly slaughtered by his sword. Only a single goblin in the back who hadn't rushed up yet witnessed the whole thing. But seeing his comrades die without even getting to gasp, absolute panic clearly surfaced on its face before it too followed its comrades to reincarnate in another life. After temporarily defeating the monster group ahead, Sanghyun paused for a moment. The tip of his sword was still radiating heat from the monster's blood. The surrounding scene was more gruesome than a slaughterhouse. All the sacrifice of these monsters had become nourishment to help Sanghyun grow stronger. The system popped up a congratulatory notification for him. "You have leveled up. You have received the D-Rank Lucky Day title." Hearing this notification, Sanghyun immediately yanked off his blindfold since he no longer needed it. "Doesn't feel like I did much." Sanghyun shrugged and took the opportunity to check the title he had just acquired. Lucky Day D-Rank Main Effect, Luck plus 20. Sub-effect, whenever you defeat monsters of the same type, your luck stat increases by 0.1. The luck stat can increase up to a maximum of 10. Looking at the description lines of this title, our protagonist couldn't help chuckling out loud. "Haha, I'm gradually collecting the necessary titles." On another side, a group of goblin monsters attracted by the noisy sounds had wandered over here. And what struck their eyes was the scene of goblin body parts scattered all over the place. This made the hairs on their bodies stand completely on end. However, before they could retreat, Sanghyun was already standing right in front of them with a twisted smile. Haha, I've got to take this chance to accumulate more stats. They wandered into this place by themselves. Looking at Sanghyun's blood-drenched figure and murderous face, even the goblins couldn't suppress their terror and screamed at the top of their lungs as if their house were on fire. Time passed quickly. The unlucky goblins from moments before also regretfully followed in their comrades' footsteps. As for Sanghyun here, he was so excited his whole body was shaking like he had epilepsy. My luck stat has increased by 30 just from this single title. This is better than most platinum-ranked titles. This has got to be worth 500 million, no, maybe even 1 billion won. In this life I can finally buy a house, Sanghyun said excitedly. At that exact moment, a red spatial fissure suddenly appeared behind his back, crackling with lightning all around. Accompanying that, a notification was sent to the protagonist. The space around you begins to fade. Without needing the prompt reminder, Sanghyun himself sensed the spatial fluctuation from behind and hurriedly turned his head to observe. Then cold sweat covered his face and the smile on his lips stiffened. A series of notifications began arriving for the protagonist. 3 constellations have found you, the constellation Cleaner of Collapsed Spacetime asks. Are you interested in bringing misfortune to others? The constellation Grand Spacetime Wanderer is intrigued by your mystery and requests a chat. The constellation Goddess of Fortune smiles at you while extending her hand. Right now, before Sanghyun stood the physical manifestations of the 3 constellations. Returning to Sanghyun's perspective after seeing his 3 buddies simultaneously noticed by 3 big figures, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Word travels fast and 3 of them at once, huh? He thought to himself and started advertising himself. Haha, did you guys see my performance? To his words, the Goddess of Fortune suddenly flew right in front of Sanghyun. Instead of being dazed by this goddess's beauty, he felt a bit anxious inside, wondering if he had done anything against their wishes. What, is my tone too arrogant? I never experienced this in my past life. No, the more this happens, the more I have to act confident, the male lead reminded himself. Fortunately for him, the Goddess of Fortune showed no intention of reprimanding him. Instead, she broke into a radiant smile and expressed goodwill towards Sanghyun. The Goddess of Fortune said this is the first time she's seen such a lucky swordsman and she finds it very fascinating. Responding to this, Sanghyun reached up to scratch his head awkwardly. Oh, luck, right, I am extremely lucky, haha. Saying that, he was even amazed by his own dog luck. Phew, as expected, this constellation seems interested in a covenant. Now I can check around comfortably. On the other side, the Cleaner of Collapsed Spacetime showered praise on the potential ruthlessness inside Sanghyun. The Cleaner of Collapsed Spacetime is a constellation with the personality of a typical mass murderer. Is it because I slaughtered goblins in a short time that I attracted his attention? Sanghyun wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, the Grand Spacetime Wanderer was curious about the hidden inner self of Sanghyun. This left the male lead slightly puzzled as to why the Grand Spacetime Wanderer had appeared here. Sanghyun clearly heard that that constellation only appears for players carrying the aura of a saint. Then, shouldn't I assume they appeared because of her? Sanghyun spoke while casting a suspicious gaze forward, where the Goddess of Fortune was currently chatting happily with the other 2. She even reached out to pat the Grand Spacetime Wanderer's head, turning his face pink. Seeing this, a rumor he heard in his past life suddenly popped into Sanghyun's head. The Goddess of Fortune, even in the world where constellations exist, has a rumor of being extremely well connected. Opposite him, the beautiful goddess also caught Sanghyun's suspicious gaze, staring intently at her. Then she turned her face and relayed a message to him. The Goddess of Fortune said, she doesn't have a possessive nature. Even if you choose her, you can still contract with other constellations. Looking at this notification, Sanghyun even found it somewhat hard to believe that it was unexpectedly good. Wow, is that really true? He inquired, then thought to himself, right, this is a massive advantage. An archer can hit targets accurately even when shooting arrows into the air. Under the world's blessing, he never lacked arrows, the miracle archer. Among archers, Hashimoto Yuki was the one who defeated countless strongest swordsmen. He not only possessed an exceptionally high luck stat, but also incredible destructive power. Some suspected cheating or fraud, but it turned out to be simply because he had two contracted constellations. And the goddess of fortune made the impossible possible. Thinking that, Sanghyun didn't want to offend these three constellations, so he could only offer an awkward smile. Haha, three constellations appearing at once really makes it hard for me to choose. Opposite him, the emotional states of the three constellations changed instantly. The three constellations demanded that he brush aside mortal trivialities and make a fateful decision. One constellation even thought it had picked the wrong person. Returning to Sanghyun's perspective, it wasn't that he was being cunning to drive up the contract's value, but that it was genuinely hard for him to make the right choice. The goddess of fortune is definitely a good constellation, but if it keeps implying that no more constellations will appear in the future, this choice is no different from deciding a player's lifelong destiny. Throughout 10 years as a player, the only constellation that ever approached me was one person. And that was the constellation of the late-blooming model student. His appearance was like a salvation light. I am extremely happy. No matter how much I struggled until now, I still believed the future would be bright. But then nothing changed until I turned 55. That's right, I never received any benefits from the constellation. The reason was because of its absurd activation condition. When it forced the player to reach level 850, all stat effects from artifacts and titles were doubled. I couldn't use the constellation's most crucial power throughout my entire life. No, to be precise, I didn't even dare think about using it. But after all, perhaps thanks to that constellation, I was able to turn back time, so I am grateful for this. That's why this time I must be more cautious than ever. From now on, I must accept that there will be no more time reversals. As he thought, he carefully observed all three constellations. Among them, he wondered, should I choose divine power, destructive power? Or should I choose luck? Just like that, after a brief moment of thought, our protagonist made his decision. He immediately clicked the confirmation button on the system screen. And the system returned a notification: you have contracted with the constellation goddess of fortune. Once the contract is signed, even if the player dies, it remains in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another world, an entity was closely observing the contract between the regressed player and the goddess of fortune. 15 sincere, friendly constellations warmly congratulate the contract and wish you victory. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their players to hinder your growth. A series of notifications began popping up, making Sanghyun look awkwardly at the crimson screens. Haha, what the hell is this? Why is there suddenly so much attention? Well, anyway, from now on, I look forward to your help, goddess of fortune. He spoke while extending his hand forward. Seeing this, the goddess of fortune gently reached out and touched his hand. The goddess of fortune bestows her blessing upon your wise choice. Just as Sanghyun was about to say something, the system suddenly popped up with a few more notifications. Goddess of Fortune Pact and Wish Effects. Trait 1. All attack actions are guaranteed to deal critical damage to enemies. Trait 2. When obtaining a unique rank artifact or higher, hidden effects are unconditionally unlocked and inherited. Trait 3. When defeating an intermediate or final boss, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you are guaranteed a 100% drop rate for an artifact. Right at that moment, the goddess of fortune suddenly shifted into a chibi form, her face radiating arrogant pride as she tilted her chin all the way up to the sky, while Sanghyun shrieked like someone who just heard that their neighbor's kid bought a house through scams. What is this? Why are all these effects so ridiculously overpowered? Hold on, is there still more? Sanghyun's eyes went wide as saucers when the 4th trait popped up. Trait 4. When allocating level-up points into the luck stat, each point is doubled in value. This effect is also retroactively applied to all previously invested bonus points. Starring at the 4 incredible traits gained from his pact with the goddess of fortune, Sanghyun nearly wept tears of joy. Guaranteed critical hits and guaranteed artifact drops. You've really worked hard, Sanghyun. As the protagonist muttered those words, it felt as though his life was truly beginning right at that moment. Then the goddess suddenly turned to Sanghyun and asked, the goddess of fortune asks, what will you do about the offers coming from the other constellations? As for Sanghyun, after seeing what he had just gained from the goddess of fortune, he couldn't care less about the remaining 2 constellations. He turned around and waved a dismissive hand. "Ah, it's fine. You two can head out now. I need to focus entirely on the goddess right here." Up ahead, the two remaining constellations immediately felt ticked off by the protagonist's words. Spatial Wanderer, taking a number, see you next time. Cleaner of collapsed dimensions. Warning, better steel yourself because one day he's gonna take everything from you. The goddess of fortune clapped her hands in praise, finding his steadfast determination utterly captivating, and thought to herself, with these effects, you temporarily don't need to be any more greedy. Nodding in agreement with her reminder, Sanghyun replied, "No need to rush, better opportunities will come along in time." Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the final boss room inside Dungeon 101. At this moment, Sanghyun was locked in direct close-quarters combat with the area boss, a green-skinned monster, their weapons clashing repeatedly and producing jarring screeches that echoed through the space while shockwaves rippled outward in all directions. Standing off to the side to observe, the goddess of fortune herself stood there completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the longer Sanghyun fought, the more fired up he got. "Is this really as strong as the final boss gets? Put a little more into it, you weakling." With that, he brought his sword down in a ferocious overhead chop, forcing the green-skinned monster to hastily raise its twin battle axes to block the blow. It was the final boss of this dungeon, the greed-obsessed goblin chieftain. Following that, the goblin poured all its strength into its arms and shoved Sanghyun backward. Reacting swiftly, Sanghyun drove the tip of his sword into the ground to keep himself from sliding too far, carving a deep, ragged gouge across the floor. Then, the goblin chieftain suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing shriek as its eyes flared a blinding crimson red. At the same time, Sanghyun received a system warning. "The goblin chieftain has inflicted a weakening and intimidation effect on you. You have fallen into a paralysis status." Back to Sanghyun's perspective, drawing from his combat experience in his past life, he had already anticipated that the goblin chieftain possessed this exact move. "It's trying to break my fighting spirit," he thought to himself before uttering a single, calm word, "recovery." Simultaneously not giving Sanghyun a single moment to breathe, the goblin chieftain lunged forward and swung its axe down with brutal force, shattering the floor into countless pieces and sending sharp rock shards flying in all directions. Yet a look of utter confusion flickered across the boss's eyes, as it didn't feel any feedback of having struck a solid target. And sure enough, Sanghyun's voice rang out completely devoid of fear. "This skill definitely has clear limitations. It can't completely seal movement down. So I guess it's only really good for dealing with small fry, huh?" At that moment, Sanghyun's blade was braced directly against the goblin's axe, trapping the weapon so it couldn't be pulled back. The reason Sanghyun was able to move freely was because he had utilized the status cleansing effect from the recovery ring he previously looted from the thugs. "All right, time to test my luck," Sanghyun muttered to himself. Across from him, the goblin chieftain's face turned pale with panic, and it frantically tried to cast its weakening status on Sanghyun once more. However, this time around, Sanghyun just offered a cold smirk. "You really think that trick is gonna work twice?" Right after that, with a lightning-fast dash forward, Sanghyun slashed his sword across its chest, carving a gaping wound that forced the goblin to shriek in agonizing pain. Following up immediately, Sanghyun triggered his Demon Strike skill, plunging the goblin chieftain into a 2-second paralysis lock. Seeing his opening, Sanghyun surged forward. The sword in his hand became a buzzing milling machine, unleashing a relentless flurry of wind-tearing strikes as he declared, "Only 2 seconds. Well then, let's make it 2 more." Just like that, the delay effect kicked in, extending the paralysis duration by an extra 2 seconds, leaving the boss frozen with a vacant, blank expression, completely unable to twitch a single muscle. However, that wasn't even the end of it, as Sanghyun began darting around the green-skinned monster, executing a variety of swift follow-up strikes. Second delay effect activated, with a 90% chance to extend the paralysis status. "Managed to trigger it on the second try, nice," Sanghyun said with a smile. Time quickly flew by, and ultimately the goblin chieftain couldn't withstand Sanghyun's endless onslaught, miserably biting the dust to be reincarnated into its next life. the moment its massive corpse collapsed onto the ground. Sang-hyun received a congratulatory notification from the system. Congratulations, you have cleared the Dark Goblin Swamp Dungeon. You have leveled up, you have obtained the D rank title, Don't Touch Me. Title description: Luck plus 30, Evasion plus 10. Bonus effect: you can enhance a designated skill once with the boost scaling based on the system coefficients designed for players. Shifting back to Sang-hyun, by this point he was dog-tired after brawling non-stop from early morning until clearing out the entire dungeon. They say youth is the time to embrace hard work, but I think I've been pushing my body way past its limits lately, he complained with a sigh. Meanwhile, the goddess chimed in from the side to cheer him on. The goddess of fortune says you'll find good luck if you just stay busy. Hearing that, Sang-hyun rolled his eyes so hard only the whites showed, muttering under his breath, at this point, that basically counts as an active skill. In response to his remark, the goddess puffed out her chest with immense pride. The goddess of fortune says luck is a skill in itself, and she's thrilled to have luck walking right by your side. In fact, she claims all of this success is probably thanks to her. As she narcissistically praised herself, Sang-hyun took the opportunity to check his stat allocations. Let's dump all the points into luck first. Wow, my luck stat just broke 100. Whenever a stat surpasses 100, a threshold adjustment triggers, boosting all related effects by 10%. For instance, evasion affects the dodge rate, while luck directly influences the item drop rate. Then, as if to practically prove Sang-hyun's point right then and there, the enormous shield wielded by the Goblin Chieftain, which it hadn't even gotten a chance to use during the fight, suddenly let off a faint glow. Glancing over at it, the full item information materialized right in front of Sang-hyun. Kudni's shield, silver artifact, secondary equipment. Equipment type, shield, special effect, sacrifice, defense plus 20. Description: a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Kudni's. It channels mana to enhance structural integrity and converts incoming damage into healing, though the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana as conversion cost. It looked like an item tailor-made strictly for tanks, but Sang-hyun didn't mind landing it at all. Well, it's a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess anyway. That means the luck stat really does influence the quality of dropped artifacts, right? One thing's for sure, dealing with this is way more annoying than being tied to the constellation of the late-blooming model student. As he thought to himself, Sang-hyun activated his Devour skill to absorb the shield's traits, while the goddess of fortune darted over to wrap her arms around him and rub her cheek against his. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the interior of the Q-area building. At this moment, our protagonist was standing there trying to explain his case, only to be flatly rejected by a female staff member with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Impossible, she said, shaking her head. Across the counter, Sang-hyun pressed on. I get what you're trying to say, but trust me, I have my own reasons. Before he could finish, the staff member cut him off. I'm sorry, but could you please reconsider? I'm about to lose my mind here. I don't even know how many dead bodies I've had to process this week alone. Hearing that, sweat broke out all over Sang-hyun's face as he muttered inwardly, things cannot go off the rails right here. To explain how things reached this point, we need to rewind about 2 hours back on the Hanam Expressway. Sitting comfortably inside his car, Sang-hyun was reminiscing about the taste of the goblin shield he had just devoured. I was worried since it was goblin gear, but a simple meal of classic peninsula-style kimchi and white rice, thank God it at least came with kimchi and rice. Mid-thought, Sang-hyun's car suddenly jerked to a halt and began vibrating violently. Next, the dashboard lit up with a chaotic cluster of glaring red warning lights, startling the protagonist into shouting out loud, "What the hell? Why are all these warning lights flashing? Is it finally time to ditch this car?" he muttered under his breath but quickly shook his head. No way, getting to my new location is way more important than upgrading my ride. The lower your player level, the more scumbags try to prey on you. I can't live on high alert 24/7. Moving somewhere heavily guarded like Player Street will be much more convenient. Plus, if I factor in buying artifacts for consumption, it's easier to acquire second-hand items there. Money, I need tons of money. And I need a mountain of it right now. There's only one place where I can rake in that kind of cash. The system had emerged when the player era began, and attached right beside those system interfaces were the organizations that monitored all of them. None other than the Players Association. If it's a system supervised by the association, I can definitely make it work. Here I come, Quest District. With that thought in mind, Sang-hyun slammed his foot on the gas and sped straight toward the Players Association. Returning to the present, getting shut down right at the front desk had suddenly crushed all his grand money-making dreams. Across the counter, the sleep-deprived clerk was still trying to talk some sense into him. So please, sign up for a dungeon appropriate for your level. Why on earth are you trying to enter a tier 100 zone? Besides, you aren't even ranked yet. In response, the protagonist put on a pleading expression. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Please just trust me. I might only be level 17, but given my current skills, messing around in low-tier zones is just a complete waste of time. Looking at the clerk's perspective, she looked on the verge of breaking down in tears, her whole body trembling as she pointed a shaking finger to the side and stammered. Someone yesterday said the exact same thing. Do you want to guess what happened to them? So please just go to a zone meant for your actual rank. Seeing her reaction, Sang-hyun fully understood why she was acting that way. I get why she's freaking out. Too many players overestimate themselves and end up dying stupidly. But in times like this, you just gotta thicken your skin. With that, Sang-hyun put on a hyper-trustworthy expression, looking just like an MLM scammer trying to reel in a mark, and firmly insisted, no, absolutely not. Right at that moment, a purple-haired woman who had overheard their loud conversation walked over and asked, "What's going on here?" Hearing her, the dark-haired clerk hurriedly turned around and shook her head. "Hello, oh, it's nothing at all." This purple-haired woman was Miso, a member of the Eden Guild, level 100, and an A+ rank player. Back to Sang-hyun, taking a look at her face caused a flash of astonishment to cross his eyes as he instantly recognized her identity. She's known as the Slaughter God Archer, Kim Miso. The very first level 100 player to hit A+ rank and earn the God Archer title, a rising superstar. But even more than her skills, what truly sets her apart is the fact that she's the daughter of Kim Yoon-cheol, the chairman of Divine Biotech. That means she's also known by the alias Shadow Assassin. Right alongside Shin Tae-rai, the nation's top assassin player. And Do Jin-ho, one of South Korea's elite swordsmen. She's the daughter of the major shareholder holding the most influence in the Eden Guild. You could literally call her the most privileged player in history. Up ahead, Miso's sharp gaze noticed Sang-hyun staring at her, prompting her to turn and ask, "This is our first time meeting, right?" "I've been watching for a minute. Why are you so fixated on choosing a level 100 quest?" In response, Sang-hyun answered straight up, "Because it pays a lot of money." As he spoke, he overheard some whispering from a few nearby players gossiping about him. Wow, is Kim Miso actually talking to him? But what's with that punk's attitude? Is he out of his mind? Man, forget it. She's about to chew that level 17 trash out anyway. The guy in the cap whispered, holding back his two buddies. Hearing their chattering, Sang-hyun kept his eyes closed in silence while silently cursing them out in his head. "I can hear every single word you scumbags are saying." Completely unaware of Sang-hyun's internal rants, Miso offered a word of caution. "That zone is going to be way too brutal for someone like you." In response, Sang-hyun let out a sigh and shrugged. "Of course I know that, but high risk comes with high rewards." Pausing for a brief beat, he thought to himself, "I'm definitely not doing this purely out of petty personal feelings. Even though in my past life I tried to apply for Kim Miso's raiding party and got rejected, I'm definitely not doing this just to hold a grudge." Oblivious to Sang-hyun's petty inner thoughts, Miso continued chatting with him enthusiastically. "But you do know that soloing a quest like this isn't permitted under association regulations, right?" That reminder instantly snapped Sang-hyun back to reality as he quickly remembered. Come to think of it, solo restrictions for high-tier quests don't get lifted until 4 years from now. Realizing he couldn't just sneak in alone here, Sang-hyun awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and said, "Haha, I guess I didn't read the fine print closely enough. I'll get going then." With that, Sang-hyun started walking off a bit faster. However, he had no idea that his eccentric behavior seemed to have thoroughly piqued Miso's curiosity. She suddenly called out with an offer, "So, do you want to form a party with me?" Nearby players who overheard this nearly popped their eyeballs out of their sockets, staring in utter disbelief. "Whoa, has she lost her mind? Why pick that scumbag over me? I could have gone instead. Damn it, I'm so jealous it hurts." Back to Sanghyun's perspective, he wasn't some naive newbie foolish enough to believe good things fell from the sky for free. Wondering what kind of hidden angle the woman in front of him was playing, he asked back, "What's the catch?" Hearing that, Miso flashed him an appreciative and admiring look. Well, I guess you really didn't think this was just some charitable handout, huh? Haha, I tend to trust situational incentives over people, Sanghyun replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Miso shared her reasoning. Hee, color me impressed, but there's no catch. Think of it as a wager rather than a favor. If your actual skill doesn't match up to your confidence, you're going to pay a heavy price for it. Naturally, if it turns out the other way around, I'll issue a sincere apology, she stated in a chilly tone. Meanwhile, Sanghyun smirked, having instantly figured out Miso's underlying intent. So she's testing me, huh? Kim Miso's influence goes way beyond just being a famous player. The brand value of the gear she wears skyrockets instantly, and a single sentence from her can flood the media headlines. The moment she slaps someone with the label of an arrogant fraud, their career as a player is effectively over. This is gonna get interesting, he mused internally. True to his thrill-seeking personality, Sanghyun accepted without an ounce of hesitation. Shall we head out right now then? Shifting to Miso's perspective a few moments before she stepped out of her car, her driver instructed, "I'll be waiting right here, Millis." Up ahead, Miso waved a hand dismissively. "Do whatever you want, you might be waiting a while." Speaking of which, she had been feeling quite annoyed about running solo. All the guild members are tied up with their own schedules. What a pain. Guess I'm forced to hunt for a temporary party member myself. Right as that thought crossed her mind, she happened to overhear Sanghyun's exchange with the association clerk, realizing that coincidence had just handed her a convenient loophole. Minimum party size requirements for high-tier quests were always an annoying hurdle, even for someone like Kim Miso. Amidst all that, she happened to spot an unusually confident player, an unpredictable wildcard whose actual capabilities nobody knew. It made for a fairly amusing scenario, which ultimately led to the two of them making a wager. While the poor clerk was caught in the middle sweating bullets, Miso casually turned and asked, "By the way, what kind of quest is Shin Sanghyun trying to take on?" Startled by the celebrity speaking directly to her, the clerk fumbled nervously before answering, "Ah, yes, please give me just a second." With that, she rapidly tapped the system screen in front of her and swiveled it over for Miso to see. The quest details displayed on the interface read, Defense Quest, eliminate all invading monsters heading toward the defense tower. If the core of the defense tower is destroyed, the quest fails. Monster type, wolf-type beasts. Monster count 300. Recommended quest level 100. Quest reward 500 million won. After reading through the requirements and description, Miso's expression shifted slightly. Even a level 100 player like her couldn't just brush this quest off lightly. What is this? It's not a gathering quest or a basic hunting quest, but a defense mission. This is the kind of quest where you have to wipe out every single wave to clear it. A cardinal rule for a 4-person party is having at least one dedicated long-range DPS. And he's planning to handle this solo. If I wasn't standing right here, he would have walked straight into a meat grinder and died without leaving a scrap behind. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that Sanghyun must have lost his marbles to take on a quest like this alone. Then, noticing her hesitant gaze, Sanghyun threw down a casual challenge. "What's the matter, getting cold feet?" His overflowing confidence made Miso wonder if her ears were playing tricks on her. She exclaimed, "What? Did I hear that right?" Sanghyun answered with a smile, "Well, you suddenly went totally quiet, so I just wondered if you were scared. If it's too much for you, we can always recruit a couple more people before heading in. We could add another tank, or another heavy long-range DPS, or..." Sanghyun started rattling off suggestions, making the dark-haired clerk sweat even harder as she noticed Miso's entire body trembling with rage. Feeling her pride as an elite player deeply wounded, Miso immediately reached out, grabbed Sanghyun tightly by the wrist, and gritted out every single word through her teeth. "No, Shin Sanghyun, this quest is totally fine." With that, she slammed her hand down on the acceptance button. Simultaneously, both of them received a system prompt, "Quest accepted. You will now be teleported to the quest zone." No sooner had the notification appeared than a blinding pillar of light erupted around them, crackling with wild arcs of electricity as it initiated the teleportation. Meanwhile, the clerk looked like she was about to faint on the spot, muttering under her breath, with Kim Miso going along, "Nothing bad should happen, right? Let's hope nothing goes wrong. You never really know what can happen out there." Elsewhere, the black-clad player watched the two of them vanish into thin air for the mission and stupidly asked, "Do you guys actually think he's gonna pull it off?" In response, the burly guy in the iron helmet scoffed with absolute certainty, "No way in hell. He's only level 17. How the hell is he supposed to fight level 100 monsters?" Contrary to their dismissive attitude towards Sanghyun, the player in blue had a completely different take. "Hey, do you really think Kim Miso would drag him along for no reason? She's currently hailed as the youngest A+ rank player around. Do you honestly think her judgment is that terrible?" You know about the reworked ranking system recently implemented by the Players Association, right? It was created because judging a player's true power purely by their level was inaccurate, right? There are two criteria for the new rankings. First is the number of cleared dungeons, and second is the overall qualitative evaluation of a player's combat sense. Which means Kim Miso reached A+ rank purely based on her combat intuition alone. While his teammates already knew that piece of trivia, one of them still questioned, "I get that, but why A+ instead of just A?" The player in blue grinned slyly as he answered, "Well, obviously because there are even bigger monsters ranked ahead of her, right? Anyway, forget about that. The important part is that he just walked right into a high-tier quest alongside Kim Miso. I'm so damn jealous." Shifting scenes to Sanghyun's party, upon materializing in the new zone, they found themselves in a modern city landscape. The objective they needed to protect was a towering skyscraper that pulsed with crackling bolts of lightning. At that moment, the archer Kim Miso was standing up near the top of the tower. She cast her gaze down at Sanghyun, who was quietly walking along the bridge below, and thought to herself, "Talk big, take responsibility. If things get genuinely dangerous, I'll step in and bail him out. But I'm hoping this experience knocks some sense into him." Rewinding back 30 minutes prior, right after they first arrived, Sanghyun had dropped a proposal that left Miso utterly dumbfounded. "What did you just say?" Up ahead, Sanghyun checked his gear and calmly repeated, "You heard me. Until I ask for help, don't interfere. If you just focus on supporting from the sidelines, I'll cut you in for 5%. Hearing that, Miso stared at him blankly. "So I didn't mishear you then?" "Nope, you just sit back, provide support, and pocket 5% for doing nothing. Pretty sweet deal, right?" Sanghyun answered nonchalantly. As for Miso, she gave Sanghyun a thorough once-over from head to toe before shaking her head. "You think I'm hesitating over the cut? There is zero chance you can handle this solo. We're talking at least 300 of them. That's 300, not just one or two. Even for a level 100 player like me, dealing with that swarm alone would be a massive headache." Just as she was about to lecture him further, she fell silent when Sanghyun put on a deeply confident expression and hinted cryptically, "Just watch and see." Somehow, looking into Sanghyun's eyes managed to partially convince Miso against her better judgment. Finally, she sighed and gave in, "Fine, whatever, but for every single monster you miss, you lose 1% of your cut. Miss 95 of them and your cut drops to absolute zero. Got it?" Returning to the present. Standing right in front of Sanghyun were several wolf-like beasts covered in deep blue fur. Their eyes glowed with a sinister purple light, radiating an intensely dangerous aura as they bared their fangs and glared at Sanghyun with bloodthirsty hostility. Meanwhile, Sanghyun gripped his sword tightly, tapped the tip against the ground, and chuckled, "Too bad, because none of that is happening. Because I'm not planning to leave a single one of them behind." Then, without any further warning, both sides surged forward, crashing into each other to exchange some friendly blows. True to his word, not wanting to let Miso down. With a single sweeping dash, Sanghyun's blade lashed out at blinding speed, striking each wolf beast with pinpoint precision and dropping the entire pack before they could even let out more than a single yelp. After finishing up, Sanghyun turned back, looked at his handiwork, and chuckled softly. For such a tough-looking thing, its screeching voice was quite cute. Speaking of Miso, after witnessing Sanghyun's performance, even she couldn't help admitting, turns out he's not an arrogant player at all. That strike just now had absolutely no flaws. That's a stance maximizing the maximum reach of a greatsword. It's a flawless posture, just like the swordsman in my guild. He always talks about offense and defense as one. And above all, he minimizes unnecessary movements, slashing multiple enemies at once when he strikes. But compared to that level of confidence, there are way too many monsters. After all, a level 17 player facing such an overwhelming number couldn't possibly handle it, wondered to herself. Before her gaze turned dazed as she realized something. Wait a minute, something's felt off this whole time. Why on earth aren't the monsters moving at all? No way. Could it be a stun? She shouted out loud, to the point where she lost her balance and tumbled forward. Fortunately, at that dangerous moment, Miso managed to grab the railing in time and quickly climbed back up. Geez, that was close, I almost fell. But what was that just now? No matter how you look at it, that's a stun. I counted about 4 seconds. If it's a 4-second stun, that surpasses Jin Ho. It means he can leisurely inflict effects on monsters and wipe them out. What kind of freak is this? Miso muttered inwardly. Returning to Sanghyun's perspective, with the stun skill, he could easily slash monsters like chopping up chickens. Haha, why is this so easy? Sanghyun said refreshingly. But as if to meet his expectations, the heavens immediately cranked up the difficulty of this mission a bit. Right at that moment, suddenly a certain wolf was batted forward, causing Sanghyun's movements to halt. He cast his gaze out to observe. Following his sight from afar, something huge was charging toward him at an utterly terrifying speed. All the wolves were sent flying in all directions by this thing like tattered gloves. Looking at the culprit behind this, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on Sanghyun's face as he muttered, "It's finally here, the black wolf." Before Sanghyun was a gigantic black wolf, its size no different from a truck. With its fierce momentum, it began howling madly upon spotting Sanghyun's figure. He muttered to himself, "The black wolf, I didn't run into it many times in my past life, but could this be why it feels so familiar?" At the same time, Sanghyun suddenly felt his body freeze in place. The system issued a notification: the black wolf has inflicted a debuff, stun. And not just him, the black wolf's stun effect was so potent that it even affected Miso watching from afar. However, the moment it got close, a protective aura automatically radiated from Miso's body. Due to your artifact effect, the stun debuff cannot be activated. Looking at this notification, Miso's eyes snapped awake. That's right, black wolves can use stuns too. I was too engrossed in watching and completely forgot about it. And here I was thinking about lecturing him. That was dangerous. If I'm being generous, I could accept that he can trigger a stun, but the ability to cleanse it at such a low level is extremely rare. Thinking that, she hurriedly drew her bow to prepare support fire for the protagonist from afar. However, before she could even do that, Sanghyun used the recovery ring to cleanse his stun status. Right after, his body darted forward like an arrow. This caused Miso, who was drawing her bow, to freeze in place. She spoke with an incredulous look. How does this make any sense? A nearly flawless greatsword stance and unusually long stun duration. And on top of that, he can even cleanse status effects. Is this really just a level 17 player? Unaware of these thoughts running through her mind, the black wolf that had rushed over to grab a bite of Sanghyun, seeing him suddenly cleanse his stun, panicked and slammed on the brakes. Its forepaws left a long sliding mark on the ground. As for Sanghyun, looking at its goofy expression right now, he couldn't help bursting into laughter, surprised. You thought your prey couldn't move due to the stun, but I'm moving freely. That moment of panic has already sealed the outcome of this battle. Thinking to himself, he leaned backward, executing a long slide right underneath the black wolf's belly. Simultaneously, he drove his sword hard upward into its belly, carving a long gash across the giant wolf's stomach. In the end, it could only regretfully go meet the Grim Reaper, without even getting to show off much. Beneath its body, Sanghyun pulled its tail and complained, "Man, blood got all over my clothes. Why did I think I could just glide past it? Oh well, since it's come to this, should I just shake things up for fun?" Saying that, he cast a dangerous gaze toward the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Miso watched from afar, her face beaming brightly as if she had found a rough diamond in the trash. Haha, what on earth is he Just like that, not long after, by charging headfirst into slaughtering monsters like a madman, Sanghyun finished handling almost all the monsters within this mission. Scattered all around him were countless corpses of blue wolves. A notification screen popped up reminding the protagonist, Monster Defense Mission eliminated 299 300 target monsters. You have leveled up. You received the D rank title, Fearless. D rank title, Fearless title effect grants full resistance to status effects caused by the howl of wolf race monsters. For Sanghyun, although this title only worked against a single monster species, acquiring a new title still made him happy with nothing to complain about. Then he cast his gaze backward, toward the direction where the female archer Miso was standing. He thought to himself, those suspicious glances toward me from earlier have vanished. Now they've completely shifted to watching how I'll act. There's an audience right now, so a performer like me can't afford to rest. I should wrap this up quickly, shouldn't I? Are you ready, Grey Wolf? Saying that, Sanghyun glanced slightly upward. As the boss monster for the final mission finally appeared, it was the final boss, the Werewolf Lord, a half-human, half-wolf monster with a body overflowing with muscles. The moment it saw the protagonist, it let out a loud roar to assert dominance. While swinging its sharp claws straight toward the protagonist, the strike was so powerful that it shattered the ground into countless debris fragments. However, with his combat experience, Sanghyun agilely leaped aside to dodge, even taunting the monster right back. Your attacks are known for being notoriously unpredictable, right? But 30 years later, all your moves and actions have been analyzed. Shouldn't we call them predictable now instead? Sorry, but I already know all your moves and skills. The words barely left his mouth when Sanghyun poured strength into both legs, springing hard toward the wolf with wind-dripping speed. Simultaneously, he swung his sword, slashing straight across the werewolf's body, leaving it with only enough time for a miserable scream as a massive wound opened up on its chest. Yet, looking at his achievement, Sanghyun didn't seem entirely satisfied. Just as expected, for a boss over level 100, it's still quite tricky, even though I predicted its moves. Speaking of the female archer Miso, watching Sanghyun effortlessly deal with the mission boss like that, sweat naturally broke out on her face as she foolishly muttered, "Isn't this completely insane?" There's more than one weird thing here. Not only is he in a berserk state, but he also has a way to counter the wolf's fear effect. And he's carrying a huge sword and acting so casually. It's like a joke. Furthermore, he anticipated the Wolf Lord's movements and went toe-to-toe with it without looking weak at all. The more she spoke, the more unbelievable it felt, and she focused intently on their battle. At this point, the werewolf had truly gone completely mad. It opened its jaws wide, biting straight towards Sanghyun as if wanting to crush him in a single blow. Seeing this, Sanghyun leaned to the side to dodge. However, the werewolf reacted extremely fast. It let out an angry roar and thrust its arm with sharp claws toward the male lead's small body, forcing him to use his greatsword as a shield to block the blow. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed the werewolf's eyes, as it never expected Sanghyun to actually block its attack. The only thing it saw was a chilling gaze from the male lead. He pressed once again. "I told you I know everything about you. I spent my whole life in the past life making sure of that." Saying that, he briefly glanced back at Miso, making her seem to understand the protagonist's intentions. What she found most absurd was his attitude and fighting style, which felt as though Sanghyun was trying to prove himself right in front of her. Thinking of this, Miso could only let out an awkward sigh. Haha, what kind of person is he? Returning to the battle, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously. After a bout of trading blows, Sanghyun himself began feeling his stamina plummeting rapidly. This battle is dragging out longer than I expected. I showed off and acted all cool in front of Kim Miso, and this is wasting my time against the boss. If things went according to plan, it should have exhausted itself long ago, so why is it still bursting with energy like this? Behind Sanghyun's back, the werewolf was still chasing him, as if determined not to let him off without landing a few blows. Feeling the continuous whistling wind sounds echoing from behind, the hairs on Sanghyun's body stood completely on end. He muttered to himself, "With this situation, I might collapse before the wolf if I get careless. My stamina's already depleted." At the same time, the boss monster behind seemed to be losing its patience as well towards Sanghyun. Not wanting to waste any more time, it gathered strength and accelerated with blinding speed, startling Sanghyun into looking back. Yet for some reason, Sanghyun suddenly felt its movement felt a bit familiar in his head. This is a heavy boss attack meant to clear the way for subsequent strikes. It tricks the opponent to deliver a lethal frontal stab. This is the wolf's special attack. It's taken the lives of countless players. I've never used that thing in actual combat before, but sometimes bold decisions are necessary. Just like that, both sides lunged toward each other. Sanghyun swiftly swung his sword, sweeping across the monster's right arm, cleanly severing it in an instant. However, this didn't scare the werewolf at all. Taking advantage of the fact that Sanghyun hadn't gotten into a defensive stance yet, it violently whipped its left arm forward, clawing straight into Sanghyun's chest. A gush of hot blood sprayed into the air, a pungent metallic stench drifting everywhere. In the distance, Miso witnessed this scene and collapsed onto her knees in a daze. Her eyes drenched in tears for someone she hadn't known for long. "Shin Sanghyun, this is so stupid," she sobbed, choked up. I should have intervened to help him right away." Even if Shin Sanghyun showed superior skills, standing by and doing nothing is no different from me killing him. "I'm sorry, Shin Sanghyun," the female archer blamed herself aloud. However, there was no way our protagonist would kick the bucket so easily. Right at that moment, a soft greenish light began rising from the battlefield, causing Miso to stop crying and watch. All of this dated back a while ago, when Sanghyun cleared the goblin dungeon and obtained a shield, Cudneys' shield. When the shield was completely absorbed, turned to ashes, and vanished, the special effect Sacrifice was activated. Sacrifice, this is a conditional active special effect. Restores all damage dealt to designated body parts, converting it into healing power. If the damage exceeds the player's maximum health, they recover vitality equal to the maximum value of the damage they receive. After reading the description, Sanghyun instantly understood how this skill worked. A conditional active recovery skill, it becomes super useful after absorbing lethal damage. I'll have to choose a body part to activate it, huh? Next, the system screen displayed the body parts he could choose to apply Sacrifice to and requested him to select a body part to use the effect on. Looking at this, Sanghyun instinctively swallowed his saliva, unsure how to choose. "What is this? It splits the parts way too specifically. Are there 16 parts in total? That's way too many." Usually the safest choice is the back, but even the back is divided into 4 parts. That's so inefficient and dangerous since you can't predict where the damage will hit. In that case, I should use this effect strategically to be safe. Returning to reality by utilizing the Sacrifice trait, all the damage he took from the boss's recent attack was converted into vitality, filling his health bar back up instantly. Yet Sanghyun himself broke into cold sweat over his recent decision. Phew, it worked. If I had miscalculated even a little bit, I'd be dead instantly. That really was dangerous, and who would have thought I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone? At this moment, right before Sanghyun, the werewolf had been inflicted with a stun effect, leaving its entire body rigid. Seeing that, Sanghyun shook his head at the monster's bad luck. "I'm not sure if I'm lucky or if you're just unlucky. The right arm you used as a decoy to lure my attack got chopped off. Who would have thought you'd drop your defense just to inflict lethal damage on me? Well then, let's move on to a different test of combat levels." Just like that, not long after having lost an arm and suffering from a stun effect, how could this bulky monster possibly fight back against Sanghyun? At this point, its whole body had collapsed to its knees before the protagonist, with only a faint breath of life remaining. Seeing that, Sanghyun let out a breath. Finally, the stun effect only lasted a short while, but it was enough to take you down. At the same time, the female archer Miso ran up to his side. Hearing footsteps, Sanghyun turned to say, "You're here, Kim Miso." Replying to him was a reproachful tone from the female archer. "If you have a healing skill, you should mention it to me beforehand. I almost had a heart attack over your death. And seriously, did you come back to life once or something? How do you know the Wolf Lord's movements and skills so clearly? I've met plenty of swordsman players before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you, Shin Sanghyun. It's just like..." Before she could finish her sentence, Sanghyun gave a cold smile and asked back, "Just like what?" Saying that, Sanghyun noticed Miso looking at him with a strange gaze, prompting him to ask out of curiosity, What's wrong with you? Miso replied, "Ah, nothing, it's just that you look like a high-tier ranker player." For Sanghyun, Miso's remark completely scrambled his thoughts. I thought she was going to say something like, "How did you take down the boss so easily?" But she isn't wrong. A normal player could never act like this. Shrugging that thought aside, Miso glanced at the giant wolf's corpse and asked, "Anyway, are you going to process it?" Overhearing their conversation, the werewolf let out a few groans, as if signaling that it was still alive. And at this point, Sanghyun didn't plan to drag the conversation out any longer. "I'll make things easier for you. I almost forgot about you entirely." Then, with the next sword strike, Sanghyun sent this monster off to reincarnate along with its underlings. And the reward provided by this giant wolf was by no means ordinary. A notification screen appeared. You received the C-rank title, Fight to the Death. Fight to the Death, title rank, C-rank. Description: when in an isolated state with no allies to support within a 5m radius, the Fight to the Death status is triggered, temporarily increasing all stats by 20%. The effect disappears as soon as the isolation ends. Looking at this reward, the joy on the male lead's face was completely exposed. A special title dedicated to one-on-one combat, huh? And it's my first C-rank title, truly nostalgic. Beside him, the female archer saw Sanghyun looking so excited and tried to guess the reward, asking, "You got a new title, right?" Responding to her, Sanghyun didn't hide it and asked, "Did you already know about this, Miso? Have you fought this boss alone before?" Beside him, Miso replied with a proud look, "Well, yeah, of course I've fought it alone before." Reaching this point, her voice suddenly trailed off, a look of embarrassment flashing across her face as she sighed and admitted, "There's nothing to be proud of. Honestly, I only beat it thanks to my artifacts. I can't say I beat it purely through skill like you did." Hearing that, Sanghyun waved his hand. "Using artifacts is a player's skill too." "Thanks for that," he replied with an awkward smile. When she caught a glimpse of the equipment Sanghyun was using, she didn't even know what to say about her own situation anymore. She muttered to herself, "Still, the artifacts I own are worth over 200 billion won. Comparing that stuff to someone using a widely sold greatsword like him, I feel so embarrassed." Thinking to herself like that, naturally Miso wouldn't voice it out. Instead, the female archer offered a suggestion to the male lead. "Besides, don't you think about trying out the title's effect right now?" The words barely left her mouth when, before Sanghyun even understood what she meant, an icon suddenly popped up above his head, two crossed swords. Accompanied by a system notification, the title Fight to the Death has been activated. Isolation, player Kim Miso, no allies exist near the player within a 5m radius. The title Fight to the Death has automatically activated. Seeing this, Sanghyun reached up to his head to dismiss the notification. "Haha, there's no way there are enemies around here." Next, since the mission was completed, the female archer waved goodbye to the male lead. "I'll head out first, you know I've got to contact the dungeon porters outside." "Ah, yeah, thanks," Sanghyun nodded. Watching her small back fade away, a hint of nostalgia surfaced in Sanghyun's heart. Mission rewards include monster-related items, so calling porters to clean up is the obvious next step. I used to do that often in my past life too. Handling tedious chores makes me look more reliable in her eyes. Thinking up to this point, Miso's steps ahead suddenly halted. She turned around and told Sanghyun, "And I'll give up 5% of the mission reward I mentioned earlier." Her words startled the dark-haired guy into blurting out, "Wait, but that's a bit unfair to you." Without letting Sanghyun drag it out with words, Miso ahead waved her hand. "Anyway, for someone as rich as her, a 5% reward from this mission meant nothing. I'm fine, don't freak out like that. We'll run into each other plenty more, just think of it as my investment in you." Sanghyun got it. "Well then, I'm heading out first." After saying those words, Miso instantly vanished from the dungeon, leaving Sanghyun with no time to stop her even if he wanted to. He could only offer an awkward laugh. "Unbelievable. I couldn't lower my guard around her until the very end. Oh well, let's check out the reward I've been looking forward to now." Saying that, he glanced back toward a blue stone glowing with a soft radiance. This was the Blue Moon Stone, a platinum tier item, special equipment, accessory type. Special effect: Wolf's Majesty. Attributes: Vitality plus 100, Mana plus 100, Luck plus 50. This is a gemstone forged from the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, those who worship the blue moon. For Sanghyun, just looking at the stats of this equipment made his entire body tremble like he had epilepsy from excitement. It's finally a platinum tier item. A platinum artifact is worth at least 1 billion. Awesome. This is worth an apartment in the capital, Sanghyun said excitedly as he hurried over, clutching the stone and pressing it against his face in pure bliss. At the same time, the goddess of fortune appeared to claim credit. The goddess of fortune asked, "Did you believe in her influence?" she asked with a smile. Down below, seeing this deity appear, the smile on Sanghyun's face instantly vanished as he retorted, "Why is that your influence? It's mine." Before the words finished, an unfamiliar deity suddenly barged into their conversation. The owner of Chapped Lips strongly objects to the biased luck you're receiving and wishes to banish the Goddess of Fortune from the player system. Retaliating, the Goddess of Fortune made her move. The Goddess of Fortune unexpectedly proposed a vote for the constellations linked to the player system. The vote is underway, motion to expel the owner of Chapped Lips from the player system. The current vote count is 61-100 and keeps climbing. The motion passes unanimously and the owner of Chapped Lips can no longer operate as a constellation. He was kicked out of the player system to the amusement of the Goddess of Fortune. The expulsion of a constellation happened so fast that Sanghyun hadn't even processed it before it ended. Even that gets approved. Besides, she really is a well-connected constellation. Shrugging that aside, Sanghyun focused his gaze back on the stone in front of him and muttered, "First off, since it's a platinum rank item, I should be able to absorb about 40% of its power." Special effect is Hour of the Wolf. This effect is always active with 0 cooldown. Whenever the moon is visible inside a dungeon, regeneration speed is boosted by 5 times. Regardless of whether the moon is present or not, wolf-type monsters are inflicted with a continuous fear status toward any player possessing the blue moon stone. On top of that, if the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack a player holding the blue moonstone. Reading through the description, even an absolute idiot could figure it out, let alone the protagonist. Pretty straightforward, so now I can pretty much turn into a monster even without the moon being out, huh? With that, he began absorbing the stone's power. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the quest lobby area. At this moment, a spatial portal suddenly materialized inside the Grand Hall, and out stepped Sanghyun's figure. Greeting him were countless scrutinizing gazes from the hunters who had been waiting there in anticipation. The moment he appeared, a flurry of whispers broke out. "Is that really Shin Sanghyun? Did he actually clear a level 100 quest all by himself?" Someone asked, to which another replied, "I think so. Kim Miso wouldn't lie about something like that." Standing among the crowd, the young female clerk couldn't hide her anxious expression. Then, as if sensing her nervousness, Miso stepped over to reassure her, "Don't worry about it. Who in their right mind would drag a level 17 player into a level 100 quest? I would have stopped them myself. You did a great job." Her words moved the young clerk to the verge of tears, while Miso reminded her with a grin, "Better memorize Shin Sanghyun's face starting right now. He's gonna be a regular customer here." Returning to the protagonist's perspective, seeing the clerk's teary-eyed expression made him chuckle. "Now that I think about it, I feel kinda bad for the staff. They must deal with so much stress." However, before Sanghyun could wander off into his thoughts, several guild recruiters swarmed him. "Shin Sanghyun, I'm Yoon Juhan, the scouting team captain for the Guardian Guild. You seem like an incredible player. What do you say about joining our guild?" "Don't join them. Our guild offers the absolute best perks for you. Blah blah." Voices echoed from all directions, but before any of them could finish pitching their guilds, Miso stepped in to block them. "Sorry, but Sanghyun has some pending business with us first, so if you'll excuse us." Her statement left the others looking rather awkward. "Wait, does that mean the Eden Guild has already recruited Sanghyun?" Over on his side, Miso didn't bother explaining, instead casting a meaningful look at Sanghyun and asking cryptically, "Right?" Yeah, I guess so, must be." Sanghyun replied stupidly, though a wave of unease began bubbling up inside him. "That move saved me from a headache, but what's her actual game plan here?" he wondered internally. Time swiftly slipped by, shifting scenes to the interior of a luxury sedan. After starring at the 500 million won deposited straight into his account, Sanghyun grinned from ear to ear. Seeing this, Miso smiled and remarked, "Quest rewards get processed pretty fast, don't they?" Hearing that, Sanghyun snapped out of his ecstatic daze, scratched his head and replied, "That's definitely a processing speed I've never experienced before. Gotta admit, getting a payout like this feels pretty damn good." Miso explained that she had contacted her high-ranking agency reps, which sped up the reward processing for Sanghyun. "Thank you so much for helping me out." Sanghyun expressed his gratitude once more. Then, while he was still basking in the glow of his newfound wealth, Miso lowered her voice and commanded, "Driver." Up front, the driver seemed to instantly grasp what his young miss had in mind and acknowledged. "Understood, Millis." Miso switched to privacy mode. The moment those words dropped, the small partition window right behind the protagonist slid shut with a click, startling him. As he realized he was trapped like a fish in a barrel, just as expected. "What's the catch? There's no such thing as a free lunch," he thought, turning his gaze toward Miso while waiting for an answer. At that moment, Miso didn't waste time beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Haha, I'm not great at sugarcoating things. Player Shin Sanghyun, won't you join my Eden Guild? Although he had half expected it, hearing Miso lay it out so bluntly still left the protagonist a bit flustered. You're pretty confident, cutting straight to the point instead of beating around the bush, huh? Miso replied with a crinkly-eyed smile. There's a reason we're called Eden. It means a paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret it. Back to Sanghyun's internal monologue, faced with the invitation, he fell into deep deliberation. It would be a lie to say I didn't see this coming. Before I regressed, I was just a regular member of some ordinary guild. Back then, being part of something gave me a sense of security. It was a small guild of nameless players with nowhere else to go. It was fun and cozy, at least until that disaster happened. And with how fast I'm leveling up now, no matter how good their facilities are, having major backing is a nice safety net. But it'd be too restrictive. Right now, fighting solo helps me grow way faster. Musing over this, Sanghyun finally made up his mind and started to decline. I'm sorry, but before he could finish, Miso seemed to read his intentions and cut him off. Are you planning to start a one-man guild? Hearing that, Sanghyun looked utterly dumbfounded, as if he had never even heard of a one-man guild before. Even so, the old fox played along and nodded vigorously. Oh man, you caught on so fast. Oblivious to the protagonist's true thoughts, Miso shrugged and replied, well, I mean, I am the daughter of a major conglomerate chairman. Considering your capabilities, Sanghyun, it's not that hard to figure out. And the best part is, I'm the only one who knows the truth right now. She looked at him with eyes brimming with amusement. This left Sanghyun at a loss for words, forcing out an awkward laugh as he thought. Even though she figured out I'm building a solo guild, she still laid her cards on the table and showed her hand. Setting up a relationship where she can leverage me later. Gotta hand it to her, she's a hell of a negotiator. Time quickly passed, shifting scenes to the player district, building C near Jamsil Station. True to his prior plans, Sanghyun was currently in the process of leasing a place in this zone for safety. Right across from him, a female real estate agent beamed with a wide grin after closing a deal. As I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million won and the monthly rent is 5 million won, she announced with the expression of a wolf spotting a helpless lamb. This made Sanghyun's scalp tingle slightly as he teased, pitching that kind of price tag with a smile like that makes me almost feel like it's a steal. His playful jab cracked the agent up. Haha, but you're still getting a great deal. Places around here usually have a massive waiting list. Anyway, I'll take my leave now. Let me know if you run into any issues. With that, she turned and walked off while Sanghyun raised a hand in farewell. Sure thing, drive safe. Once she left, he let out a long sigh, snagged a place as fast as I hoped, cutting the line right past everyone else on the waiting list. Is this another perk of the goddess of fortune's blessing? It hasn't been long, but so much has happened already. The mysterious rebirth, these bizarre changes, it's all blowing my mind. For days, I've just been scrambling to make sense of everything, even when the info didn't immediately help. I had no clue how to navigate this mess, but soon enough my mindset shifted and I started moving differently. Still, I sometimes get this lingering feeling like I've forgotten something. Even though I haven't drastically altered the grand timeline yet, right now I can actually feel hot blood pumping through my veins. This is youth. Youth and the future are right here in the palm of my hand. I refuse to sit idly by, so this time I'm gonna live a completely different life, happier and stronger than before. I swear I'm never living as a coward again. On top of that, opportunities for growth keep falling into my lap. Talk about insane luck. Mid-thought, Sanghyun recalled a memory of Miso taking a phone call from an important figure. Ah yes, it's you, reporter Park Youngmin, right? What wind blew you our way? Haha, you're ridiculously fast at picking up breaking news. Sitting nearby, hearing the name Park Youngmin caused a flash of astonishment to cross Sanghyun's eyes as he wondered internally. Park Youngmin from Player Daily, the guy's an S-rank reporter. Simultaneously, over at the Player Daily office building, Youngmin chuckled into his phone. Guilty as charged, I heard you were hanging out with him in the quest zone. Things are absolute chaos over here with all these breaking tips. In response, Miso admitted, just what you heard. Of all the players I've crossed paths with lately, he's definitely. Before she could finish, Youngmin noticed his coworkers blatantly eavesdropping and lowered his voice to scold them. Excuse me, can you keep it down? Everyone's staring daggers at me. Time rapidly moved forward. By this point, Sanghyun had stepped out of the vehicle and thanked Miso. Thanks for the ride. Just as he turned to walk away, Miso quickly called out to stop him. Hold on, Sanghyun, wait a second. We're about to scout an unverified gate. We're putting together an independent exploration squad capped at 4 members under level 120. Relax, it's not an official guild raid, if you're interested. Before she could even finish her pitch, Sang-hyun caught the sweet scent of potential loot and practically yelled, "I'm in." His eagerness, resembling a stray dog waiting for a bone, left Miso entirely speechless. You flat out rejected an immediate guild invitation, but you jump at this random side quest. Brushing off her subtle mockery, Sang-hyun couldn't contain the bubbling excitement in his chest as he mused internally. Finally, I get a shot at entering an unmapped gate. To put it simply, a dungeon is a fixed instance. Once you enter, the entry and exit points are set in stone, and the traps and monster spawns follow predictable routines. But a gate is a volatile anomaly. While you're dealing with the situation, the entry and exit points shift in real time, and sometimes even the monsters mutate based on the gate's fluctuations. But as always, higher risk equals better rewards. That's an unwritten law in the player world. And if it's an unverified gate, there's a system-issued first clear bonus that guarantees a high-tier artifact. Kim Miso must have gone through something like that before to score her high-tier gear. That item she has that effortlessly pierces through the dark wolf's tough hide could only possibly drop from a place like this. Shifting to Miso's side, she pulled out her personal phone and said, "I'll get in touch with you as soon as I have more details locked down. Looks like we're gonna be communicating a lot from now on. Here, punch your number in." With that, she handed her phone over to the protagonist. However, what caught Sang-hyun off guard was a calendar notification flashing on her screen. Friday, June 28, 00 p.m., 10:30 p.m., meeting with Mr. Gregory. Realizing what popped up, Miso hurriedly snatched her phone back with a flustered look. "I am so sorry, that was clumsy of me. What is wrong with me today?" She let out a breath of frustration, leaving Sang-hyun to quietly ponder. She seems to be hiding some kind of secret backstory. But honestly, what player doesn't have secrets of their own? Even someone like me is hauling around a secret I can never tell a soul. If anyone found out I regressed, God knows what kind of chaos that would cause. It'd be a colossal nightmare. Dwelling on that thought brought up memories of his old constellation companion from his past life, evoking a brief wave of nostalgia. Right now, I have no clue what my old friend is up to or where he is. But we spent many years working side by side back then. Tracking him down right now is gonna be a tough needle in a haystack. Shifting scenes to the Eden Guild's VIP lounge, Miso was currently chatting with a tall man wearing orange gear, though her attention remained glued to her phone screen. This prompted the man to ask with mild curiosity, "I think it's been ages since we just sat down for a coffee like this, but who are you waiting on? Why are you staring at your phone so hard?" Miso offered a soft smile in response. "It's Shin Sang-hyun. We're planning to explore a gate together." "Oh damn, you got close to him just like that?" The man's voice was laced with teasing amusement. This caused Miso to panic and wave her hands defensively. "No, it's not like that." Shifting topics, the man chuckled. "Isn't that the guy who can maintain combat focus way longer than I can?" And he gave Kim Miso's invitation the cold shoulder. "Honestly, I kinda like the guy already." Across the table, Miso admitted it with a warning. "You seriously need to start worrying, Oppa." "Huh, why me?" the man asked, looking completely clueless. Miso explained his sword techniques are top tier, easily matching yours or maybe even surpassing them. Her glowing review of Sang-hyun made the man burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, are you just saying that because I was teasing you?" "He might be good, but comparing his strength to mine is a bit of a stretch." The masculine, rugged-looking man was none other than Jo Jinho, level 700, an S-rank elite player of the Eden Guild. Time quickly rolled forward to the next morning. At that moment, Sang-hyun suddenly received a call from the archer Miso and quickly answered. "Hello, is this Ms. Kim Miso? I'm listening." On the other end of the line, Miso got straight to business regarding the gate. "You hear me okay? I'm calling about the gate." "That fast? I'm all ears," Sang-hyun replied in surprise. Miso didn't waste any breath. An unverified gate just popped up, about 500 meters northwest of the Route 7 mountain rest stop. "We just finished preliminary scouting of the mid-tier zone, and I'm sending you the intel right now." Hearing that, Sang-hyun's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pulled up the data file Miso had just transferred. "Ah, right, give me a sec to look it over." His expression shifted slightly as he scanned the incoming text. The phone screen read, "Mid-tier boss, second gate, Hellhound, Cerberus, classified as a wolf-type beast. Estimated level 100. Traits include multi-headed bites and berserk lunges. Third gate details, followed by a string of additional data." Drawing on his past life experience, a single glance was all Sang-hyun needed to deduce what he was walking into. He muttered to himself, "What the hell, I just barely got this skill and this monster decides to show up this fast? Cerberus, that literally ticks every single box for my skill requirement." Sanghyun possessed the skill intersection of day and night, with the special effect. Always active, 0 cooldown when the moon appears inside a dungeon. HP regeneration and wound recovery speed are boosted by 5 times. Whether the moon is present or not, dog or wolf-type monsters are afflicted with a fierce status toward the player holding the blue moonstone. Additionally, if the moon appears, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Returning to the present, Sanghyun nodded cheerfully and replied to Miso, "Yeah, I just checked the briefing. Thanks for the heads up." His polite tone prompted Miso on the other end to laugh. "Sharing intel is just common courtesy. I'll catch up with you later." Nearby, the tall man watched their friendly chat and chimed in out of curiosity. "What's with all the cheerful chatter? Something good happened?" Sanghyun flashed an apologetic smile and explained, "Ah, sorry, team leader." Before he could finish, the tall man waved a hand dismissively. "Hee, I'm just messing with you. You're a big-name celebrity now, so I get it. And hey, I'm not your team leader anymore, just call me Hyung." The man was none other than team leader Yoon Dekyung, the very guy who had led Sanghyun into the Orc Dungeon, a place known as the Weeping Wall to total rookies. Returning to the conversation, Yoon Dekyung's praise made Sanghyun scratch his neck awkwardly. "Oh, come on, Hyung, I'm not that famous, I still got a long way to go." Chuckling at his modesty, Yoon Dekyung guessed, "Judging by that tone, I'm guessing you haven't seen the news yet." "Huh, seen what?" Sanghyun asked curiously. Without missing a beat, Yoon Dekyung shoved his phone right into the protagonist's face. "Look at this. You made the front page of the Player Weekly spread. If this isn't being famous, I don't know what is." On Yoon Dekyung's phone screen, Sanghyun's face was plastered clear as day. Player Weekly, the legendary rookie emerges. Player Shin Sanghyun bursts onto the scene like a shooting star. Reporter Park Youngmin, a new player, suddenly surfaces in the zone, followed by a wall of text. Reading through it, Sanghyun realized he hadn't even caught wind of the article. His eyes widened in horror as he shrieked as if his house was on fire. "What in the world is this?" His startled reaction cracked the team leader up. "Haha, you better turn your phone off right now. You're about to get bombarded with calls." Shifting to Sanghyun's internal thoughts, he grumbled, "I don't hate the paper, but do they always have to publish random stuff like this without even interviewing the person involved first?" Sure enough, as if on cue to prove the team leader right, Sanghyun's phone started ringing off the hook. This gave Yoon Dekyung another opening to tease him. "What's wrong? Don't tell me your long-lost distant cousins are already calling." Sanghyun retorted, "I was just thinking about my close relatives." As he spoke, he swiftly powered down his phone, shoved it back into his pocket, and let out a heavy sigh. One more thing to stress about. Before he could finish, Yoon Dekyung, anticipating what he was looking for, pulled a duffel bag out and presented it right in front of the protagonist. "Right, you were talking about this, weren't you?" Peeking inside the bag at the items within, Sanghyun's face lit up with joy. "Spot on, thanks a million, Hyung." Yoon Dekyung crossed his arms and scoffed, "Thanks. Anyone listening would think I was handing these out for free. Besides, these are all second-hand gear covered in your Hyung's greasy fingerprints. Wouldn't it make more sense to buy brand new stuff?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. As for Sanghyun, there was no way in hell he could tell Yoon Dekyung that he was dragging this beat-up old gear home to eat it for stat upgrades. So he could only offer a clumsy excuse. "I guess I just want to channel your combat spirit, Hyung, the way you handle problems." The more he tried to explain, the darker Yoon Dekyung's expression grew until the team leader finally sighed. "Haha, you're talking nonsense again." Sanghyun laughed awkwardly. "Well, just think of it as a good luck charm or something," while thinking internally, "How the hell am I supposed to explain that used gear has a higher absorption rate?" Just as Yoon Dekyung was about to press further, a female voice interrupted from behind. "Sorry I'm late. Finding parking around here is an absolute nightmare. Let's jump straight into the appraisal evaluation," announced an attractive young woman's voice. Seeing her arrive, Sanghyun glanced over and asked Yoon Dekyung with a raised brow, "Huh, who's this?" Yoon Dekyung answered, "Ah, she's the appraiser handling our transaction. I brought her along so you wouldn't get ripped off since we're acquaintances." "Ha ha ha," he chuckled, throwing a friendly arm around the protagonist's shoulder. Without wasting any more of their time, the female appraiser immediately got down to business. A faint purple aura emanated from her lips, washing over the entire pile of gear. A moment later, she exhaled a gentle breath, gave a nod, and informed the two of them, "Coding's done, appraisal finished, you two can trade at the pre-agreed price. All good." Then, seemingly feeling an itch for a warm-up, Yoon Dekyung unholstered his sword and suggested, "So, before we lock in the final price, care to check out my swordsmanship?" Faced with the sudden request, Sanghyun frantically waved his hands in refusal. "No way, Hyung, I'm way too unqualified to grade your skills." Before he could finish, Yoon Dekyung admitted frankly, "Stop playing the false modesty card. I'm not stupid enough to not realize you're way better than me. And I'm certainly not stupid enough to let my ego get in the way of learning something. No, seriously, Hyung, I'm telling the truth," Sang-hyun tried to reason. Deep down, he genuinely detested dealing with troublesome scenarios like this. However, noticing the disappointed look creeping onto Yoon Dekyung's face, he reasoned internally, rejecting someone being this genuine would just be plain rude. Relenting, he gave in, "All right, don't hold back on my account, just spar like you always do." Hearing that, Yoon Dekyung's face lit up with excitement as he dropped into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Sang-hyun remembered to warn the appraiser, "Appraiser-nim, you might want to stand behind me." "Ah, right, understood," she nodded, hastily retreating to the side to clear the stage for the two guys to brawl. The moment she stepped back to a safe distance, Yoon Dekyung let out a roar, "Here I come," and charged forward. He whipped his sword through the air with ferocious speed, generating violent gusts of wind that rippled outward in all directions. Even Sang-hyun couldn't mask his genuine surprise, praising him mentally. "Impressive. He's gotten way stronger than the last time we ran into each other in the dungeon. Looks like he hasn't wasted a single second on his training." Still, he immediately spotted a flaw. "There's a hitch." The protagonist called out, "Hyung, hold up a second." "Huh, already? I was just getting warmed up." Yoon Dekyung blinked in surprise. Walking right up to him, Sang-hyun pointed out, "Is something wrong with your left arm?" The question caught Yoon Dekyung off guard, prompting a reluctant admission. "How the hell did you spot that?" Sang-hyun explained. "When you swing with your right, your left shoulder opens up way too wide, making it look like you completely lose awareness of that blind spot." If I'm guessing right, at that point the team leader stopped hiding it. "You hit the nail on the head. I've got a lingering shoulder injury on my left side from blocking hits. So it's that obvious, huh? Most of the injuries I pick up during training or dungeon runs happen right there. I know it's there, but I can't fix it," he muttered, rubbing his left shoulder with a grimace. However, Sang-hyun's next words completely floored him. "You can totally fix that. This injury is way easier to manage than you think. Stop trying to protect the injured spot. Lean into your momentum and turn it into your offensive edge. Adjusting everything from your weight distribution to your step packing. Overhauling it won't be easy, but your overall form will skyrocket. Try gripping it like this, tightening your fingers just a fraction more," Sang-hyun instructed, stepping in to physically correct his posture. Yoon Dekyung clicked his tongue in realization. Easier said than done. "Hey Sang-hyun, that hurts, haha. Just try to bear with it a little longer," Sang-hyun advised. A few seconds later, Yoon Dekyung's comfortable voice echoed. "Hee, it's a bit embarrassing, but I really feel much better." Hearing this, Sang-hyun took the opportunity to act smug. "Right, it'll keep getting better, now turn your hips over here." Just like that, the two of them started adjusting their postures for each other, unaware that the evaluator watching from the side had her face completely flushed. She thought to herself, "What are these two idiots doing? What on earth am I watching right now?" Time passed quickly. After trading the equipment with team captain Yoon Dekyung, Sang-hyun happily drove his beat-up car back home. He was even whistling happily. "Even though this deal cost me over 100 million won, it's still a great deal. The benefits I'll get from it will far outweigh what I spent." He seemed very satisfied after that sword training session, but at the end, the evaluator had a very strange expression. Could it be because she was tired? "Oh well, whatever, I want to hurry up and finish eating these items to see how much I've improved. How can I hold out until the next gate appears? Or should I just call Kim Miso right now?" As he spoke, Sang-hyun glanced sideways at the bag of gear on the passenger seat. Because of this momentary lapse in attention, he almost crashed into two people ahead. Fortunately, Sang-hyun slammed on the brakes in time and hurriedly poked his head out, flustered as he said, "Sorry, are you okay? You were standing in a blind spot, so I—" Before Sang-hyun could finish, the thug-looking guy who had been waiting for him here ahead of time interrupted. "So you finally showed up. I'm sick of standing here waiting for you. What are you waiting for? Get your ass out of that damn car." He spoke in an ordering tone, leaving Sang-hyun bewildered, not understanding why these lone shark-looking thugs had come to see him. Seeing his expression, the skinny blonde shrugged and mocked. "Haha, idiots always react like this. Like, huh, what? I must have misheard." Next, as if to prove their unfriendly encounter, the chubby guy used his skill, creating a blazing fireball right in front of his chest before speaking in a harsh voice. "No need for more talk. Do you want to burn up with this piece of crap car, or are you coming out here?" Returning to Sang-hyun's perspective, he finally realized the identities of the two guys in front of him, the very ones he knew from his past life. Oh, I remember now. These guys are Choi Yoncheol and Choi Seongho from the Unopia Guild. Especially Choi Yoncheol, he only targets people weaker than himself. And Choi Seongho is his lackey, the guy who shoots his YouTube videos. Thanks to his extreme content, he has a few loyal subscribers who always watch his videos. But after he crossed the line, he got a life sentence and was mostly forgotten by everyone. Let's see, in other words, both of these bastards are human scum. Thinking about this, Sang-hyun let out a sigh. Unaware of his thoughts, Yoncheol and Seongho saw Sang-hyun's expression and even teased. Haha, look at that, Yoncheol. This kid isn't even moving. Haha, why is this kid pissing me off so much? On this side, with a single glance, Sang-hyun could read their levels. Choi Yoncheol, level 100 B-tier player, while the lackey Seongho, level 75 C-tier player. Thinking about these trashy dogs targeting him just to shoot a video made Sang-hyun bored, too tired to speak. I said I wanted to test my progress with the new artifacts, so why do these annoying punks keep finding me? But they're not the kind of opponents I want to use for testing. Thinking that not wanting his car turned into scrap metal, he grabbed his weapon, stepped outside, and said, "So, what's it gonna be?" Across from him, seeing that Sang-hyun didn't seem like an easy pushover, the chubby guy snapped his fingers, extinguishing the flame on his hand, and interrogated, "What do you think? Let me wait a minute. Calm down, we're the security force of this multiplayer town. A lot of people say they have some complaints about you. They say some jerk keeps driving a piece of crap car around here. In other words, they're losing their minds because they keep getting dragged down by your junk car." As he spoke, he raised his foot and delivered a direct kick right onto Sang-hyun's precious car, causing Sang-hyun's expression to darken. However, Yoncheol didn't seem to notice. He continued with his provocative words, "So, do you get it now? Unless you want your car to rot away, pack up your stuff and get lost. Clear." At the same time, all around, other people hearing the commotion turned their attention to the area. Spotting Yoncheol and Seongho causing a scene, they began whispering, "What's going on? It's Yoncheol and Seongho, those bastards are acting tough again." At this point, a reddish-brown-haired guy suddenly recognized Sang-hyun's identity. "Hey, I recognize that guy. Isn't that the person who appeared in Player magazine? He's the one who went to the mission zone with Kim Miso. What was his name again? I think it's Shin Sang-hyun." Their shouting was loud enough for Yoncheol to hear. Growing slightly anxious about Sang-hyun's identity, he turned to ask his lackey, "Is he strong?" The lackey checked his phone for a moment, stroked his chin, and said, "I remember now. This kid went to the mission zone with Kim Miso. There's a rumor he soloed a level 100 mission." Hearing this information, the thug Yoncheol obviously didn't believe it. "Soloed? He looks weak." In response, Seongho smirked, "Haha, hey Yoncheol, Kim Miso went with him. Do you really think she'd let that rookie take all the glory by himself?" "Haha, I already have an idea for our next video title." Hearing that, Yoncheol guessed what the bastard beside him was thinking and laughed along. "Haha, I can't believe you're this good at this stuff." Saying that as if unable to wait any longer, Seongho immediately pulled out his phone, turned on recording mode, and prompted, "Teach the rookie Kim Miso's backing a lesson. The camera's rolling." Hearing this, the chubby guy stepped forward and spoke in a cold tone to Sang-hyun. "Hey Sang-hyun, I'll show you some mercy. Let's enter training mode and have a one-on-one duel. If I win, you must immediately leave the player town, and naturally you'll also feature in our video. But if you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal." Back to Sang-hyun's perspective, he was beyond furious that two thugs had come to wreck his car. Thus, he immediately agreed to the proposal. "Fine, if you add 500 million and your wrist to this bet, we have a deal. But if you're scared, get lost right now." Sang-hyun growled, his eyes flashing with a crazy look like a rabid dog wanting to bite someone. Hearing that, veins bulged all over the thug's neck. Just as he was about to hurl insults at the male lead, his buddy's warning from behind rang out, making him turn back irritated and snap, "What, you idiot? Can't you see I'm busy?" Ignoring his anger, Seongho's face turned pale, sweat pouring continuously. "Look at this. The chat channel right now." On the chat channel, everyone was spamming 500 mil. It seemed they all agreed with the 500 million bet Sang-hyun proposed. This made the thug Yoncheol unable to hold back a curse. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun only focused on him and challenged, "Do you dare play, or are you scared?" Turning back to Yoncheol, it suddenly dawned on him, "Wait, if we do this, the video won't be monetized because it contains violence and adult content. I might as well use this chance to blow off some steam." Time passed quickly, shifting to the plaza of Building C in the player town. Right then, Sang-hyun along with Yoncheol and Seongho had arrived, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd who gathered to watch. A black-haired girl in the group asked, "What's going on? Is that really Shin Sang-hyun?" In response, a guy in a blue jacket looked rather worried for Sang-hyun. Those guys are just punks who always love messing with newbies. Oh, by the way, do you live around here? Before the guy could finish, the girl beside him cut him off. I have a boyfriend. Right then, an announcement rang out. Training mode has been activated. Players have received a protective shield effect. Training mode setup is complete. Players, please proceed with combat training. At this point, the thug Yongcheol still didn't realize what a terrifying monster he had actually provoked. Thus, he still swaggered and ranted. Just as you said, 500 million and our wrists on the line. And don't worry, I always keep my promise, so don't be scared, just don't come begging for your life later if you want to get lost while you still can. Up ahead, Sang-hyun didn't say a word, merely letting out a long sigh as if trying to maintain his calm. While the arrogant Yongcheol kept flapping his gums. Did you hear that? Let's begin. I don't have the habit of playing around. Before he could finish, Seong-ho's panicked voice rang out. Hey, Yongcheol. Hearing that, Yongcheol snapped back to reality. He looked up and saw Sang-hyun wielding a sword, leaping straight toward him from above. He looked at the thug with a chilling gaze and warned, I'm not playing around either. Even if you beg, I won't spare you. Just like that, their battle was broadcast live on YouTube. And by sheer coincidence, Miso happened to see it, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Miso couldn't help wondering what on earth was happening to Sang-hyun. However, after carefully observing the protagonist's opponent, she finally recognized his identity. Wait, isn't that Choi Yongcheol from the Onopia Guild? He's a B-tier player, but very famous because his uncle is the guild master. Why is he with Sang-hyun? At the same time, a female voice suddenly piped up. Hey, Miso, what's wrong? Why are you frowning like that? The short-haired girl with a muscular, Black Panther-like physique was Shin Terry, an S-tier player from the Eden Guild, level 700. Saying that, she also noticed the TV screen and quickly grasped the situation. That player, isn't that the guy you're trying to recruit? Hearing that, Miso turned to confess. Yes, that's Sang-hyun, but I don't understand why he's showing up here. Over here, with her strength, Terry only needed a brief glance to evaluate Sang-hyun with a smile. His movements are sharp. Returning to the battle, the thug Yongcheol, seeing Sang-hyun launch such a sudden attack, couldn't help cursing out loud. You bastard. As he spoke, he hurriedly leaped backward. Otherwise, Sang-hyun's sword would have split him in two. Furious at that, he quickly counterattacked with a fireball. You're getting way too cocky. Saying that, he quickly hurled this giant fireball straight at the male lead. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble Sang-hyun. He tightened his grip on his sword, swinging it hard upward, slashing straight through the giant fireball, splitting it in two as it exploded in the distance. The explosion it caused was by no means ordinary. Yet Sang-hyun's dazzling move shocked everyone even more. What's wrong with that guy? Seong-ho stammered with a stunned look. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun himself couldn't hide the joy on his face, thinking to himself, finally, ever since the regression, my body is finally moving exactly the way I want it to. Rewinding time back about 3 hours earlier, after finishing the equipment trade with team captain Yoon Dekyung, Sang-hyun didn't forget to thank the female evaluator. Thanks to you, the deal wrapped up this fast. Great job today. Hearing that, the white-dressed evaluator hurriedly waved her hands. Ah, not really. You guys worked hard too, and I benefited from it as well. She spoke with a slightly flushed face, leaving Sang-hyun completely clueless. Then Yoon Dekyung burst out laughing. Haha, on days like this, drinking is the best. You should join us. We've got money now, so we can eat whatever we want, salmon or beef. To this invitation, Sang-hyun, though desperately wanting to go, could only awkwardly refuse. Sorry, I have somewhere to be. You two go together. Immediately, the burly captain asked in surprise. Hey, what's this, Sang-hyun? Am I bothering you too much? Sang-hyun hurriedly explained, No, I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, though he really wanted Sang-hyun along, Yoon Dekyung had to accept it. Is that so? Well, can't be helped then. Looks like it's just the two of us, my friend. Hearing that, the white-dressed evaluator covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot an important thing I need to do, so I have to get going. Saying that, she hurriedly scurried away, leaving the big guy with a blank expression. Next, Sang-hyun headed to an unfamiliar park to start munching on the items one by one. He sighed as the system notification chimed. Based on the absorption rate, the base stat absorption rate is at 10%. Previous artifact usage time triggered, boosting the absorption rate, finally reaching 90%. Hearing this, Sang-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief, shouting, 90%. Beside him, the goddess of fortune manifested. The goddess of fortune believes all this joy you have comes from her luck. To this, Sang-hyun didn't humbly reject it. A smug look crossed his face as he muttered, Normally, I only get about 10% due to the absorption limit. As expected, items used by an evaluator are truly in a different league. Saying that, Sang-hyun suddenly remembered something and turned to the goddess. "Oh right, there's something I want to ask, goddess. You're very famous among the constellations, right? Have you heard of a constellation named the late-blooming model student?" In response, the annoyed goddess pointed straight at Sanghyun's nose and interrogated, "The goddess of fortune feels angry when you pay attention to another constellation." Sanghyun hurriedly raised his hands to appease her. "I'm just asking, no hidden meaning. It's just that constellation holds meaning for me. But I didn't think the goddess would get this mad. I'm sorry, please forget it." Seeing the male lead's sincere expression, the anger in the goddess's heart subsided. The goddess of fortune has granted permission. She forgives you for her own generosity. She will look up that constellation for you. Receiving the goddess's permission, Sanghyun was overjoyed, shouting, "Really? Thank you, goddess. All right, if that's the case, I can finally focus completely on this." Speaking, he began using his absorption ability to start feasting. His consciousness was cast into his mental world. The system prompted, starting synchronization with 5 artifacts, humanity's top 5 dishes. Right before Sanghyun were all kinds of delicacies, enough to make anyone drool. Just looking at them made Sanghyun do exactly that. It took a few seconds for him to snap back to reality, wiping away his drool as he muttered to himself, "No matter how illusory artifacts are, I never thought a food banquet could be this alluring. Man, I love this." With over a 90% absorption rate on these artifacts, once it's over, who knows how strong I'll get, there's no way to guess. Returning to reality at this moment, an icon of 2 crossed swords appeared above Sanghyun's head, accompanied by a system reminder. The True Confrontation title has activated. Isolating player Choi Yoncheol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. The True Confrontation instinct has been activated. Opposite him, the chubby Yoncheol watched his attack get sliced in 2 so effortlessly, his whole body trembling as if having a seizure. The audience watching seized the chance to tease. "Haha, he's flustered. Is Yoncheol out of gas?" Then like a erupting volcano, Yoncheol roared, "You bastard." Along with his words, he waved his hands wildly forward, unleashing countless fireballs. This made Miso, watching from afar, worry anxiously for him. "Sanghyun, watch out." Unlike her younger sister, the older sister Terry was completely calm, reassuring her, "Don't worry, he'll dodge them." Her voice was full of confidence. And true to expectations, Sanghyun danced effortlessly through the barrage of attacks, easily evading them all while reminding the chubby guy across from him, "You didn't forget the deal, did you? For 500 million, I'll take that arm." Saying that, he rushed forward. However, this was exactly what Seung-ho wanted. He muttered to himself, "That's right, Charjin, got you." Just like that, while no one was paying attention, this guy secretly used a certain skill, causing Sanghyun's footsteps to suddenly become bound by a beam of white light. Seeing this, the chubby Yoncheol flashed a wretched smile and flipped Sanghyun the middle finger. "I win, you idiot," he laughed cunningly. Back at Sanghyun's position, his entire body was instantly bound by the freezing magic circle beneath him as a notification window popped up. Condition met. Player Shin Sanghyun, skill coerced freeze has been activated. Right after the notification, sharp pillars of ice continuously erupted, trapping Sanghyun's body deep inside. Meanwhile, watching this unfold through the screen, T-Rai let out an amazed gasp. "Oh, so he can use magic other than burn, not bad at all." In response to her remark, Miso suddenly burst into a bright, cheerful giggle. "Hee hee, sis, don't be too surprised yet. Sanghyun can even use status effect cancellation. You underestimated his judgment, and you'll soon see why I wanted to test him so badly. You better watch closely." As she spoke, she cast another brief glance back at the screen. But the moment after, her eyes went wide with shock. Because from her vantage point, a massive hole had been blown right through the ice block trapping Sanghyun, and Sanghyun himself was nowhere to be found. Returning to the battlefield, the chubby Yoncheol stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. What the hell? Where did that bastard go? Deep down, panic began to creep in. The skill definitely activated. Unless he has status effect cancellation, there's no way he could have escaped. Is he really just a rookie? The fat man muttered anxiously to himself. But at that exact instant, Sanghyun's figure materialized right above his head. Gripping his greatsword tightly, he plunged straight down from the air, slamming both feet heavily into the fat man's back and sending his bulky body crashing into the ground, shattering the stone pavement into countless pieces. However, much to the protagonist's dissatisfaction, the moment his sword tip aimed for Yoncheol, it just barely missed reaching its intended target. All around them, the onlookers watched in sheer disbelief as the skinny Seongho stammered incoherently while the chat feed exploded with shock over the sheer power Sanghyun was displaying. Oh god, Shin Sanghyun, it looks like he just used status effect cancellation. But more importantly, Shin Sanghyun feels a bit different than before. Their murmurs finally snapped Jeonggu back to reality. Darting his eyes back towards Sanghyun, he felt the oppressive aura radiating from the young man and thought, come to think of it, that bastard's entire vibe is completely different from before. What kind of trick did he pull? Following his gaze, he saw that Sanghyun's pupils had turned completely pitch black, making him look just like a merciless demon. Back over with S-rank hunter T-Rai, her younger sister Miso seemed to have the exact same question, prompting the silver-haired woman to explain, it looks like some kind of awakening skill. Beside her, Miso turned her head with a curious expression. An awakening skill for Shin Sanghyun, T-Rai nodded, offering a clearer explanation. Yeah, it seems to be a branch of transcendence or illusion. Judging by those pitch-black pupils, it's likely illusion. From what I know, taking damage while under that skill causes severe exhaustion. Didn't you hear him confidently claim he could take them down without a single scratch? Talk about bold. Hearing this, she let out a sigh at the protagonist's sheer audacity. Meanwhile, the archer Miso could only wear an excited, knowing grin. Ha ha ha, no way sis, it's not like that. He is definitely different, but he never uses that kind of skill when he's with me, and it's notoriously hard to trigger anyway. Hearing this, T-Rai shrugged and analyzed, then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to trigger it around you, or he simply didn't have it at all. Then, all of a sudden, T-Rai's expression turned deeply contemplative. She fell silent for a second or two before murmuring, or perhaps there's another possibility, he figured out a way to acquire it in a very short time. Shifting back to the female appraiser from earlier. She was currently staring at the report in her hands with a stunned expression, muttering, oh dear, this is bad. The artifact Shin Sanghyun just bought, did it really undergo a latent potential test? According to her screen, the probability of the hidden skill existing was a mere 0.02%, and the hidden skill itself was none other than psychedelic. Looking at those absurd odds, she shook her head with a wry laugh. A hidden skill with a drop rate that low? No way. If he actually managed to pull a skill with odds like that, it's like being chosen by the god of fortune himself. Psychedelic, hidden skill, high tier awakening skill. Cooldown 1 hour. Skill level 1 upon activation, fully restores health and enters an awakening state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental capabilities break past their limits, plunging the user into a near-frenzied state where decision-making and information processing become vastly faster than normal. When the illusion effect ends, the user falls into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes, accompanied by accumulated recoil damage. Back to Sanghyun, his mind felt no different from a madman high on drugs. All right, what about that bet? Should we go for another round? Sanghyun's voice was overflowing with manic excitement. Meanwhile, the fat man Yeoncheol had turned completely pale with terror. He cursed internally, damn it, that bastard. I let my guard down just because I thought he was a newbie, but I never expected him to be at this level. I have to fight seriously now. With that thought, he slammed his palm heavily against the ground, unleashing a massive surge of mana that triggered a small explosion, blasting both of them backward. The fat man used this exact move to break free from the protagonist's grip, and as he leaped backward, he frantically calculated his next steps. First, I need to create some distance. Wait, is doing this even working? Isn't this completely different from what that useless bastard Jo Seong-ho told me? If I had known he was this strong, I never would have declared war. Could those scumbags have? He spat out a string of frustrated nonsense. As he thought this, he shot a glare at his subordinate, only to find the skinny blonde refusing to even meet Yeoncheol's eyes. However, before he could even finish cursing out Seong-ho, Sanghyun charged straight at him, grabbed a handful of his clothes, and slammed him violently down against the stone floor with a force that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. You piece of shit, let's wrap this up, it's showtime, Sanghyun declared in a dangerously thrilling tone. As for Yeoncheol, he could only shriek and beg for his life. Wait, fine, you win, okay? I'll transfer 500 million right now, just stop. But for Sang-hyun, there was no way he was going to let the fat man off the hook so easily. He hadn't beaten him nearly enough to stop now. All right, the bet's over. Now it's personal. As he spoke, the protagonist raised his fist high into the air. Faced with his relentless actions, the fat man stammered in panic. "What the hell is your problem, you absolute psycho?" As he spoke, Sang-hyun grew even angrier and began lecturing him. "What do you mean, what's my problem? Let me remind you why I started this whole thing in the first place." Sang-hyun's mind flashed back to about 3 days ago at an auto repair shop, where a mechanic nodded grimly and told him, "We managed to fix it, but you might have to let it go soon." Hearing that, the protagonist wore a blank look as he asked, "What, let it go?" The mechanic nodded and confirmed once more, "That's right, it's just too old. I know you're deeply attached to it, but it's finally time to say goodbye. It carried you everywhere all this time, and I'm sure it was happy serving you." Hearing those words, neither the mechanic nor Sang-hyun could hold back their emotions, their eyes welling up with tears, especially the protagonist, who felt as though he could actually hear his car speaking to him. "Yeah, that's right, Sang-hyun. I was so happy driving you around all these years. You need to live a happy life too." Just thinking about his beloved car being forced into early retirement in the most miserable way possible made Sang-hyun's fury boil over until he roared like a madman. "This is revenge for my beloved wrecked car, you piece of shit." Down below, Yeoncheol was crying real tears of terror. "Damn it, I'm sorry, I'm genuinely sorry." Then, right after that, a series of wet, sputtering noises suddenly echoed through the air. The onlookers immediately covered their noses, looking forward with expressions of absolute disgust. "What the hell is that?" someone shouted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun abruptly halted his assault because, at that exact moment, Yeoncheol had literally scared the shit out of himself and soiled his pants. To make matters worse, the whole humiliating scene was being broadcast live, making the audience watching at home recoil in disgust. "Oh God, is Yeoncheol for real? This is way too far, seriously." At this point, completely out of his mind with fear, Yeoncheol trembled and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." All around, the crowd started buzzing with mockery. "That smell is seriously foul, right? He definitely pissed and shat his pants out of pure terror." Jeering comments began to fly from every direction. Meanwhile, Seong-ho, who was standing off to the side filming, looked like he was about to wet himself as well. Sweat poured endlessly down his face as panic overwhelmed his eyes. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should just delete this YouTube channel. I seriously picked a fight with someone I should have never messed with," he whispered frantically to himself. And while the skinny lackey was still desperately trying to figure out how to salvage the situation, a man's voice suddenly called out, "Seong-ho, is it? You guys have caused quite enough chaos around here." Hearing the familiar voice, Seong-ho snapped his head around and cried out, "Manager." The man was Moon Baekhyun, an administrator for the Gangdong district of the Utopia Guild. Upon hearing him speak, Seong-ho hastily bowed his head in apology. However, Baekhyun didn't care much about the display. Instead, he cast a sideways glance at Sang-hyun and began evaluating him internally. "This situation is actually pretty interesting. I heard he just awakened recently, yet he managed to defeat Choi Yeoncheol, a seasoned awakened veteran. Let's see what kind of person he really is." Thinking this, Baekhyun stepped forward to offer a polite greeting. "Ah, you must be Shin Sang-hyun, am I right? I'm here regarding the scene cleanup and compensation for what you've had to endure. Do you have a moment to talk with me?" Opposite him, Sang-hyun narrowed his eyes slightly and retorted bluntly, "Mind telling me your identity and what guild you're from first?" Sang-hyun's tone was piercingly direct. Yet for some reason, a wave of annoyance washed over Baekhyun. "What's with this arrogant attitude?" "No, wait, that's not arrogance, it's calm, like a seasoned player who has walked through hell and back. His skills and aura are miles beyond anyone at his level." Realizing this, Baekhyun quickly bowed and introduced himself. "My name is Moon Baekhyun, administrator of the Gangdong district for the Utopia Guild. Apologies for the late introduction." As he said this, he plotted internally, "My guild needs to recruit him at all costs. Losing a few resources doesn't matter as long as I show goodwill and build a connection with him." Next, aiming to execute his plan, Baekhyun stepped up and took full responsibility. "The Utopia Guild will cover 100% of the compensation for your damages." Hearing that, Sang-hyun instantly whipped out his phone, shoved his account number into the man's face, and demanded, "What, for real? Well, that makes things simple. Transfer 20 billion won to me, please. Here's my account number. I consider this a very reasonable amount, not to mention factoring in the emotional distress and everything else I went through just now." Faced with that astronomical figure, Baekhyun's brain practically short-circuited. It was a sum that made even him flinch. 20 billion. Isn't there room for a discount? Or, how about I just hand that guy covered in shit over to you so you can do whatever you want with him? Time quickly skipped forward, cutting to the interior of the protagonist's apartment. From right outside the front door, someone's persistent pleading echoed continuously. "Sang-hyun, has the Utopia Guild settled your compensation yet?" Hearing this, Sang-hyun groaned in frustration and yelled back, "Good grief, are you going to camp out here forever? Still no word from Kim Miso?" Baekhyun's voice called out again. "Are you absolutely sure you have no ties to the Eden Guild?" Sang-hyun pulled the door open, stepped into the hallway, and replied with an utterly exhausted tone, "No, absolutely none. Please, for the love of God, all of you just get lost." Right as Sang-hyun tried to slam the door shut, a sea of reporters shoved their way into the doorway, shoving microphones toward him like a machine gun, firing off questions. "Mr. Sang-hyun, the public has a right to know about your personal life. Please tell us." "That's right. Wait, why am I dragged into this? Stop dodging and give us a straight answer. Is it true you're dating Ms. Kim Miso?" Drowning in the endless barrage of questions, Sang-hyun felt like dealing with this was infinitely more exhausting than raiding a dungeon. He let out a heavy sigh. Seriously, is someone's love life supposed to be public property now? Without another word, he stopped caring about the reporters entirely, slammed the door shut with a loud thud, and walked back into his room, muttering to himself, "Aren't I tired enough as it is, dadding in my current situation? All right, whatever, it's time to get ready." As he spoke, Sang-hyun cast his gaze over the set of gear he had prepared in advance. Because today was the exact day of the dungeon raid that the archer Miso had previously invited him to join. I can't believe the gate raid proposed by Kim Miso is actually happening today. Man, what a chaotic week. Now I just need to prep for this event. Hopefully the results turn out the way I want. Seeing that the items he ordered had already arrived, he muttered, "That was fast. Not to mention I leveled up after that final boss fight. / also ranked up, and my overwhelming impact title effect lasts about 2.6 seconds now. If I stack it with my previous buffs, it'll easily cross the 5-second mark. Depending on my opponent, that gives me a massive advantage." Not stopping there, he decided to check out his other newly acquired stats. With an eager smile, Sang-hyun swiped across his system screen to review his remaining skills. Superior Swordsmanship. Basic passive skill, level 1 swordsmanship proficiency, improves proficiency with daggers and long one-handed swords. Full throttle dash, movement skill, skill level 1. Description, gathers immense physical power before instantly lunging forward to strike the opponent. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance, though movement is impossible while charging. Looking over the effects of both skills, Sang-hyun was quite satisfied, murmuring to himself, "With a toolkit like this, I can easily conquer the gate. Having a sub-weapon and perfect mobility skills makes all the difference. During my previous fights, I exposed way too many weaknesses. I can't afford to repeat past mistakes. When facing the Alpha Wolf, I had to gamble everything due to the limitations of my attack style and the sacrifice skill just to scrape out a victory. The same thing happened against Choi Yeoncheol. I walked right into his trap simply because I lacked mobility. In other words, if my opponent had been just a tiny bit stronger, I would have been dead meat. Right now, I need to keep a cool head. At this pace, I need to step up my training even further. Otherwise, I'll just repeat the same failure as before, just like the disaster of 2040. This time, I have to ensure the future changes. I can't afford to lose everything like last time. This time, yeah, in this lifetime, I have to grow stronger. I need to be as strong as him." Sang-hyun made a silent promise to himself as the image of the knight who saved him when he was a child flashed briefly through his mind. Then his phone suddenly rang, jerking Sang-hyun out of his wandering thoughts. Reaching out, he picked up the phone and answered, "Hello. From the other end of the line, a young man's voice responded, "Hello, Mr. Sanghyun, this is reporter Park Youngmin. I'm calling about the interview we scheduled for today. I just wanted to confirm if you're still free." Hearing the reminder, Sanghyun's expression turned as strained as someone suffering from chronic constipation. But the protagonist reacted quickly, hurriedly replying, "Of course, oh, it's still early, right?" Youngmin nodded and answered, "Spot on. See you at the cafe I sent you earlier then." The truth was, the protagonist had completely blanked on the interview. Damn it, I completely forgot about this. The gate raid starts at 7:00 p.m. and the interview is at 2:00, right? But right now. Speaking to himself, Sanghyun checked the time displayed on his phone screen and managed a very crooked smile. Time flashed forward to the hallway outside Sanghyun's apartment. The reporters had practically set up camp with sleeping gear, waiting solely for Sanghyun to step outside for an interview. The moment he appeared, the whole group erupted in cheers. Mr. Sanghyun is here. Come over here. Tell us all about your romance with Ms. Kim Miso." Mid-sentence, their voices suddenly faltered when they noticed Sanghyun was fully geared up with weapons. More importantly, the bone-chilling aura radiating from him gave everyone present instant goosebumps. Sanghyun roared, "Everyone, get out of my way right now." He activated every single movement buffing skill at his disposal to sprint toward the interview location at maximum speed. Scene shift to reporter Youngmin's location. While waiting for Sanghyun, he suddenly heard a female staff member shriek in surprise, causing him to turn his head and look. Recognizing the arriving figure as Sanghyun, he waved and called out, "Mr. Sanghyun, over here. I've already ordered the coffee, you just need to sit down." As he spoke, the reporter hesitated slightly, suddenly picking up on the intense pressure Sanghyun was exuding. "Hey, why do you look so tense? Are you all right?" Right before his eyes, Sanghyun was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily as he rasped out, "Ah, it's nothing." Youngmin asked, "Did you just come straight out of a dungeon?" Sanghyun scratched the back of his head with an awkward laugh. "Ah, no, not really, haha." Internally, he thought, running all the way here was way more exhausting than clearing a dungeon. Once Sanghyun finally took his seat, he offered a quick apology. "Sorry I'm late." Youngmin waved a hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it." Next, the reporter flashed a wide, beaming smile and dived straight into the main topic. "Anyway, I originally planned to interview you about your recent quest, but I've got much bigger news for you, Sanghyun. You probably haven't heard yet, but it's causing a massive storm among global players. People used to care strictly about a player's level as the ultimate metric of strength, but you're a complete exception. Despite your low level, your overwhelming strength has everyone calling you the legendary rookie." That remark made our protagonist blush slightly as he offered a sheepish grin. "Come on, I'm not on that level." Hearing this, Youngmin continued, "By the way, you do realize that it's not just regular players but major guilds that are gunning for you now, right?" Shifting to Sanghyun's perspective, he had to admit, "Lately, I have been getting way more romantic phone calls than usual." Chuckling lightly, Sanghyun added, "Haha, are you talking about the hot gossip regarding the Utopia Guild, or are other guilds getting involved too?" To Sanghyun's question, Youngmin replied with a piece of news that left the protagonist completely dumbfounded. "No, I'm talking about overseas guilds as well. This broke just this morning, so you definitely haven't heard. As of this morning, 5 major foreign guilds have officially filed requests with the Korea Players Association to acquire your personal information. Foreign guilds usually only recruit high-tier awakened individuals, and we've never seen a rookie at your level attract this kind of international attention. Either way, you should probably be a lot more cautious from now on, because a whole lot of people want to know who you are." Time sped forward into the evening. After wrapping up his interview with Youngmin, Sanghyun made his way toward the designated assembly point for the dungeon raid. Walking along, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, I was planning to form my own guild and go solo, but man, overseas guilds, that actually sounds pretty tempting. Their tier is on a completely different level and they have massive resources. Come to think of it, how terribly was I treated back then? Geez, just thinking about it breaks my heart." Sanghyun let out a heavy sigh. Right before the voice of the archer Miso snapped him back to reality. "Hey, Mr. Sanghyun, long time no see, over here, take this path." We still have a little time before the gate raid begins. You two should get acquainted, she said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Sanghyun looked slightly startled as he gazed at the older woman standing beside her, T-Rai. At this point, he still had no idea who she actually was, wondering inwardly, who is that? Noticing the protagonist's curious expression, Miso quickly chimed in with an explanation. My sister kept demanding to meet you, Mr. Sanghyun, so I brought her along right before you enter the gate. Hope you don't mind. Meet my sister, Shin T-Rai. She's a member of the Eden Guild, just like me. If you guys want to chat, there's a cafe nearby. Standing just behind her, the S-rank hunter Shin T-Rai stood quietly, eyeing the protagonist up and down. Then she stepped forward and extended a hand in greeting. Pleased to meet you. I'm Shin T-Rai. Seeing this, Sanghyun hastily reached out to shake her hand and introduced himself. My name is Shin Sanghyun. Nice to meet you. As he shook her hand, a wave of pressure hit Sanghyun. Even without Kim Miso's introduction, what player in South Korea didn't know who Shin T-Rai was? Her reputation had long since crossed national borders. At her core, she was one of the key leaders of Eden, and her mere presence alone possessed the weight to shift the power rankings of entire guilds. Ever since I regressed, I keep running into high-ranked monsters. In my past life, man, talk about exhausting. Dwelling on that thought, Sanghyun let out another weary sigh. Meanwhile, T-Rai suddenly spoke up. Say, Mr. Sanghyun, could I ask you for a small favor? Her words left Sanghyun with a blank expression. A favor? Out of nowhere. Wait, this is Shin T-Rai we're talking about. Why would she ever need me for anything? Puzzled, he nodded anyway. Sure, if it's something within my power. Before he could even finish his sentence, the female hunter calmly added, it's nothing major. Would you mind having a quick sparring match with me? Before Sanghyun could even process the request, the archer Miso groaned in exasperation. Sis, seriously? You just met the guy? T-Rai simply shrugged in response. What are you complaining about? I already mentioned it on the way here. She spoke as though she vividly remembered expressing her desire to test the protagonist's strength earlier. Of course, this was entirely a product of her own imagination, as Miso had no recollection of her ever saying anything of the sort. Flustered, the archer quickly pushed her older sister aside and apologized to Sanghyun. Haha, sorry about that, Mr. Sanghyun. You know how it is, she just loves joking around. Hearing that, Sanghyun's intrinsic appetite for a good fight flared up and he readily agreed, nah, it's totally fine, why don't we just do it right here? Without missing a beat, he looked as though he couldn't wait to draw his sword and throw down on the spot. This made Miso look somewhat flustered, tempted to stop them. However, Sanghyun shook his head and offered a logical excuse. It's not every day you get to spar with one of South Korea's top-tier players. Honestly, this is practically an honor. Hearing him speak like that, T-Rai's gaze shifted to view Sanghyun in a new light. Looks like Sanghyun really knows how to talk. I apologize for my somewhat abrupt approach. How about we keep it to a quick 5-strike spar? Let me know whenever you're ready. As she spoke, she retrieved her weapon. This sent a fresh wave of pressure crashing down on Sanghyun, sweat beading heavily on his forehead. Internally, he thought, I barely stand a chance of winning, but this is an opportunity, a chance to see how far I've come and what I'm still lacking. The moment she drew her weapon, her entire aura completely changed compared to before. No more messing around, I'm going all out right from the start. With that resolved, Sanghyun instantly triggered his illusion skill to go all in. Meanwhile, Miso completely lost her grip on the situation, panicking aloud. What is going on? Hey, I can't keep up with this packing at all. Ignoring the frantic archer, T-Rai nodded calmly. In that case, I'll make the first move. The very second the words left her mouth, her entire figure began to distort and twist like a whirlpool. Staring at the surreal sight, Sanghyun's expression went completely blank. Deep inside, he cursed at himself. Damn it, how stupid. With my current physical specs, I totally forgot. Reacting only after seeing it coming is way too slow. Thinking to himself, he pushed his body to swing his sword backward with all his might, successfully blocking the attack from T-Rai's dual blades, and the collision between the two was so intense that it unleashed a powerful shockwave outward. Sanghyun also reminded himself, I need to predict and react to her moves beforehand. Over on her side, seeing that Sang-hyun had actually managed to parry her surprise attack, T-Rai could not hide the look of astonishment on her face. Right after that, Sang-hyun swung his sword fiercely upward, sending T-Rai's body flying into midair. Meanwhile, she did not hesitate to shower him with praise. Your moves are pretty good. So for the next trick, should I turn up the heat a bit? That leaves 4 moves left. Saying that, T-Rai's body flickered once and moved faster than a streak of light, her silhouette shifting continuously, which made Sang-hyun involuntarily swallow hard in sheer terror. Seriously, her movements are like a monster's, and she's getting even faster. Moments like this feel just like back then, when my entire visual perception was completely blocked out. I have to read her completely through my sensory abilities alone. Of course, this time, the difficulty has multiplied dozens of times. Shifting to Miso's perspective, seeing Sang-hyun suddenly close his eyes left her completely dumbfounded. He's closing his eyes in a situation like this, even if it's Shin Sang-hyun, that's way too reckless. Unaware of the archer's thoughts, Sang-hyun immersed himself in absolute concentration, sensing every single shift in the surrounding space. Right at that instant, T-Rai's attack closed in right in front of Sang-hyun's face. However, the protagonist had already sensed it and managed to tilt his body to the side just in time to dodge. This caused T-Rai to feel yet another wave of surprise. Your focus is truly respectable. I didn't expect you to block the follow-up strike as well. Most swordsmen could never reach that level of concentration. That's secondary to raw talent, relying mostly on experience. You act just like a veteran player. As she spoke, she leaped backward to keep her distance, while Sang-hyun awkwardly replied, "You flatter me." T-Rai continued, "Well then, there are still 3 moves left." However, before she could launch her next attack, Sang-hyun cut in, "Can I ask one thing before we continue? Instead of 3 separate moves, could you just unleash your full power all at once?" Faced with this request from Sang-hyun, T-Rai's eyes flickered with confusion as she asked back, "What did you just say?" Sang-hyun answered in a firm tone, "I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't think I can afford to waste this opportunity. Please just this once go all out." Once he finished speaking, Sang-hyun felt a lingering anxiety inside. "I've talked this big. If I can't make her go 100%, I won't be able to grow any further from here." On the other side, the archer Miso wanted to stop her older sister, but since her sister agreed immediately, it drove her absolutely crazy. T-Rai said, "Fine, but I can't go 100% serious because we haven't activated the training mode. I can only show you a simple maximum speed dash. Skills are just too hard to control properly and can't be used on people." Sang-hyun nodded, satisfied with that. That's more than enough. He muttered to himself internally, "If it's a maximum speed dash from Shin T-Rai, just the fact that she's taking me this seriously is already a victory. I'll treat this like actual combat because the moment I fail, I die." Opposite him, T-Rai settled into her starting stance. "All right, here I come." With that, her body lunged forward with a wind-shredding velocity. Seeing this, Sang-hyun hastily raised his sword into the air, silently reminding himself, "I don't even have time to sense her. I have to give it everything. Instead of swinging my sword before the opponent arrives, I have to move as if I'm already there." Sang-hyun slashed blindly forward because, after all, neither his sensory abilities nor his eyes could keep up with T-Rai's figure anyway. Right at that moment, whether by pure luck or not, Sang-hyun's sword almost brushed against the female hunter's face, causing her eyes to widen sharply for a split second. Left with no choice, she activated her afterimage skill and circled behind Sang-hyun's back to dodge the blow. Seeing this, Sang-hyun hastily turned around to look. And coincidentally, at that exact moment, his face collided straight with the sword hilt, emitting a painful sound. Seeing this, both beautiful girls anxiously asked in unison, "Are you okay?" Sang-hyun was naturally hurting like hell, but he still forced out a brave front. "Ah, I'm fine." Yet inside, he silently complained, "You said you wouldn't use skills." Sitting flat on the ground in agony, he miserably clutched his forehead. My head, did my forehead crack open?" Suddenly, a hand was extended out in front of Sang-hyun, catching him by surprise. Shifting his gaze over, he saw Terry, who anxiously flustered and apologized. I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't use skills, but it just came out on pure reflex. Are you okay? Without hesitation, Sang-hyun grabbed the hand she offered. He slowly stood up while replying to Terry, I'm fine. Honestly speaking, it's an honor to have you take me seriously. Hearing that, she smiled mischievously. It's an honor for me too. And next time, I hope we get a chance to have a proper conversation. As she said this, she looked straight at Sang-hyun with her pretty lips curving upward. He laughed out loud in response. I'd love that. Terry was surprised. Really? Then we sometime. While the two of them were chatting happily and shaking hands, Miso paid extremely close attention to the scene. She quickly walked over to the two of them and gently pulled their hands apart, smiling as she reminded them, Unnai, it's almost time for the gate raid. Hearing Miso's reminder, the female hunter remembered. Ah. At this point, the anger in Miso's heart still hadn't subsided, and she gritted her teeth in irritation. Besides, we still have to submit the incident report to the guild today. Do you even know how reckless you were being? Faced with this temper of hers, Terry couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. I'm sorry. Saying that, the female hunter waved goodbye to Miso and Sang-hyun. All right, Miso, good luck on the raid. Text me when you're done. Miso replied flatly. Have a safe trip. He kept his eyes fixed on Terry's retreating back and let out a soft sigh, disappointment welling up inside him. Anyway, this is my first defeat since regression. If Shin Terry had been serious from the start, I wouldn't have lasted a single move. This encounter was unexpected, but I've found a new mountain to climb. After walking away for a bit, Terry glanced back over her shoulder. A mysterious smile now lingered on her lips, and Sang-hyun caught sight of it. It seemed he could understand her intentions as the corners of Sang-hyun's lips curved up. Is she saying, just try and surpass me? A while later at unidentified gate number 727, Ga Chunui Station, a few people had gathered together. Miso clapped her hands with a bright smile. All right, let's start with introductions. These are the people joining us. As soon as she finished speaking, Taeseok and Juhi greeted them. Sang-hyun responded enthusiastically. I'm Shin Sang-hyun. It's a great honor to work with such outstanding people like you all. Taeseok politely chimed in. Oh, not at all. I just read an article about you, Sang-hyun. It was genuinely impressive. Ah, I'm Park Taeseok, a mage-class player who mainly uses the Ignition skill. He was currently level 120, rank A. Hearing about this mage's skill, Sang-hyun grew quite curious. Ignition, that's a fire-type skill, right? He cheerfully replied. Exactly, similar to the one Choi Youngchul used in that recent incident. But Taeseok's voice trailed off here. He raised both arms and generated a massive blue flame. I've poured most of my playtime into fire-type skills, so my firepower is definitely stronger than his. Everyone was completely stunned upon seeing the sheer pressure of the flame. After showing it off for a few seconds, Taeseok quickly extinguished the fire, but I'm still only at the blue flame tier. I still have a long way to go. Sang-hyun smiled faintly. Not at all, you look very reliable. He thought to himself, that's a wise decision. Until a skill stabilizes, focusing on one thing is still better. The reason I easily dealt with Choi Youngchul was also because instead of focusing on one thing, he spread himself across multiple elements, making his overall output much weaker. In other words, he's the type of player who knows a little of everything but masters nothing. Suddenly, Miso interrupted his train of thought, gesturing toward the blue-haired girl standing next to Taeseok and introducing, and the person over there is Kang Juhi, a spatial ability user. She's a mage-class player who mainly uses the spatial link skill. Juhi shyly continued, yes, just like Miso said. Since Taeseok showed off his skill, I'll show mine too. As soon as she finished speaking, she began channeling her magic and Miso hurriedly stopped her. Juhi, wait. But her efforts were like water poured into a desert. The female mage's skill activated, and a fierce gale started swirling, blowing everything away, which made Sang-hyun sigh in frustration. Unable to hold it in, Miso raised her voice. Juhi, how many times have I told you not to do that? Realizing she had made a fool of herself, Juhi flusteredly apologized, but Sang-hyun only had eyes for the roaring wind. What the hell kind of wind is this? Didn't she say she was a spatial-type player? The gale grew even stronger until it reached stability, and a mirror-like circular portal appeared in front of Sanghyun, reflecting the image of a certain city inside, which left him utterly astonished. Juhi shyly spoke up, "Anyway, that's my ability. Please take good care of me," she bowed deeply as she spoke. Faced with her enthusiasm, Sanghyun felt a bit flustered. No, I'm the one who should be saying that. At that moment, he couldn't help praising her in his heart. Kim Miso is amazing. She's put together an extremely well-balanced team. I handle close combat, Kim Miso handles ranged, Park Tae-seok compensates for the lack of firepower, and Kang Joo-hee provides tactical versatility. Aside from lacking a healer, this is practically a flawless party. But the most important thing is, we coordinate exceptionally well. It's obvious they've practiced together more than once. Things like this are way more useful than strategies when it comes to survival. I used to be like that. Looking at Miso's group, Sanghyun was reminded of his own past comrades. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. Suddenly, Miso appeared right in front of Sanghyun out of nowhere, asking with genuine concern, "Sanghyun, are you all right? Are you hurt from that incident with Terry earlier?" Hearing her question, he froze for a second. But our hunter friend quickly and cheerfully replied, "I'm fine, just zoned out for a moment." He silently reminded himself, "Stop thinking about nonsense. Think less about the past, focus more on the present." The very next second, Sanghyun turned toward the gate and asked the group, "Shall we set off?" Crossing through that unidentified gate, a freezing hell awaited their group. Here, despite the heavy snowfall, the four of them strolled along leisurely. Suddenly, Sanghyun called out from behind, "Oh right, thanks a lot, Tae-seok." Hearing him, the mage looked a bit puzzled. Sanghyun smiled and exclaimed, "If you hadn't buffed us, we would have frozen to death ages ago." Currently, their entire group was enveloped by the Blessing of Flame skill, which increased their cold resistance. Miso in the back strongly agreed with the hunter's words. Seriously, it wasn't this cold during our last expedition. "Oh right, Sanghyun, do you have any other weapons besides that greatsword? Why didn't you use it last time?" Sanghyun glanced over and replied, "During this raid, I figured we needed a more flexible fighting style, so I brought this." As he spoke, he rested a hand on his sword and she let out an "oh" in realization. "So you already knew how to use multiple weapon types?" Miso's words made the hunter feel a bit guilty and he averted his gaze. "Well, I planned for it." Even so, Sanghyun felt a bit depressed inside. "I'm so lazy now I don't even feel like making up excuses anymore. This is the only side effect of regression." Suddenly, Miso called out to the female mage from behind, "Ah, and Joo-hee." Hearing her name, she quickly turned around. "Yes, Unnai." Right behind Sanghyun and Miso stood an extremely ferocious demon, and the archer hastily issued a command, "Execute Plan C." Upon receiving the order, Joo-hee jumped into action. Yes, both of her hands began gathering concentrated magic. Spotting its prey like a starving tiger, the demon widened its mouth and leaped toward the group. It slammed the weapon in its hand down hard, sending snow flying in all directions. Miso and Sanghyun nimbly dodged away, and the two of them were now positioned right above the demon's head. The archer shouted loudly, "Give the order, Sanghyun." At that moment he had no choice but to comply. "All right then, fire support." Feeling energized, Sanghyun curved the corners of his mouth into a confident smile and lunged toward the demon. The demon quickly detected his presence and hurriedly turned its head to look. Realizing he had been exposed, Sanghyun was startled for a moment. But at this moment, not only him but Miso was also providing support right from behind, causing the turning demon to howl incessantly. The archer drew her bowstring tight and called out loudly, "Tae-seok." Hearing his name, he quickly generated a blue fireball. Got it. The moment Miso's sharp arrow was fired, the fireball completely engulfed the arrow and headed straight for the demon, while Sanghyun simultaneously rushed forward with his sword drawn, leaving the demon completely dazed by this combo attack. It could do nothing but stand there blankly and take the hit. As the arrow pierced straight into its head, the demon let out a piercing scream of agony, and Sanghyun swiftly slashed forward from behind. With a single graceful sweep of his blade, he chopped its body into multiple pieces, sending blood splattering everywhere. The hunter hastily called out, "Kang Juhi." Hearing him, she knew it was her turn. "Got it, I understand." Finishing her sentence, the female mage activated her magic circle. Continuously battered without a chance to resist, the demon now caught a fleeting glimpse of a victory it could possibly grasp. In a split second, the demon spun around and thrust its arm out in an attempt to grab Sanghyun. Its hand lunged forward and slammed hard against the snowy ground, creating a massive shockwave. But the only things the demon grabbed were white snow and rocks. The person had vanished, leaving only a large sword stuck straight into the ground. Mistakenly believing it had actually reaped some results, a satisfied smile spread across its face. But before it could celebrate, it was hit with a harsh reality check. Sanghyun appeared right behind the demon, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What's wrong? Thought you caught me." Hearing his voice, the demon widened its eyes in shock. The demon looked back in sheer confusion, wondering when on earth the hunter had gotten right next to it. Behind them, Tseok had already prepared a fireball and didn't forget to remind the female mage, "Juhi, get ready to cast your move." She quickly obeyed. "Understood." Facing mortal danger, the demon quickly activated its level 2 demon combat skill, letting out several powerful, low growls. Sanghyun felt more and more energized, breaking into a wide smile. The moment he closed in on the demon, he and his sword delivered a strike straight to its head, splitting its entire body in half. Juhi and Tseok stood below, staring up blankly, completely unable to comprehend the current situation. After delivering that fatal slash, Sanghyun landed lightly, muttering a sigh. "That took a bit of effort." Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. "What was that just now?" Hearing it, Sanghyun glanced upward. Tseok's face froze in utter shock as he awkwardly explained, "Our original plan didn't include it going down in a single hit." Juhi eagerly nodded beside him to show her agreement, and Sanghyun replied in embarrassment, "Ah, I see, my bad." From behind, Miso stepped forward to deny it. No, you don't need to apologize, didn't I already tell you guys?" "I had that exact same reaction at first, maybe even an exaggerated one." "Sanghyun hasn't even shown his full strength yet, right?" Miso suddenly shifted the focus back to him, leaving the hunter stammering and eventually just laughing it off. However, in his heart he thought, "The way she talks makes it sound like she's forcing me to show off even more. Why is she pushing me like this?" "Well, whatever," he glanced to the side. "For our first time teaming up, our coordination is weirdly good, so this is what experienced players are like." "This feels promising." After chatting for a moment, Sanghyun slung his sword over his shoulder and looked toward Miso's group. "Shall we head on to Wave 2? A little later, they set off again, leaving a trail of fallen demons everywhere the group passed. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Tseok cheered loudly. "Seriously, you are amazing. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Being trusted like that made Sanghyun feel deeply grateful, while Miso chuckled from behind. "If you're embarrassed, just hold it in, Sanghyun. Tseok hasn't even truly gone all out with his ultimate skills yet. Thanks to you, he had a great time, so naturally, he's in a wonderful mood." Hearing her words, Sanghyun's expression grew even more strained as he muttered to himself, "Right, when mages don't have a reliable swordsman, they usually rely on various supporting talismans. But this guy puts way too much pressure on me." Remembering Tseok's bright, radiant smile only made him shudder harder. Miso suddenly asked out of curiosity, "By the way, Sanghyun, what was that skill you used earlier?" The hunter was too busy conversing with the mage to catch her words properly, turning around blankly. "Huh." Seeing this, Miso could only offer a helpless chuckle. "Seriously, I really should be used to it by now, but you always find a way to surprise me." Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed from deep within the forest, sending blood splashing higher than the pine trees. Sanghyun's group continued their hunt for demons. Miso's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had spotted something. From far off in the distance, a pack of demons came charging in frantically, roaring without a pause. Miso warned in a panic, "An armored ogre is coming." Hearing the news, Tseok grew extremely anxious. "What do we do? The timing couldn't be worse." The archer strongly agreed with his sentiment. That's right, we need to concentrate all our firepower on it. First, let's keep our distance. Before Miso could finish, someone called out, Ms. Kang Juhee. Can you open a portal leading right in front of them for me? Everyone was utterly horrified by Sanghyun's insanely dangerous proposal. Miso shouted angrily, Mr. Sanghyun, that's a monster with extremely high defense, but before she could finish, Sanghyun's actions left her speechless. What on earth is he trying to pull in times like these? Trusting him for once won't hurt. Thinking this, Miso quickly called out to the female mage, Juhee, do whatever Sanghyun says. Juhee agreed immediately. Portal open. The moment the gate materialized, an armored ogre stood right in front of Sanghyun. He kicked off the ground for momentum, rocketing straight toward the spatial gateway using his full-throttle movement skill. Due to his extreme speed, a massive gust of wind whipped up behind him. Waiting on the other side of the portal was the armored ogre, which looked completely stunned to see him pop out. With a decisive and powerful sword stroke, Sanghyun cleaved the ogre cleanly in half before it could even process what was happening. Back on their end, Miso and Taeseok stared with their eyes popping out and jaws dropped wide open. The mage could hardly believe his own eyes, gazing at Sanghyun's confident demeanor as he wondered, is this for real? After landing, the group resumed their march. Miso walked alongside the hunter, chatting, that was some kind of movement skill, but I've never seen one with that much destructive power. Sanghyun calmly explained, I only had the confidence to use it because I trusted you guys. Suddenly, Juhee turned back with an anxious hand gesture. Everyone, be quiet. This left everyone utterly confused. The female mage beckoned them closer to look at what prompted her reaction. Looks like we've arrived. Down below the cliff lay a massive monster fast asleep, its body covered in thick blue fur. Juhee asked curiously, is it sleeping? This was the mid-boss, the Frost Netherhound. Gazing at the Netherhound, Taeseok looked excited. All right, let's plan our approach. The mage nearby analyzed, we're a bit low on support items, should I open a few more portals? Or should I just toss fire straight at it from the start? Sanghyun hadn't joined the discussion from the beginning, he just sat there wearing an excited grin. You finally showed up, my personal punching bag. Sanghyun swiftly activated the intersection of day and night. A special effect with no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, HP and injury recovery rates increase by 5%. Regardless of whether the moon is visible or not, canine or lupin monsters fall into a state of fear when facing a player holding the blue moon stone. Furthermore, if the moon is out, canine and lupin monsters will never attack the player carrying the blue moon stone. With that, he locked his eyes onto the Netherhound and burst into laughter. Miso turned to the others and suggested, in that case, let's go with Plan F. Noticing Sanghyun stand up without a word, she asked anxiously, Sanghyun, what are you planning to do? He didn't reply, instead offering a mocking smirk that left Miso and the other two momentarily stunned. The archer genuinely couldn't believe her eyes. That look on Sanghyun's expression is back again. Should I trust this guy? No matter how you think about it, this. Taeseok chimed in with a puzzled tone. Sanghyun, do you have a plan? Drawing his sword while answering, Sanghyun said, yeah, I think you guys just need to stand back and watch. His words left them utterly dumbfounded. Miso desperately wanted to prevent this, shouting advice, Sanghyun, that's fine and all, but you at least need to explain it to us. The archer was met with a chilling silence as the hunter cast a sharp sideways glance, knowing full well in his heart, there isn't enough time to explain everything and go over tactics. To activate the special intersection of day and night effect, the moon must shine brightly. Even if it's just covered by clouds, I heard the effect gets cut in half. Sorry team, but without another word to them, Sanghyun charged directly into battle as Miso screamed his name anxiously from behind. Because their commotion was too loud, it woke the Netherhound from its slumber. The moment it opened its eyes, it saw him standing right in front of it. For this hunter, begging for forgiveness was faster than asking for permission, so he rushed in without hesitation. Realizing the Netherhound had spotted him, Sanghyun simply flashed a cheerful smile. Hello. Man, even up close you're not cute at all. Sensing a dangerous aura radiating from him, the beast sprang to its feet, its body instantly locking into high alert. Miso fumbled with her command from behind. Let's hurry up and get ready to back him up. Taeseok agreed, but Juhi hesitated slightly. Sis, wait a second. Doesn't that thing look a bit weird? The Netherhound isn't reacting at all. Hearing her words, Miso and the mage quickly looked down at the situation unfolding below. The archer couldn't hide her astonishment. You're right, she questioned inwardly. Is it probing him? No, the last time we ran into it, it went berserk instantly. Across from him, the Netherhound growled continuously while facing Sanghyun, finally shifting its stance just a fraction. Seeing its movement, Taeseok was shocked. It's moving. Juhi hurriedly spoke up. I must be seeing things. Let's go help him. But before the mage could finish, Miso spotted something. No, that's not an attack stance. It's a posture of submission. True to her thought, the Netherhound obediently knelt down before Sanghyun. At that moment, the system notification rang out. The Frost Netherhound perceives you as a higher-tier entity and has entered a state of complete submission. This left Sanghyun quite surprised. His gaze slowly grew cold. What the hell? You're cuter than I thought. Let's wrap this up quickly. A short while later, it didn't take much effort for the hunter to take down the mid-boss Frost Netherhound. Standing before its body as it slowly dissolved into nothingness, Sanghyun sighed softly. It's kind of sad to kill something so obedient, but if I don't, I can't proceed with the plan. The system chimed in once more. You have acquired the C-rank title Bisect. A system window popped up right beside Sanghyun, detailing Bisect. Title Tier C allows the user to designate one skill and cut its cooldown time in half. Seeing this, the hunter slowly tapped on it. This should pair nicely with Recovery. Recovery can instantly wipe away all abnormal status effects. The other three members of the group quickly regrouped with him as Miso called out from a distance. Sanghyun, hold on. Curious, he turned back to ask, what is it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a spherical object materialized behind Sanghyun, its blue light illuminating a vast area of the surroundings. Terrified, he whipped around to stare at it, his heart pounding. Crap, come to think of it, I guess we never discussed how we were going to split the loot, did we? I've been soloing for way too long, I made a massive mistake. Does she want to take this? While Sanghyun was shaking with extreme fear, Miso called out to him in a low voice, making his heart sink even further. It couldn't possibly be, right? Contrary to his anxieties, the archer gently said, you took down that Netherhound all by yourself, so just take it all. Sanghyun forced an awkward smile and replied, phew, I mean thank you, but do the others agree? Miso glanced back at the two mage companions and stammered, agree? Well, you saw it, so aren't we all in agreement? Looking back at the hunter, it was easy to spot the sheer enthusiasm Juhi and Taeseok had in pushing him to take the reward. Faced with the group's kindness, Sanghyun felt genuinely sheepish. Thank you, everyone. Inwardly, he plotted, I really need to get into the habit of securing the loot situation beforehand. Having delivered what she wanted to say, Miso swiftly turned around. All right, we'll head somewhere else. Go ahead and do your usual thing. Her words left Sanghyun a bit confused. My usual thing? What do you mean? Faced with his denseness, the archer explained. Every time you get a sacred relic. You always do that. Through Miso's words, Sanghyun seemed to figure something out. He hurriedly questioned that thing. What do you mean? Hearing him ask, the archer smiled softly. Right, actually, I've known for a long time. Right after we finished the quest area. Back when I was getting ready to leave the quest area first. I turned around to see what you were up to. And I found out your secret, Sanghyun. The more Miso spoke, the tighter his brows knitted, his heart growing heavy. So this day finally came. Damn it, a unique skill is basically a player's lifeline, and now it's been exposed, Sanghyun tensely spoke up, Ms. Kim Miso. My skill is, but before the hunter could finish, Miso cut him off. Mr. Sanghyun is just a player performing some kind of ritual. You get players like that every now and then, so don't be shy, go right ahead. If it were me, I'd keep that secret too. The archer seemed to have completely misunderstood Sanghyun, leaving him utterly dumbfounded by every word she uttered. After rattling off her speech to the hunter, Miso threw her arm around Juhi and walked off. The female mage couldn't help turning back to ask, Sis, is Mr. Sanghyun really that kind of person? Miso calmly replied, Yeah, this is something we have to keep under wraps. Watching the two beauties laboring under a massive misunderstanding about him, the hunter could only stand there frozen in place. Sang-hyun sighed inwardly. There seems to be a pretty huge misunderstanding here, but this is way better than having my real secret exposed. If my unique skill gets out, it's going to be a huge pain. Returning to business, Sang-hyun headed over to the Frost Heart to absorb it. This was a support item with a special freezing effect, harboring the extreme cold of the Frost Hell with a desire to freeze the entire world. A short while later, the party of 4 resumed their journey. Juhi was currently channeling her spatial magic. All right, this is the last one. Miso stepped up beside her to cheer her on. Great job, Juhi, we're only alive thanks to you. Sang-hyun strongly agreed with the archer's sentiment. Yeah, it's all thanks to you, Juhi. The female mage looked over with a weary expression. Mr. Sang-hyun? But are you sure this is actually going to work? You told me to try it, so I did. Even if we pile up the corpses of the ogres we took down earlier, will the real boss actually come out to eat them? Sang-hyun let out a soft sigh. Don't worry, the boss this time goes completely berserk for any kind of meat, Juhi asked, extremely curious. How do you know that? To her question, he merely offered a wry smile, casting his gaze upward. Suddenly, Sang-hyun pointed toward the sky and shouted loudly, Taeseok, hurry up and light the fire, we need to lure the boss out. The mage cooperated and followed suit, while Miso felt extremely annoyed on the side. He's completely ignoring me. The ogre corpses were gradually incinerated by Taeseok's blue flames. Smoke and the aroma of roasted meat began drifting into the cave, with Sang-hyun's group standing right outside observing the situation. The mage impatiently spoke up. It's been 20 minutes, Sang-hyun reminded him from the side. It could take the bait at any moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud roar echoed out. From deep within the cave, a massive bear slowly emerged. Sang-hyun slipped into a combat stance, reaching for the sword on his back. All right, everyone get ready. Finally, after all their effort and waiting, their results paid off as the final boss, the giant grizzly bear, appeared. Kim Miso shifted into a ready stance, drawing her bow to prepare for battle. With a cautious gaze, Miso thought to herself, we really managed to handle everything so easily thanks to Sang-hyun's plan. Watching Sang-hyun struggle against the giant grizzly bear, she harbored a brief trace of doubt, but still. Amidst the freezing, lightly falling snow, the beast bared its claws and roared fiercely with bloodshot eyes, grrr. While the hunter struggled to withstand its heavy, murderous intent. In that perilous moment, he firmly resolved, no matter what, this situation is still. But it seemed the more he was pushed into a tight corner, the more exhilarated he became. Sang-hyun smirked and thought to himself, to this situation, before immediately correcting himself, wait, isn't this still way too dangerous? He vividly remembered back when they were all gathered together a few minutes ago. Miso asked with a dazed expression, what did you just say, Sang-hyun? To which he calmly replied, just what you heard. Unable to hide her worry, she asked again, you're seriously going to act as the bait all by yourself? And with absolute calmness, he stated, there's no other choice. He continued, if we want the whole team to clear the stage safely and quickly, this is the best way. To help everyone visualize how to deal with the grizzly bear, he calmly explained, giant beasts, most of them share one common trait. He went on, when they lose a certain amount of HP, a special state triggers. And he identified it, that state is called Devour. Afterward, Sang-hyun clearly laid out this new concept. While in the Devour state, the beast's physical stats are enhanced and it becomes vastly more aggressive. Then he pointed out how it gobbled up food, continuing his explanation. They also have a tendency to swallow everything around them. Right after came Sang-hyun's reasoning. That's why I piled up the ogre corpses as bait. Though it sounded simple, this action actually risked their lives, leading him to think internally. Otherwise, we'll end up becoming its targets. But looking at it from another angle, he pointed out what happens when it eats something it shouldn't have, wearing a sly look. So what if, Sang-hyun wondered aloud, what if we do something to the bait stash? Right after that, Sang-hyun, Miso, and Park Taeseok began gathering dry firewood as Sang-hyun elaborated. Based on that idea, while Kang Juhi was stacking the ogre corpses through the portal, he explained the trio's actions. We mixed in thornpine wood, which has a strong anesthetic effect, right into the bait pile. Suddenly, a problem arose as Park Tae-seok expressed cautious doubt. But there's one issue, he asked anxiously. How are we going to drain enough HP to trigger the Devour state? Miso wore a momentarily surprised expression on her face but listened in silence. Sang-hyun cheerfully explained away Park Tae-seok's doubt. That's right, setting up an environment where everyone can easily dish out damage, which left Park Tae-seok rather confused. Suddenly, Sang-hyun cheered excitedly. That part will be up to me. He patted his chest reassuringly. Just this once, trust me. Returning to the present crisis, Sang-hyun found himself forced onto the defensive, continuously dodging the grizzly bear's onslaught while starting to panic over his own decision. How the hell am I supposed to pull this off? Thinking in sheer terror, I'm about to get sent straight to the afterlife. At death's door, with no other choice than to grit his teeth and dodge continuously, Sang-hyun scolded himself. Aren't I supposed to be way stronger than before? Sang-hyun could only think, so I figured I could take a few hits. But wait, before he could even react, its vicious claws slashed down, accompanied by its disgusting, aggressively gaping jaws. Instantly, the hunter thrust his sword forward to block its maw. The beast's sheer strength was so monstrous that the stone under his feet shattered into pieces. Just blocking a single blow forced a groan from his throat. As he thought internally, why is this stupid thing so ridiculously strong? Continuing to self-doubt, could my strength stat still not be high enough? The ground beneath his feet cracked apart as he gritted his teeth internally. If I keep tanking hits like this, I'm really going to kick the bucket. But remembering the effort of his rebirth, he hardened his resolve. Since I went through all the trouble of coming back to life, fully determined now, he affirmed, from now on, I'm dodging everything. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, shattering ice fragments everywhere as a blinding, fierce flash of light erupted. The giant grizzly bear kept launching ferocious attacks, but unlike before, he smoothly dodged every single blow, driving the beast into a furious roar. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. With a single glance, it caught onto his blind spot and growled, Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr At that critical moment, before Sanghyun could even react, it flung its jaws wide open and lunged to grab him, roaring once more, "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr probably a terrible idea after all. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp arrows shot toward it. Taking a direct hit, it suffered severe damage and roared in agony. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Seizing the opening, he dashed forward like a gust of wind. Glancing over, he was surprised to spot a certain figure off in the distance. Standing on the ice cliff was none other than Kim Miso. Realizing the moment had arrived, she shouted with fierce determination, "Right now, Sanghyun." Seeing his teammate provide such enthusiastic backup, he broke into a smile and called out her name, Kim Miso. Seizing the opening, Sanghyun vaulted high into the air, swinging his sword with fierce intensity. Responding to her enthusiasm, he shouted, "I'm alive thanks to you." The grizzly bear panicked at his sudden change in momentum. The bloodshot, aggressive glare from moments before was now flooded with panic and terror. Then he unleashed his full-throttle dash technique, gliding like flight across its massive body and smashing through the thick layer of ice, shattering it into flying shards. Wherever he swept past, frost froze the surroundings, leaving jagged, icy ridges across the wound carved by his blade. He explained the move. The giant grizzly bear is affected by a 1-second freeze effect thanks to the full-throttle dash skill. Right after landing the technique, Sanghyun was overflowing with excitement. It worked. His next skill was the freezing skill I got from the Frost Heart. Delighting in the realization, I managed to combine it with full-throttle dash. I thought it wouldn't work due to skill compatibility, but it actually worked out. Capitalizing on the moment before it could move, he swung his sword and dashed toward its legs, shouting, "In that case." He grinned broadly in excitement. "Now it's my turn," followed by his blade slicing through the air like wind to tear open its skin, sending fresh blood splashing everywhere. It roared in agony. Grrrru. His next skill triggered, Demon Warfare Skill Level 2 activated. From atop the icy cliff, Kim Miso called out, "Mr. Tseok." Responding to her call, he said, "I know." The mage instantly entered a combat state as a surge of blue energy burst forth, engulfing his entire body, and he declared, "I'm using my strongest ultimate." Concentrating with all his might, he shouted a fierce warning, "Sanghyun, get out of the way." Sanghyun whipped his head around in a start. Barely managing to dodge to the side, Park Tae-seok unleashed a massive ultimate straight into the grizzly bear, calling out the skill, Flaming Blue Phoenix Flame skill. Continuously taking heavy hits, it roared, "Grua!" Off in the distance. Sanghyun couldn't hide his astonishment at this hypermassive power. He thought to himself, this firepower really exceeded my expectations. The AoE of the skill was so massive that Sanghyun had to brace himself, thinking, at this rate for sure. And the end result was the giant grizzly bear getting taken down as Sanghyun silently rejoiced, "We've dealt enough damage." Strangely enough, its eyes suddenly blinked open, transforming into multiple layers of glowing golden pupils. A bizarre change seemed to be occurring. The energy around the giant grizzly bear is changing. Its teeth are growing out right now, becoming razor sharp. It roared, "Kaira'a." Just as planned, he smiled. It worked, further rejoicing inwardly. The damage output was enough. From this exact second onward, everything changed. The giant grizzly bear has entered the Devour state. He smiled excitedly, just according to plan, the Devour state. With a combat-ready posture, Miso called out to him, "Hey, Sanghyun." He thought to himself, the giant grizzly bear starts devouring everything around it. Bearing a new, hyper-aggressive appearance, it stared fixedly at Sanghyun with a famished gaze. His expression now filled with anxiety. He thought, is the Devour state normally this violently unhinged? Wondering briefly, where did that stupid bear from earlier go? But calculating ahead. Sanghyun thought the ultimate finisher will be handled by Kang Juhi, while overwhelming fear made it impossible for him to concentrate. Can I even survive until then? Park Tae-seok panicked. Is that really the Devour state? Thinking with extreme anxiety, it practically turned into a completely different monster. Suddenly swooping down from above, Miso called out to Tae-seok, "Tae-seok, how is Juhi doing?" And he reacted with surprise, "Miso." Looking over at Juhi, Park Tae-seok replied, "She's still preparing." She gradually drifted up into the air as swirling green energy coiled around her. Her eyes turned green as she entered a state of intense concentration. With an astonished expression, Kim Miso asked awkwardly, "She'll make it in time, right?" With a face as pale as a sheet, Park Tae-seok answered, "Now's not the time to worry about that." Over where Sanghyun was still fleeing desperately from its razor-sharp jaws, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Aaa." Running for his life, he thought to himself, is Kang Juhi still not done? Anxious about his own fate, he muttered, "If this keeps up, forget about the raid. I'm gonna be the one getting feasted on first." His eyes widened in absolute shock as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. It had accelerated and caught up to Sanghyun, putting him in immediate mortal danger. Left with no other choice, he swung his sword backward to brace for defense. Thinking to himself, I can't dodge this attack. Acting on impulse, Sanghyun yelled out, "Damn it if it comes to this." No longer able to hold back, his eyes flashed with intense blue lightning as he warned, "Then I'm diving right in," activating a new skill, Activate Mirage skill. The time had come for Juhi to make her grand entrance, generating a massive green energy vortex. Blood trickled slightly from her nose, but she still managed to say, "I'm ready, teleport." Over here, right at the exact moment when the tip of the sword and the monster's gaping mouth were about to collide. The monster's colossal body was suddenly sucked inside a swirling vortex, and finally vanished completely into midair. Seeing this, the other two rushed over anxiously to check on her. "Juhi, are you okay?" She gently replied, "Yes, I'm fine, I just used up too much mana." Meanwhile, the protagonist let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close to being game over. If my attack hadn't hit that exact spot just now, both of us would have been swallowed up right then and there. Haha, well, as long as it worked, I guess we pulled it off. He spoke while turning to look at the group celebrating together. The gray bear, its mouth bleeding profusely, trembled with wide eyes and moaned, "Ji Gyuruk." It bolted upright from the pool of blood, clinging to the cliff face as it let out a fierce roar, Jigurok, leaving the three of them stunned at its current state. It used a hand to cover its earlier wound. Suddenly, its eyes rolled upward strangely as it growled in agony, Jijuk, and a notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, Giant Gray Bear. Covered in blood, it collapsed heavily, the impact shattering the ice floor into flying fragments as Sanghyun and Miso instinctively shielded their faces. Another notification appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the unidentified gate ice dungeon. Miso smiled and said, good job, Sanghyun. He chuckled inside. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, I was the one who insisted on doing it after all. A notification popped up again. You have leveled up. After all the hardships, he forced a pale, awkward smile. He thought to himself, this dungeon was seriously difficult, and recalled, there were so many close moments. Juhi stepped out of the portal looking exhausted as she offered a compliment. You guys are truly amazing, she added awkwardly. Sorry I couldn't be of much help. Seeing her emerge, Sanghyun was slightly surprised while Miso consoled her. It's fine. He smiled playfully. Not at all, thank you for joining my reckless plan. Facing that expression, Juhi helplessly said, thanks to you, I think I've seen my own limits. He continued to smile cheerfully. Ha ha ha, then I'll be counting on you again. But deep inside, happiness and gratitude mingled. Honestly, I'm so thankful my teammates listened to such an absurd plan. He still harbored his own lingering thoughts. Anyway though, imagining an alternative scenario, even if they hadn't followed me, I still would have pushed through to the end. Suddenly, he pictured the previous gates he used to face, witnessing terrified citizens running in panic while someone screamed, over here, we need a medic, thinking, the gates I faced in my past life, as his tone grew somber, always ended in tragedy. He remembered the moments he was heavily wounded, even having to be cared for by others, and recalled hearing, are you okay? He thought, the average survival rate of the gates I targeted for high rewards is terribly low, but conversely. However, since this raid was carried out by non-amateurs, the survival rate was quite high. He remembered having to be helped along due to exhaustion as people cried out for help. Check over here too. A helpless look flashed in his eyes, but still. A 10% mortality rate always falls on the weak players in the party. But then he asserted, this time that person won't be me, he thought with a shudder. Death is always right beside players at all times and places. Returning to the present reality, Sanghyun thought, self-improvement is important, but, reflecting further, if there's one more goal I need to fulfill in this life. He suddenly chuckled quietly. Looking toward his teammates, Sanghyun thought, it's to prevent unnecessary deaths among my comrades. Seeing everyone happily chatting while Juhi complained, I'm so dizzy, the two of them yelled out in worry, Juhi. Shortly after, the group excitedly cheered. All right then, he approached everyone with an amused expression, the reward we fought so hard to earn. A bright crimson flame flared up fiercely as he said, let's see what it is. The notification announced, the final reward of the gate, the first-time special reward, has appeared. Taken aback for a moment, Sanghyun burst out laughing. Finally, I get to face it, the first-time special reward. The notification continued, when you place your hand on the first-time special reward, each individual prize will be distributed. He slowly reached out his hand. Suddenly, another pair of hands grabbed his. Startled, he turned his head to look. It was the Goddess of Fortune. The Goddess of Fortune says you will now witness her true power. He cracked an amused smile. True power, with all that showmanship. Moving his hands, he thought, I'm genuinely looking forward to what's about to come. A ranking board materialized before his eyes, surprising him as the system announced, player Shin Sanghyun has received a unique grade artifact, followed by, you can choose one from the artifact list. He gasped in surprise. Unique. The Goddess of Fortune stood right behind him looking smug. Sanghyun thought, even though I predicted it, the feeling of a unique grade is genuinely different, guessing, probably because it's the fourth highest tier. The Goddess of Fortune smiled triumphantly while he stood there utterly bewildered. A blinding light flashed before his eyes and a new notification popped up. Due to the power of the Goddess of Fortune, unique grade and higher artifacts will guaranteed unlock and inherit their hidden effects. A look of surprise crossed his face as he remembered. All right, I completely forgot, thinking that clause was definitely in the contract. The next notification was about the Goddess of Fortune. The Goddess of Fortune requests that you sincerely call her Nuna, older sister. Hearing that, she laughed gleefully while he panicked. Goddess Nuna, thinking happily, I'd call you that 100 times over. Turning back, he thought helplessly, great, looks like the other teammates are too busy checking their own rewards, and guessed, they probably won't notice. Reaching his hand toward that glowing light, he exclaimed excitedly, am I really choosing it now? He decisively thrust his hand in, no need to hesitate. A burst of pink light erupted. Instantly, a sword materialized as he cheered. I've had my eye on this artifact from the start. Introduction of the sword, Spirit War Greatsword, a two-handed weapon artifact of the Greatsword type, accompanied by its attack and strength stats. He rejoiced inwardly, as expected from a unique grade artifact. Those stats are insane. Slowly touching the hilt, he thought, from now on. Gripping the hilt tightly, he grinned ear to ear. I'm counting on you. Its sheer destructive power left him astonished. Trying to lift the heavy sword, he thought, what the hell, why is this so heavy? Guessing, where did the weight reduction effect go? New effect, weight reduction passive effect is always active. He stared skeptically at the effect panel. New notification, due to the skill artifact Devouring, mana consumption for existing skills is removed and all equipped artifacts will feel like they weigh only 100 G. However, the effects of duplicate artifact types will not stack. Seeing this, he got irritated. What is this, a new contract? Complaining, since when was that clause added? Miso walked over and asked, is something wrong, Sanghyun? He froze for a second. Nothing at all, ha. Sanghyun looked at everyone and said, oh, but you guys. Seeing everyone beaming, he asked, looks like everyone got rewards they're happy with. Miso responded enthusiastically, that's right, all of us got artifacts suited to our classes, adding a compliment, all thanks to you, Sanghyun. He awkwardly said, oh, I didn't do much. Denying his modesty, she firmly stated, there you go again, but it's undeniable that this is all thanks to you. Miso continued with a smile, so we discussed it as a team. She said, how about we leave all the byproduct drops like the boss corpse and magic stones to you, Sanghyun? Hearing that, he was struck speechless. He awkwardly refused, no, you really don't have to do that. Juhi firmly cut in, no, we need to keep things clear, we've already calculated everyone's contributions in this battle, so don't worry about it. He blurted out helplessly, oh. Seeing his reaction, the others panicked. Miso said, Sanghyun, we told you it's fine. Juhi worriedly urged, don't cry please, while Tseok just called out his name, Sanghyun, but deep inside he felt an indescribable emotion. I can't believe my teammates think this highly of me. Sobbing internally, the monster corpse alone is worth 600 million. Add the other byproducts and it definitely exceeds 1.5 billion. He suddenly flashed a sly, wicked smile. This is really, seeing him staring at the ground, Miso anxiously called out, Sanghyun, while he thought joyfully, I can't hold back this smile anymore. Afterward they moved on, outside the Chunui Station ice dungeon gate. He helplessly told Miso, yeah, let's hold a celebration party next time. She turned to say, is that so? What a pity, but it can't be helped. Continuing, I wish you could come eat with us. A spark of excitement lit up in his heart. I can't wait to see the results. Afterward, the three of them headed in the opposite direction, calling out their goodbyes. See you later, Sanghyun, Miso said. I'll text you. Sanghyun replied, yeah, thanks for all your hard work. But it seemed Miso still had something left to say. She asked him, Sanghyun, can I talk to you informally from now on, leaving him slightly surprised. Smiling awkwardly, he agreed, yeah, sure, thinking, I obviously couldn't say something like, how dare you speak informally to your elder to her. She smiled gently. Beaming brightly, she said, then, have a safe trip home, Sanghyun Oppa. He stood frozen without any reaction. Then he smiled and replied, yeah, you get home safe too, thinking internally, Oppa, just how long has it been since I last heard that word? Perhaps from this moment on, things would get sweeter between the two of them as Juhi and Tseok started speculating about the word Oppa. Juhi and Tiseok began sensing a hint of sweetness in the air. A short while later in the alley behind the Chunui station gate, Sanghyun placed the massive sword in front of him and began channeling his magical power. Instantly, the system notification chimed. You have absorbed worn-out greatsword. The condition for the lightweight effect has been met. The effect has been activated. The sword gradually dissolved as he looked at it and smiled wryly. As expected, since it didn't come with substats, it couldn't be absorbed for much. Anyway, since it's like my favorite spicy tuna gimbap, I guess I'm pretty happy. Sanghyun slowly raised his hand and triggered the system. All right, so everything is done. Now it's time to check the results so far. He pressed OK with high expectations, excitement written all over the hunter's smiling face. The player info window popped up quickly, showing his current level at 51. With his stats boosted by 150 in strength and 50 in agility. Sanghyun had also acquired a few skills, including Knockback Burst, a skill with a knockback effect that cost 27 mana to use. And the hunter had also obtained the title Clever Hunter, which restored 1 HP every time he killed a monster by absorbing their blood. Observing each sweet fruit of his labor, Sanghyun smiled with total satisfaction. He couldn't believe it. Switching to a new sword alone boosted my strength this much. Add 2 titles and a skill. This dungeon is an absolute treasure trove. What if I pump more points into luck? No sooner said than done. Sanghyun reached out and tapped the screen. And the system immediately notified. The player's luck stat has exceeded 200. Critical strike damage range has been recalculated, approximately 120% to 600%. Staring at such a crazy number, the hunter couldn't help being astonished. A whopping 600% critical strike. Does that mean with a lucky strike I can deal 6 hits worth of damage? I've come way further than my past life, reaching level 50 in just 2 weeks, something Yoon Dekyung took years to do. Finally, Sanghyun just chuckled at everything. All right. While the hunter was still overjoyed, I gotta keep up this pace, just you wait, demon swordsman Du Kyungsu. This life, I'm definitely gonna catch up to you. A strange magical aura suddenly approached him from behind. The system urgently warned, the atmosphere around you is getting increasingly eerie. But Sanghyun hadn't noticed yet and remained carefree. Now to go find Shin Tae-ri for a rematch. Mid-thought, the glaring red light of that aura shone so brightly it caught his attention. Glancing at it, the smile on the hunter's face froze. This familiar feeling. The system continued its announcements. 3 new constellations are approaching you. Lion King is interested in your swordsmanship. The Sower of Beauty and Flame acknowledges your fierce fighting spirit. Shadow Hunter questions your existence in this world, deeming that you do not belong here. As Sanghyun witnessed all 3 of them appearing before him at once, he couldn't help feeling astonished internally as the system reported. Goddess of Fortune says a few decent constellations showed up and Sanghyun coins are skyrocketing. Hearing that, the hunter could only sigh wearily. Where on earth did she learn to talk like that? After a moment, Sanghyun stood frozen, staring blankly at the newly arrived constellations. He forced an awkward smile, feeling somewhat incredulous inside. I didn't expect the next wave of constellations to appear this fast. It must be because my growth rate is ridiculously absurd. The friendliness and sociability of Goddess of Fortune is probably the biggest reason. Stop acting like you can read my thoughts. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than the Goddess of Fortune cheerfully gave him a thumbs up, leaving Sanghyun startled. Wait, can she actually read them? Then the hunter slowly lifted his eyelids. Well, let's see who's shown up. Lion King and the Sower of Beauty and Flame, everyone knew these 2. They were historical heroes who ascended to godhood and became constellations. Sanghyun wondered with a hint of doubt, could it be they saw warrior potential in me? Or maybe the real reason is, suddenly, Sanghyun locked eyes with both Lion King and the Sower of Beauty and Flame, causing the 2 constellations to startle and lightly frown. Right after that, they unexpectedly grew annoyed as the system announced. Lion King rebukes you for glancing sideways in front of your seniors, and the Sower of Beauty and Flame roars that if this were back when he was a general, your head would already be rolling. Seeing their flaring anger, the hunter could only awkwardly smile and apologize, thinking to himself, this is exactly why former heroes are so damn annoying. If I contracted with them, I can only imagine how much they'd nag me. And an extremely dangerous person has appeared. Thinking this, Sanghyun warily averted his gaze elsewhere. This time he looked toward Shadow Hunter, who was staring back at the hunter with a mocking smirk. She was the very last person Sanghyun wanted to cross paths with as a player. She constantly monitored spatial rips in real time, wandered everywhere tracking players who reaped excessive benefits from system glitches, and acted as a bounty hunter specializing in dealing with dirty players who crossed the line. Suddenly, Sanghyun remembered something. In my past life, something similar happened. Aside from special exceptions like Goddess of Fortune, a ranker who signed a dual contract. She hounded them relentlessly until they completely collapsed. It's genuinely terrifying. The more he thought about those horrifying things, the more the hunter couldn't help panicking, his face turning pale. Damn it, none of the constellations here are right for me, but Lion King boosts constitution and the Sower of Beauty and Flame boosts strength. Of course, contracting with constellations is crucial. It's definitely a life-changing decision for a player. But I have Goddess of Fortune, and that's enough for now. Meaning, if I wait a little longer, might I get something even more amazing? Suddenly, Sanghyun thought of the Divine Throne. Historically, you could count on one hand the number of players who contracted with truly mythological entities. He didn't like gambling, but the hunter had no other choice now. Sanghyun slowly shifted his gaze toward the constellations. Then he bluntly gave his answer, "Sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today." The swordsman's words left all of them utterly shocked. The system then announced, Lion King is stunned, stating he has never been treated this way before. The Sower of Beauty and Flame departs, saying he might visit you 3 times like a sworn blood brother. As Sanghyun stood frozen watching them leave one by one upon hearing the system's message, the hunter could only offer a wry smile. Even if you come back 3 times, my answer won't change. Suddenly Sanghyun noticed something, his eyes widening slightly. At this moment, Shadow Hunter was slowly stepping into that spatial doorway. Before completely leaving, she slowly turned her head to give Sanghyun one last look. Her eager gaze and blazing eyes were glued to him, the corners of her lips curving into a sharp smirk as the system rang out. Shadow Hunter warns that one day she will expose the secret you are hiding. Sanghyun was startled upon seeing that expression and hearing her parting message. This left him extremely annoyed. What a pain. The hunter sighed helplessly. I'd love to avoid trouble too, but I guess it can't be helped. I gotta be careful with constellations from now on. Well, I guess everything's fine now, right? Saying that, Sanghyun turned on his phone. After a tense spell spent facing the constellations, the hunter muttered as the clock neared 11:30. Good, if I leave right now, I won't be late. Reading the information on his phone, Sanghyun smiled faintly. The monsters appearing in the next rift will be a pack of kobolds, just like the Cerberus earlier. They're also affected by the intersection of day and night. I can't let this target slip away. No sooner thought than done, he hoisted his sword over his shoulder and stepped out of the alley. Running 3 times in a single day, that's not going to be easy. But let's give it a try until the throne takes an interest in me. Thinking of this, he couldn't help breaking into a wide, delighted grin. At that exact moment, in the quest zone near Jamsel Station, inside the Rift Management Division B4 of the Player Association, headquarters staff were hard at work. Right then, a female staff member answered an incoming call. That's right, this is the Rift Management Department of the Korea Players Association. We're listening. It was unclear what the person on the other end said, but a second later her expression turned dreadful as her eyes widened and she screamed, "What?" Having received the shocking news from the line, the staff member spun around in disbelief to look at the others. No way. A rift has appeared at Exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. All combat personnel prepare to deploy immediately. She then anxiously replied to the caller, "Confirmed, we're going to request cooperation from nearby players," so, before she could even finish, the voice on the other end interrupted, "But someone here is already fighting." Hearing that, the staff member couldn't hide her shock. What did you just say?" The girl on the other end repeated, "I mean, a player is already taking care of it." Coming back to her senses, the staff member asked, "How did they even get there?" the girl replied. I don't know, but he's fighting the monsters all by himself. Hearing this, the staff member panicked further. All by himself? That's too dangerous. Tell him to evacuate immediately. Following her instructions, the girl on the phone replied hurriedly, Got it, I understand. But Watching Sang-hyun eagerly tearing through monsters, the girl hesitated as she told the staff, Actually, it doesn't look all that dangerous. The staff member grew even more confused, questioning her own ears. What? Monsters began pouring out of a spatial tier. Reality rifts began appearing 11 years ago after the first forest outbreak. Unlike dungeons or gates, these are unpredictable disasters that serve as a bridge for monsters to enter our world. A sheet of glass shattered, tearing open a jagged rift. Monsters poked their heads out of the crack, stepping directly into the real world. The monster locked its eyes wide open, as if it had spotted something right in front of it. Sang-hyun appeared before the monster with his sword resting on his shoulder. His face radiated pure confidence as he stared straight at the beast. Well, this was totally predictable for me. 10 minutes earlier, Sang-hyun walked out of the station with his sword strapped to his back. Walking halfway, he looked back over his shoulder. It's about time. From what I remember, I just need to leave from this exit. His gaze drifted toward something peculiar happening beside him. Strange lights began materializing right before his eyes. Sang-hyun scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Found it, a rift right there. That's why I remember this so clearly. Remembering the monsters that poured out in his past life, he thought, because of a specific reason, this rift, it's an absolute tragedy. Recalling the horrific slaughter of his past life, a fierce determination burned in his chest. Countless civilians died because of it. Since I'm here this time, I won't let that happen. With a blank expression, he finally muttered his honest thoughts. Thank goodness I regressed. Sang-hyun recalled growing up alongside others. I grew up in an orphanage since birth, so I don't remember what my parents looked like, but even so, I never felt sad or despairing. A torn photograph of him and the people at the orphanage flashed by. Still, I know what it feels like to lose someone. The harrowing image of monsters massacring everything returned to his mind. That's why I will never forget this. At that moment, the figure of a girl appeared, asking without turning back, Are you all right? With absolute confidence on his face, Sang-hyun drew his sword to prepare for battle against the monsters. He stood entirely alone against the colossal monsters pouring out of the rift. The beasts bared vicious expressions, roaring to intimidate him. Right at the start, Sang-hyun triggered his ultimate technique, intersection of day and night. Canine-type monsters will be frozen due to this effect, leaving the monsters frozen in place as they could do nothing but roar helplessly. Seeing this, he smiled approvingly. Nice, that works brilliantly. But then Sang-hyun glanced off to the side, thinking to himself, though it's not showing quite as much effect as when I fought the Cerberus. Looking up at the starry sky where the moon was completely obscured, he deduced the reason. Must be because of the moon. The moon is totally blocked out, so they haven't completely submitted to me yet. Instead of being discouraged, he grew even more excited. Well, this makes things interesting. Unable to move, the pack of monsters could only emit furious, thwarted growls. Gripping his sword tightly, Sang-hyun lunged toward the monsters ahead, activating a brand new skill. Full throttle dash movement skill level 1. Gathers a massive amount of power before instantly lunging forward to strike the enemy. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance, though all movement is restricted during the charge. A streak of blue light flashed right past the monster's face. Thinking the attack had missed, the monster wore a smug grin. But at that moment, a small blue orb manifested right beside the beast. The orb rapidly expanded, slamming forcefully into the monsters and sending them crashing backward. Knockback hidden skill triggers a knockback effect, consuming 27 mana to push enemies away. Success rate and knockback distance scale with the target's skill resistance. Up to 183 mana can be expended to increase success rate and knockback distance. With just Sang-hyun's opening strike, the pack of monsters was violently blown far backward. The beasts were hurled straight back inside the rift itself. Even he was surprised by the sheer power of this skill. The knockback effect has a massive AoE, and combined with full throttle dash, the damage output is pretty insane. Coughing up blood from the impact, the monsters showed that this really bumps up my area of effect defense. Gasping heavily for air with severe injuries, the beasts listened as he noted. Plus, with the critical strike multiplier boosted by my luck stat, my current critical damage ranges from 120% to 600%. Seeing Sanghyun approach, the monsters were terrified out of their wits. Since you guys didn't die from that last hit, I guess I haven't quite hit maximum critical damage yet. Vaulting into the air to launch another attack on the cowering monsters, he declared, "Then let's see what the max damage looks like this time." A car sped down the street at an astonishing velocity. The driver zeroed in on the rift. There it is, found it. The vehicle screeched to a halt right near the tier, leaving onlookers outside baffled. Lee Hyen immediately stepped out of the car and introduced himself. "We're from the Player Association. Who called us?" "Korea Players Association." Lee Hyen, level 110, player rank B+. A young woman stepped up, pointing ahead. "Right, I'm the one who called. The monsters are over there." After taking in the situation, Lee Hyen instructed her, "All right, find a safe spot, Will." But someone beside him interrupted. "Hyen." Lee Young stepped forward with a suggestion. "I think we should go check it out first." Korea Players Association. Lee Young, level 90, player rank B. Right before their eyes, Sanghyun was single-handedly fighting off the monsters, leaving the two speechless. What the hell? Roaring fiercely, a monster threw a heavy punch straight toward Sanghyun. Lee Hyen and Lee Young instantly drew their weapons. Recognizing the enemy, Lee Hyen exclaimed, "Kobold warriors, is this a kobold rift? Let's take it down fast." "Got it." From a distance, Sanghyun called out to reassure the two. "I'm fine, you guys don't need to come over here." He confidently declared, "I'll take them all down by myself." Unable to believe his ears, Lee Hyen started to ask, "Wait, are you saying?" Sanghyun activated a new title and skills. Title Confrontation activated. State Isolation, Kobold Warrior. With no allies within a 5-meter radius of the target other than yourself, all stats are increased by 20%. Let's test this out. Skill Body Enhancement activated. User's physical body has been enhanced, speed increased. The Kobold Warriors brandished their swords in unison to counterattack. But Sanghyun held his ground, channeling power into his blade. "Let's see what happens when I unleash the accumulated power of knockback." Two massive forces instantly collided head-on. Proving vastly weaker than Sanghyun, the monster was blown violently away. Struck by lightning, the beast writhed and growled in agony. It ultimately crashed straight into the ground right in front of Sanghyun. Gorgeous. Watching the scene unfold, Lee Hyen and Lee Young wore expressions of utter speechlessness. One of them finally called out, "Hey, are you Shin Sanghyun?" Stepping closer to thank him for his help, they said, "Right, you guys are from the association. Sorry about earlier." "No, thanks to you, nobody got hurt. In a rift outbreak, that's practically a miracle." Lee Hyen stepped up to offer his gratitude. "I want to thank you." Hearing this, Sanghyun offered a modest, dismissive smile. "Don't mention it, I just happened to be passing by." Lee Hyen guessed his intentions. "Just a guess, but you're planning to keep fighting, right?" The protagonist looked somewhat surprised that he guessed his next move. "How did you know?" Lee Hyen quickly explained. "I heard most high-tier players do that. If you don't mind, please let us tag along." Unlike Lee Hyen's resolute expression, Lee Young looked somewhat anxious. "Hyen." Eager to learn, Lee Hyen added, "We won't get in your way, I just want to observe how you handle things." Hearing that, he simply smiled. Agreeing to let them follow, he let out a soft sigh as he turned around. "Do as you like, rookies, how cute." Man, I'm starting to sound like an old man. Taking the lead, Sanghyun sliced through monsters to clear a path for Lee Hyen and Lee Young. Bupyeong Station, Rift, Intermediate Arena. With a single casual swing, Sanghyun cleanly cleaved a blocking monster in half. Panting heavily as they jogged behind him, Lee Young complained, "Why is he moving so fast? Is he really a low-level player? Forget his level, just keep running after him. Did you not see his fight outside the rift?" Despite exhaustion creeping in, Lee Hyen remained determined to trail Sanghyun. There has to be something special about his combat instincts or something. We need to observe and learn as much as possible. My strength hasn't grown much lately. Li Yong voiced his lingering question. Still, isn't it weird how he still has so much stamina left after that intense fight earlier? Hearing this, Li Haiyan acknowledged the oddity. True, I always prided myself on having stamina surpassing most players, but that fight earlier was seriously tough. 30 minutes prior at the Bupyeong Station rift entrance, the three of them had stepped into the rift together. Suddenly, something appeared ahead that made Li Haiyan and Li Yong open their eyes wide in shock. A horde of towering monsters stood waiting for them. The monsters positioned on the upper level aimed their bows directly at the trio. Quick-handed, Sanghyun grabbed the corpse of a nearby monster to use as a shield, advising the other two, "Hide behind me. I dragged this corpse along precisely for situations like this." The monster's arrows rained down, crorol. But the arrows merely struck the monster's corpse as the three ducked safely behind it. Visibly terrified, Li Yong covered his head, eyeing the arrows thudding down right beside them. Glancing back at the state of his two followers, Sanghyun thought to himself, bringing them in was probably a mistake. Trying to clear monsters while protecting them is a bit too much work. His face remained entirely expressionless and silent. But a surge of determination quickly replaced his doubts. Why am I complaining again? I need to learn how to handle situations like this. Revering his grip on his sword, he reminded himself, otherwise I'll never reach a high rank, right? Right then, a monster drew its bow directly at Sanghyun. Unfortunately for it, his thrown sword flew straight into its head, sending it flipping backward. Seeing its comrade go down like that, the adjacent monster froze in sheer terror. Seizing the opening, Sanghyun darted forward with his sword. Quit getting distracted, the arrows have stopped flying, haven't they? Simultaneously activating his skill, he swept through and decapitated the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monsters collapsed onto the floor. Glancing back at his followers, Sanghyun announced, "All right, next up is the second floor." Just then, a giant monster stepped out to block his path. Sanghyun was knocked a few steps back by the monster. What the hell, why suddenly? Unwilling to yield, he thought to himself, good thing I reacted fast. If that hit landed, my body would have turned to mush. The massive monster stepped forward, panting heavily. It was a kobold champion. I honestly didn't expect a monster this strong to be guarding the second floor. Wielding its heavy shield, the kobold champion charged toward Sanghyun. It roared as it closed in on the protagonist. This bastard's still kicking. Doubts flickered in his mind. Can I push back this attack with knockback? No, I can't gamble on uncertain outcomes like this. Meaning. After a brief calculation, he decided to charge straight ahead to face the kobold champion. I have to take its attack head-on and minimize the collateral impact as much as possible. The protagonist's sword thrust straight into the shield of the kobold champion. The blade not only pierced right through the shield, but also cleanly sliced off the champion's head. Even Sanghyun couldn't believe the sheer magnitude of his own strength. What the hell, this damage output? It didn't just pierce the shield. The champion's severed head rolled away across the floor. It actually one-shot a kobold champion famous for high defense. My stats shouldn't be nearly this high. Is this the raw power of the greatsword's sword spirit? The kobold champion's head rolled right up to the feet of the remaining monsters, terrifying them. Sanghyun looked at the terrified monsters with a wicked smile that made them jump out of their skin. So that's how it is. Rushing forward, he wiped out all the monsters on the second floor with a single strike, leaving Li Haiyan and Li Yong staring in stunned amazement from behind. Up on the second floor, the monsters lay carved into pieces. A new pair of boots gleamed amidst the remains. Speed boots, platinum sacred relic, common equipment. Type, boots. Effect, imbued with the will of an assassin who desperately yearned to run faster. Blessed by ordinary spirits, movement speed is tripled when traveling on unpaved terrain and doubled under normal conditions. Sanghyun quickly crouched down to slip the speed boots on, marveling, hit the jackpot. Kobolds are way harder to deal with than goblins, and they're rumored to drop some rare sacred relics. As he laced them up, a faint energy radiated from the footwear. Gazing down in surprise, Sang-hyun muttered, "These things even auto-adjust size? Kobolds don't exactly have athletic runner feet, but whatever. Things are gonna get a lot easier from here." He walked over to the second-floor railing and looked down. Besides, down below, after a fierce struggle, Lee Hyun and Lee Young had finally finished off the remaining monsters. Watching them, Sang-hyun finally offered some praise. "These two actually fight better than I expected." The trio regrouped on the upper level. This trip brought in a pretty decent haul: 5 silver, 4 gold, and 1 platinum. That's easily worth 1.5 billion won. Just clearing the kobolds along the way maxed out my HP, so the boss shouldn't be an issue. With his HP bar fully restored, Sang-hyun felt fully confident facing the boss here. This new title is pretty strong too. Wise Hunter title effect restores 5 HP via blood absorption every time you defeat a small monster or higher. Suddenly something ahead caught the protagonist's eye, making his gaze light up. Before him stood another door radiating a crimson energy. This weird energy, so it was in here. The deepest room in the rift, the king's treasury. Sang-hyun stepped inside without hesitation. Something glowing brightly inside left him utterly dumbfounded. Why is there? Spread out before him was a colossal mountain of gold. What on earth is this? Sang-hyun's eyes turned into sparkling dollar signs as he practically threw himself onto the pile of gold coins. "Forget the weird energy, sorry about that, you precious items. What is this? Can I just retire early now?" Unnoticed by him, a monster in the shadows aimed an arrow straight at the protagonist. Still staring casually at the treasure below, he mused, "Forget getting stronger or whatever. With this much money, my life is completely set." The monster perched up high loosed its arrow toward Sang-hyun. The arrow struck the pile of gold down below. Little did it know, Sang-hyun had been on guard all along as he leaped into the air to launch an attack. An ambush again, huh? The Kobold King turned its head and growled at him. The main character's sword immediately slashed down, and he even mocked it. Always the same trick, so boring. The Kobold King quickly rolled to dodge Sang-hyun's previous attack. Even he himself didn't expect it to dodge his attack. What, it dodged from that distance? What kind of movement is that? The Kobold King turned around, preparing to fire another arrow at Sang-hyun. Feels like it's deliberately luring me here. Turns out the final monster he had to overcome was none other than it, final boss, the Kobold King. Fortunately, Sang-hyun noticed in time and turned his head back to look. At the same time, the Kobold King's arrow was fired, and luckily Sang-hyun managed to dodge it using the move, Omni Strike. Looking at the arrow firmly embedded in the ground, Sang-hyun secretly felt lucky, thinking, "That was close. If I hadn't used Omni Strike in time to dodge, my body probably would have been pierced through." Sang-hyun and the Kobold King stomped the ground at the exact same time. Sang-hyun looked at the Kobold King in front of him with a skeptical expression. This thing. It seemed the Kobold King wouldn't give him a single second to rest, plucking a hair from the back of its neck. Instantly, the hair transformed into a powerful arrow, and seeing it, Sang-hyun thought to himself, "This is getting pretty troublesome." Lee Hyun and Lee Young quickly tracked down the gate of the crack. Has it already started? The two of them rushed inside and shouted loudly, "Sang-hyun, sorry we're late." Inside, upon seeing the two, the Kobold King immediately growled to threaten them. It transformed into a giant, baring its sharp teeth with a fierce gaze directed at the two. Due to the effect Monarch's Gaze of the Kobold King, the effect Immobilize has been applied. Lee Hyun looked at it with a terrified expression and screamed, "What kind of boss is this?" Only then did he realize something was wrong, stammering, "My body, I can't move." Before anyone knew it, Sang-hyun appeared right behind the Kobold King, raising his sword high to strike down. Sang-hyun wore a triumphant smile, teasing the Kobold King, "You dare look away from me? Skill, recovery level 1 activated. Immobilize has been broken by recovery." Only then did the Kobold King notice Sang-hyun above its head, glaring up and growling. Sang-hyun's slash landed squarely on the Kobold King's arm. The Kobold King roared in pain, clutching its injured arm, but at that moment, another unexpected thing happened. Demon combat cannot be executed due to the Kobold King's skill resistance stats. Sang-hyun looked at it with a trace of regret. Thanks to recovery, I found an opening, but because of its high stat resistance, I couldn't trigger a stun. What a pity, but... He glanced at Lee Hyun and Lee Young sitting slumped on the ground. The effect, intimidation right now. Both of their faces showed sheer shock, while Sang-hyun looked at them and got an idea. If two level 100 players react like this, maybe it's even stronger than the Goblin Lord I fought before. Sang-hyun smiled, confident he had a new plan. I couldn't get it last time, but thankfully. Once again, he grabbed his sword and charged at the Kobold King with a confident expression. This time, I'm definitely getting intimidation. The Kobold King wasn't to be outdone either, summoning a barrage of arrows behind its back. Sang-hyun felt no fear, his ice-like shadow unwavering as he charged straight at it. This time, the Kobold King used a stronger move. Kobold King used multi-shot, unleashing countless arrows simultaneously, all of which Sang-hyun managed to dodge. Sang-hyun used his sword to block the incoming arrows. What the hell? Suddenly, the Kobold King leaped up into midair. It conjured countless more arrows behind its back. Witnessing this scene, even Sang-hyun was surprised by its intelligence. Just as I thought, it's very smart, unlike any monster I've seen before. But are its arrows infinite? How unfair, it keeps the distance and turns this into a drawn-out battle because of Omni Strike. Judging by the current situation, the Kobold King's cooldown time is faster than Sang-hyun's. From what he remembered, its intimidation has a shorter cooldown than his recovery, if it figures out. Once the Kobold King discovers Sang-hyun's weakness, he would surely only have one path. Then I might actually die since I can't do anything when affected by intimidation. I can't let it drag me into a long battle. Sang-hyun looked up at the Kobold King in midair with a worried face, thinking to himself, damn it, if I had a long-range attack, this would be so much easier. At that moment, his attention fell upon the gold coins scattered on the ground. Looking at them, an idea sparked in Sang-hyun's head. Right. Lee Young turned to Lee Hyun to check on him. Hyun, are you okay? I've never encountered this effect before, so I was kind of scared, but I feel better now. Countless arrows from the Kobold King rained down on Sang-hyun continuously. This time, the Kobold King roared with supreme confidence, while Lee Young watched the fight in total bewilderment. But why is Shin Sang-hyun still fine? Does he have some kind of cleansing skill? Lee Hyun also stared up at Sang-hyun with a suspicious look. Looking at it this way, it wouldn't be strange if he had one or two, not surprising at all, but what is this weird feeling? Suddenly, Lee Hyun's eyes widened, as if he had just spotted something right in front of him. The arrows that the Kobold King had fired earlier were now driving deeper into the ground. Wait, the arrows are sinking deeper into the earth. Lee Hyun realized the Kobold King's trap and immediately warned Sang-hyun. Damn it, I should have realized sooner. Sang-hyun, it's a trap. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun was slowly descending toward the pile of gold. Are you done shooting? His feet slowly touched down onto the pile of gold coins on the ground. At that exact moment, the gold coins gripped his feet tightly, holding him in place. The Kobold King broke into a sinister smile. It gathered all its power into the crossbow in its hand, taking aim straight at Sang-hyun. The arrow, charged with the Kobold King's absolute maximum strength, was fired. With his feet trapped, Sang-hyun could only stand still and watch. The arrow instantly pierced right through his abdomen with ease. The Kobold King leaped down onto the pile of gold coins as well. It looked thrilled to see Sang-hyun hit by that arrow. But before it could celebrate for long, Sang-hyun suddenly spoke up. Stupid. Even though the arrow had pierced clean through his body, he didn't look injured at all. You think you're the only one who can set traps. Thanks to the effect of sacrifice, the incoming attack has been nullified and HP has been restored. The hunter slammed his sword deep into the ground and mocked the Kobold King. You should have wondered why I was so easy to hit in the first place. Sang-hyun's eyes turned pitch black. Now then, skill illusion activated, user's physical stats enhanced, movement speed drastically increased. Grip tightening around his sword with complete confidence, Sang-hyun rushed toward the Kobold King. Time for you to take a beating. A brand new skill was unleashed by him, Knockback Burst. The gold coins on the ground flew backward toward the Kobold King like a storm. Those golden coins embedded themselves deep into its flesh, making it roar in agony. Outside, Li Yong finally understood Sanghyun's strategy. Gold coins, they act like shotgun pellets. Just how powerful is his knockback anyway? Li Haiyan stared in utter shock at the scene unfolding. No, that's not even the main point. I've met countless players before, but... The Kobold King's body was covered in embedded gold coins, and Li Haiyan was astounded by Sanghyun's strength. I've never seen anyone with combat instincts on this level. The gold coins clung tightly to the Kobold King's body, yet it still struggled to get up and fight. Even though it was injured, the Kobold King refused to give up. You really are as stubborn as a leech, aren't you? At that moment, Sanghyun flashed a creepy smile. He channeled power into his sword, preparing for the final strike. All right, let's finish this. Suddenly, the Kobold King let out a powerful roar. Sanghyun quickly sliced its sword clean in half, then used illusion to close the distance. His attack was so blindingly fast that the Kobold King didn't even realize it. But it was far too late. Sanghyun had already slashed straight through its body. Congratulations, you have defeated the Kobold King. Defeated by Sanghyun, the Kobold King stuck its tongue out and collapsed flat onto the ground. Sanghyun planted his sword in the ground as an aura radiated from his entire body. Your level has increased significantly. You have acquired a C-rank title. Before the drink goes cold, title rank C. Title description. A title forged by one who embodies beauty and flame based on her old memories. Within 2 hours of entering a dungeon, you and all party members are immune to the intimidation effect. His body emitted a brilliant glow. The one who embodies beauty and flame once proudly declared, "Back in my youth, I cut off my enemies' heads before the wine had even grown cold. This is the first time I've gotten a title related to a constellation I've met, huh?" Sanghyun turned his head to look at the stream of light behind him. Finally. On the ground lay the items he had unlocked after leveling up. They dropped intimidation. Despair Talisman, Platinum Holy Relic, Support Equipment. Special Effect, Intimidation. The roar released by the Akatis Kobold carries extreme hatred. Enemies hit by this pressure rapidly lose their will to fight. Swift Boots, Gold Holy Relic, Common Equipment. Equipment Type, Footwear. Special Effect, Retreat. Specialized boots for high-speed evasion, moving backward faster than moving forward. When the opponent leaves an opening, it creates a massive counterattack opportunity. Breakthrough Necklace, Gold Holy Relic. Equipment Type, Accessory. Special Effect, Tracking. The Kobold King crafted this necklace to quickly detect enemies, sensing murderous intent and displaying enemies within a 100-meter radius as red lights. Sanghyun bent down to pick up the Despair Talisman, unable to contain his joy over receiving these items. And the other items, just looking at them makes my mouth water. I'll store them for now and absorb them later since people are watching. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Sanghyun." Li Haiyan and Li Yong ran up to Sanghyun and urged him, "What is it? Why did you suddenly call out like that? We need to get out of here right now." The crack is starting to close. Hearing this news, a flash of surprise crossed his face. But then Sanghyun sighed helplessly. What? Ah no, everyone knows cracks close automatically right after being cleared. Why are these two panicking so much? Suddenly, realization hit him. Wait, don't tell me. Clutching the items he had gathered, Sanghyun looked down at the pile of gold coins with a worried expression. Does that mean? He looked at the gold and treasures with deep regret. What about all this stuff? He was quickly dragged away by Li Haiyan and Li Yong, but he looked completely reluctant. No way, pull me back, just let it go, man. No way, damn it. Outside the crack, a crowd had gathered, complete with reporters filming the scene. From inside the crack, 3 figures slowly stepped out to the utter astonishment of the crowd. Huh. Seeing them emerge safely, the people outside breathed a massive sigh of relief and cheered wildly. Looks like they pulled it off. Holy crap, Sanghyun is so cool. Look at that, the crack is closing too. But suddenly the crowd froze, all of them wearing blank expressions. Clutching the pile of items in his arms, Sanghyun walked out looking devastated over leaving behind the gold and treasure. Why is the atmosphere like this? A microphone was instantly shoved right toward the gloomy Sanghyun. A reporter stepped forward to greet him. Hello Sanghyun, we are reporters from Player magazine. The reporter smiled warmly, eager to get Sanghyun's thoughts. As the hero who saved Bupyeong Station, please say a few words. Sanghyun could only force an awkward, skeptical smile. Hero, what are you talking about? Player Town Building SB1 Advanced Training Room, where two young women were currently fighting monsters. Jo Ihyun wielded her staff and made her move. Summon B-Rank Golem. Korean Player Association, Jo Ihyun, level 120, Summoner Mage, player rank B+. The stone monsters immediately charged at Terry. Begin combat simulation. Terry remained completely calm without a shred of fear, fixing a sharp gaze on the approaching monsters. A stone monster rushed forward, but Terry slashed across its body with her blade. Its body exploded instantly upon impact. The remaining stone monster stared at her with a look of utter confusion. Terry spun the blade in her hand fiercely. Seizing the right moment, she gripped her sword tightly and prepared to strike. With her agile movements, she slashed through the stone monsters one by one, leaving countless gasps on their bodies as they roared in pain. The bodies of those stone monsters slowly crumbled into pieces. The moment Terry kicked off the ground, the stone monsters behind her instantly shattered. The debris rained down behind Terry's back. She turned around to look at the rubble, not forgetting to praise Ihyun's previous technique. You did great. I came here so I wouldn't forget the feeling of that day, but... In Terry's mind flashed the memory of her past battle with Sanghyun. I want to fight him again. I should have exchanged contact info back then, but Miso had to interrupt. At that moment, a news broadcast playing behind her caught Terry's attention. Breaking news today, a crack appeared at Bupyeong Station. Witnesses say a local player cleared it entirely on his own. Hearing the news, Terry looked skeptical. A crack? We're going to interview that player right now. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had just spotted something on screen. The broadcast displayed footage of Sanghyun being interviewed, with the reporter asking him, "How does it feel to clear a crack without a single casualty?" I just did what I had to do." Seeing him on the news, Terry couldn't help but smile, still so humble. "That's awesome, never thought I'd run into him like this." The reporter calmly asked Sanghyun another question. "So did you face any difficulties?" According to the Player Association, the monsters were around level 150. Your level is a bit lower than that, right? You must have faced a lot of hardships. Sanghyun answered very humbly, "That's right, levels are important, but I don't think it's the absolute factor that decides victory or defeat." Watching him on the news, Terry didn't disagree at all and praised him wholeheartedly. He's right. If he can speak with that much confidence, it's clear he knows his own limits. I sensed it long ago, but he really has matured, like a player who went to hell and back. Terry wondered curiously, who is his teacher anyway? Is his constellation the god of war? She also considered another possibility regarding Sanghyun's constellation, or maybe he has a contract with a transcendental being, just like me. The next day at Shin Sanghyun's house, he was focusing on absorbing the items he had gathered yesterday. His hair instantly turned white, infinite space. He opened his eyes and looked at the items on the ground with overflowing joy. Finally time to eat. Sanghyun looked extremely excited to absorb these items. Yesterday I got the Despair Talisman, Tracking, and Retreat. Every single one is useful. Must be thanks to my high luck stat. Alright, keep this up and I can grow strong just the way I want. Ever since the dawn of the player era, most swordsmen shared this image, showing bulky swordsmen with bulging blood vessels all over their bodies, swordsmen trapped forever in the mold of pure strength and stamina. But then, a giant octopus monster coiled around the body of a bulky swordsman. However, with the emergence of monsters with diverse attack patterns, those blindly pursuing brute strength began walking the path of destruction. The bulky swordsman stared in shock at the scene before him, and swordsman stagnated, maybe so. But the appearance of one man who sliced off all the octopus's tentacles changed everything. Ever since the demon swordsman Du Kyungsu appeared, the entire mindset of the swordsman world changed. He shed heavy armor to optimize speed, choosing evasion over defense and utility-oriented skills instead of pure destruction. In other words, he's a swordsman who can handle any situation. Kyungsu was the pioneer of the current swordsman phenomenon, Basically, he is the pioneer of the concept of the all-rounder swordsman. This time, Sang-hyun was ready to change compared to his past life. Even in my past life, I never changed my fighting style because of my stubborn pride as a dragon, but this time will be different. Pride won't fill my stomach. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Preparation for absorption complete. Despair talisman, swift boots, and breakthrough necklace. Delicious dishes were laid out before his eyes. Exquisitely decorated, cobalt fresh wild mushroom soup, cobalt steak with rich pepper sauce. Looking at the food in front of him, Sang-hyun started salivating from how appetizing it looked. Delicious. So this time it's based on cooking related to the Kobold King. I thought that thing was just cunning. Who knew it was such a foodie? His stomach growled loudly at the appetizing dishes, though he wondered, wait, why are there only 2 dishes? Another dish appeared in front of him, emitting a dark, ominous aura. On the plate were wriggling larvae, fresh kobold swamp orange larva salad. Taking back what I said about it being a foodie, this one is definitely not okay. In front of Shin Sang-hyun's house, 2 guards were trying to block people who wanted to force their way inside. A man holding a camera argued, I told you we had permission last time, open the door right now. The guard at the front didn't back down either, shouting fiercely, I've told you how many times already, what you're doing is wrong. Sang-hyun went over to the window and looked down at the rowdy crowd below, offering a wry smile. How are we supposed to make a living like this? Is that my problem? What on earth are they doing down there anyway? Come to think of it, how did they even manage to slip into this area last time? I specifically paid to prevent this kind of nonsense. Recalling the plate of pupae sitting on his desk made his stomach churn as his face darkened. I went outside to get some fresh air to clear my head, but seeing that sight just made me feel even more nauseous. That plate of bugs crossed a line. Let's just head back inside and rest. Stretching his arms as he turned back into the room, Sang-hyun muttered a question to himself. I don't have any plans left, so what should I do next? Maybe I should just take the day off. The nausea from yesterday hasn't fully worn off yet. Suddenly, the phone in his back pocket rang out. He immediately pulled the phone out of his pocket and answered, Hello, Mr. Sang-hyun. The girl on the other end introduced herself before making an offer. I'm Kim Jae-hi from the Player Management Department. We met at the Quest Zone before, do you remember? Yes, I remember. Why are you calling me? Jae-hi didn't beat around the bush and revealed her reason for calling. Well, nothing special. I just wanted to call and issue your reward for the Rift incident. As for the nameplate, honestly, judging by my standards, an achievement like this is so tiny it's almost embarrassing. Remembering the far more powerful swordsmen he had fought alongside, Sang-hyun felt humbled. Because compared to the players who will soon have to face and stop future disasters, the rift I cleared was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Without missing a beat, Sang-hyun turned down the praise from Jae-hi. I still don't deserve this kind of praise. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Well, then at least let us grant you priority access to the dungeon you requested earlier. The moment priority dungeon access was mentioned, Sang-hyun's expression turned grim. I'm talking about the Silent Land dungeon. Even he was surprised at how quickly his request was approved. It got greenlit. Yes, thanks to your recent achievements, higher-ups processed it immediately without any obstacles. The Silent Land is a dungeon where practically all elite monsters utilize silence status effects. And also, Sang-hyun cast a sideways glance. He was sitting next to a blonde young man with the corpse of a defeated monster lying behind them. Sang-hyun asked curiously, looking at your sister's photo again? Just a habit. I always look at her picture when everything's over. It's been about 10 years since I lost her. Highly curious about how the blonde young man had lost his sister, Sang-hyun asked, what kind of dungeon did your sister go into last time? Staring regretfully at the cheerful photo of his sister, the blonde man didn't hesitate to name the dungeon, the Silent Land. She was a player who relied heavily on skills, so once she got in there, she couldn't do a thing. The blonde man gazed at the photograph with lingering grief, but now I could easily wipe that place clean. Regretting it now is useless, though. The young man wished for only one thing, unless I can go back to the past. Returning to the present, Sang-hyun was thrilled to hear he had priority access to the Silent Land. Awesome, get it ready for me right away. That's a dungeon I absolutely must visit. A car sped down the road at an incredible velocity. Sang-hyun was the one driving, marveling from inside the vehicle. Driving a new car really feels amazing. I originally only planned on spending money on ancient artifacts. He recalled walking down the subway with a long sword strapped to his back while drawing every pair of eyes in the room, but last week when I headed to Bupyeong Station for the rift, I learned a painful lesson. I like attention, but not that kind. I'm never taking public transit again. Just then, the phone mounted on the dashboard rang. He immediately picked up to answer the caller. Yes, I'm listening. Ah, hello Mr. Sang-hyun, I'm calling to confirm that today is the raid for the Silent Land. I'm on my way, almost there. Fully understanding the situation, the voice on the other end replied, Ah, I see. In that case, another staff member will assist you at the location since it's outside my jurisdiction. Sang-hyun let out an inner sigh, thinking, come to think of it, time really flies. He remembered how hard he had trained previously. I completely focused on training to review my accumulated progress. It's already been a week since I finished the rift. Finally breaking into a smile, Sang-hyun hummed a tune while driving. I can't wait any longer to test out my new skills. My hands and feet are itching for some action. At that moment, something ahead caught his eye, leaving him startled. Up ahead, police officers were rerouting traffic down an alternate route. The officers were frantically directing cars to prevent a traffic jam. Don't tell me there's still a traffic jam at this hour. Come on, move along. I specifically tried to avoid rush hour. Irritated inside his car, Sang-hyun muttered, looks like it's going to take a while for traffic to clear up. What the hell, could another rift have opened? Once again, his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. Up ahead, a horde of reporters was swarming a young man right in the middle of the street. The young man being interviewed turned out to be none other than Jeong-soo. Sitting in his car, Sang-hyun looked surprised to run into him in this situation. Do Jeong-soo. Right at that moment, another rift materialized directly behind Jeong-soo, gate number 21 at the Uedo intersection. The girls standing on the sidelines were ecstatic at the sight of Jeong-soo, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Oppa Jeong-soo, I love you, just look over this way even once. Seizing the opportunity to squeeze more info out of him, a female reporter chimed in with high praise. You're drawing crowds as crazy as ever, do Jeong-soo. How does it feel to receive this much adoration? Jeong-soo gave an answer completely unrelated to the reporter's question. It is an honor. Feeling slightly miffed, the reporter forced a smile as she pressed for actual news. What's with that perfunctory answer? Do you think you can act aloof just because you're famous? Anyway, how are you feeling about the upcoming dungeon raid? She even offered a few suggestions, like your attack strategy, for instance. Sticking to his aloof attitude, Jeong-soo gave a lazy reply, same as always. He looked flatly at the female reporter. I just go in and hack all the monsters to pieces, that's it. Smitten by his edgy answer, the reporter gushed. Okay, now that I think about it, that blunt style of answering is actually kind of charming. Beside her, the cameraman hastily nudged her. Hey, focus on the interview. Before anyone noticed, Sang-hyun had leaned his head out of his car window to look at them. Look at that. Spotting his action, the surrounding crowd instantly began whispering. It's Shin Sang-hyun. Is he stalking Do Jeong-soo? I was so distracted watching I drove right up here without realizing it. Oh crap, I forgot I'm a public figure too. Other reporters immediately pivoted to report on Sang-hyun's presence. Breaking news, a clash between gods and mortals. He's stepping up to challenge the throne of the demon swordsman. Jeong-soo's bodyguard leaned over to whisper in his ear. That's the guy who soloed a rift not too long ago. I heard he uses a swordsmanship style similar to yours. Hearing the news, Jeong-soo didn't get angry. Instead, he flashed a rare, faint smile. Yeah, I know, excuse me. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun stepped out of his car to field questions from the press as reporters swarmed him. Mr. Sang-hyun, why are you here? Is this a coincidence? Did you come to challenge Do Jeong-soo? No, it's not. The rapid-fire questions left him utterly bewildered. Why did you park your car like that? Is that the full options trim? Can you reveal how much the car costs? It's a coincidence. What? No, I meant the car has the full package. Damn it, I didn't want to catch Do Jeong-soo's eye like this. From afar, Jeongsu was locking eyes with Sang-hyun, leaving him flustered. What am I supposed to do now? Jeongsu shot Sang-hyun a rare, mocking smile. Seeing him smile back like that left Sang-hyun completely dumbfounded. Did he just smile? Was that a sneer? So did you borrow money to buy that car, or did you pay for it yourself? Tuning out the reporter's chatter entirely, his mind zeroed in on Jeongsu's smile. I don't know what that smile meant, but regardless, I'm actually stoked to see this. Locking eyes for a brief moment, both men held heavy unspoken intent in their gazes. Seeing him like this really reminds me of how long the road ahead of me still is. Jeongsu finally turned on his heel and called out to his bodyguard, "All right, we should get going." "Yes, sir." Yet for a fleeting moment, Jeongsu let out an inner sigh. I've run into plenty of promising players before, but this guy is different. Jeongsu recalled the look Sang-hyun had given him earlier. He wasn't looking at me with admiration. He looked at me like someone he has to surpass. The demon swordsman Du Jeongsu walked away, keeping Sang-hyun firmly in mind. Shin Sang-hyun, was it? Sir, wait up. We'll definitely cross paths again. Dungeon number 661, codename Silent Land. Another rift tore open at the location. Someone stepped out of a car that had pulled to a stop. Sang-hyun closed his car door, lost in thought. Du Jeongsu really is a special guy. He just stood there, yet I couldn't find a single opening. That aura of his is no joke. His face burned with a fierce determination to conquer. The bigger the target, the more exhilarating the chase. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. Seriously, what do you mean by this? Over by the entrance, two people were arguing furiously with Jai Hai, outraged at being barred entry. Today was clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Please calm down a bit. How did it suddenly become Shin Sang-hyun's turn instead? Walking over to check out the commotion, Sang-hyun asked, "Is there a problem?" Mr. Shin Sang-hyun, perfect timing. The red-haired girl who had been arguing earlier turned her anger toward him. Are you abusing your fame to pull rank? Even if you're a player, you should know basic rules. When has anything like this ever happened before? Looking at the red-haired girl, Sang-hyun felt a sense of familiarity. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's definitely her face, though my memories are a bit fuzzy. This girl in front of him was none other than the younger sister of the blonde swordsman he had fought alongside in his past life. Today is the exact day her brother dies in this Silent Land. Hey, are you even listening to me? Recalling the gentle demeanor of the girl's older brother, Sang-hyun made an inner comparison. I never expected her to be this loud and wild. Man, she's the absolute polar opposite of him. He must have had a really hard time dealing with this brat. Unable to suppress her anger any longer, the red-haired girl raised her voice. Look, there's no need to hold back in a situation like this. Hey, Shin Sang-hyun. Standing tall and looking down at her, Sang-hyun retorted, so what? Sometimes you just gotta put your foot down with people. He decided to teach the young girl a lesson. Even if you're pissed off, don't take it out on me. I'm just following the schedule set by the association. Got a problem with that? Having lectured the red-haired girl, he turned around and waved dismissively. Well then, I'm heading into the dungeon. I don't have all day. Ah yes, hey, stop right there. Livid enough to blow steam, the red-haired girl threatened him. You think I'm gonna let this slide? You better watch your back, Shin Sang-hyun. You'd better watch out when night falls, understand? I should have just taken the day off. This is so annoying. Silent Land entrance. Inside the Silent Land, everything had grown decrepit and weathered with time. Sang-hyun stepped through the rift directly into the Silent Land. The foul stench instantly hit him, forcing him to cover his nose. A stench hits you the second you step inside. Well, that's to be expected, since most monsters here are. Suddenly, a mysterious glow emanated from beneath his feet. A pair of hands burst upward from the ground, trying to grab Sang-hyun's ankles. A monster with a gaping maw crawled out from the earth, emitting continuous growls. Undead monsters. The creature clamped tightly onto Sang-hyun's leg, preventing him from pulling back. Sang-hyun immediately drew the sword from his back to strike the monster as a system notification chimed. You have been inflicted with silence by a ghoul's sneak attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. Tusk, I get silence the moment it touches me. Though silenced, his limbs functioned normally as he raised his sword high. The blade cleanly cleaved the undead monster in half. It turned out there wasn't just one undead monster, dozens more clawed their way up from the soil. The ghouls flailed their arms as they lunged toward Sanghyun, so basically, don't take a single hit and limit skill usage. The rotting arms of the monsters nearly grazed him, but he remained utterly unbothered. Seriously, sounds like a pure hardcore run. If there's one thing I'm confident in, though, it's this. Korea Players Association, Recon Team 4 Tactical Conference Room. An association staff member was presenting player data. The next player we need to discuss is player Shin Sang-hyun. His profile was magnified across the projection screen. A team leader smiled approvingly. Oh, so this is that kid, the one who soloed a whole rift, right? Left quite a strong impression. He cast doubt on the validity of the feats. Even so, I heard he only awakened his abilities a month ago, and before that he was just a porter, right? Another voice chimed in with a hum. The speaker recognized who he was. Ah, so it's that guy, the one the Lee Jeong and Lee Hyun siblings keep praising. The man was On Ik-hyun, team leader of Recon Team 4 at the Korea Players Association. Someone else agreed. True, he's been getting a lot of public attention lately. Ik-hyun raised a skeptical point. Clearly, his growth rate vastly outpaces other players. However, should we really classify him among ultra-special exceptions like Kim Miso, Shin Tae-rai, or Do Jeong-soo? I'm a bit doubtful. Another voice concurred. I share that thought. The speaker was Shin Min-yi, deputy team leader of Recon Team 4. Min-yi glanced skeptically at the report. There are always players who display terrifying growth rates. The fact that he cleared a rift solo deserves high praise. However, because we can't accurately verify the true danger level of those situations, we must remain cautious when evaluating his achievements. We also can't rule out the possibility that he's just good at manipulating media. Someone abruptly cut in to disagree. I don't think so. The meeting attendees groaned in frustration. Ah, here we go again. This is the 100th time Lee Gahi has opposed the deputy team leader's opinion, and she cut him off before he could even finish his sentence. The deputy team leader snapped angrily. All of you, shut up. Ik-hyun looked at the person who raised the objection. Got something to say, Lee Gahi? Gahi stood up and answered sincerely. Yes, apologies for interrupting, but he's a player I've been personally tracking. Lee Gahi was a scout belonging to the strategy division of Recon Team 4. She walked over to the projection screen to explain. Over the past few days, I've gathered data on Shin Sang-hyun. It took some extra time, but I believe it was necessary. Because it's the only way to understand that Shin Sang-hyun is no ordinary player. She presented an example. As you all know, this is the standard growth curve for an average player. We set the baseline parameter at level 50, assuming Shin Sang-hyun has reached that milestone. The projected capacity chart showed only a slight, steady slope. Gahi clicked to the next slide, and now. This is Shin Sang-hyun's simulated growth curve. His chart shot straight up like a steep cliffside, stunning everyone in the room. Someone blurted out in shock, "What the hell?" before Min-yi cut in, "Impossible." He glared at her. Lee Gahi, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your objective judgment regarding a player assigned to your surveillance? Don't forget your role as a scout. We can overlook skill counts, but look at his title count. What do you have to say to that? With a growth rate like that, are you implying he's packing neck and neck with the demon swordsman Do Jeong-soo? Gahi stood firm in her assessment. This is the conclusion I reached after objectively analyzing the data. It's indisputable. She explained further, I went out and interviewed everyone who has ever teamed up with Shin Sang-hyun. The person whose earlier comment had been cut off muttered bitterly, there she goes cutting people off again. Gahi had prepared a set of interview questions. To the first question, are there any peculiar traits about Shin Sang-hyun? The interviewee had responded, Sang-hyun, I suppose he has two things most people would consider weird. She pressed for specifics. I'd like you to focus more on his skills, combat instincts, and overall battlefield presence. The man laughed heartily. Oh, his skill application is incredible. I've never seen anyone use stun effects like that. Nobody can even get close to him. Then he sighed softly. Still, if that were all there is to him, it wouldn't make him truly special. The reason he is special, meanwhile, deep inside the silent land, Sanghyun was frantically charging through a horde of undead. That response perfectly mirrored his current actions, must be his innate combat talent. Gahi's second question had asked about his combat instincts. Taeseok enthusiastically replied, "His fundamental training is top tier." Juhi chimed in right after, "That's right, Mr. Sanghyun is super cool." Finding the answers too vague, she narrowed her question. "Would you say he outperforms other players of his rank?" Juhi immediately pushed back. "More than that, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be here right now." Taeseok excitedly added, "It's hard to explain, but I feel like the gap he puts between himself and other players comes down to how insanely hard he trains. It feels like I'm teaming up with a battle-hardened veteran." True to those words, Sanghyun slaughtered the undead like an experienced pro. Intrigued, Gahi asked, "Could you elaborate a bit more on that?" Sanghyun smoothly evaded and butchered undead exactly as Taeseok had described. It feels like he already knows what's going to happen. His instincts for predicting enemy movements are insane. The horde of undead seemed endless as they lunged from all directions. Sanghyun didn't hesitate for a second as Taeseok's explanation continued. "I think for most people, there are always moments where they expose openings." Gahi agreed. "Right, unless they have enough experience to cover them, vulnerabilities always slip out." Taeseok stated, "Not Sanghyun though. It's like his body moves on its own before he even consciously thinks about what to do." Sanghyun casually sliced through another ghoul while surging forward. Even when a ghoul suddenly lunged from a blind spot behind him, he evaded it effortlessly without taking a scratch. Gahi summarized Taeseok's point. In other words, his combat instincts are practically razor-sharp. Confirming her conclusion, Taeseok nodded. "Exactly, perfectly honed combat instincts. No matter what situation Sanghyun ends up in, even when swarmed by multiple monsters at once, he always finds a way to resolve it, easily clearing out the threats." Based on those findings, Gahi concluded her presentation. "To summarize everything I've just said, what sets Shin Sanghyun apart is a set of combat instincts bordering on precognition. To add to that, his combat instincts are on par with a high-tier A+ player, if we factor that into his analysis. I believe he fully qualifies to be evaluated as an S-rank player." Surveying the pile of scattered corpses, Sanghyun let out an exhausted sigh. "Man alive. There are way too many monsters here. Minnie refused to buy it. This is unbelievable." He challenged Gahi, "Do you even realize what being evaluated as an S-rank player means?" She refused to back down. "I'm fully aware." The deputy team leader grew even more infuriated. "And what was that about precognition? Are you trying to say Shin Sanghyun knew rifts were going to appear beforehand and farmed titles on purpose?" He pushed past his breaking point. "Why don't you just say he regressed while you're at it?" Gahi's eyes lit up as if enlightened. "Regression? That actually sounds plausible. I knew the team leader would." Minnie bellowed her name, Lee Gahi. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Ikkyun intervened. "Everybody quiet down. Why do you two argue every single time we meet? Are you children? Still, I understand why you're saying Shin Sanghyun isn't an ordinary player." He issued his orders. "Lee Gahi, starting today, your sole assignment is to monitor Shin Sanghyun." Minnie tried to object. "Team leader," but Ikkyun cut him off with a condition. "However, you will operate solo, understood?" Thrilled to get her way, Gahi beamed. "Understood, I'll do my best." Inside the silent land, Sanghyun continued scouting his surroundings. He complained irritably as he walked. "I hate the smell of monster blood, but ghoul blood is even worse. That's why I bought new clothes. And since these guys keep ambushing me out of nowhere, they're a real pain to deal with. They don't even drop sacred relics." Suddenly a thought hit him. "Ah, wait." Sanghyun slapped his forehead in frustration. "Come to think of it, I forgot to use that skill." His eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. "I should have used this right from the start." Locator, active support skill level 1, activates a perceptive gaze. If the user possesses a support skill of the same type, its effect is nullified. Marks all monsters within a 100-meter radius, tracking monsters that leave the primary marked zone up to a maximum distance of 500 meters. Instantly, a swarm of ghoul zombies burst out of the ground all around him. Sending a shiver down his spine, Sanghyun muttered, "What the hell, why are there still so many of these things? I thought I cleared out most of them. Maybe I should skip a few." Something strange appeared before his eyes, leaving him startled. Huh. A red object hovered in the air, and he guessed. A fly, does that even count as a monster? Why is the tracking skill marking it? He reached out to touch it. With a loud bang, the fly burst into a massive explosion. Only then did he realize, it's a suicide fly. Looking at his slightly burned hand, Sanghyun felt lucky. Good thing I reacted in time so I didn't get scorched, otherwise I would have lost my entire arm. If there are any more suicide flies around, there must be some kind of magic-type monster nearby. True to his thought, a swarm of suicide flies came flying closer. If I can't shake them off. Those flies exploded again, triggering a massive blast that could be tracked from afar. And in the distance were several undead mages, the ones controlling those very flies. Returning to the meeting of the Korean Player Association, Minhyi calmed down and called out, "Lee Gahi," catching her by surprise. He asked seriously and meticulously, "I understand that you hold Shin Sanghyun in very high regard, but besides his combat intuition, do you have any other information about his skills or titles? Because, as you said, perhaps he has some special way to collect them, am I right?" She replied, "No, actually I've thought about it too, even though this is just my hypothesis." However, at that exact moment on Sanghyun's end, an undead mage noticed something. Her steady voice rang out, even if it's only partially true. He appeared with a shield blocking the horde of undead. "Seriously, do you guys not even care about your lives?" Guard sword skill activated, support type. Uses a sword to create a barrier blocking attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, cannot move forward, can only retreat, consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, guard sword must be reactivated. She stated Shin Sanghyun is a player who shatters all conventional limits. Over on the other side, he also called out to them, "Guess it's my turn now." A few days ago, in the underground training room of Building C in Player Town, someone was frantically practicing swordplay against flying arrows all around. The arrows fired continuously, without a single break. That person fought fiercely and accurately slashed down every single arrow. That person was none other than Sanghyun, who muttered to himself while training, "Looks like I've been sticking to this training schedule for 3 days now." Except for special situations like consuming holy relics, the way to acquire skills is quite simple through repetitive habits. If you use well-known guides, unlocking basic passive skills is fairly easy. However, to acquire active skills like Omni Strike, those methods don't work because they require repetitive habits to align with specific conditions. Players who discover these methods usually keep them to themselves, making it almost impossible to acquire them unless you stumble upon them by sheer luck. But anyway, returning to the present moment, he had just withstood a massive explosion in the Silent Land. He assessed himself, and I'm supposed to be a fairly experienced player. Guard sword skill activated, support type. Uses a sword to create a barrier blocking attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, cannot move forward, can only retreat, consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, guard sword must be reactivated. Seeing that Sanghyun was completely unharmed, the undead mages grew cautious and continuously spawned more suicide flies. One of them let out a roar as if giving an order. It conjured a pitch-black magic orb from its skeletal hand, multiplying the swarm of suicide flies. Then it directed hundreds of thousands of flies to swarm toward the charging swordsman. At the same time, he was analyzing the skill. The guard sword I worked so hard to get is definitely a great defensive skill, but its biggest drawback is that you can't move forward. However, hundreds of thousands of suicide flies detonated consecutively, sending clouds of thick smoke and mud billowing into the air. Sanghyun pushed steadily through the dust and smoke, charging straight ahead. Surrounded by a spherical barrier, he rushed forward forcefully and swung his sword to strike them, startling the monsters. He said to them as much as to himself, "There's always a way around every limitation." A group of undead mages cast multiple hellfire spells simultaneously. They continuously hurled hellfire balls right at him. He leaped into the air to dodge while letting out a mocking chuckle. Sang-hyun shouted toward them, way too late. He activated his combat skill. With a single slash, he cleaved the undead mages in half, giving them barely enough time to let out a few agonizing cries. That cry caught the attention of a monster not too far away. It prepared to leave its spot and head toward the sound. The undead mages gradually dissolved amidst their own painful shrieks, leaving behind a crystal radiating a strange purple glow. He picked it up and speculated, is this a purple mana crystal? Finally seeing high-tier drops like this, huh? A high-tier mana crystal averages over 100 million won. When entering higher-level dungeons, the rewards are bound to get even better. He placed it aside and decided, once I finish everything else, I'll come back and pick it up. Sang-hyun chose his next destination. Now then, time to head to the deepest part of the dungeon, and activated his tracking skill. The system notified him, monster detected via tracking. Looking at the system panel left him stunned. Just one, where did that whole swarm of monsters go? Meaning that monster, where could it be? The monster suddenly appeared right behind his back. Sang-hyun sensed it instantly, something is right behind me. The monster raised its sword to strike, forcing him to rely purely on instinct. Too late to react normally now. Left, right, down, damn it, whatever, I've just gotta guess its attack direction with gut feeling. The swordsman decided to leap high into the air to dodge. Please let me guess right. Right after, the ground beneath his feet was sliced into pieces and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Sang-hyun stared in sheer terror. Are you kidding me? He suddenly realized, I get it now. Of course those monsters wouldn't just vanish for no reason. They all ran for their lives just because this thing showed up, a monster that annihilates both enemies and allies indiscriminately. Death Knight, seeing him dodge, the monster immediately lunged forward. Watching its aggressive movement made him panic even more. I have no idea why a monster that's supposed to stay in the deepest part of the dungeon wandered all the way up here. But fighting it directly made me realize, right, because of that. He remembered his comrade and that comrade's younger sister. It killed my teammate's little sister. Sang-hyun swung his sword to retaliate against the intermediate boss, the Death Knight of regret and fury. He constantly reminded himself, in this lifetime I won't let that happen again. Their swords, overflowing with power, clashed directly, releasing a massive shockwave. Struggling to block each blow with his sword, Sang-hyun cursed under his breath, damn it. Every single one of its strikes has way too much power. True to its name, the Death Knight is basically an immortal monster. A knight born from death, more precisely, the soul of a fallen swordsman reborn into an immortal body. Its primary skill is Silent Swamp, a passive aura that silences anyone who steps into the black mist around its feet. The association assumed it could be easily beaten if teamed up with a long-range player. Using dungeon ghouls as a benchmark, they rated the difficulty of the Silent Land at level 120. And that was the association's biggest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight isn't something like Silent Swamp. Instead, it's the soul of the swordsman residing inside it. In other words, if that swordsman had high skills, the Death Knight becomes exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this way too late and drastically raised the threat level of the Silent Land. Sang-hyun recalled while struggling to defend, damn it, and what happened next? After discovering that the Death Knight in the Silent Land has a danger level between A+ and S. The monster unleashed another devastating blow toward him. Barely able to block, Sang-hyun took the brutal impact head-on and crashed down onto the ground. The pain was so intense his eyes rolled back and he spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing things were turning bad. This is bad. Looking at the Death Knight slowly closing in, he self-deprecatingly muttered, am I really going to die here this time? Sang-hyun stayed silent, thinking and waiting. Then he let out an irritated shout, so damn frustrating. He propped himself up with his sword and spoke to the monster. Every time I tell myself I'm going to die, it's so hard. Humans really can't change that easily. Whenever things get even slightly dangerous, weak thoughts are always the first to pop up. At this rate, I won't change at all. Sang-hyun yelled at the monster, "Hey, bastard. What the hell are you staring at? Hurry up and come at me, asshole," he provoked it. The Death Knight stood silently, as if absorbing the human's words. Then its expression hardened into a furious glare at him. Both sides, the Death Knight monster on one side and the swordsman Sang-hyun on the other, stared each other down in intense silence. The monster let out a roar in response to his provocation. Sang-hyun moved swiftly to find an opening to attack. The monster didn't rush, calmly sizing him up instead. Then it kicked off the ground and charged after Sang-hyun. Looking at the monster behind him, he calculated. All right, it's chasing me without any suspicion. With my current stamina, confronting it head-on is pure foolishness. I need to find a way to recover even a shred of stamina. The system chimed. Tracking has located monsters. 17, 18, 19. Multiple monsters appeared before him. Sang-hyun smiled triumphantly. Just as expected, they're trying to take advantage the moment the Death Knight leaves. Turns out you guys were hiding in the deepest part just to avoid this fight, huh? A door appeared before his eyes. He casually kicked it open and dashed straight inside. Dozens of undead monsters inside turned to look at the sudden intruder. They let out angry roars. Sang-hyun wore a stern look, bracing himself to charge into battle. He sliced right through them, cutting them to pieces as screams echoed throughout the room. The Death Knight behind him quickly caught up. The system notified him, Cunning Hunter, C-rank title description, every time a minor monster is killed, absorbs its blood to restore stamina. He cheered happily. All right, the system announcement continued. Thanks to the effect of Cunning Hunter, you have restored 35 HP. Everything went according to Sang-hyun's calculation. Thanks to the holy relic I got from the crack, my speed increased so much that losing it was a piece of cake. All right, just keep restoring stamina like this. I can reach the deepest part of the dungeon. The monster continued cutting down everything in its path to close the distance to him. Sang-hyun finally burst into the deepest part of the Silent Land. The scene before him made him frown in astonishment. Piles of undead monsters were scattered all around. He grew even happier. There's still a bunch of them here. At this rate, I can recover most of my stamina. All right, next is... Before he could do anything else, the monster behind him was practically upon him, leaving him startled. He hurriedly dodged. Damn it. Unlucky zombies that failed to dodge in time were sliced clean in half by the Death Knight's blade. Sang-hyun was surprised. Wait, don't tell me its attacks weren't aimed at me. Instead, it's... The monster continuously slashed through the horde of zombies. He finally understood why. It noticed that I was recovering stamina and went to slaughter all my recharge sources instead. That is insane. Sang-hyun nimbly dodged the attacks coming from the monster. Then he swung his sword and lunged toward it as the system announced, preparing counterattack. Even if it figured it out, it was too late. Doesn't matter, I've recovered enough mana. The chance is here, I'll use counterattack to face it head-on. The skill icon suddenly crossed out, rendering it unusable. Just as Sang-hyun was about to attack, the system stated the reason. You are inside the Death Knight's silent swamp. All skills are disabled. He was shocked. What? Right at that moment, the monster's strike landed. The impact roared violently, and he unluckily took the full force of the blow. Due to the momentum, his body flew backward and slammed hard into the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth again as he reassessed. What a stupid mistake. I swore to always stay alert against silence, but all the stamina I farmed just now got wiped out in a single hit. If I hadn't managed to block with my sword in time, I'd be dead. He felt deeply resentful. Damn it. Me like this, he thought of those who had fallen before. I can't just give up like this. Sang-hyun remembered holding his dying teammate in his arms in his past life. The teammate spoke with great difficulty. Hyun, brother, I want to ask one favor, just one. Sang-hyun, where my sister is buried, please bury me right next to her. He had tried desperately to hold on to him. Stop talking such unlucky nonsense. Do you want to die so badly, you idiot? The collapse is almost over, just hang on a little longer and the rescue team will be here. but the teammate only smiled with relief. Really? Then that's a relief. He tried calling out to him. Brother, Sang-hyun reassured him to ease his mind. Yeah, you bastard, stay awake and wait. The horrifying scene he dreaded the most happened anyway. That teammate peacefully passed away after hearing those words, leaving Sang-hyun to endure alone. At that moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs as if replying to his fallen comrade, I know. Returning to the present, the Death Knight maintained its stance after beating Sang-hyun to a pulp. It listened in silence to see if its enemy showed any signs of movement. His voice rang out, catching it entirely off guard. Right, I think I was wrong from the very beginning. He stepped out from the corner, guessing I was being too cautious. I tried hoarding stamina for the final boss fight. Yeah, I miscalculated everything, repeating the same mistakes over and over. It's over. It really is over. So now it's all or nothing, you son of a bitch. Having seemingly lost his sanity, he lunged toward it as the system announced, Skill Frenzy activated. Sang-hyun seemed to regain his conviction. That's right, I absolutely cannot give up here, not just because I'm stubborn about my goals or my past. It's just that he slowly closed in on the Death Knight. The two of them closed the distance like lightning, crashing into each other. Trading intense, non-stop blows, Sang-hyun continuously reminded himself, I can't live with myself if I turn a blind eye to things I have the power to protect. He felt a sharp sting of pain as he drew his sword again. Just parrying those blows feels like the skin on my palms is being torn right off. If this is a battle of pure strength against strength, there's no way I can beat it. But during that last exchange, I figured it out. The one thing I'm better at than it is. He braced his stance and locked his eyes dead on the monster ahead. Then he swiftly dodged a lethal, sweeping sword strike from the beast, and instantly materialized right behind its back. The monster quickly reacted, whipping its head around to counterattack. But he was no longer there, having already closed in right beside it. The Death Knight found it nearly impossible to evade this strike. Sang-hyun shouted right in its face, no matter how good you are at swinging that sword, it's completely useless if you can't hit me. His strike landed squarely on the monster, triggering a system alert, critical hit inflicted. Critical damage scales with the player's luck stat, current rate 120% to 600%. Gritting his teeth around his grip, he yelled, just die. The Death Knight was blasted backward, crashing hard into the wall before crumpling to the floor as the system chimed again. Critical damage for this strike increased by 600%. Seizing the moment before it could recover its bearings, he rapidly delivered another blow. The monster collapsed flat onto the ground. He paused for a moment, panting heavily as he caught his breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sang-hyun ordered it, cut the act and get up already. I knew this wouldn't end so easily. Sure enough, the monster slowly propped itself up. It let out a furious roar as the system instantly flashed an alert. The Death Knight has consumed its final life spark as a sacrifice. All physical stats of the Death Knight are surging drastically. He tightened his grip on his sword, here it comes, to retaliate against its foe, the Death Knight. Frowning and biting his lip, he thought, even though its knightly skills got nullified, they all share one universal trait whenever their HP drops below 10%. After 10 seconds, it triggers a self-detonation known as the definition of death. A massive surge of energy enveloped the monster's entire body. Just as he anticipated, the monster began self-destructing, radiating an overwhelming torrent of power all around it. Sang-hyun calculated quickly, with my current HP, taking even a single hit means instant death. Trying to slug it out face-to-face right now is pure suicide. In this situation, I've completely become its prey. But I refuse to be swallowed up without a fight. Even prey has its own role to play. 10 seconds left, time to run like hell. He dashed straight toward the monster. The two figures hurtled toward a collision. The monster swung down at him. Fortunately, Sang-hyun dodged just in time as its blade slammed deep into the earth, nearly tearing the ground apart. He watched the destructive display with a jolt of terror. Sang-hyun gritted his teeth hard to suppress his primal fear of a superior foe. He spun around and sprinted away as the monster chased closely behind. 10-9. The Death Knight began gathering a concentrated burst of power in the palm of its hand. He felt a deep sense of dread. This thing, don't tell me. That gathered energy slowly resonated with the sword that had been knocked out of its grasp earlier. The discarded blade slowly levitated into the air. Obedient to the monster's will, the weapon flew right back to its master's hand. Unwilling to let it get its way, Sanghyun slashed toward the incoming blade. Where do you think you're going? Thanks to his interference, the sword lost its trajectory and spun far away. Finding its weapon within arm's reach, only to have it batted away, drove the Death Knight into an even deeper rage. Abandoning the sword entirely, it charged madly after him. Sanghyun gritted his teeth and accelerated his sprint. Talk about cutting it close, I've still got way too much time left. He felt the severe toll on his body. My entire body is screaming in agony, feels like my lungs are about to rip right out of my chest. He mentally urged himself forward, just a little longer. Hold on a little longer, you damn body of mine. The knight unleashed a devastating shockwave that shattered the stone floor into dust, though he miraculously managed to evade it. Pouring his remaining strength into one final push, he lunged forward before stumbling and collapsing flat onto the ground. He desperately dragged himself backward using his upper body. Naturally, the monster seized the opening to close in for the kill as the system repeated its persistent warning. You are caught in the Death Knight's silent bog. All skills are currently disabled. Panicking, Sanghyun urged himself, think, you need to think. If you can't figure something out here, you're dead. The monster's giant hand reached right over him. A swift slash cut horizontally through the air, cleaving an approaching ghoul zombie clean in half. It managed to gasp out a single word, you. Staring at the pile of defeated corpses scattered across the floor. A past version of Sanghyun panted heavily, finally. He yelled out in frustration, I finally killed these damn ghouls. Exactly how many times were they planning to spam that silence effect? His former teammate approached from a distance and called out, Hey, are you done yet? Turning to look, he replied, Just finished. Noticing the kid's spotless face, he asked, How come you look completely clean? The junior smiled awkwardly and answered, Oh, well, honestly, it wasn't as hard as you'd think. Hearing that, Sanghyun bristled with indignation. What did you just say? Sanghyun interrogated him with a flurry of complaints. Didn't you run into these damn ghouls? They kept spamming silence nonstop. How on earth is that not hard? They kept spamming it so I couldn't use a single skill. Is that even fair? Might as well tell a swordsman to just go die. The junior chuckled and reminded him, That's why I told you to bring a crowd control cleanse artifact, didn't I? Don't be so stubborn. He retorted, I'm not being stubborn. What's the point of bringing an artifact with a 2-hour cooldown if they're just going to chain silence me anyway? It's useless. The junior advised him further, That's why you have to use it carefully. He responded with a blank, confused huh. The junior explained, Even if it feels unfair, you can at least use it once to create an opening, right? You have to weave a proper performance out of the stage you're given. That's what makes you a real player. Staring at the gentle glow emanating from his junior, Sanghyun was left speechless. You little. Sanghyun grabbed the kid by the cheeks and pinched hard. You little punk, getting cheeky with me now, huh? If it were that easy, I'd already be a ranker instead of wandering around down here. The junior protested with a wince. Why are you like this? I was just stating facts. He fired back. Facts? You want me to punch you, kid? Who do you think you are talking to me like that? Reliving that memory for a fleeting moment, he couldn't help offering a self-deprecating chuckle. Guess I'm really not in a position to lecture anyone anymore. Skill recovery level 1 activated. Recovery purged the silence status. Sanghyun whispered softly, Step back. Instantly, his feet surged with power as he triggered a movement skill. Movement skill quickly steps backward based on the contact surface of the boots. The wider the surface area, the greater the backward leap. When used against an enemy caught off guard, it creates a massive opening. Leveraging the technique, he narrowly evaded the devastating blow, getting carried far backwards solely by the momentum. The Death Knight glared down from above and roared fiercely. Its roar generated a fierce gale capable of blowing people away, forcing him to desperately grab hold of an overhead chandelier just to avoid being swept off his feet. He cursed at the monster, "You disgusting piece of work." Inwardly, he thought, "That last move completely drained my mana pool. I've got nothing left in the tank now, not even an ounce." The monster lunged directly toward him. Sang-hyun let go of his grip on the chandelier. Unable to adjust its trajectory in time, the Death Knight smashed the light fixture into 100 shattered pieces as he made a timed descent below. Utterly exhausted, he could only let his body drop into freefall straight toward the stone floor. Sang-hyun spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing all perception of time. "I don't even have the strength to lift a finger right now. How much time do I have left?" Glaring at the frenzied monster charging up its power, he cursed internally. Damn it all, is this really how my story ends?" Sang-hyun questioned himself. Where did everything start going wrong? No, it was just one mistake piling on top of another. Right from the start, I misjudged the enemy's strength and took heavy, unmitigated damage for nothing. Then I just kept messing up. I've walked straight to the end of the line. The monster's hand hovered mere inches from his neck. Sang-hyun felt a wave of bitter helplessness. I should have made better use of this so-called second chance, damn it all. Just as those clawed fingers stopped barely 5 centimeters from his throat, they began to dissolve. Having completely exhausted its remaining duration, the monster's body crumbled away into fine dust. Cheating death by a hair's breadth, Sang-hyun managed a wry, exhausted smirk. He muttered to himself, "Thought I was a goner for real that time." Staring at the dissolving monster, he mused, "Guess I get to feel what rebirth is like all over again." The system chimed in, "Congratulations, you have defeated the intermediate boss, Death Knight. You have acquired a massive amount of experience points." His level shot up continuously. System notification, "Your level has surged significantly. HP has been fully restored." He burst out laughing in disbelief. "I completely forgot about this. HP recovery via consecutive level-ups just saved my life. However, stamina and HP aren't linked. My physical fatigue hasn't recovered at all." Sang-hyun stared down at his hands, which were still trembling uncontrollably. "And one more thing, the lingering side effects from that frenzy skill are still active. Guess I'll just have to push forward carrying all these debuffs." Still, the final boss of the Silent Land isn't a pushover. That Death Knight was abnormally strong. Trying to push any further right now is completely unrealistic. He reached a firm conclusion. There's only one logical choice left for what I need to do. Cancel Frenzy, no other choice but to accept the backlash in order to recover stamina. The frenzied state instantly vanished. He reasoned, I didn't take any critical damage right after activating it, so I should be fine. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his body racked with violent internal explosions. Agony flared through his entire frame. Sang-hyun clutched his body and let out a tortured scream. The system alert sounded alongside his screams. Due to the cancellation of frenzy, you have entered a state of extreme fatigue from accumulated recoil damage. Warning, accumulated recoil damage has tripled. Fatigue severity has spiked drastically. Warning, allowing this condition to persist may result in player death. He wanted to chew out the system. Why couldn't you give me this warning a bit sooner? But he couldn't even manage that as he felt his senses slipping. No, my consciousness, it's fatting out. Entrance of the Silent Land. The gatekeeper staff member looked uneasy. That's weird, according to organizational statistics. He should have cleared the place and walked out by now. The blonde man tagging along with the younger sister of Sang-hyun's former teammate speculated. Could something have gone wrong inside? The other woman worried aloud. What do we do? Should we report it or something? The haughty younger sister scoffed dismissively. Report what? If he was arrogant enough to go in alone, he can take responsibility for his own mess. Someone disagreed with her stance. Still, I've got a bad feeling about this. The girl snapped irritably. What a pain in the neck. A skeptical voice echoed deep within the Silent Land. What the hell is going on in here? Glancing at Sang-hyun slumped unconscious on the floor, the voice muttered with growing suspicion. What did he even do to end up like this? Sang-hyun lay completely passed out on the ground, while a pack of monsters slowly tightened their circle around him. They locked their eyes dead on him. One of the ghouls even drooled at the sight of Sang-hyun, getting ready to lunge forward and grab him. But the goddess of fortune issued a strict proclamation. She would not forgive anyone daring to harm her precious player. That single declaration carried enough sheer presence to send the monsters fleeing in a panic. The goddess of fortune snapped at him not to throw a baby tantrum and told him to wake up. She slapped Sanghyun hard across the face, then continued nagging him to see if this was truly the extent of his abilities. Yet there was zero reaction. Seeing that, the goddess glanced around the room, spotting something unusual. A mischievous grin spread across her lips. She dragged Sanghyun's unconscious body right up against the wall, laid down right beside him, and proceeded to take a nice nap. Finally, Sanghyun snapped awake. He jolted upright, panicking as he wondered just how long he had blacked out. He couldn't believe he had actually passed outright inside a dungeon. When he tried to stand, every muscle in his body screamed in agony as if he'd been run over by a truck. Sanghyun cursed aloud at how brutal the side effects of the hallucinogenic skill were. Still, facing enemies like that left him with no alternative. He'd just have to be a lot more careful from now on. Strangely enough, the ghouls hadn't pursued him while he was out, though that didn't make much sense since those things supposedly loved corpses. Right at that moment, he spotted something lying right beside him. Sanghyun stared in disbelief. Finding the goddess of fortune fast asleep from exhaustion made it click that she must have saved him. He had no idea what went down while he was out cold, but figured the goddess would fill him in once she woke up. In the meantime, he had to take care of what he could. A ring materialized nearby. Sanghyun stepped closer to inspect it. He felt a slight pang of disappointment seeing it was the only artifact dropped. The item was the Silent Ring, a platinum-tier support ring. Its special effect was mana circulation. Simply wearing it quadrupled mana recovery speed. However, this effect only functioned inside dungeons at night under clear moonlight. During the day, the effect reversed, cutting mana recovery speed in half. Despite sounding odd, the ring was forged by vengeful spirits starved of mana, granting it immense mana-gathering capabilities. Sanghyun grew furious that after busting his chops he only got this kind of reward, and it didn't even grant any silence effects. He grumbled that it was probably because the Death Knight wasn't the ultimate floor boss. But then a realization hit him. Before passing out, he had defeated the Death Knight and pocketed an unprecedented amount of experience points. A status window he had never seen before popped up into view, prompting him to check it immediately. The player stats interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Shin Sanghyun, level 83. Titles, Clever Hunter along with 8 other titles. Constellation, Goddess of Fortune. Unique skill, Devour artifacts, consume 29 artifacts. HP 238, MP 247, EXP 1738. Stats, Strength 250, Stamina 109, Dexterity 83, Mana 71, Luck 229, Evasion 33, Defense 65. Unallocated stat points remaining, 25. Sanghyun suffered severe shock upon seeing his level had hit 83. His jaw dropped wide open in pure disbelief. When he took down the Kobold King previously, he had only reached level 58. Just taking down the Death Knight alone rocketed him up over 20 levels. He deduced that to make up for the lack of dropped artifacts, the system compensated with an absurd amount of experience points. Sure enough, his growth rate was compounding exponentially. If he kept this pace up, breaking into the top tier of hunters was only a matter of time. He laughed so hard he coughed up blood. Naturally, that laughter jolted the goddess of fortune awake, while Sanghyun was bleeding rather heavily. Afterward, the two of them built a campfire and relaxed around the warmth. It had been a long time since Sanghyun last sat by a campfire like this. He couldn't remember the last time he enjoyed a comfortable rest inside a dungeon, even if it was just a short break to recover stamina. But he soon realized the goddess was relaxing a bit too much. The goddess of fortune remarked that if someone doesn't know how to appreciate the little things in life, luck won't come their way either. Sanghyun smiled faintly, admitting he used to live his life rushing like that. But things were different now. He resolved to seize his own destiny with his own two hands. System notification, initiating mono-synchronization with the Silent Ring, preparation for absorption complete. A plate of bone marrow garnished with quiet forest greens was served up right before him. Sanghyun stared in awe. He never expected to eat such a rare bone marrow dish. He had only ever seen it on YouTube in his past life, always wondering what it tasted like. Videos always showed people digging it out with a spoon to eat. Now it was his turn. System notification: silent ring successfully absorbed. Sanghyun contentedly remarked that eating meat by a campfire felt like a dream. The goddess of fortune looked at him with a dazed expression, wondering who on earth was actually relaxing too much here. She curiously asked how he managed to acquire such an ability, nodding that abilities without growth caps were exceptionally rare. Sanghyun explained that upon awakening, every player receives an innate ability, at least that's all he knew. The goddess of fortune admitted she didn't know much about individual player traits, adding that if that were true, possessing such an ability was a terrifying stroke of luck. Sanghyun forced a smile, agreeing that he was indeed very lucky, though inwardly knowing this kind of luck only existed because he had regressed. The goddess of fortune also called herself fortunate to cross paths with a growth-type player like him, calling her choice to become his constellation a brilliant decision. Sanghyun pondered his growth velocity. At his current pace, his name would soon spread across the entire country. But he knew human greed was bottomless. When the stage expanded past a single nation to encompass the entire world, he would reach a realm no player dared to dream of. The territory of true monsters. There was one man who shattered all limitations of mage-type players. After mastering all 4 elemental magics, he stood completely alone against an S-class rift, a monster towering above all other monsters. He was the United Kingdom's premier archmage, Geron Decay. Sanghyun realized he was still far too distant to even dare look up at that man, but perhaps one day he would make him his goal. He called out to the goddess, vowing to work his hardest so she would believe choosing him was the greatest stroke of luck in her life. He had to keep growing stronger and eventually set his sights on that man. The goddess looked astonished at his words, before breaking into a happy smile. Suddenly, a massive silhouette loomed overhead. The goddess returned to her true size and pulled Sanghyun into a tight hug. Knowing her eye for talent was spot-on filled her with joy. She praised his words as truly admirable and expressed how proud she was of him. From that exact moment onward, the goddess of fortune resolved to back him with everything she had. She declared their fates were now intertwined, deepening her trust in player Sanghyun even further. Sanghyun shrieked in distress as she squeezed him tight, groaning that it hurt and that his muscles were already sore. Yet that enthusiastic bear hug from the goddess of fortune completely restored his stamina, leaving him dumbfounded as even his muscle soreness vanished. Meanwhile, in a gloomy domain guarded by the Grim Reaper. Deep within the final boss room of the Silent Lands, the audience chamber of silence. Seated upon the throne was the final boss himself, the weary King Archik. He spoke tandem huc perventum est. He then switched to another language upon realizing no matter how many times he repeated it, the intruder wouldn't understand. He complimented the intruder for doing well to make it this far, wondering if this person could chase away his boredom. The other person, Sanghyun, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked if he was always like this. He asked why the Archmage let them camp right outside his doorstep, though it did allow him to recover completely. Drawing his sword, Sanghyun told the final boss he would wrap things up quickly so the old man wouldn't have time to get bored. After that, he'd be leaving this dreary place behind. Moments later, the Archlik rained countless magical beams down onto Sanghyun's head. It burst out laughing, saying that watching him scamper around like a rat was deeply entertaining. Afterward, it declared it would see how much longer he could keep running his mouth. Another powerful surge of energy shot straight toward him. Sanghyun realized the subspace skill was terrifyingly dangerous. Weapons constantly flew in from every direction, and even though he used his sword to parry correctly, blocking everything was getting tough. He had no clue how many more attacks he could endure. By this point, he couldn't help wondering if these monsters ever ran out of mana. On the flip side, he would definitely run dry if he kept using skills like that. He had already activated his skill 4 times in a row. While caught in thought, he suddenly figured out the enemy's intention behind how they used their skills, feeling as though they were deliberately trying to drain him of every last drop of mana. The Archlick announced that it was time to wrap up the show, calling him Vermin. The Archlick began to transform as dry bones sprouted from its body while dark fabrics slowly wound around them. It proclaimed that the end had arrived and told Sanghyun not to be too terrified. Sanghyun told the skeleton to chill out. He confidently declared he would end the fight in the blink of an eye, though he sarcastically added that the Archlick didn't even have eyes to see with anyway. The Archlick was an undead monster capable of high-level spellcasting, classified as a high-tier mage. Compared to the Death Knight from before, it wasn't normally as dangerous, but in this transformed state, it became a much tougher opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, most mages needed both hands to cast a spell. Using just one hand made the magic weaker and far less accurate. So the Archlick chose the simplest workaround. It exploited its undead physique to force an increase in the number of arms it had, allowing it to cast multiple spells simultaneously. Sanghyun was certain that a flawless triple cast was impossible, but firing off 3 spells back-to-back was still a simple yet terrifying strategy. Yet he already knew what he had to do. He needed to take down the Archlick before it could fully unleash this capability. The Archlick proclaimed that he had made a grave mistake. It activated Language of Silence, causing glowing runes to suddenly surround Sanghyun and freeze him in shock. He was hit with the silence effect. For 3 seconds, he couldn't use any skills at all. But to Sanghyun, that didn't matter because even without skills, he was strong enough to slice its head right off. That was precisely the Archlick's plan. Sanghyun's eyes went wide as the Archlick suddenly vanished and reappeared directly behind him. It used extreme close-range blink, declaring once again that he had made a fatal mistake and still calling him Vermin before casting Flames of Purgatory. The Archlick mocked him, telling him not to feel too bad about running into such terrible luck, but it abruptly froze in shock. Sanghyun's sword was pointed right in front of its face, a mere inch away. Next came the Archlick's horrified scream as his attack hit home. It couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Sanghyun told it was wrong about one thing, stating that he had never had bad luck because fortune was always on his side. The Archlick's head rolled across the floor, and it still couldn't believe it. It desperately asked how this was possible. Sanghyun looked thoroughly amused by the question, pointing out that since the Archlick had been watching him from the very beginning, it should have already known the answer. He revealed that he possessed a skill capable of cleansing silence. The Archlick knew that because it had witnessed it during Sanghyun's previous battle. It thoroughly understood his combat style, and even knew his mana limit, making it certain its calculations were absolute perfection. The Archlick insisted that Sanghyun shouldn't have been able to use skills. Its math was flawless, but Sanghyun pointed out the flaw in its logic. When someone breaks past their own limits, even mere vermin can keep growing stronger. He activated Mana Circulation, a special passive effect with no cooldown. Thanks to Devour artifacts, the ring's ability still functioned even without wearing it, though the trade-off was that Mana Circulation's effectiveness was halved. Even so, at night under the dungeon's bright moon, his mana regen speed still tripled, while daytime boosts were multiplied by 1.5. Meanwhile, his old friend's younger sister stared at Sanghyun with a look of absolute shock. She watched Sanghyun walk out still alive, finding it completely unbelievable until someone hurriedly shouted to turn the cameras on because the interview was about to start. Sanghyun stood there looking completely bewildered, asking what on earth was going on. A massive crowd of reporters and cameramen stood right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, they all swarmed forward as a reporter shoved a microphone straight into his face while firing off a barrage of questions. Medical staff simultaneously checked his pulse, and others kept asking about his injuries, whether he lost a lot of blood, his blood type, and if he had any underlying medical conditions. Completely overwhelmed, Sanghyun yelled at everyone to stop crowding him and give him some breathing room. Suddenly he recognized someone. His old friend was standing next to his younger sister, who insisted that Sanghyun was clearly fine and gave her no reason to ask her older brother for help. She denied ever being worried about him, while Sanghyun's old friend looked completely lost as to why Sanghyun kept staring right at him. The people all around were still making a chaotic uproar, but Sanghyun's focus was locked entirely on his old friend, as if the two of them were the only souls left in the world. Deep down inside, Sanghyun felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he had finally paid off his debt. 10 years after the awakening, Sanghyun had hit a wall. His progress completely stalled because he funneled everything into Devour artifacts, failing to build any meaningful relationships with other players and ultimately isolating himself from the entire player community. It was just an ordinary day where nobody paid him any mind. Then the guild leader, his old friend, asked if he wanted to join a raid. He shyly explained that one of their members had suddenly come down with a stomachache after eating expired green onion kimchi, without realizing kimchi had an expiration date. Everyone joked that this was precisely why they needed a kimchi refrigerator, though they reminded him that the missing member was a swordsman anyway. As Sanghyun witnessed the genuine happiness of their guild, he craved that sense of security since he had never truly belonged anywhere. But in the end, he apologized and said he planned to raid solo that day. It was a foolishly arrogant act, born from 10 years as a player who couldn't stand the thought of others seeing him fall short of even basic standards. And because of that pride, he nearly lost his life. Until someone showed up and said things could have been much worse, the very person who had invited him to the party, asking if he was all right. That overly kind guy had followed him into the dungeon, and Sanghyun was certain he would have died without him. He shyly explained that the guildmates thought Sanghyun turned them down because of the green onion kimchi incident and worried he might be mad, prompting them to rush to the room just in case. Sanghyun offered his sincere thanks, finally shedding his inferiority complex and starting over for the very first time. If it weren't for that man back then, he never would have changed. Afterward, he accepted the guild invitation without hesitation and gradually grew deeply attached to the guild they built together. It wasn't a powerful guild, but it protected weaker players, reminding him of why he became a player in the first place. But one night, the man suddenly announced that he was really quitting for good this time, shouting that he couldn't take it anymore. Sanghyun remarked that he always said that, asking what he planned to do after quitting, to which the man yelled that he'd do literally anything else, part-time jobs, farming, anything at all. Then he revealed the raw truth. He was terrified, constantly facing death over and over again and watching people die right before his eyes, unable to take it anymore as he asked Sanghyun if he even knew why he created the guild in the first place. It was because his younger sister had passed away, driving him to help players in danger as his way of surviving ever since, though he had just heard the previous day that another guildmate in the ICU had quit. Even though he had received so much help from the man, Sanghyun admitted he still wasn't strong enough to help when it truly mattered. He wanted to tell him to just quit, but the guild had grown too large and he couldn't abandon all the members relying on him to survive, leaving Sanghyun completely speechless. Back in the present, Sanghyun stepped forward and gave a light tap of his fist against the man's chest, finally getting the chance to say those words in his stead. He told him never to even think about starting a guild. He warned that it would only make his life miserable, leaving the man staring at him in absolute shock. He then shyly apologized and admitted he didn't remember ever meeting him before, while his younger sister angrily screamed at Sanghyun, accusing him of taunting her family after he had practically hijacked her dungeon. Sanghyun quietly walked away, praying in his heart that the man would live a much happier life this time around. Down in the Dimension Core residential district, a notorious slum area, various bizarre creatures wandered the gloomy, filthy streets. A massive entity held a backpack between its fingers, muttering words humans couldn't possibly understand. Meanwhile, a mysterious man whispered that it was already too late, realizing he had to execute the plan immediately. A news broadcast soon reported that thanks to information provided by the player Sanghyun, the danger level of the Silent Grounds dungeon had been officially readjusted, given that it had long been notorious for an abnormally high mortality rate relative to its assigned rank. It was revealed that a monster called the Death Knight was far more lethal than any other creature in the dungeon, resulting in a complete ban on entering silent grounds until its true danger level could be thoroughly reassessed. The broadcast added that the association's careless management policies had led to countless needless deaths. Hearing the report, Sang-hyun muttered to himself that it was a good thing, certain that the tragedy from his past life wouldn't happen again. He wondered if this was the first time he had genuinely saved anyone since regressing, realizing he had gained an incredible amount from entering silent grounds. And it wasn't just artifacts and titles, as he had also gathered crucial information regarding the late bloomer model student. On top of that, he scored some insanely overpowered items, starting with the Dimensional Bag, platinum rank accessory featuring the subspace special effect, which lore described as a mage's failed experiment that accidentally tore open a dimensional rift, leaving behind nothing but a pouch linked to an infinite subspace that let users defy physical reality by storing and retrieving items freely without a care for weight or size. The next item was the Lick Ring, a gold rank accessory featuring the Silence special effect, which consumed 25 mana. Serving as the Archlick's favorite ring required to cast Swamp of Silence, its silent energy threatening to swallow all light and warmth in the world. Finally, the Telekinesis Necklace, also a gold rank accessory featuring the Telekinesis special effect, allowing users to move objects with sheer willpower so he could summon any designated item via telekinesis, though items heavier than 200 kg couldn't be summoned, and the heavier the item, the longer the summoning process took. Sang-hyun was utterly stunned, finding the reward simply insane. He had known silence would show up, but he never expected to get subspace and telekinesis as well. Those two skills alone multiplied his combat flexibility manifold, and depending on how he used them, he could step up to a completely different level. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone possessing abilities like these, making him wonder if he was about to land a first-in-the-world title while the goddess of luck nagged that no matter how many blessings she showered upon him, he had never properly thanked her even once. Sang-hyun hurriedly admitted he was immensely grateful to the goddess, but she demanded a more sincere display of appreciation, and right at that moment, the three artifacts suddenly began mana synchronization. Then bizarre food items appeared one after another: purple soul macarons, whispers of the void meringue, and legendary mill of infinite layers. Staring at the plate of food with a bewildered expression, he asked what on earth was up with these dish names, cursing the Archlick and wondering what kind of freaky things that undead bastard ate all day long. He decided to try the mill of infinite layers first. His taste buds were hit with a total surprise. He was shocked to find that, true to its name, it genuinely had countless layers. It felt like the layers melted in his mouth endlessly while a tidal wave of flavor surged forth to overwhelm all his senses, tasting as magnificent as a dream. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him for looking down on sweets his entire life, and from the bottom of his heart, he offered a sincere apology to every single dessert he had ever disparaged. Around that time, he began absorbing the three artifacts, and once the absorption finally finished, Sang-hyun conceded that while the Archlick never shut up, it wasn't actually all that bad and even had decent taste. Looking at the status boards in front of him, he realized he had a decision to make. He had to choose between binding silence or telekinesis, but since he had already selected the Great Sword of Fighting Spirit for his left hand, the system automatically assigned telekinesis to the right, meaning he didn't even need to think about that part, leaving silence as the real dilemma. Unlike stuns or freezes, it didn't come with a lingering duration effect. So he wondered if binding it to full charging or knockback burst would generate a greater impact. He also had to factor in skill delay, and since the risks were still unknown, he decided this was the safest bet for now, ultimately choosing to bind silence to his basic attack. An immediate prompt appeared stating that certain conditions needed to be met to bind the absorbed silence effect to his basic attack. Staring at the notification in surprise, he read the system's explanation that by consuming 1 mana per basic attack, he could apply the silence effect before it asked if he wished to proceed. Sang-hyun quickly realized that spending 1 mana per basic attack was an absurdly dangerous effect, meaning he could continuously apply silence on every single attack as long as his mana held out. He recalled the mana-related title he earned after defeating the previous enemy, a rank B title named End of a Twisted Desire. The description stated that a mage's failed research led to a slow descent into dark powers, yet even within that dark warped fate, the mage's pure passion remained intact, resulting in Sanghyun inheriting the mana the Archlich regretfully left behind before dying, granting a tidal effect of plus 150 mana. He realized that combined with mana circulation, he could maintain a stable mana pool, though if he got swamped by a large number of weaker monsters, this effect could transform into a hazardous burden, as Sanghyun quietly asked himself what he should do. After deep reflection, a slow smile spread across his face as he decided that a man sometimes had to take risks. He knew he could never keep growing stronger if he stayed locked inside his comfort zone. Finally, silence was successfully bound to his basic attack, meaning from now on, whenever a basic attack triggered, the silence effect would also apply, subject to the target's resistances. Suddenly, a portal ripped open behind them, and the surrounding energy instantly turned frigid and gloomy. Sanghyun immediately asked the goddess of luck if she had summoned another constellation, muttering that rejecting yet another person would make him feel guilty. But the goddess of luck looked genuinely flustered and insisted she had nothing to do with it. 3 new constellations suddenly materialized in front of him as the great conqueror of the Mongols declared that Sanghyun had left a deep impression with his fierce and intensely manly brutality, while Sunken remarked that a rough diamond like Sanghyun deserved a patron capable of granting proper rewards and guidance. The goddess of luck instantly exploded in anger, nagging that other constellations dared show up even though they clearly knew she was already here, and demanded all of them leave at once. However, a completely new goddess suddenly stepped forward and calmly declared that no player should ever be monopolized by a single constellation. The goddess of luck stared at the newcomer with an expression of sheer disbelief. The new goddess leisurely told the great conqueror of the Mongols to step aside. The conqueror just chuckled and obediently yielded the space to her. Sanghyun looked at the newly arrived goddess and felt he could guess who she was purely from her appearance, wondering if her moniker matched her personality to such a flawless degree. The new goddess smiled. She said she had been watching his brave spirit this entire time. She admitted his actions left a strong impression, which was why she appeared in person, confidently proclaiming that a man like her deserved to stand by her side. Arrogantly demanding that he ditch that outdated, obsolete goddess over there, she told him to stand next to someone sophisticated and glamorous like herself. The goddess of luck instantly lost her mind, furiously screaming that a shameless goddess with zero respect for hierarchy dared try to steal her spot, while the new goddess calmly ordered the other constellations to remove those ancient relics of a forgotten era out of her noble sight. The goddess of luck could only repeat the word ancient in a state of utter disbelief as the new goddess mocked her, saying luck was the only thing she had going for her. Sanghyun had no clue what kind of relationship those two had, but one thing was crystal clear: they utterly despised each other, leaving him to wonder if the world was even big enough for the two of them. The new goddess announced that she had confidential information to share. She insisted that if he listened to her intel and signed a contract with her, she would tell him everything, while physically restraining the flailing goddess of luck. The new goddess calmly revealed information concerning the late bloomer model student. Hearing that, Sanghyun suddenly grabbed her arm. He urgently asked if the other constellation had already contracted with another player, then abruptly changed his question and demanded to know how that person was doing and what they had been up to this whole time. The new goddess explained that while traveling, she happened to spot him wandering around the Dimension Core slums. She added that the man had become completely obsessed with the eschatology of the Dimension Core. Smiling brightly, the new goddess declared that if Sanghyun truly wanted to know more about him, he needed to ditch the goddess of luck and sign a contract with her instead. Sanghyun returned to his room. He mumbled the phrase eschatology of the Dimension Core to himself, looking utterly confused. He had no idea what she was talking about. In their previous life, she had never mentioned anything remotely like that. Right then, he was surprised when the goddess of luck suddenly appeared before him. He immediately asked if she had managed to gather any information, but the goddess of luck apologized, saying she couldn't find the person anywhere in the slums. Sang-hyun quietly thanked her for the trouble of investigating. Nonetheless, the goddess of luck cheerfully remarked that watching him make that cunning cat lady humble herself for once was truly refreshing. Sang-hyun continued to wonder why that person would be in the slums, a place usually reserved for those who failed to become constellations. Frustrated and bewildered, he cursed under his breath. More than anything, he desperately wanted to know where that person was and what they had been doing all this time. Meanwhile, at the Hyunjeong Corporation, the company chairwoman was informed that the list of new participants for the upcoming open market had arrived. She found it slightly interesting, and as she reviewed Sang-hyun's profile, a faint smile played on her lips. She remarked that they had quite an interesting guest this time around. This woman was Han Hyun-jeong, a level 900+ player in S+ rank. Sang-hyun drove, continuing to investigate the case even while behind the wheel. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any information related to the late bloomer model student or the eschatology of the Dimension Core. Even so, he knew he couldn't just casually sign a contract with that new goddess. He figured the new goddess probably wanted to sign a constellation contract with him to eventually ascend to a mythical constellation, as there had been cases where a constellation's rank grew along with the growth of the player they contracted with. But if signing with the goddess of luck meant avoiding some disaster, he believed his chances of survival would be much higher. Besides, there was no guarantee the new goddess would successfully become a mythical constellation, and meanwhile, the goddess of luck happily admitted that just remembering the shocked look on that cat lady's face gave her immense satisfaction. Just then, the navigation system announced that he had arrived at his destination. Sang-hyun let out a soft sigh of relief that he had finally made it. The destination was the Hyunjeong Market, commonly known as the Open Market. As the name suggests, it was a place where people could freely buy and sell artifacts. Previously, most artifact trades happened directly between players, but the open market guaranteed absolute safety in exchange for hefty commission fees. Still, Sang-hyun thought that the emergence of a market like this was inevitable. Players were constantly exchanging valuable goods for exorbitant prices, and those transactions were often accompanied by theft, betrayal, and violence. Therefore, the most important value of the open market was safety, and most open markets around the world were operated by large guilds. Among them, the Hyunjeong Market was the undisputed #1 in the country, and although it belonged to the powerful guild Hyunjeong Corporation, this guild wasn't the type of organization that relied solely on military might to rule. Yet the Hyunjeong Market still reigned supreme for a simple reason. Han Hyunjeong, the leader of the Hyunjeong Corporation and the only S+ rank buff player in the world. High-level players from all over the world flocked to the market she operated, and in a way, these elite players became invisible bodyguards who naturally maintained peace within the market. After all, anyone wanting to receive a buff from Han Hyunjeong had to stand in a line longer than several football stadiums combined, so in a place like that, no one dared to cause trouble. Thinking back, Sang-hyun realized just how terrifying that old lady really was, and just then, a female staff member approached him. Before letting him in, the staff member politely explained the need to verify his entry code and identity, so Sang-hyun introduced himself as Shin Sang-hyun and said he had received entry clearance about a day ago. After checking his information, the staff member thanked him and announced that Mr. Sang-hyun had been granted access all the way down to the 8th basement level. Sang-hyun was stunned. The 8th basement level was the VIP area, and he wondered in confusion if Han Hyunjeong held him in such high regard, but he decided that he should at least go take a look. Right then, someone nearby suddenly called out Shin Sang-hyun's name, asking why he wasn't with Kim Miso today, while someone else asked why he was even with her in the first place. One man casually replied that the two of them were dating, and another commented that after Kim Miso lost her boyfriend in an accident caused by greed, it was understandable she would date another player. Someone else responded that he, for one, would be absolutely uncomfortable dating her, and Sang-hyun immediately felt irritated hearing the conversation. He had accidentally overheard things he shouldn't have, and at the same time, he didn't understand how people could gossip so comfortably about others. Nearby, someone joked that he would still date her if she made the first move, and another guy laughed loudly, saying he would just play around with her. Sang Hyun realized that Kim Miso really had it rough with this kind of dirty gossip following her everywhere, and although he knew he should have just ignored it, he wasn't mature enough yet to just smile and be the bigger person. So he loudly remarked that the Hyeonjeong market certainly lived up to its name by being open right from the entrance, and he publicly asked how people could spit out such dirty trash without any shame. Almost immediately, the men were escorted out by security, and the group looked bewildered, demanding to know why they were being kicked out, while the security guard calmly replied that everything would be explained once they were outside. The men went berserk, screaming that the Hyeonjeong market had no right to treat guests that way. The security guard coldly informed them that the market had the right to handle anyone on the blacklist as they saw fit, and Sang Hyun grinned as he watched them being dragged away, thinking to himself, "So this is what it's like when adults fight." Afterward, with a calm smile, he decided it was time to get started. He stepped into the elevator. First, he decided to head to the VIP area on the 8th basement level. After selling all the drops from the Silent Grounds, Sang Hyun had brought in a total of 3.9 billion, though he doubted that amount would be enough to buy artifacts in the VIP zone. But just walking around was enough to be inspiring, and since the VIP zone of the Hyeonjeong market was a place he hadn't even seen once in his previous life, he was sure that just experiencing it would help him grow significantly. Finally, he arrived at the 8th basement VIP room. A woman introduced herself as Song Ah-hyun and said she would guide him through the VIP area. She politely added that if he didn't want a guide, he just had to say so and she would wait nearby in case he needed support later. But Sang Hyun felt completely out of place. To him, it felt like a child suddenly wandering alone into a high-end department store. Still, he told himself he couldn't back down now, especially since he might become a regular here in the future, so he finally accepted Song Ah-hyun's guidance, and she smiled, telling him to ask anything he needed. He looked around the display cases, and the moment he saw the price of the first item, he was completely overwhelmed, 140 billion. Song Ah-hyun explained that it was an epic-grade artifact called the Book of the Abyss and that the listed price was indeed 140 billion. So Sang Hyun quickly replied that he understood, but since he was a swordsman, book-type artifacts weren't useful to him. Song Ah-hyun immediately apologized and politely offered to lead him to an area with artifacts more suitable for a swordsman, and while Sang Hyun tried to keep a calm face and said he was fine for now, inside, he was praying she wouldn't notice the moment he froze at the price. Nearby, other guests continued to admire another item, saying they never thought they'd see such a thing with their own eyes, and someone else wondered who on earth would buy an artifact this terrifyingly expensive and take it home. Curious, Sang Hyun asked what everyone was looking at over there, and Song Ah-hyun explained it was a special exhibition for newly acquired goods, which of course could also be purchased. She offered to explain the artifact to him, but Sang Hyun politely declined, saying he wanted to look at it himself this time. As he approached, he wondered what made the exhibition area so special, and just how insane the artifact had to be to get such a reaction from everyone. Then he saw it. The artifact was glowing brilliantly while flames swirled around it. The name was Mage Stone Artifact Grade, Almighty Seller Jeron Decay Domestic Sales Agent. Han Hyeonjeong. The moment he saw the word Almighty, Sang Hyun froze completely in shock, as it was the highest of the 9 artifact grades and he had never imagined he would see a real one. Then his eyes slowly shifted to the price tag. Starting bid, 3 trillion. Sang Hyun was genuinely dizzy looking at all those zeros. He wondered if Jeron Decay selling an artifact of this level so casually meant that he already possessed even higher tier equipment, because surely, if someone could comfortably sell an artifact that perfectly suited their own class, they must own treasures that were far more terrifying. Sang Hyun laughed bitterly as he had come here to get motivated, but the result was just a clear realization of how weak he still was. Meanwhile, in the Platinum Zone on the 4th basement level of the Hyeonjeong market, Sang Hyun checked another display case where the starting price was 700 million. He gave a wry smile and admitted it certainly wasn't cheap either, but compared to the terrifying wall of zeros earlier, this was much easier on his morale. Suddenly someone approached him. The man introduced himself as Jong Junhyuk and politely asked what kind of artifact Sanghyun was looking for. Sanghyun immediately recognized the name. In the future, Jong Junhyuk would become famous under the moniker Perfect Storm as one of the legendary players who rose after the regression, so Sanghyun replied that he wasn't looking for anything specific and was just browsing. Junhyuk asked if he wanted to see some of his own artifacts, explaining that he was having trouble with one because it didn't really fit his build. He then opened the item details and showed Sanghyun a closer look. The artifact was named Stream of Life Ring, Platinum Grade Support Type. Special effect, Stream of Life plus 50 mana. Passive effect, automatically consumes a certain percentage of mana to recover stamina over time, recovering up to 5% stamina every 10 minutes. Active effect, consumes 20% of current mana to instantly recover 30% stamina. Additionally, when mana is below 10% and the passive effect is active, it automatically consumes mana to recover HP equal to 5% of max stamina, 1 hour cooldown. Sanghyun wondered if Jong Junhyuk intended to use the system's direct transaction exemption on the spot. Unlike other open markets, the Haiyanjiang market had a special policy called direct transaction exemption, as the market normally took a 5% transaction fee in exchange for safety and convenience. But if two players agreed to trade directly within the market, they would be completely exempt from the fee. Sanghyun admitted the artifact was quite good, and since he already had a title related to mana, this ring suited him perfectly, but he still apologized and explained that the artifact was a bit different from what he was actually looking for. Jong Junhyuk calmly replied that it was perfectly fine. Deep down, the artifacts Sanghyun truly wanted were the ones no one bothered to buy because they were considered too useless, as he could use them in completely different ways after devouring them, and most importantly, they were much cheaper. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by shouting nearby as someone was scolding a girl for eating in the market. The girl was sitting on the floor holding a slice of pizza, surrounded by several pizza boxes, and the security guard looked furious. The girl argued that she was only eating food she bought with her own money and pointed out that there was no rule forbidding food, but the guard countered that even without a written rule, basic courtesy existed because of the smell, and apparently this had been going on for days, and she wasn't just having a few slices, she had brought in a whole stack. The girl shyly asked if he wanted to eat some pizza, but immediately clarified that she wasn't actually planning to share it, so the guard felt insulted and asked if she really thought he was doing this because he wanted her pizza. Feeling pressured, she reluctantly offered him a free spaghetti review sample she had received earlier, and Jong Junhyuk calmly remarked that she was causing trouble again, while the guard shouted that he didn't want her food. The girl argued that pizza did nothing wrong, then added that technically, she hadn't done anything wrong either. Sanghyun stepped closer and politely apologized for interrupting her meal, then asked if he could see the details of the artifacts she was selling. While still nibbling on her pizza, she told him to go ahead and take a look, adding that he wasn't planning on stealing them anyway. Sanghyun picked up the rings. The moment he checked them, he felt it immediately. This was perfect for him, exactly the type of artifact he was looking for. The first artifact was the Ring of Speed, Platinum Grade, Support Type, Special Effect, Speed plus 10 Dexterity. The ring allowed the wearer to move with explosive speed far beyond human limits. Double speed cost 20 mana sec, triple speed 30 mana sec, and quadruple speed 40 mana sec. The second artifact was the Potential Reinforcement Ring, also Platinum Grade, Support Type, Special Effect. Just a little faster, when long-sealed power was finally unleashed, the wearer's hidden potential awakened, consuming 10 mana per second to increase dexterity by 1.5 times, though the effect would vanish immediately when mana ran out. Sanghyun realized this effect was similar to the Lighten ability he had received before. It was extremely powerful, but the mana consumption was terrifying, which is why no one bothered to buy it. Without hesitation, Sanghyun immediately declared he would buy both rings and asked for the price. The girl shyly admitted that she liked these two items very much herself, so she suggested 1.2 billion for the Ring of Speed and 1 billion for the Potential Ring. Sanghyun looked at her in silence without answering, and feeling pressured by the silence, she quickly said if he bought both, she would drop the price to 2 billion. But Sanghyun just kept staring at her without a word. The The pressure was unbearable, so she finally announced nervously that because she was in a great mood from eating pizza today, she would give him a special offer, 1.8 billion. Sang Hyun just kept looking at her. Finally, they agreed on 1.3 billion. Sang Hyun thanked her for the bargain, and the girl laughed, remarking that he was really good at haggling. Of course, she didn't know that Sang Hyun had been dirt poor for most of his previous life, so for him, haggling like that was second nature. After finalizing the deal, the girl casually said she would get going now, adding happily that she planned to buy something delicious to eat first, and then with the remaining money, she intended to donate to an orphanage. Sang Hyun was curious, so she explained that she was running an orphanage herself. Then she proudly showed him a photo. It was a picture of her with some adorable children. The moment Sang Hyun saw the photo, his eyes widened in shock. It was the Joy Orphanage. The very orphanage he had grown up in. The girl quickly noticed his reaction. Sang Hyun's face suddenly turned pale, so she asked anxiously if something was wrong. He replied that he had just remembered an old story, then explained that he happened to know about that orphanage, even though he had thought it no longer existed. The girl looked genuinely surprised and confirmed that the orphanage had indeed been destroyed after being attacked during the collapse. Then she asked curiously how he knew about the place. Sang Hyun replied that he just happened to know someone who used to live there. However, deep down, he felt it was better to hide the fact that he himself had grown up in that orphanage, since there were so many people who targeted players just because they assumed all players were rich. At this moment, he was certain the reason she needed so much money for the orphanage was likely to hire private security, and since she was a player herself, people certainly bothered her even more. The girl explained that her parents had run the orphanage a long time ago, which was why she had recently decided to build it up and revive it with her own hands. Sang Hyun quietly admitted that he didn't know about that, so she smiled and told him to drop by if he had the time, then handed him the orphanage's business card. She proudly explained that the children themselves had drawn the illustrations on it, then asked him happily if he thought it was cute. Sang Hyun looked at the business card in silence, still in shock. He gave a wry smile and admitted that it was indeed very cute, although the basic drawing was just filled with money everywhere, which honestly made him think the kids had very realistic dreams. But behind that wry smile, Sang Hyun quietly swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he felt strangely emotional, as the orphanage he had grown up in was truly a warm and wonderful place. Some of the children there had survived the collapse and were transferred to other facilities, and he quietly wondered how they were all doing now. Sang Hyun tried to hold back tears, as there was a moment he almost cried in front of someone he had just met, but he immediately told himself he absolutely couldn't let that happen. He realized he was getting emotional over something small, yet he just barely managed to keep his composure. He had never realized that having someone else treasure the same memories as himself could feel so fulfilling, and at that moment, Sang Hyun quietly decided that he would visit the orphanage soon in a different way. At the Eden Guild headquarters in Yeouido, Sang Hyun walked into the building. He was greeted immediately. A burly, middle-aged man wearing an orange jumper welcomed him, saying they had been waiting, and introduced himself as Jinho, then invited Sang Hyun upstairs. Sang Hyun laughed bitterly inside, thinking he hadn't expected Jinho himself to come out and greet him the moment he walked in. Although he had only stopped by on a whim initially, he now realized he needed to take this seriously. An hour earlier, Sang Hyun had told the girl selling the rings that he would be in touch later. She happily replied that it was no problem, and that the kids would probably love to meet him too. Just then Sang Hyun suddenly received a call. He apologized and explained he needed to take the call, asking if she minded, and she quickly replied it was no problem at all and said she should get going, adding that she was very glad they had completed the transaction smoothly today. Sang Hyun answered the call. It was Kim Miso. The moment he called her name in surprise, Miso immediately realized he hadn't even saved her number, but she called because they were about to take on a gate raid mission, a two-person gate requiring level 130 minimum, located at known station. The dungeon name was Black Gate, which immediately sounded very familiar to Sang Hyun. He remembered that the Black Gate was the dungeon that Kong Boa, the Arbiter of Swords, had been the first to successfully clear, and she had publicly revealed the strategy for conquering it. According to what Sang-hyun remembered, perfect teamwork was the minimum requirement to clear the dungeon. Still, he believed that he and Kim Miso had been working together quite well lately. Furthermore, archers and swordsmen inherently had excellent compatibility. And if his memory was correct, the first clear reward for the Black Gate was something extremely insane, like an epic-grade artifact. Such items could easily sell for around 120 billion. Hearing that, Sang-hyun enthusiastically told Miso he would definitely join, then asked what he needed to do and suggested coming to her guild first to plan properly. Miso told him to come over, and they would figure it out together. Honestly, Sang-hyun was looking forward to it. At least this would help him stop being a loser craving scraps in the corner of the high-end Jiang market. Jinho noticed Sang-hyun's strange expression and asked if everything was okay, and Sang-hyun replied that it was nothing. The two went up to the fourth floor. Jinho explained that Miso was in a meeting with the guild leader, so he would lead Sang-hyun for the time being, then joked that it might be a bit uncomfortable being led by an old man like him, but Sang-hyun laughed and insisted he wasn't uncomfortable at all. Jinho explained that after going through the next area, they would reach a special training room, which was considered one of the Eden Guild's greatest sources of pride. However, there was a limit to who was allowed to use it. The moment Sang-hyun stepped inside, he immediately realized the atmosphere had completely changed, and Jinho laughed, admitting he felt the same way every time he came here. He said no one had booked it today, so Sang-hyun could take his time, but after they opened the door, Sang-hyun immediately pointed out that someone was already inside. Jinho looked genuinely surprised. Inside the training room, a woman was fighting a giant golem. The giant golem roared fiercely. Terry quickly dodged the attack. Then she thrust both daggers into a precise point. A hole immediately burst open on the golem's body. Its arm was completely severed. And just a moment later, the giant collapsed to the ground. Jinho asked if she had booked the room since he didn't see it in the system, and Terry finally noticed the two and looked surprised. Jinho calmly explained that if it was just a booking error, they could wait outside. He asked how much longer she intended to use the room, informing her that they needed it from 6:00 p.m. onwards, but something suddenly caught her attention. Jinho's eyebrows twitched slightly when she completely ignored his question. Instead, Terry greeted Sang-hyun and asked what he was doing there, and Sang-hyun replied that it was nice to see her again and he hadn't expected to run into her here today. Afterward, he explained that he had come to train with Miso to improve their coordination for the upcoming gate raid. Terry remarked that he and Miso looked quite close already, and Sang-hyun replied shyly that things just naturally turned out that way. Meanwhile, Jinho called Terry again, asking if she could hear him because she was completely ignoring him. Terry was lost in thought, and Jinho gradually lost his patience as he realized she might be ignoring him on purpose. Then, as if suddenly remembering, Terry turned around and left. Before leaving, she told Sang-hyun that they should spar once when they had the chance, then casually added that she would be in touch later. Terry mentioned that she had used the room without a booking and told them they could use it now, and the veins on Jinho's head almost popped as he sarcastically thanked her for finally answering so quickly. After Terry left, Jinho apologized for her attitude and explained that she wasn't usually like that, but Sang-hyun reassured him it was fine and that he really didn't mind, so Jinho told him to make himself at home since it seemed Miso would be taking quite a while. He suggested that just sitting around waiting would be boring. Luckily, he knew a great way to kill time and asked if Sang-hyun was interested, leaving him with a confused look on his face. Jinho suggested a quick, light sparring match, leaving Sang-hyun completely stunned, especially when Jinho started taking off his outer layer of clothing. By this point, Sang-hyun genuinely began to wonder why everyone in this guild behaved this way. He even doubted whether challenging strangers the moment you met them was some sort of traditional guild custom. Jinho chuckled and told him not to feel pressured, explaining that since both Miso and Terry had already acknowledged Sang-hyun's strength, he couldn't help but feel curious himself. Jinho also candidly admitted that this was one of his personal hobbies, stating that crossing swords with another swordsman was the ultimate way to understand who they really were. It dawned on Sanghyun that Jinho wanted to test him firsthand to see what kind of person he truly was. Jinho pointed toward a nearby weapon rack and told Sanghyun he could borrow something if he didn't have his own gear. Sanghyun calmly replied that it wasn't necessary because he already had a weapon and always kept it on him. Right in front of Jinho, Sanghyun summoned his weapon straight from the subspace, utilizing a special hidden active skill. Thanks to this ability, he could open the subspace and store items at will, with the internal space expanding further as the skill level increased. Jinho's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Then he suddenly burst into loud laughter, admitting he hadn't expected Sanghyun to possess such a skill and nodding that while he had heard rumors about Sanghyun being an interesting guy, he now knew those rumors were entirely true. Grinning broadly, he declared that they should get started right away. Suddenly, Jinho's body began to grow larger. He admitted that he originally intended to go easy on Sanghyun, but after seeing that skill, holding back would be disrespectful, meaning he would go all out and fight seriously right from the start. Meanwhile, up in the Eden Guild CEO's office, Miso's father told her to listen to him very carefully this time, warning that if she kept acting like this, the old tragedy would repeat itself. Miso immediately told him to stop bringing that up, prompting her father to apologize and ask for her understanding, saying he was only worried about her. She quietly conceded that she understood how he felt. She then turned around to leave, telling him not to contact her anymore as her father desperately cried out for her to wait. But Kim Yun-kaol could only let out a helpless sigh. A moment later, his secretary answered a call. Yun-kaol asked Chief Jang if he still maintained his connections within the association, and Chief Jang replied that he did. The guildmaster calmly stated that he had a favor to ask. It concerned Sanghyun, and he ordered a detailed investigation into everything about him, starting with his family and his past. Jinho announced that the setup was complete as the training mode suddenly activated, displaying Jo Jinho and Shin Sanghyun as the target players. Jinho asked if Sanghyun was ready. The system notified them that the training mode setup was finished and they could begin the mock battle whenever they were prepared, also displaying that only one of them was currently ready. Jinho asked if they were really fine limiting the match to just 2 rounds, explaining that crossing swords twice was plenty to grasp another swordsman's true ability, and told Sanghyun to speak up whenever he was set. Sanghyun quietly observed Jinho's gigantification ability. Although Jinho was still smaller than the grisly big bear he had once encountered, the pressure radiating from him was on an entirely different level. People often said Do Jungsu completely revolutionized the swordsman meta with his all-rounder style, but that was only because he was Do Jungsu, as not every player could easily adapt to such a demanding playstyle. Meanwhile, other swordsmen completely rejected that path. They poured everything into raw strength, steadfastly believing that absolute power was the true answer. Those players constantly trained both their physical bodies and raw might, leading Sanghyun, who used to belong to this group himself, to naturally ponder a recurring question. If Do Jungsu stood at the absolute peak of the all-rounder style, who stood at the summit of pure strength swordsmanship? The world had no unified answer, but at least within this country, everyone knew the name Jo Jinho. Through his gigantification skill, he possessed enough power to crush opponents with a single blow, and even as the swordsman meta kept shifting over time, Jinho firmly maintained his position at the apex. Sanghyun quietly wondered how effective his newly enhanced strength would be against a monster like this. The thought only made him more excited, and he finally declared that he was ready and told him to begin. The system announced that all players in training mode were ready, and the mock battle would commence immediately. Jinho grinned widely, admitting he really liked Sanghyun's confidence. He declared that a true man always casts aside doubt and proves himself through action. The moment Jinho lifted his sword, a terrifying wave of pressure burst outward, prompting Sanghyun to instantly weigh whether to block the blow with defensive sword or trigger stun first. But he quickly realized one crucial detail: fighting Zhou Jinho was completely different from fighting monsters. The only answer was to meet power with power, at which point the psychedelic skill activated, reinforcing Sanghyun's physique and drastically increasing his speed. Simultaneously, the face-off title activated as the system confirmed Jinho was isolated, with no one else within a 5-meter radius of the target besides Sanghyun, triggering the title's effect. Jinho swung his sword, and that strike was merely a light blow. Sanghyun tried to keep his cool, knowing this was a direct clash of strength against Zhou Jinho after all. Engaging him head-on in a direct power struggle would be absolute suicide. Sanghyun instantly realized he needed to strike the weakest point of the attack vector from the flank. Jinho was clearly caught off guard. Not only did Sanghyun block the colossal blade, but Jinho found it hard to believe he had actually parried his blow, though what truly shocked him wasn't the blocked attack itself. Out of every possible reaction, evading, freezing up, or even panicking and dropping his sword, Sanghyun had chosen to challenge him head-on in a contest of raw strength, something Jinho never could have anticipated. Sanghyun calmly declared that it was his turn now. At that moment, Jinho realized he had lost focus for a single second, feeling the terrifying pressure behind Sanghyun's counterattack. Jinho instantly recognized that this hit was genuinely dangerous. The collision forced Jinho back a few steps. Even so, he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying himself, as it had been a very long time since anyone had pushed him back like this. Jinho immediately realized he had completely underestimated Sanghyun. He had only heard about him through Miso and Terry, assuming Sanghyun was just a big fish in a small pond. Now he knew just how wrong he had been. Jinho gripped his sword tightly, a broad smile spreading across his face as he regarded Sanghyun as a true man just like himself. He candidly admitted that he was genuinely astonished, and Sanghyun simply thanked him for the praise. Jinho burst out laughing, saying he never expected someone with such a small physique to be able to block his blow head-on, realizing at last that the rumors calling Shin Sanghyun a monster were entirely true. Meanwhile, Sanghyun knew the real cause, as Psychedelic had triggered a critical hit alongside Knockback Burst, a combo that would normally cause most monsters to instantly explode into pieces, but Zhou Jinho was a true monster in his own right. Sanghyun humbly stated he just got lucky landing a critical hit, but Jinho burst into laughter and told him there was no need for fake modesty, asserting that a true man never hides behind false humility. Jinho then apologized for being impolite up until now, admitting he should have faced him seriously from the beginning. Hearing that, excitement surged within Sanghyun. Because the upcoming blow was none other than the technique Zhou Jinho would use to save countless lives during the Second Apocalypse 20 years later, back when a myriad of monster-summoned meteors rained down from the sky. And Zhou Jinho destroyed every single one of them with a single sword stroke, his signature technique, Starbreaker. Jinho admitted that the technique was still incomplete and that this was actually the first time he was showing it to anyone, expressing hope that Sanghyun would still be satisfied despite its flaws. Sanghyun honestly confessed that he was already satisfied just by the fact that Jinho was willing to fight him seriously, nodding that alone was enough to prove how much stronger he had grown. But at the same time, he instantly recognized a terrifying problem. Incomplete or not, this attack was practically impossible to block head-on, yet surrendering wasn't an option either. Therefore, Sanghyun decided to unleash the strongest attack he could currently manage, preparing to combine psychedelic full charging along with the speed boost from speed and knockback burst. This was the most powerful blow he could pull off in his current state, and Sanghyun declared that he was ready. His strategy remained the same: strike the flank where the force was weakest, though he couldn't help thinking how ridiculous this situation was as he attempted to overwhelm a level 700 player using pure might. A terrifying burst of power erupted around both of them. Then the two of them lunged forward simultaneously. Sanghyun remained confident because he had continuously pushed past the impossible up until now. And this time, he decided he would transcend the impossible yet again. Meanwhile, Miso was walking down the hallway. She looked genuinely depressed, but tried to focus on her training session with Sanghyun, refusing to stay trapped in her sorrow forever. Suddenly, the entire hallway shook violently. A nearby woman anxiously asked what that tremor was, but Miso instantly realized the shockwave came from the training room. The moment she figured it out, her expression changed instantly. She sprinted straight toward the room. Bursting inside, she loudly asked Sanghyun what on earth was going on. But the chaotic scene before her completely took her by surprise. The entire area looked like a war zone, and Miso stared around in shock, wondering what on earth had just happened. Meanwhile, Jinho returned to his original size, using his sword as a cane to prop himself up as he gasped for air, burst out laughing, and admitted Sanghyun kept surprising him, nodding that even though it was just a training match, he had poured a massive amount of power into his final blow. Yet Sanghyun had taken it on head-on, as if deliberately trying to show off. Jinho candidly admitted he never expected this outcome, and while Sanghyun thanked him for the compliment, he also acknowledged that he hadn't escaped the collision uninjured, silently thinking his wrist was probably damaged from the impact force. Jinho laughed and told him not to worry since the Eden Guild possessed top-tier medical facilities, assuring him that the injury wouldn't interfere with his upcoming training session with Miso. Deep down, however, Jinho realized he had sustained far more damage than anticipated, finding it hard to believe he had fought to a standstill with an up-and-coming rookie player. Strangely enough, he didn't feel upset about it at all. Instead, he was certain the answer lay in that exact moment their swords collided. Because Sanghyun's blade didn't carry the feel of an ordinary rookie, but rather felt like receiving a strike from a seasoned veteran who had survived countless battles. The thought sounded absurd, but at the same time, Jinho realized something else. He still had a very long way to go. At that moment, the training mode officially ended, and Jinho thanked Sanghyun for accepting his selfish request, admitting he never expected a simple sparring match to turn into a moment of self-reflection. He then assured him that no one in the Eden Guild would ever doubt Sanghyun's strength again, before reaching out a hand to help him up. Sanghyun took his hand and joked that this had been a test after all, to which Jinho replied that it was only natural since Sanghyun had suddenly shot to fame out of nowhere, making people naturally suspicious. But now Jinho completely acknowledged him, proudly declaring Sanghyun a true man and immediately inviting him to join his real man club. Before he could elaborate further, someone abruptly cut in. Miso had finally figured out what was going on and she looked utterly furious. She immediately scolded Jinho, pointing out that she had simply asked him to give Sanghyun a tour of the guild, yet the two of them had wrecked the training room instead, causing Jinho's expression to tense up as he realized they were doomed, while Miso continued ranting that a real man never ignores a friend's favor like that. Jinho immediately apologized to her without hesitation. Miso then turned her glare onto Sanghyun, still extremely ticked off as she pointed out that he had promised to train with her, only to go pull a stunt like this instead. Sanghyun could only offer an awkward apology in response. Down in the underground parking lot of the Playertown building, Sanghyun opened his car door. At that moment, he looked no different from a zombie, with sunken cheeks and his entire body utterly drained of life. He knew this was entirely his fault for ignoring Miso's warning and going to spar with Jinho anyway, as Miso had coldly told him to mentally prepare himself, leading to a relentless 18-hour training session. Despite the misery, Sanghyun had to admit that the session provided an insane amount of benefits, and with about 2 days left until the Black Gate raid, he decided he would rest until then. Right at that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. A woman remarked that it was quite a coincidence running into him here and asked if he had just finished working out. Sanghyun was taken aback. He immediately asked who she was, which startled the woman as well. She handed him her business card. Sanghyun quickly realized she was an association scout, admitting that her suddenly calling him by his real name genuinely startled him, to the point where he momentarily wondered if she might be an acquaintance from his past life. The woman introduced herself as Lee Gahi from Strategy Scout Team 4, candidly explaining that she had gathered information on him in order to recruit him into the association, while Sanghyun nonchalantly noted that most people usually tried to hide things like that. To be completely honest, Sang-hyun was utterly exhausted from today's training, so he politely said he was heading home and asked her to save any recruitment-related questions for another time. But right before he could leave, Gahi stopped him and asked a single question. Did he truly have zero interest in becoming an association-affiliated player? Sang-hyun calmly replied that for now at least, he had absolutely no interest whatsoever. Gahi nodded as if she had already expected that answer, then admitted she had one more question, this one more personal, politely asking if she could ask one final thing. Even though Sang-hyun was clearly so tired he was about to collapse, he agreed while silently wondering why she was being so bizarrely persistent, truly feeling like he was about to pass out any second. But then Gahi bluntly asked, "Is your ability the kind of skill that can copy or even steal other people's powers?" She continued, "Or perhaps you possess the ability to see the future." Sang-hyun was completely blindsided. The next day, at the entrance of the Uedo Black Gate, a car slowly pulled to a stop. Miso stepped out and told the driver she would contact him later. She had arrived earlier than scheduled, but figured it was fine since it gave her extra time to prepare. Just then, she spotted someone sitting on a nearby bench. At first glance, she thought it was Sang-hyun. Miso cheerfully called out to him, saying he arrived earlier than she expected, and nodding that she had also gotten here faster than planned, before asking if he wanted to warm up together before the raid. But as she drew closer, she was utterly shocked. Sang-hyun looked so drained and haggard that she almost didn't recognize him. She immediately asked what happened and if he was all right, and Sang-hyun quickly replied that he was completely fine. Inside his head, however, Sang-hyun was quietly cursing up a storm. Ever since his conversation with that woman, he had been so obsessed that he couldn't sleep a wink all night, truly feeling like he was about to pass out at any moment as he spent the entire night digging for information on Lee Gahi to no avail, letting anxiety slowly eat away at him piece by piece. He never imagined anyone would suspect his exclusive skill, let alone the fact that he had regressed, thinking he had been extremely careful this whole time, so why on earth did she figure it out so fast? Sang-hyun knew the situation was dangerous, feeling as though some terrifying monster had just seen right through all his secrets. He desperately tried to brainstorm ways to stop her from getting any more suspicious, briefly considering lying low for a while before thinking that maybe he should act friendlier toward her to lower her guard, even going so far as to contemplate inviting her out for a drink, before instantly realizing that would only make him look even more suspicious. Sang-hyun finally snapped back to reality when Miso called his name again. Miso looked at him with a serious expression, telling him not to hide things and asking straight up if something was wrong, even offering to call off today's raid altogether. But Sang-hyun firmly insisted that he was totally fine and nothing was wrong, refusing to let this opportunity slip away. Desperate to change the subject, Sang-hyun suddenly pointed at her weapon. He remarked that he had never seen this bow before and asked if she got a new one, causing Miso's face to instantly brighten up as she admitted she was dying to show it off. The bow was an epic rank artifact borrowed from Japan's Kurikawa Guild thanks to the long-term cooperative relationship between Eden Guild and them, and she explained that she had done everything humanly possible to prepare for this raid. Sang-hyun offered a forced smile and agreed that the bow was truly amazing. Deep down, however, he was in a state of severe shock that someone could casually borrow an epic rank artifact so easily, feeling dizzy just thinking about its astronomical value. Though the thought also inspired him as he suddenly resolved to get his hands on an epic-grade artifact of his own sooner or later. He quickly told himself not to envy such things, and that he needed to focus on acquiring an epic-grade item first while leaving Lee Gahi's matter for later. With his preparations complete, Sang-hyun suggested starting the raid right away despite being earlier than planned. Miso agreed. Together, the two of them walked toward the portal. Sang-hyun looked pitiful, but he didn't care as long as he secured that epic-grade artifact, forcing himself to block out how much the regression issue bothered him and concentrate solely on the task at hand. Meanwhile, Miso thought to herself that Sang-hyun truly lacked self-awareness, as he hadn't even questioned why she went out of her way to borrow an epic-grade artifact for this raid. What she had witnessed during their training session a few days ago had genuinely shaken her to her core. She already knew Sanghyun's growth rate was abnormal, but around the 15th hour of practice, Sanghyun suddenly learned a brand new skill and demanded to test it right away. He then panicked and asked if she was all right. The training arena, built to withstand massive destruction, had been blasted to pieces by a single blow from him, leading Miso to genuinely believe that if she hadn't borrowed an epic-grade artifact, she wouldn't even be able to keep up with him anymore. That was the exact reason she had prepared so thoroughly. Because she refused to spend her entire life just chasing his shadow. At the entrance to the hollow forest within the Black Gate, the two of them walked side by side into the woods. Miso was still experiencing extreme tension. Sanghyun realized it was good to tell her to be careful, but warned her not to worry too much or she'd waste stamina for nothing. Miso quickly nodded and admitted the current situation was completely different from the preliminary investigation report, which was precisely why she was worried. According to the report, this forest had supernatural activity, but seeing it with her own eyes, the atmosphere felt bizarrely abnormal. Meanwhile, Sanghyun recalled how thoroughly he had studied this gate in his past life, making him uneasy since this was the first time he had encountered a situation that didn't match his past memories. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared right in front of them. Miso immediately identified it as an orc, but Sanghyun instantly corrected her. And in that exact moment, he became completely certain that this gate no longer resembled his past life because that monster wasn't an orc at all, it was a big goblin, and this was far from a minor change. The beast suddenly charged straight toward them, and Sanghyun instantly thrust one arm out in front of Miso to shield her, before using his fingers to signal the number 2. Earlier, Sanghyun had told Miso that after studying the Black Gate closely, he had a proposal and wanted the two of them to strictly follow that plan. Miso asked if he was referring to the hand signs he mentioned earlier, and Sanghyun nodded, explaining that to prepare for high-pressure situations, they would simulate various possible scenarios and communicate entirely through hand signals during combat. Miso asked if it was even possible to prepare for every situation, especially when they only had a few days. Sanghyun reassured her not to worry, clarifying that he didn't mean preparing for every single scenario, but rather that by simply memorizing basic movement patterns, everything else would flow naturally. Even so, he admitted it wouldn't be easy to remember them right in the heat of combat. Therefore, they only had one true option: endless practice. By repeating the patterns through continuous training session after session, they would eventually react instinctively to any situation, and once the hand signs became second nature, they'd clear the raid flawlessly. During practice, Sanghyun held up 2 fingers. At first, Miso couldn't remember what the signal meant, but she eventually got it down. Back in the present, the two of them immediately executed their practice strategy as Miso instantly recalled what the number 2 signal meant: if the monster charged straight ahead, they would dodge in opposite directions. Then the monster would instinctively target whichever opponent looked weaker. And in most cases, that would be Miso. While dodging, Miso immediately loosed an arrow and knowing exactly where the monster would move before it even acted, she could aim precisely at its joints to restrict its movement. Once the enemy's mobility was limited, she could naturally create an opening without even needing to use a skill, though Miso admitted this was already the absolute limit of her predictive archery. She hadn't expected the attack to deal a critical blow, but the moment her arrow struck the big goblin, it completely severed one of its legs. Miso's eyes widened in shock, especially since she hadn't even drawn her bow with full force. It was only then that she realized the terrifying power of an epic-grade artifact. She had barely pulled the bowstring, yet the resulting power was utterly overwhelming, prompting her to momentarily wonder if she'd end up accidentally killing someone if she ever used her full strength. The big goblin instantly halted its charge. Instead of retreating, it leaped straight toward Miso to close the distance. But during their previous training, Sanghyun had told her not to worry even if she didn't land a fatal blow, because he intended to exploit the opening she created himself from the start. The exact moment it happened, Sanghyun appeared right beside the monster. Then he swung his sword straight down onto the big goblin's head. That was the very strategy they had crafted to wrap up the fight in the blink of an eye. Just like that, the monster was taken down with unbelievable ease. Sanghyun opened his mouth to speak, but Miso instantly read his mind and finished the sentence for him. Her firepower had increased drastically compared to before. Because of that, she figured they needed to completely overhaul their strategy to account for her new bow, and Sanghyun agreed. At this point, Miso's firepower was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before, and Sanghyun immediately realized that if they played their cards right, this Black Gate raid was going to be a walk in the park. Miso felt a quiet wave of relief that their coordination was flowing so smoothly. Sanghyun agreed, praising her lightning-fast reflexes in battle, which made him think she must have practiced the strategy on her own afterward. Meanwhile, deep down inside, Miso silently complained about him, having spent countless hours rewatching the training footage because she refused to be left behind by him. Sanghyun pointed out that the warm-up rounds were officially over, meaning it was time to step into the real deal. Right on cue, several more big goblins suddenly materialized all around them. The monsters let out furious snarls, looking absolutely enraged. Sanghyun wondered if they were pissed because the two of them had so easily killed one of their comrades, while also recognizing a crucial detail. The monsters were being extremely cautious, choosing to carefully observe the pair first instead of rushing in blindly. If they intended to play it this way, the situation would only swing further in favor of Sanghyun and Miso. The system detected a total of 10 monsters. Sanghyun immediately noticed the count was lower than expected, guessing it was probably because they were still fairly close to the dungeon entrance. He informed Miso that there were 10 enemies in total, including an unfamiliar monster he hadn't seen before, which, based on preliminary investigation data, was almost certainly a cobalt assassin equipped with stealth capabilities. Miso quickly suggested that a 4-2 formation would suit the current situation best, but Sanghyun immediately shook his head, pointing out that since there were no ranged monsters present, they needed a completely different strategy. Miso initially wore a confused expression, but the moment she realized what strategy he had in mind, her face drained of color in pure horror. She immediately refused, loudly declaring that she absolutely wasn't going to do that. In response, Sanghyun quietly dropped his sword to the ground and pointed at it, while a desperate Miso insisted that the 4-2 strategy was obviously the correct choice here. She even tried proposing the standard 4 formation instead, but Sanghyun simply kept gesturing toward the sword without saying a word. Meanwhile, even the monsters looked bewildered watching the two of them argue right in the middle of a battle. Finally, wearing a miserable expression, Miso slowly sat down on the sword while asking why they absolutely had to do this. Sanghyun calmly replied that she already knew the answer. Her firepower was far greater than anticipated, meaning there was zero reason not to maximize that advantage, and logically speaking, this really was their most optimal strategy. Miso quietly conceded that she knew that too, but realizing that once he made up his mind, nothing could change it, she reluctantly told him to just get it over with. After all, if the dungeon genuinely lacked ranged monsters, putting Miso in the safest offensive vantage point would turn into a massive tactical advantage. The monsters slowly raised their heads. Right as Sanghyun launched Miso high up into the air, a technique he proudly dubbed the Kim Miso human cannonball strategy. Meanwhile, Miso shrieked at the top of her lungs that she utterly hated floating around in midair like this, loudly complaining that she never even rode roller coasters because she despised that floating sensation. Even so, once airborne, she quickly stabilized her posture. At that moment, her level 4 flight skill activated, drastically reducing her falling speed for the next 5 minutes. Miso focused entirely, silently praying that this ridiculous strategy would actually work. Down below, the big goblins finally charged forward, setting their sights squarely on Sanghyun. Then abruptly, one of the big goblins stopped dead in its tracks, looking utterly confused. Because the head of the monster standing right in front of it exploded out of nowhere. Sanghyun grew instantly ecstatic watching the scene unfold. He had anticipated this outcome, but seeing the insane one-shot, one-kill power with his own eyes was still immensely satisfying. And Sanghyun understood one clear fact: this overwhelming strength wasn't solely due to the epic grade artifact. He wasn't entirely sure if it was thanks to Miso's harsh training or simply the passage of time since their last collaboration. But one thing was certain, her accuracy had sharpened dramatically, and for a brief second, Sang-hyun caught a glimpse of her future self from his past life, Kim Miso, the divine archer of carnage. It dawned on him then that he wasn't the only one growing stronger, as everyone else was evolving too, and to be completely honest, Sang-hyun admitted he was genuinely surprised, having never expected Miso to become someone capable of inspiring him. Sang-hyun shifted his attention toward a distant target. A shadowy silhouette slowly took shape before him, finally revealing the form of a bipedal beast. The cloaked kobold assassin looked visibly panicked. The exact moment it happened, Sang-hyun lunged forward before it could target Miso. He coldly told it to stop. Then with a single clean slash, he sliced the kobold's head clean off. Sang-hyun had decided to fight seriously to properly back Miso up. To be frank, he never imagined things would turn out like this, but today had finally arrived, the day Miso was carrying the team instead of him. Meanwhile, Miso locked her sights onto the remaining 7 monsters. She activated her multiple lock-on skill. Reticles instantly appeared above the heads of all 7 beasts. Then she unleashed Stardust Rain as a barrage of arrows rained down, every single one flying precisely toward its locked target, and in the span of a heartbeat, the heads of all 7 big goblins exploded simultaneously. That evening, at the World Tree resting area inside the Hollow Forest, Sang-hyun sat quietly in front of the campfire while Miso intentionally kept her back turned toward him. Sang-hyun cautiously attempted to start a conversation. He carefully asked how much longer she planned to stay mad at him, to which Miso immediately fired back, forever. She nagged that he had forced her to execute that ridiculous strategy a total of 6 times. Sang-hyun offered a sheepish smile, explaining that monsters were crawling everywhere at the time, leaving them with genuinely no other choice. Miso continued whining about why she had to be the one killing every single monster, admitting that while she had the technical skill, forcing her to do it 6 times in a row was just too much. Deep down, Sang-hyun agreed with her. It was a bit excessive, but at the same time, it felt like getting a free carry after a very long time, which accidentally got him all pumped up with excitement, though now he quietly wondered how to appease her. He knew ordinary gifts definitely wouldn't work this time, but suddenly an idea struck him. He pulled out a pan and started cooking. While prepping the ingredients, he muttered that it had been a while since he showed off his culinary skills. Sang-hyun genuinely believed that at times like this, a delicious meal was the ultimate remedy for a bad mood. Before long, the appetizing aroma of food drifted through the air. And naturally, it instantly caught Miso's attention. She covertly took a deep sniff. As she drew closer, Sang-hyun finished cooking. Miso curiously asked what he was making, and her eyes instantly glued themselves to the dish. Sang-hyun explained that eating something good right now would lift their spirits since they still had a long journey ahead of them. What he had made was an adventurer's beef Wellington. Sang-hyun told her to dig in. Miso cautiously took a single bite, and her eyes instantly flew wide open in shock. She immediately exclaimed how delicious it was and demanded to know how he knew how to make such a thing. Sang-hyun smiled inwardly, relieved she liked it, as Miso noted that the texture of the meat was remarkably unique and asked where he got it, admitting she had never tasted anything like it before. Sang-hyun nonchalantly replied that he just hunted some rabbit-like creature, and a curious Miso immediately asked if they could catch a few more on their way out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, deep in his heart, Sang-hyun silently apologized for not being able to tell her the truth. But if keeping this secret made her happy, he was more than willing to take it to his grave, because the meat she was currently enjoying so thoroughly was none other than kobold meat. Once they finished eating, Miso leaned back looking completely full and satisfied as she thanked Sang-hyun for the wonderful meal. Sang-hyun then mentioned that the area ahead was the final zone listed in the preliminary investigation report. Miso nodded, explaining that was where the Shadow Defender used to appear, and beyond that point there was no information left regarding the rest of the dungeon, though she trusted they'd be fine. Sang-hyun suggested taking a short break before pressing on, and after a moment of silence, Miso abruptly brought up something else. She admitted that lately she felt like she had caused a lot of unnecessary trouble for Sanghyun before apologizing for being careless. Sanghyun instantly understood she was talking about the rumors surrounding the two of them, the gossip about him being her boyfriend, or the rumors claiming she threw money around and treated him like a personal slave. Miso quickly denied ever hearing about the slave rumor, and Sanghyun casually replied that people definitely said things like that, but he genuinely didn't care, so she didn't need to worry about it. Miso quietly admitted that after seeing how capable he was, she naturally found herself drawn to him, but for some reason, the media always twisted everything into weird misunderstandings. Sanghyun just shrugged and said people were always like that anyway, adding that honestly, it just proved they were drawing a massive amount of attention. He even joked that sometimes he found it quite entertaining being famous thanks to her, prompting Miso to reply that even without her, he'd still attract massive attention anyway, considering his growth rate was completely abnormal. Sanghyun laughed and reassured her once more that she really didn't need to apologize for any of this, casually adding that no matter what kind of nonsense the media spread, the two of them still sought each other out whenever they needed help. Finally, he concluded that this was simply how a normal business relationship operated. Miso instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, Sanghyun casually remarked that people loved gossiping about others. Then Miso softly asked what he would think if that wasn't the whole truth of the situation. Her cheeks slowly reddened as she anxiously admitted that perhaps their relationship wasn't just strictly business, before softly asking what he would do if that turned out to be the case. Miso pressed on, asking, if it's not a business relationship, then what is it? Her question made Sanghyun's face stiffen. He had no idea why she would suddenly ask such a thing. He speculated inwardly, don't tell me this is an allergic reaction to kobolds. The rate of developing this symptom was only 1 in 100,000, so he had never even considered it. Who would have expected Miso to be allergic? The last time a teammate had an allergic reaction, it was a living hell. Let me think, what am I supposed to do in cases like this? Then, as if he had come up with something, his eyes widened. That's right, this is the only way. That method was to pretend he was also allergic so that she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Without hesitation, he spoke up, hey Miso. To be honest, I've also really wanted to turn into a bird. At first, Miso turned to look at him with a skeptical gaze. But then she became cheerful upon finding a kindred spirit, a bird. You idiot, are there fake birds too? Time passed quickly until the next morning. Because of the previous evening's incident, the atmosphere between the two of them was extremely awkward. Miso turned to look at him, feeling sheepish as she said, hey, Sanghyun. Sanghyun's heart skipped a beat and he stammered, what is it? That thing was delicious, right? Haha, but I think it had a weird side effect of causing hallucinations. Let's not eat it next time. After saying that, he reminded himself, at all costs, I have to pretend I don't know anything. Even though I'm doing this so Miso doesn't feel uncomfortable, I can't believe that at my age I'm still doing ridiculous things like this. Damn it, Sanghyun screamed in his heart, then shouted out loud, hey, we're almost there, haha, let's get ready. Behind him, Miso was also questioning herself, I'm definitely crazy, I should just stop blurting out random confessions. But actually, she whispered in the smallest voice possible, that wasn't a lie. Sanghyun heard her muttering and turned to ask, what did you just say, Miso? Miso hurriedly forced a smile and countered, haha, it's nothing. Before the two young friends could continue to be awkward, a monster's roar echoed, drawing the attention of both. Naturally, both of them had already realized the presence of the monster. Down in the valley were 5 massive monsters. They were a group of shadow sentinels. Sanghyun sat down to observe and asked for her opinion. Oh, so what about this, Miso? Do you think we can get through? Miso frowned and said, I'm not sure, but it will probably be a bit tough. According to accurate intelligence, their armor hardness is quite high. Isn't it extremely difficult to take them down in one hit? It means we can't count on luck like we did before, Sanghyun muttered, then silently calculated a method. Even if Miso is using her rank-based achievements, we still lack a bit of pure power to penetrate their defenses. Wait until my integrity points are higher, and these guys will definitely be just fodder, but for now, that's not the case. So let's take them on directly this time, he said, drawing his sword. The archer fully agreed. As long as you lead the way, I'll follow you to the end. Then our protagonist suddenly discovered something. He spoke softly, "Hey Miso, do they always move in herds like this?" This reminder made Miso observe again and remark, "It's true, but thinking about it, could it be that there is some information we failed to collect during our scouting?" Down below, the monsters seemed to have discovered their existence and turned their cold gazes to observe them, causing Sanghyun's face to immediately tense up. Damn it, do they know we're coming? There's no way standard monsters move in such perfect coordination. This definitely means there's a master monster nearby. There was no time to hesitate, and both he and Miso hurriedly jumped off the cliff. Immediately afterward, the spot where they had just been standing suddenly cracked open, and from beneath the ground, a giant rhinoceros emerged. This was the sub-boss, king of indestructible defense. Both of them jumped onto a nearby tree branch. If not for Sanghyun's reminder earlier, Miso probably would have been done for. However, heavy footsteps echoed incessantly. A stone monster charged straight at them like a tank. Miso's expression began to change. The situation doesn't look good. Is he signaling a three-finger signal? That means an immediate attack with continuous, chaotic packing. Just like that, he and the others began to fight wildly against the monsters. A destructive arrow from Miso shot straight into the face of a giant, causing its heavy body to fall backward. She shouted, "I'm on this side, now then." Before her words were finished, a black shadow lunged straight at her. It was the rhinoceros sub-boss, flying toward her like a small mountain. Seeing his teammate in danger, the protagonist also hurriedly ran over. The pressure it radiated made him clench his teeth. "Damn big-nosed monster," he said while activating his acceleration skill, immediately closing in beneath the monster and jumping straight into the air. Simultaneously, he unleashed a knockback skill, causing its massive body to fall back to the ground. That guy is truly tough. It took that hit square on and didn't even have a single scratch. The protagonist frowned when he saw his opponent unhurt, only to become even more furious. So the indestructible rank wasn't just for show, huh? If we keep fighting like this, we'll take him down eventually, but I want to save some stamina for the final boss. I think it's time I use that move. Thinking this, he held up a finger, signaling to Miso and asking if she understood his intent. Miso swallowed her saliva. Naturally, she recognized the meaning of it, the number 1 signal. She nodded, "All right, I understand." Then she jumped into the air and landed gracefully on the ground above the valley. She thought to herself, of course, facing an enemy with such high defense, his current strategy is absolutely correct. But the skill I saw that day, Sanghyun has never tried it in actual combat. Is it really okay to use that move this time? Unaware of her thoughts, Sanghyun began warming up and said, "Why don't we start right away?" He stepped back to gather momentum, while raising his sword into the air. The rhinoceros monster seemed to sense an invisible wave of pressure bearing down upon it. In front of it, Sanghyun seemed to have caught fire himself. He laughed, "Hee hee, you still don't understand what's happening, do you? Don't worry, there's no need to think too much. I'm going to finish you off right now." As if it understood Sanghyun's provocative words, the rhinoceros monster immediately went berserk. Without a second of hesitation, it lunged forward with all its might. At the same time, Sanghyun's sword vibrated incessantly, as if compressing a terrifying amount of power. He stomped one foot down, then pointed his sword straight ahead. It's time to test its real combat power. This is the Skill Destructive Sword, active skill level. One uses 1/3 of current mana to channel a wave of destructive power into the sword. If current total mana does not exceed 50% of the maximum energy capacity, Destructive Sword will not activate. Destructive power varies based on mana consumption. Opposite him, the rhinoceros monster, which was already running, suddenly had countless cuts appear all over its body. Immediately afterward, the remains of its carcass were blown away by the pressure from the attack. As a result, with just a single attack, the protagonist sent the monster to be reincarnated. The system quickly displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the sub-boss, King of Indestructible Defense. This made the male lead unable to stop laughing like crazy. Haha, this is exactly what I wanted. The power is quite impressive. I finally got my first finisher after regressing. Unfortunately, he couldn't laugh for long before his face stiffened again, because another notification appeared. You have depleted all mana for Destructive Sword, entering a state of mana exhaustion. Time rewinds a few days earlier, at the Eden Guild's special training ground. Just then, our protagonist seemed to have realized something. He hurriedly requested, "Miso, wait a moment." The archer immediately stopped her actions. The golems around them disintegrated as a result. She turned, frowning. "What is it now?" It was getting to the good part. Sanghyun said sheepishly, "Sorry, but he needed to check this." He looked at his screen interface, thinking to himself, "I finally achieved this skill. Destructive Sword, this was one of the ultimate techniques I used the most in my previous life, so I finally met the conditions to receive it. Use mana-controlled swordsmanship a certain number of times. It really is fast. In my previous life, it took years to obtain this skill. Who would have thought I'd get it in less than a month this time?" Destructive Sword is an ultimate type of skill that almost any swordsman can attain given enough time, so much so that people call it the basic human right of a swordsman. Although this skill is usually used as a finishing blow, for example, by concentrating all destructive energy into the tip of the blade or pushing mana control to the limit to deploy an energy-accumulating sword technique. With someone who possesses the artifact devouring skill like me, mana control techniques are things I can master naturally, so it became the ultimate technique I used the most in my previous life. But in truth, it wasn't until the final stages of my life that I realized that, so I didn't get to utilize it much. Thinking of this, the protagonist felt a bit ashamed. But this time is different. If my current self also has a sharp weapon like Destructive Sword, it's truly like a tiger growing wings. My growth speed will increase significantly. Returning to reality with an incredibly simple swing of the sword, the shockwave created by the attack crushed the monsters in front. The tremor was so great that Miso nearby screamed in terror. She said confusedly, "No way, its power is even more terrifying than last time. Did you see that?" "But how on earth did you do that?" She opened her eyes wide, looking forward. The ground had been completely devastated by the attack. What was more special was that Sanghyun was lying like a dead dog on the ground, making her scream in panic. It was all because Sanghyun had released all his mana in that previous attack, so he was temporarily stalled. With no other choice, they had to take a break. Sanghyun took the opportunity to use Miso's mana recovery potions. After draining the potion in his hand, he also refreshed himself and said, "I almost died there, thank you, Miso. Who would have thought you'd carry high-purity mana recovery potions? You really saved my life." Hearing him say that, the archer could only mutter, "You drained all your mana just for that move. This is completely off from the original plan. Didn't you say you'd finish it in one hit to save stamina? If you get exhausted, what am I supposed to do?" Sanghyun smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I used this skill, so I got too excited and ended up not being able to control myself." His words made Miso even more confused. "But this is the first time you've used it, right? Why are you talking like someone who's used it 1,000 times before?" Hearing that, Sanghyun's face suddenly stiffened. Then he hurriedly deflected, changing the topic. "Why do I talk like someone who's used it 1,000 times? The current era moves fast, you know. This world is really..." His lies only made Miso more suspicious. As a way to change the conversation, Sanghyun turned to praise her. "Anyway, forget it. Miso, the Eden Guild is truly worthy of its reputation, isn't it? Who would have thought they would distribute high-purity mana potions like this? As a necessity, that's truly top tier." A hint of arrogance flashed across Miso's face, then she offered, "If you like it that much, why don't you join our guild? It's not that difficult. I can provide it to you for life." Sanghyun smiled but had no intention of joining. "Haha, you're teasing me again. But seriously, how much does this cost? I have to pay you back. I can't just take something like this for free." "Around 500 million or so, I guess," she replied. "Ah," Sanghyun answered, "it's like that. Then it's not too expensive if it's around that much." Sanghyun's words were not even finished when suddenly the atmosphere between the two of them became silent. It took a few seconds for the protagonist's brain to function again. Hey, did you say 500? Well, it is a bit expensive, but not letting him finish, Miso reminded him again. Yes, I said 500 million. 500 million, I understand. After saying that, Sanghyun's whole body withered like a dry plant without water. His pathetic expression made Miso unable to stop herself from advising, I won't charge you, so just drink it. Time passed quickly, scene changed to the deepest area of Hollow Forest, the village of Dead Breath. At this moment, both Sanghyun and Miso were present on a small path. As they walked, the male lead observed his surroundings and confirmed, I'm sure of it. From the moment I stepped into the dungeon, I felt something was wrong. This place is too different from what I used to know. I can accept that it mutated severely, but I have never heard of a monster village of this scale. This is the first time information from my previous life has been so skewed compared to reality. To be safe, I should probably share as much information as possible with Miso. Anyway, the information about the final boss is likely still accurate. Thinking this, he turned his head and said directly, Hey Miso, according to my calculations, the final boss of this dungeon is… Just as his words were left hanging, suddenly butterflies appeared around them. Miso wondered, the final boss, how could you know about that? A second later, the space around them suddenly became gray. Everything stood still, causing Sanghyun's expression to turn somber. What, has time frozen? At that very moment, the goddess of luck appeared, gently reassuring him. The words you were about to utter have been blocked so that no calculations in other dimensions can hear them. Her appearance made Sanghyun feel even more surprised. A calculation is interfering directly with the real world. No, more importantly, why is the goddess? She didn't let the male lead wonder for long and explained, there is an important thing I want to tell you. The more people discover your uniqueness, the sooner you will lose your unique status. Sanghyun hurriedly shouted, Oh goddess, does that mean you already know everything about me? Unfortunately, his words were not answered because the goddess had already left. After that, time continued to flow. Miso curiously asked, So, what did you want to tell me after all? Sanghyun, what do you know about the final boss? The protagonist didn't intend to continue explaining about the boss, so he brushed it off. I'm not sure, maybe I remembered slightly wrong. I watched a video and thought it looked quite like this place. Miso nodded with a smile without any suspicion. So that's it, it's okay. Sometimes my mind gets confused like that too. But I think we should still stay alert for the final boss. It could appear at any time. Ignoring her words, Sanghyun's expression was still pondering incessantly about the goddess's appearance earlier. Was that a warning for me, or was it a protection? Regardless, the goddess of luck must surely know at least a little bit about me being a regressor. Have I been too reckless? That's right, I must not forget that I could fall into the crosshairs of others at any time. If there are calculations that consider my regression a cheat, just like the shadow hunter I met earlier, I will become their prey. Even if I am punished by them through torture, I will fall into an extremely dangerous situation. And there are still others even more dangerous that I need to watch out for. That's right, if I fall into their crosshairs now, I will have no way to retreat. The Predator, that is a group of heretic players who specialize in murdering other players by special methods to steal the calculations those players signed contracts with or absorb all their skills. They were founded by those on the blacklist, who erased their records or changed their identities to evade the guild's pursuit. The Predator Guilds, they were the criminal organization that pushed this world to the brink of destruction even in my previous life. And out of all of them, if I happen to run into that person, then forget about the power progression or whatever, because at that moment I will definitely be finished. To prevent that from happening, I must become strong enough to confront those bastards silently, must not attract too much of their attention. Thinking of this, he said, then let's check around now, let's split up to find clues. Miso fully agreed with this idea. I understand, if we find anything, we'll signal each other. Sanghyun smiled slightly but couldn't hide his anxiety. That's right, I don't know exactly what the goddess wants to warn me about, but for now, my top priority is not to let even a bit of information about my regression slip. Even if conquering the dungeon becomes more inconvenient, it's still better than losing my life right now. Time passed quickly, inside the monster village filled with corpses. On the tree trunk, there was a clearly visible scratch mark. Sang-hyun observed it in silence for a few seconds, then smiled bitterly. You left a trail that's too obvious, like a child. It looks like they are craving to prove that this village is his own personal achievement. It turns out this was the work of a hunter, then why don't I play with him for a bit in this childish hunting game? Scene changed to Miso's position. While moving, she also noticed a few things. There is no doubt about it. There is definitely something extremely dangerous lurking around here. Monster corpses lying scattered throughout the village along with these traces. Even though the distance between the bodies is quite far, the level of decomposition is similar. That means the person doing this is a monster who is extremely confident in its speed. At that moment, a black shadow seemed to appear behind her back. Without a moment of hesitation, Miso turned around and fired an arrow in that direction. But the arrow didn't hit anything at all. This made her feel even more tense. So fast, I just clearly sensed its presence, yet it vanished in the blink of an eye. Taking it on alone is way too dangerous. I need to signal Sang-hyun first. This thought came a bit too late, however, because the monster had already appeared right behind her. Miso instantly felt its bloodlust, her expression turning dead serious. Sensing the danger, Miso hurriedly whipped her head around. At the same time, the monster swung its arm straight toward her. Yet for some reason, the creature's arm was knocked flying outward. This left it somewhat taken aback. As it turned out, Miso's necklace had just blocked a fatal blow for her, with a lethal strike successfully parried by the power of a holy relic, Maria's necklace, which shattered immediately after triggering its defensive effect. The archer herself felt completely flustered. Damn it, I can't believe Maria's necklace got destroyed. If it hits me with another attack right now, I'm definitely a goner, leading her to conclude that her top priority right now was to create some distance. With no time to hesitate, Miso leaped backward to put space between them while continuously firing arrows forward. This forced the monster to hastily jump up onto a nearby tree branch to dodge the barrage. Switching back to Miso's perspective, she knew her opponent was an assassin-type monster, her ultimate counter, yet this was precisely the kind of adversary she had prioritized training to deal with. Let's see, what was it that big sis Terry said? She needed to stay calm and search her memories. She quickly recalled the advice. First off, you must avoid a speed battle. Hearing that, Miso had asked, does that mean I have to avoid close combat entirely? Terry nodded and clarified, that's right. A player weak in melee should steer clear of one-on-one situations as much as possible, because if you run into an enemy faster than your arrows, things get messy. But you never really know what's going to happen inside a dungeon. If the vanguard protecting you goes down, you'll be forced to fight under those exact conditions. Remembering this, a worried Miso had asked, right, so what should I do? Terry started pulling out her weapon with an amused grin. Hee, even so, you have plenty of options. In that case, don't you think experiencing it firsthand is best? Let's figure out a method to deal with an opponent faster than your arrows. Want to test it out? The truth was that unless there was a massive gap in ability, assassins like them still avoided head-on assaults. Because their movements would be too easy to predict, it was safer to just time things right, as even a lucky child could manage to take them down. That was why assassins like them never relied on luck, they relied on speed. This is where it all starts. When your opponent rushes forward, watch which foot they step with first, observe their breathing and their habits, predict their movements, and draw your bow. That's what you must do, Miso, and that's how you deal with an assassin. Returning to reality, even though she remembered every bit of advice, Miso still couldn't muster much confidence since her encounter with it had been so brief that her information was severely limited. Still, weighing the intel she had right now, to toy with their prey, they always appeared right behind them, just as she predicted. The exact moment Miso turned around coincided with the monster rushing to that very spot. A look of sheer elation instantly lit up her face. I read its movements perfectly, and I've won. At that exact moment, she loosed her arrow, embedding it straight into the monster, unaware that a second creature was simultaneously charging in to attack her from behind. The sudden surge of danger startled Miso. What? There are two of them. But this particular monster was out of luck, as a familiar voice instantly rang out. Geez, what a bunch of cowardly bastards. It was none other than the main character himself, who lunged in from midair and unleashed an aerial spinning slash before the beast could even react, tearing the ground below to absolute shreds. It was a bit unfortunate that both monsters managed to retreat to safety in time. They let out cautious, rumbling growls as they glared ahead. Meanwhile, Sanghyun strode forward with quiet confidence. Even as monsters, doing a 2-on-1 against a girl is just pathetic, don't you think? Now let's get down to business. A fair 2-on-2 fight, let the hunting game begin, you bastards. Across from them, the cautious monsters held back from charging recklessly while Sanghyun silently analyzed the situation. The dungeon's monsters are different now, and the vanguard beasts are stronger too, though judging by their appearance, the boss probably hasn't changed much. They're called loblesses, but they're also known as the twin predators. Each of them is abnormally fast and hunts down players with vicious cruelty, according to the swordsman Judge Kang Bo, who conquered the Hollow Forest and noted that perfect teamwork with an ally is an absolute prerequisite. Shaking those thoughts aside, Sanghyun turned to her and said, "Sorry I'm late, Miso, are you all right?" Miso let out a breath. "You came and saved me just in time. If not for you, Maria's necklace would have broken. It all happened so fast." Hearing this, Sanghyun's expression shifted rapidly. "Is that so? Then we're in trouble, and we've got a disadvantage on our hands. To deal with two monsters cooperating this seamlessly, I'll have to fight while protecting our ranged DPS Miso, which won't be easy, damn it." His initial plan was to wait for any opening and pounce, but they immediately targeted Miso first. That left him with a single choice. He had to treat Miso as a priority asset requiring absolute protection. With that conclusion, Sanghyun spoke up directly, "Hey Miso. We won't rely on hand signs anymore, so I'm counting entirely on you." On her end, Miso quickly grasped his intent. He's going to move while putting his full trust in me. "Got it, I just need to let you know what skill I'm using beforehand, right?" The male lead readily agreed, naturally. Deep down, Miso resolved herself. "That's right, I've decided I can't keep leaning on him forever. If I want to stand proudly by his side, I have to prove myself right here and now." Shouting out, "My first skill will be continuous arrows." With that, she activated her skill, unleashing a flurry of arrows shooting forward at lightning speed while Sanghyun charged in to attack simultaneously. Knowing this was a flawless skill combination, he immediately activated Berserk and Speed at the same time to pull off a coordinated assault. True to its name, continuous arrows fired an endless stream of projectiles, allowing him and Miso to sync up perfectly. So that since this was the monster's first time seeing this technique, they wouldn't be able to coordinate their movements anymore. Alright, let's see whose teamwork comes out on top here, theirs or ours. Just like that, all four combatants split off to pick their individual targets. Right then, one of the loblesses broke off from attacking Miso and rushed to blindside Sanghyun from behind. But the exact moment its arm swung out to strike, Miso's arrow fired, hitting its arm dead on and throwing its attack entirely off rhythm. Seizing the opening, Sanghyun unleashed a spinning slash directly across the monster's shoulder, carving out a massive wound as he praised, "Nice support, Miso." Simultaneously, when the remaining lobless tried to charge in from behind, a volley of arrows intercepted its path. This infuriated the creature, causing it to pivot and glare at Miso. In response, it was greeted by an incoming rain of arrows. Her gaze remained rock solid, completely devoid of fear. The lobless began to grit its teeth in rage. Abandoning its attempt on Sanghyun, it turned fully toward her as if treating her as its primary target. But Sanghyun closed the distance in a flash. "Aren't you being way too obvious? Did you really think I wouldn't notice you targeting Miso?" With a lightning-fast slash, the male lead easily sent the monster packing to the afterlife. Its head landed right in front of the remaining lobless, leaving the survivor completely frozen in shock. On his side, Sanghyun quickly backed off to reset his stance. At that moment, the surviving lobless let out a hysterical scream. The system issued a notification: "Lobless has lost its sanity. Lobless is changing its form." True to the warning, the muscles across the monster's body began to bulge massively, while a terrifying aura erupted from its physique. Yet this left Sanghyun somewhat puzzled. Is it really giving up speed for raw power? Have you honestly lost your mind? In response to his words, the Lobless charged forward and threw a heavy punch straight at Sanghyun's body. But Sanghyun merely flashed a smug grin. A second later, a beam of light pierced clean through its head. As it turned out, Sanghyun had leaped high into the air and driven his sword straight down through the monster's skull. Your only winning condition was speed, you stupid beast, you should have kept a cool head. Pulling his sword back out, he watched the towering body of the Lobless collapse heavily onto its knees. The monster let out a final agonized roar as blood streamed across its entire body. A system notification popped up to congratulate Sanghyun on successfully subduing the Lobless. Another announcement declared that his level had jumped significantly, boosting him up to level 90. Sanghyun smiled as he realized he was only 10 levels away from hitting the triple-digit milestone, noting that he had gained 2 levels from the Defender King and 3 more from this fight after reaching level 85 from the Archlick. And while the EXP yield wasn't quite as absurd as the Death Knight, that encounter had simply been an exceptional outlier. A wide grin spread across Sanghyun's face as the moment he had eagerly anticipated finally arrived. A system announcement proclaimed that he would receive an epic-grade artifact. It prompted him to choose between the muffled chanting robe, the updraft belt, and the shedding bracelet. He smiled with excitement. Although it was a bit disappointing that his choices were restricted, he didn't mind, knowing each option was worth hundreds of billions of won. This would give him more than enough funds to replace every single artifact he had ever devoured up to this point. Whichever one he ended up getting didn't really matter, since one of the listed artifacts was already an absolute, tailor-made fit for his final build. Sanghyun knew there was only one worthwhile choice to pick. A few seconds later, Miso called out to him. She cheerfully praised and thanked him for making the raid run so smoothly, but he told her to save the thanks since she had worked just as hard. He added that it wasn't just because of their teamwork training or the artifact she carried, as her personal capabilities had grown by leaps and bounds, making him feel like he owed her one. Miso's eyes welled up with tears at the unexpected praise. She wiped them away and let out a soft laugh before thanking him, admitting that hearing those words come from him genuinely touched her heart. Sanghyun quietly looked at her, realizing she had been carrying an immense amount of pressure lately, though that was only to be expected. He recalled the countless articles labeling him as nothing more than a parasite riding on Kim Miso's coattails. With the media constantly churning out those false rumors, she must have shouldered a heavy burden of guilt and pressure, which explained why she kept pushing herself forward at breakneck speed. Looking back, Sanghyun realized how foolish he had been to misunderstand Miso so much in the past. He remembered the days when they used to glare daggers at each other. But seeing how reliable she had become now, he realized human emotions were truly unpredictable. Back in the present, Sanghyun told Miso she did a great job and gently patted her head, silently thinking to himself that he was starting to treat her like a younger sister, wondering if that meant he was getting old. Startled by the gesture, Miso blushed. Sanghyun froze as well, belatedly realizing what he had just done. He immediately panicked and stepped back, offering an awkward laugh as he made up an excuse about seeing a bug on her hair, while internally cursing himself out of sheer embarrassment over his own actions. He then began spiraling mentally, wondering if he should just kill himself out of shame. Miso tried to smooth things over by assuring him it was fine, admitting she was a bit startled by the sudden outburst, but figuring he probably didn't mean anything by it. Right after that, something else caught her attention. She called out to Sanghyun and asked if the item in his hand was the artifact he had chosen. Sanghyun confirmed it, explaining that the item was called the Updraft Belt, and mentioning he picked it because it looked useful and its stats aligned well with his current build. Afterward, he turned his attention to her gear, commenting on the new bow she had acquired. Miso replied that she hadn't checked its stats closely yet, but she chose it to replace the loner bow from the Kurakawa Guild. Feeling relieved to have lucked out with a weapon of her own, she happily showed it off and asked Sanghyun if he thought it suited her. Sanghyun offered a forced smile and agreed that it fit her wonderfully, while internally dying of jealousy over her sheer wealth. marveling at how she could casually treat an epic-grade artifact like a mere backup weapon without even bothering to check its stats. Rich players really were playing a completely different game. He suggested testing out the weapon right here so they could check its stats together, and Miso readily agreed, saying that since he was already here, having him look it over was fine, especially since they might end up teaming up again in the future. Miso knocked an arrow. Sang-hyun watched her quietly. His jaw dropped as golden energy abruptly surged and multiplied her arrow manifold. She released the string, sending a brilliant shower of glowing arrows raining down across the area. The ground was blasted into countless smoking craters, leaving both of them awestruck by the sheer destructive power. Sang-hyun asked if she was really sure she only fired a single arrow, and a worried Miso replied that she definitely did. She wondered if the bow had some sort of illusion-type skill, but Sang-hyun realized that wasn't it. It was a flawless replication-type skill built right into the bow as an innate ability, letting it fire a total of 9 arrows carrying identical effects and power regardless of whether other skills were used, a technique known as ninefold split. Sang-hyun swallowed hard as he remembered seeing this on TV before, the very skill that propelled Miso's moniker, the Apocalypse Divine Archer, across the globe. While Miso still stood there bewildered by what had just happened, Sang-hyun realized she was steadily matching the growth velocity of the top players from his past life. Afterwards, Miso asked if he wanted to test out his own item since they had the chance, pointing out that showing it to her wouldn't hurt. Sang-hyun looked down at the artifact in his hand, wondering if he should give it a spin. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he remarked that Miso must be dying to see its power, telling her that she asked for it. Terrified, Miso tried to stop him, stammering that he didn't have to go that far. She tried to remember the name of the artifact he'd just received, but he cut her off by excitedly raising his sword high, shouting that he was dying to test it out too. Miso let out a startled shriek of panic as a massive vortex of energy swirled around her. Sang-hyun beamed with excitement. The technique's force generated a fierce gust of wind that blew Miso straight up into the air. The equipment was none other than the Updraft Belt, an epic-grade general armor artifact granting plus 200 strength, plus 80 stamina, and plus 40 dexterity, featuring a special effect called Updraft and a hidden effect known as Super Awakening State, which encapsulated Loblaz's fighting spirit to unleash an intense gale. Its hidden skill, Updraft, inflicted a forced airborne status on the target, with the duration scaling proportionally to the user's strength, lasting 0.2 seconds per 100 strength, though the duration could be shortened depending on the enemy's skill resistance. Dangling helplessly in midair, Miso hollered that she knew he was going to pull something like this. In a separate scene, a TV news anchor reported that the frozen corpse of French player Jean Clout had been discovered, adding that the incident appeared linked to a recent string of missing player cases. As the broadcast announced that investigations would continue, a holographic silhouette quietly monitored the report. Inside a mysterious chamber known as the Predatory Network, several glowing figures gathered in a circle as Nietzsche asked who had devoured the victim this time. One of them casually answered that it was him, leaving the blue silhouette completely stunned as Nietzsche realized Luca was behind it and angrily shouted his name. Luca calmly asked if there was a problem. Nietzsche warned that if he kept acting so recklessly, the predatory network would eventually collapse, demanding to know if Luca was deliberately ignoring everything he said. Luca found the question hilarious, asking when they had ever become an actual community, and stating that they were nothing more than a bunch of people notifying each other about the prey they'd swallowed. Nietzsche cursed him out as a petty jerk, but Luca just shrugged it off, pointing out that sharing was never an obligation to begin with. Another silhouette sneered and took Luca's side, asking what his latest meal tasted like. Luca explained that Jean Clout's constellation was the immortal marathon runner, meaning his stamina-related stats had scaled exponentially, asserting that a player's stats were determined entirely by the quality of their constellation, and advising everyone to keep that in mind. Torai immediately asked if that meant the victim was chewier than usual, somehow managing to make that her biggest concern even inside a room full of lunatics. Nietzsche watched silently as a red silhouette announced she had picked her next target, inviting everyone to take a look. She displayed the digital profile of a Korean man named Shin Sang-hyun, casually remarking that none of them probably cared about him anyway. Nietzsche was shocked stiff while figures around the room waved their hands in dismissal one by one, saying they weren't interested or shared the same sentiment. Thrilled by their reaction, Torai asked if that meant she had free rein to devour him. Taking their silence as approval, she cheerfully bid them farewell and departed. After Torai left, another member announced that it was their turn, saying they had also made their choice. A bloodied corpse lay motionless on the floor next to a blood-stained knife. In a sing-song tone, Torai expressed her relief that no one had yet realized the speed of Sang-hyun's growth. Torai sat in a dark room, illuminated only by the light of a laptop screen. She remarked that even if someone else was interested in him, it didn't matter at all. A blood-stained finger reached out and slowly smeared blood across Sang-hyun's face on the screen. Torai wore a sinister smile and declared that no matter what, she was the one who would devour him. She couldn't help but let out a giggling sound full of excitement. The white SUV sped quickly down the wide-open road. Inside the car, Sang-hyun listened to a radio news report about a French player named Jean Clout, who had just been discovered dead in a frozen state. The report stated that the incident seemed to be related to the corpses found in recent player disappearance cases. He realized that they were beginning to act in the shadows, and around this time in his previous life, the Predator network had started making much bolder moves. He knew that their interest in South Korea during this phase was still relatively low. But after what happened in the dungeon just now, Sang-hyun realized that things might turn out differently this time. He had to act more cautiously, and he even wondered if he should move to a place with tighter security. He considered whether he should be passive, slow everything down, and keep a lower profile. Sang-hyun was frustrated because he couldn't find the answer yet. Since they were targeting him anyway, this wasn't the time to worry about that. Sweat trickled down his face as he realized he was only 10 levels away from finally hitting level 100. Once he reached that milestone, he would receive a special point that guaranteed the enhancement of one of his main skills, which was why level 100 was the most important turning point for anyone living as a player. Sang-hyun was determined to keep the secret of his regression as a top priority. He knew everything he had achieved so far would become meaningless if his growth speed was slowed down by his enemies, and he vowed to devour anyone who dared to come looking for him first. Suddenly, the navigation system announced that he had arrived at his stop. He pulled the car over to the curb and couldn't help but be amazed at the building in front of him. He noted that he had arrived faster than expected. Stepping out of the car, Sang-hyun stood before the Joy Orphanage. He felt it was truly strange, as the place didn't look like it used to at all. Only the name remained the same, which made him feel sentimental and nostalgic, and he had expected everyone to be outside. But his train of thought was interrupted by cheers from around the street corner, where someone was loudly complaining about a woman who had eaten all the potatoes but refused to touch the pineapple. Peeking around the corner of the wall, Sang-hyun heard them arguing about whether pineapple pizza could even be considered pizza, while someone else asked why they had ordered it in the first place. Inside the room, Ham Ji-yeon held a few slices of pizza while arguing that since the kids were young, they needed to eat fruit. She told the kids to eat the pineapple and pass the rest to the teacher, while a boy in a red hoodie complained that it was ridiculous, asking why she had ordered it to begin with. Mouth full of food, Ham Ji-yeon insisted that her plan was perfectly reasonable. Then she suddenly froze when she saw someone. She gasped in amazement when Sang-hyun appeared in the corner of the room with a weary expression, while the little boy teared up seeing that she had actually eaten all the potato slices. A moment later, the children stared with round, amazed eyes. Before them was a pile of new gifts, including a soft white stuffed rabbit and a Nintendo console. One of the boys cheered as he finally got the Nintendo Switch 2 he had been dreaming of for so long. Ham Ji-yeon told Sang-hyun that he really didn't need to buy so many things, and the boy wearing glasses rambled on about how the newly released game Dungeon Rider 2 was so hot, while the boy in the red hoodie bluntly called him a nerd. Ham Ji-yeon asked if Sang-hyun had eaten yet. She added that they were having pizza and offered to share some with him. With a wry laugh, Sang-hyun asked if she was trying to get rid of the pineapple pizza just because she didn't like it. Ham Ji-yeon was left speechless and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Sang-hyun remarked that people usually tried not to make their hatred so obvious to the point of being pathetic. Suddenly, a voice called out Sang-hyun's name, and he turned around in surprise. The children rushed over and asked if it was true that he was a super famous player. This caught Sang-hyun by surprise, and he stared at the boy in silence for a moment. Sang-hyun gave a warm smile and squatted down to eye level with the boy, answering that he wasn't sure about his fame, but he was indeed a player. The boy gasped in admiration and eagerly asked how to become a player. He asked if the boy wanted to become a player. The boy answered, of course. He explained that players were cool because they destroyed monsters and wielded greatswords. Another child immediately argued that if someone just shot arrows from afar, swords would become useless. The first boy immediately retorted, insisting that swords were clearly the strongest weapon, while the other kid argued that he didn't know anything and continued to defend his view on archers. As they continued to argue, a third child jumped in and wondered why everyone ignored daggers when assassin players were clearly the best. Sang-hyun laughed softly, as watching the children brought back vague childhood memories of his own. Back then, he used to confidently declare to his friends that he would become a powerful swordmaster wielding a giant sword like the main character in a famous story. A friend of his at the time had been completely baffled by this idea. That friend had explained realistically that such a dream was impossible in the modern world, as nowadays the only swordmasters were people suffering under piles of paperwork. Young Sang-hyun had been very discouraged, but he remembered how his eyes used to shine when he talked about his dream. Sang-hyun smiled, but after seeing the back of the man who saved him, he started chasing a new dream, just like how he once found hope by looking up to someone. The children continued their argument. Then Sang-hyun suddenly agreed that the sword was the best. With a confident smile, he told the boy that if he listened to his teacher, he could become a cool swordmaster just like him. Sang-hyun realized that he had finally become a source of hope for someone. The boy looked up at him in amazement. But immediately afterward, the children began whispering to each other, completely unimpressed with Sang-hyun. The boy asked why he should be satisfied with Sang-hyun when his dream was to become a swordmaster like Dong-soo. Another child said he wanted to be like Miso and called Sang-hyun weird, and others ignored him, considering him just another arrogant player, saying they wanted to become dark assassins like Terry. Ham Ji-yeon laughed until she shook, and Sang-hyun remarked that children nowadays were too mature for their age. Humiliated, a gloomy aura seemed to envelope him, and Ham Ji-yeon teased him, telling him not to be too desperate. Suddenly, Ham Ji-yeon suggested they get ready to leave, and Sang-hyun was bewildered. Looking at him with an understanding smile, she guessed that meeting the children wasn't the only reason he came here today. The question took Sang-hyun by surprise. She added that she had left the item in the next room and guaranteed that he wouldn't be disappointed. They sat together in the next room to check the item, which lay safely inside a glass display case on the coffee table. The glowing item was a diamond-grade artifact called the Flame Talisman Shield. It was an attribute enchanting charm excavated from an ancient ruin, containing remnants from the destructive breath of a fire dragon that had once destroyed a city. This allowed the player to enhance a shield with the small fire skill, which could evolve through the levels of fire, large fire, blaze, and great blaze. Sang-hyun was amazed to see a fire attribute enchanting artifact that was highly sought after, and Ham Ji-yeon pointed out that its biggest drawback was that it could only be applied to shields. Ham Ji-yeon asked if this was exactly the type of special but not useful in combat, and thus quite obscure, artifact he had been looking for. In his heart, Sang-hyun smiled, as it was exactly the item he wanted. He considered the artifact's strategic value, and even among attributes, the fire element was especially good for attacks. Because of its overwhelming power, most swordsmen, archers, and even some assassins used it. However, tanker players rarely used such attributes, which made it perfect for a shield user leading the vanguard with a powerful, one-hit kill finishing blow. But most tankers preferred to use an enhancement spell suited for impact rather than spending a fortune on the fire attribute. The nature of Ham Ji-yeon's strange luck made Sang-hyun feel intrigued, as she had a strange talent for finding items that were perfectly suited for him. Sang-hyun decided that from now on he needed to keep in touch with her, while Ham Ji-yeon secretly wished that this artifact was compatible with swords instead of shields. Under the full moon, a voice agreed to proceed. Inside the Eden Guild's general meeting room, a notification stated that the report would end here. Jinho remarked that the moment had finally arrived. A map appeared on the big screen, and Jinho declared that if no one had any objections, they would proceed to decide whether the Eden Guild would undertake the Kaesong eradication. Afterward, he assigned Miso the mission of recruiting any player ranked A or higher who had been dispatched to other areas, and she replied that she would start immediately. As Jinho continued, Miso mused that the projected moment had finally arrived. As the era of players began, cracks suddenly appeared all over the world. Other nations quickly attacked to eliminate and minimize the damage, but North Korea left these cracks alone due to societal collapse and restrictions placed on players. As a result, more and more monsters spilled out from the abandoned cracks, eventually turning North Korea into a land of monsters. After years of being ignored, those monsters finally began spilling into South Korea. It was a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, and the Eden Guild had been tasked with solving it. Miso spoke up, drawing Jinho's attention, just as she began to offer a suggestion. Terry suddenly interrupted and declared that they needed a mercenary, which shocked Miso. Jinho asked if she meant the person he was thinking of, and Terry confirmed that it was exactly who he was thinking of. She resolutely declared that they needed Shin Sang-hyun. Jinho admitted that he had been thinking the same thing, explaining that although the guild had enough destructive power, they might lack the ability to face the unknown. After reading Miso's report on the Hollow Forest, he was completely convinced that Sang-hyun could perfectly fill that weakness. Miso enthusiastically agreed, saying she had been insisting on the same thing for a long time and that they absolutely needed him. Jinho then assigned Miso the task of contacting Sang-hyun. Before she could respond, Terry volunteered to do it herself, which stunned Miso, who looked at her with confusion. Terry reiterated that she would go personally and make the offer. Terry stood up with a smirk, declaring that she also had things to discuss with him. At the dinner table, Sang-hyun guzzled milk straight from the carton. He had already finished several cartons of milk. His lips were swollen, and he complained that this was truly too miserable. He understood that swallowing a fire attribute artifact would be spicy, but this feeling was no different from eating 50,000 bowls of Scoville Bulldog spicy noodles sent straight from hell. He found it absurd, and if he were to die, he wanted to die in battle against monsters, not from eating an artifact. He checked his internal system window with relief as he had received a decent active skill. Still, he swore to himself that he would never swallow a fire attribute artifact again. Small Fire is an active fire attribute skill that can be attached to a single artifact, and maintaining the flame consumes 1 mana point per second. As the skill levels up, the flame evolves from Small Fire to Large Fire, then Blaze, and finally Great Blaze. Sang-hyun mused that this skill alone could completely change his way of fighting. Not only could it inflict debuffs, but his offensive options had also increased. His growth speed lately had been skyrocketing, and the slight speed and skill buffs he received from the Giants had been dampened by his own abilities. However, their negative side effects had been completely eliminated, helping to increase his overall combat ability. On top of that, he had also acquired the Updraft and Hyper Awakened State skills, which was more than enough to elevate his combat capability by several levels. He knew that how he combined these new abilities would play a huge role in increasing his fighting strength, but many of the skills he acquired would become useless if he didn't have the ability to use them reasonably, determined to accumulate as much experience as possible. Sang-hyun realized his next step was to challenge a harder dungeon or rift, and he considered contacting the association. Since he still couldn't compete for dungeon access against large guilds, he realized he had no choice but to depend on them. He grabbed his phone. But after thinking carefully, he decided the association wasn't the right choice either. His current level was still too low, and his official player rank had yet to be determined. There would be limits to the dungeons they could assign to him, which was a problem. Although his growth speed might increase, he couldn't maintain a suitable environment, and he would surely hit a wall of stagnation. Frustrated, Sang-hyun thought about how lucky he had been up until then, but things were starting to get difficult. He silently thought about what he should do. Suddenly the doorbell rang. He wondered who could be visiting this late while his head was a mess. People like reporters always finding his house easily annoyed him, and the constant intrusion made him question why he was paying such high rent. He ripped the door open to face the visitor and raised his voice to demand what they wanted this late at night. But his scream stopped the moment he saw who it was. Terry stood in the hallway, leaving Sang-hyun frozen in complete shock. She apologized, explaining that she had wanted to notify him before coming. However, she had been too hurried and had come straight to his apartment, so she realized it would be better to leave for now. Sang-hyun was bewildered. A moment later, a steaming cup of coffee was placed on the table. Sang-hyun apologized for not having any snacks or refreshments to offer, and Terry returned the apology, saying she shouldn't have visited so late without contacting him first. She paused for a moment before continuing. Terry noticed the empty milk cartons on the table and remarked that he must really like milk, and Sang-hyun gave a wry smile and explained that there were certain circumstances. She warned him that drinking so much milk would give him a stomachache. Deep down, our friend panicked, wondering why she would come to his apartment so late at night and worrying that he had messed something up. Sang-hyun asked why she had come, and Terry suddenly remembered her main purpose. She apologized for not getting straight to the point and pulled out a file folder, explaining that security reasons had prevented her from contacting him earlier, then handed him the file. Sang-hyun looked confused as he took it, and a large top-secret stamp immediately caught his attention. He asked if it was okay for him to read such a confidential document. When he opened the file, he wondered what it was, and what he saw inside shocked him immediately. Terry explained that the document contained exclusive information decided in an internal meeting, adding that she had come to find him as soon as the meeting ended. She smiled and assured him that this wouldn't take long. The file contained detailed information about the upcoming K-song eradication campaign. She officially requested his help and had come personally to offer him a position as a scout mercenary. She told him not to think too much about this decision, and Sang-hyun realized this was exactly what he needed. Without even reading the rest of the document, Sang-hyun accepted the offer on the spot. He realized that this massive event could erase all of his worries. To him, it was an unknown world and a land of monsters. After completely losing control, this place had turned into a living hell known by many different names, and because of its unique environment, no one could accurately count the number of monsters within the area. So the whole world finally recognized the K-song area as having a difficulty of at least A+. Attacking it required the deployment of at least an entire large-scale guild, and for this historic mission, the Eden Guild had been chosen. This historic campaign was known as the first K-song eradication, out of a total of 3 eradications launched over time. This first battle had set the record for the highest number of monsters destroyed in a single raid in South Korean history. It was a legendary battle that had spread the names of Kim Miso, Jo Jinho, and Terry across the world. And now he had a staggering opportunity right before his eyes. He knew that A+ difficulty meant even normal monsters would be above level 100, but he also knew it gave him an equal chance to earn huge rewards, making it the perfect example of high risk, high reward. Sang-hyun asked how the campaign's loot would be divided, assuming that rewards would be shared based on each individual's contribution. Sang-hyun remarked that if rewards were shared equally just because it was a large-scale guild campaign, he was interrupted. Terry burst into laughter. Confused, Sang-hyun asked if he had said anything funny. She apologized and explained that she hadn't expected him to ask that, then declared that the raid would take place in 3 days at the same building as before, and promised to contact him when she had more details. Sang-hyun agreed to meet her there. In his heart, he thought about the 3-day waiting period, wishing he could go the next day, but knowing there was nothing he could do but wait. After the official discussion ended, they said their goodbyes. An awkward silence immediately filled the room as they stared at each other. Trying to break the silence, Sang-hyun asked if she wanted to eat something, and Terry politely declined, explaining that she had already eaten and usually avoided eating late at night. Sang-hyun acknowledged her habit, and the room fell into silence again. Sweat trickled down his face as he wondered why Terry still wouldn't leave. Although they had completed the main topic, she just looked at him in silence, making him panic. He even wondered if she was pressuring him to liven up the atmosphere. Was this a power move, or was she asserting her status as an S-rank player? Terry awkwardly cleared her throat, startling him. A realization suddenly flashed in his mind. He cleared his throat. Sang-hyun nervously raised a finger to his lips and asked if she was referring to that gesture. She was completely silent, and Sang-hyun immediately started apologizing. Suddenly, Terry became excited again and happily declared that he was right. Afterward, they went to Jamsi's 4-3 practice room. Terry watched Sang-hyun warm up and stretch. While warming up, Sang-hyun considered this a good opportunity to check how much he had grown compared to Terry. There had been a skill restriction during their last encounter. Sang-hyun gave a sinister smile. He proposed lifting the skill restriction this time, and Terry was surprised. She asked if that was okay, and Sang-hyun felt it would be pointless if the conditions were the same as last time. He added that doing it that way would be much more fun. Terry quietly took note of his words as she thought over what he considered interesting. She proposed that the loser grant a wish to the winner, and Sang-hyun agreed, saying it sounded fun. He asked if a one-day Terry pass would be fine since he wanted to train with her once more. Terry agreed as she drew her pair of short swords. Then she laid down her own condition. If she won, he had to join the Eden Guild. Sang-hyun complained that the stakes were completely out of bounds since joining a guild was permanent, prompting Terry to offer him a permanent pass to summon her whenever he needed. She even told him he could add more conditions, but Sang-hyun just let out a sigh and refused. Sang-hyun looked at her in silence. Terry was shocked as a heavy aura flooded the training room. Our guy warned her that there was no turning back from this point on as he drew his greatsword, its energy crackling loudly. She felt the atmosphere shift completely and recognized the sensation. It was that chilling aura of death she had felt back then, something Terry had never experienced no matter what monster she faced or what dungeon she entered. She vividly recalled the feeling of being toyed with by an opponent far stronger than her, even though he had been caught off guard and forced to use a skill during their previous encounter. Ever since that day, training, raids, and everything else had felt tedious, though she had never understood why at the time. She realized she finally understood it all on the day Jinho and Sang-hyun sparred, and now she could feel that exact same sensation surging inside her once again. A fierce grin spread across her face as she finally understood what it was, the burning desire to defeat this man at any cost. A system notification popped up announcing that the training mode had started for the target players, Shin Terry and Shin Sang-hyun, while Sang-hyun took his stance as defensive shields materialized around him. He knew everything was completely different from before. During their previous bout, even though Shin Terry had been serious, their sparring match relied solely on raw physical capability without using skills. As a shadow assassin, Terry hadn't used her skills back then, but now she had activated her dark state. The pressure surged outward, catching Sang-hyun off guard. He felt utterly thrilled. Terry moved at wind-shattering speed as multiple clones closed in on him, making Sang-hyun feel as though he were fighting bare-handed against her without a weapon. Up on the rooftop of the player building, Park Jeong-min and Jeong-yuna sat together on a bench, with him looking surprised by what she had just asked. As a journalist specializing in players, Jeong-min was asked if she genuinely wanted to know how to become an S-rank player. Yuna confirmed it, explaining that since he was her senior with deep connections to major guilds and the association, she figured he'd know. Jeong-min replied that having connections didn't grant access to top-secret files, asking how on earth he could know something like that. Yuna begged and promised to treat him to a drink, but a sighing Jeong-min insisted he really didn't know. Then something clicked in his mind. Jeong-min said there were a few things he knew about S-rank players, prompting an eager Yuna to tell him to dish. Jiang Min explained that he had once planned to write a special feature article on S ranks before scrapping it, starting off by saying they all shared one common trait. He declared that every single S-rank player possessed a remarkably high level, leaving Yuna wearing a speechless expression at such an obvious statement. Sanghyun gritted his teeth, never having expected Terry to use so many clones. The barrage of incoming attacks completely threw him off as the clones closed in tight. Meanwhile, Jiang Min clarified that becoming an S-rank wasn't just about having a high level, explaining that S-ranks excelled at absolutely everything related to combat. This included extreme mastery over skill proficiency, physical prowess, and foundational skills, with Jiang Min adding that they were great at everything, even luck, literal crystallizations of sheer power. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted, leaving Terry and her clones dumbfounded. Sanghyun had activated a glowing shield that blocked their attack dead in its tracks. Terry was amazed that he had a defensive skill strong enough to block the shadow stab she had unleashed alongside her clones. She smirked, realizing he was a man worthy of her going all out to defeat. A violent wave of energy surged as the attack drove deep into Sanghyun's shield. The shield shattered, leaving Sanghyun standing firm with his greatsword in hand as he wondered what skill she had used. Sanghyun had been using his detection skill this whole time. However, he noticed that all of her clones carried an identical amount of mana, meaning Terry was evenly distributing her total mana pool among them. Not only that, but they all coordinated with one another down to the tiniest detail, making him wonder how that was even possible as he marveled at the fact that Shin Terry was the only one capable of wielding clones with this level of mastery. Even so, he had a plan, activating his Overwhelm status effect. A disruptive energy shockwave swept across the battlefield as he declared it was time to begin. He knew Overwhelm would struggle to work against an opponent with a massive level gap. However, he reasoned it stood a chance against her clones since Terry was splitting her mana across them, causing the clones to freeze up in surprise. Sanghyun smiled. He had spotted the real Terry hiding right behind the stunned clone. This meant the main body was the only one unaffected, so Sanghyun hoisted his greatsword high and charged right toward her. Terry's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Yuna asked her senior if S-ranks were weak against irregular, unconventional attacks. Jiang Min questioned her logic while she playfully argued that masters of the basics always fell to unorthodox moves. It was basically a classic trope. He sighed and told her she read way too many webtoons. When she looked confused, he asked if she had already forgotten what he just said, reminding her that S-ranks maxed out their stats across the board in everything combat-related. Sanghyun gritted his teeth and broke into a cold sweat upon realizing he had just slashed through a mere clone. Jiang Min continued that because of that absolute mastery, S-ranks could adapt flawlessly to any circumstance and handle any situation, right as the real Shin Terry materialized behind Sanghyun with a dark smile, her weapon raised high. Sanghyun froze. Terry's eyes flashed as she told him that was a nice try, while Jiang Min described S-ranks as absolute monsters. Terry pointed out that Sanghyun should have realized she could control all of her clones, and in a flash, every single clone ambushed him as she confidently declared her victory. Yuna worried that such people would simply overpower everything and take whatever they wanted, wondering if monsters like S-ranks had any weaknesses at all. Jiang Min replied that they did, which caught her by surprise. He stated there was a perfect idiom for this: the enemy of my enemy is your friend. At that exact moment, Shin Terry stiffened, her eyes flying wide open in shock. Sanghyun had overpowered the clones, remarking that was a nice try too, revealing that his true goal from the very beginning was to trick her main body into revealing herself, completely proving Jiang Min's point. After all, the only thing that could take down a monster was another monster. Terry stared at him in astonishment, wondering if he had been hiding his true strength all along. Even so, she never imagined he could take down 4 of her clones in such a short span of time. Sanghyun backed her remaining clones into a tight corner, catching her off guard. He triggered an airborne launch effect, blasting her up into the air as he announced that it was his turn now. Terry coughed as she was sent flying backward, realizing he had used another new skill and wondering if it was some kind of disarmament technique. She refused to give up, knowing the fight wasn't over yet, admitting inwardly that she had simply been careless. Even with her advantage lost, she believed they were still on equal footing. Suspended midair, Terry calculated her position, figuring Sang-hyun wouldn't be able to reach her from that distance as she carefully weighed her next move. However, something abruptly caught her attention. Down below, Sang-hyun began violently gathering an immense amount of energy. He told her she'd better brace herself. Terry panicked as his killing intent flared up, realizing that whatever he was charging was dangerously lethal and finally understanding he wasn't just trying to disarm her. Channeling his power, Sang-hyun released a wave of energy that shook the ground. Determined not to repeat his mistake in the hollow forest, he focused on maximizing mana efficiency to avoid total exhaustion. He intended to use low flame to heat his blade's edge to its absolute limit before picturing the sword of destruction wrapping around the tip of the weapon. Flames flared along the blade as he steadily and evenly cranked up the skill's output. From above, Terry looked down at the rising surge of energy and offered a soft laugh, recognizing it at a glance as Sang-hyun's signature finishing move. She realized he had gone out of her way to disarm her clones simply to buy enough time to unleash this ultimate strike. She found the whole sequence genuinely thrilling. Pumped up by the challenge, she decided to retaliate with her full power. Sang-hyun was jolted by the crushing pressure radiating from her. Terry unleashed a fierce, explosive gale of energy. Even though this was her first time using this ultimate technique against a human opponent, she saw no reason to hold back. A system announcement declared the activation of Pitch Black Needle. Smiling, Sang-hyun said she really didn't have to go that far, recognizing it as Shin Terry's signature masterpiece, Pitch Black Needle. He remembered seeing it once on TV in his past life, never imagining he'd stand on the receiving end of it himself. Sang-hyun knew his preparations were complete, and all that remained was to see if his full might could reach Shin Terry. It was time to find out. As both sides erupted at maximum capacity, their destructive energies collided violently. Sang-hyun let out a fierce battle cry. Their overwhelming powers clashed, triggering a massive explosion that rattled the entire area. Outside, car alarms blared incessantly down the street. Terry let out a soft laugh as she lay defeated, admitting that he had exceeded her every expectation right up to the end. She remained silent, gazing upward. Pinning her down, Sang-hyun drove his sword straight into the ground right beside her head as she openly conceded defeat while looking up at him. Panting heavily, Sang-hyun listened as she acknowledged how much stronger he had grown, his eyes widening in shock. Early the next morning, an alarm clock began blaring aggressively to wake up the protagonist. It sounded like it wanted to shatter the phone completely. He woke up with a fatigued expression and a body aching as if he'd been beaten with a bat. Inwardly, Sang-hyun grumbled that every time he got dragged into some mess, it always ended in regret and excruciating pain, marveling at how he had even managed to survive before regressing when his 20-year-old body already felt like it was falling apart, his lower back feeling ready to snap in two from forcibly pushing the sword of destruction during the previous fight. The alarm kept blaring as if scolding him to get up immediately, until an irritated Sang-hyun snapped that he was already awake. Reaching for his phone, he froze upon reading a message from Terry. She wrote that she really enjoyed yesterday's match and would keep her promise, adding that whenever Sang-hyun needed help, she'd come without a moment's hesitation. Sang-hyun offered a bitter smile, realizing Terry genuinely treated her promise like a permanent voucher that had to be honored. After meeting her in person, he grew even more convinced that she wasn't the type to treat a vow as a joke. That provided a comforting sense of relief since he had previously worried about finding an opponent strong enough to keep pace with his growth, but now he could continue training alongside Terry and hone his combat instincts, an opportunity that was practically priceless. Sang-hyun also reflected on Terry admitting defeat after yesterday's bout. From that battle, he harvested the solid assurance that his current capabilities were enough to go toe-to-toe even with an S-rank hunter. High on momentum, he planned to immediately prep for the Kaesong extermination campaign to accelerate his leveling speed. However, the moment he tried to bounce out of bed, a wave of intense soreness shot through every single bone and joint in his body. Ultimately, Sanghyun surrendered to the pain and decided to rest a little longer. Elsewhere, specifically at the open market near Guro Station, the market atmosphere was packed with merchants busily pitching all sorts of artifacts to visiting hunters. One merchant caught everyone's attention by claiming the sword on display was the legendary weapon of the Ghost Blade Du Jungsu back when he was at level 200, boasting that this diamond rank sword possessed a hidden stun skill, Du Jungsu's signature ability during his prime. A crowd immediately scrambled to buy it, while the merchant continued hyping up the weapon's quality. He advertised that the blade's sharpness could cut through steel as easily as a knife through butter. From a distance, Shin Sanghyun heard that explanation, approached and asked, "Is this sword really the one belonging to the demon blade Du Jungsu? If so, I'd like to examine it myself." The merchant looked momentarily flustered, but then he wore a crafty smile. He feigned friendliness, saying that of course Sanghyun could examine it, and he even prepared a special steel anvil to demonstrate the sword's durability. Behind that friendly smile, the merchant was actually thrilled, thinking Sanghyun would be the perfect prey to reinforce his scam. He wasn't entirely lying, as the sword was indeed a silver-grade artifact with the toughness attribute. His plan was simple. He would let Sanghyun strike the steel anvil. If the sword couldn't cut through the steel, he would just blame the user's lack of ability. But if the sword remained intact after striking the anvil, he would use it as proof that the sword was extraordinary, making buyers trust him even more. Just as Sanghyun was preparing to test the sword, some people nearby recognized him as Shin Sanghyun. The merchant's face went pale immediately because he had heard of Sanghyun's reputation as a powerful hunter, and he realized such a cheap scam might not work. Strangely enough, Sanghyun's expression looked innocent, as if he truly believed the story the man had fabricated. Sanghyun said that he would now prove whether the sword could actually cut through steel. That remark made the merchant panic so much that he frantically shouted for Sanghyun to stop. Before the test began, a blue-haired man suddenly stopped Sanghyun. The man introduced himself as Ju Seung-hoon, the executive manager of this open market. Ju Seung-hoon praised Sanghyun's actions for personally protecting other players from scams. He then explained that a low-quality artifact like this would immediately shatter with just a little of Sanghyun's mana. So there was no need for him to exert any strength. Immediately afterward, the sword actually shattered into pieces. The surrounding crowd was instantly amazed, while others quickly realized the legendary sword was just a fake. They began cursing the merchant for scamming them and questioning the stunning hidden skill that had never existed in the first place. The merchant could only grind his teeth before hurriedly packing up all his goods and fleeing. Sanghyun just laughed bitterly and remarked that most open markets, apart from the Hunjung market, were filled with scammers like that, and he even thought to himself that he might as well just go home since the Hunjung market was closed today. Ju Seung-hoon then apologized, saying the management had been slow in handling the scam. Sanghyun replied that Ju Seung-hoon had done his job well and he was just curious and wanted to tease the scammer a bit. Ju Seung-hoon then asked what kind of artifact Sanghyun was actually looking for, and with an excited attitude. Sanghyun explained that he was looking for artifacts ranging from copper to gold grade priced under 50 million won, specifically those with special attributes that were considered useless by most people but still had some practical value. Hearing that incredibly specific request, Ju Seung-hoon gave a light laugh and said he knew a very suitable place. He offered him access to the secret market, a special market usually reserved for specific members. Since Sanghyun was so famous, Ju Seung-hoon was willing to grant him access privileges. Sanghyun immediately took Ju Seung-hoon's arm, excited as to him. A market with secret in its name must surely hide many interesting items. Ju Seung-hoon smiled, assuring him that Sanghyun would certainly be satisfied with what he found there. A moment later, they arrived at the secret market located deep underground. Inside were countless rare artifacts neatly arranged behind glass cases. including an item emitting a golden glow that immediately caught Sang-hyun's attention. He admitted that items like this were almost impossible to find in regular markets. Ju Seung-hoon praised Sang-hyun's discerning eye as a great hunter. Sang-hyun then asked for permission to touch the artifact. Ju Seung-hoon agreed and even offered a special discount on the membership fee because the artifact was of unique rank. However, the moment the artifact was in Sang-hyun's hand, it instantly shattered into pieces. Ju Seung-hoon, who had just been smiling and talking amicably before, immediately changed his expression to a serious one and asked Sang-hyun when he had realized everything. Sang-hyun just laughed lightly and said that Ju Seung-hoon smelled so strongly of blood that it was impossible not to notice. He even wondered if this guy was actually trying to hide it at all. Ju Seung-hoon confessed that he couldn't understand Sang-hyun because even though he had known everything from the start, he still followed them all the way here, then asked if it was out of recklessness, arrogance, or just self-confidence. Before the conversation ended, Sang-hyun felt something lunging down from above. Right after that, a burly man landed heavily on the ground before him, smiling with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Sang-hyun's expression instantly turned serious. At the same time, a crowd of enemies appeared from all directions and surrounded him, one of them speaking up to say that they would now test Sang-hyun's confidence. Sang-hyun immediately activated his search skill and began analyzing all the enemies surrounding him. He counted 1 long-range archer, 2 regular archers, 1 spearman, 2 swordsmen, 3 tankers, and 1 mage, a total of 10 people. From the way they moved, Sang-hyun immediately concluded that they were not common criminals, but a professional criminal organization. The burly man standing in front just looked at Sang-hyun with disdain, because to him, Sang-hyun didn't look like anything special. Sang-hyun nonchalantly replied that he actually wanted to extract more information from Ju Seung-hoon, but looking at this fat guy, it seemed there was nothing left to find. He even mocked the other's already obese physique, saying he probably didn't need anything else. The burly man didn't fall for the taunt. He said that Sang-hyun was clearly trying to anger them to disrupt their formation. But unfortunately for him, they were professionals, so such cheap provocations wouldn't work. Observing his opponents, Sang-hyun realized that their discipline and calmness were far beyond the criminals he had faced before. He understood that taking down 1 or 2 enemies might not be enough to break their fighting spirit. The burly man then said that they could have actually finished Sang-hyun off with an ambush right from the start. But they were intentionally granting him a little mercy. According to him, they were just enjoying the feeling of hunting their prey. Hearing that reason, Sang-hyun's eyes widened slightly, but immediately after, he wore a thin smile. That smile left the burly man bewildered. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the burly man's body slammed hard against the floor. Ju Seung-hoon opened his eyes wide, as he hadn't managed to see how Sang-hyun had moved. Sliding in pain, the burly man couldn't believe what had just happened, and asked Sang-hyun where he got the weapon that was currently binding the burly man's own weapon. Sang-hyun wore a cruel smile and said he had absolutely no desire to empathize with trash like them. However, there was one thing he could understand: the feeling of the hunt. With a smile growing colder, Sang-hyun admitted that he himself also enjoyed that feeling, especially when the prey was scum like them. It all began about 3 months after the dawn of the player era, when another murder took place inside a dungeon. The killing method used was strikingly similar to a series of previous cases, leading authorities to believe the culprit was the same person. Before the special law for players was enacted, ordinary people and players lived under the exact same legal system as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Elsewhere, a player was running for his life as though chased by something terrifying. After running non-stop, he was finally cornered into a dead end, where he panted heavily and cursed in absolute despair. Emerging from the shadows was the figure who had been hunting him all this time, asking in a leisurely yet mocking tone whether their game of hide-and-seek was finally over. Seeing his pursuer finally appear, the cornered man's face flooded with anxiety. He spun around and shouted, demanding to know why that crazy bastard kept hunting him down. The pursuer just flashed a sinister grin and said this was the 13th time he had heard those exact words, bringing home the bitter reality players faced: they had been abandoned by the law. The pursuer continued calmly, telling his victim not to worry too much about his friends since they'd probably only suffer a little before dying. He asked who was left to protect them now, before promising to kill the victim in a much more painful way. Yet the pursued man was no longer terrified, hardening his resolve to fight back, a shift that seemed to pique the hunter's interest. With his remaining strength, the cornered man launched a final resistance while hurling unsparing curses at his enemy. The narration reaffirmed that players had only one choice left: to protect themselves, a new rule they now regarded as absolute truth. A fierce battle erupted between the two, and in light of that reality, the law ultimately chose to respect the rules set by the players themselves. From then on, the special player law was born, with its core tenet recognizing self-defense without exception when facing a mortal threat. The scene then cuts back to where Sang-hyun was standing. Gripping his sword tightly, Sang-hyun muttered that it was time to get things started. But before he could take another step, his instincts instantly picked up danger coming from above. An assassin lunged downward wielding dual weapons. Sang-hyun immediately raised his sword to block the attack, mocking the assassin's reckless attempt to save a friend as touching camaraderie, and feeling far too generous, he declared he'd gladly grant that wish. Hearing those words, the bulky man whose life was on the line shrieked in panic, begging Sang-hyun to stop. But Sang-hyun quickly tossed the man forward while shouting that he'd shoulder everything himself. Suddenly, someone called Sang-hyun an idiot, momentarily catching him off guard. The assassin prepared his next strike, sneering that trash like that bulky guy was no teammate of his anyway, before mercilessly unleashing a lethal blow. In the blink of an eye, the body of the man Sang-hyun had tossed was torn to shreds. The attack not only killed him, but pulverized his entire body beyond recognition. Sang-hyun dodged the strike, but his mind raced with questions, realizing this group wasn't a coordinated organization after all. If so, what was their true purpose, and wasn't the head count too high just for money, meaning their primary target had been him all along? Seeing Sang-hyun lost in thought, the assassin stepped closer, mocking him for thinking so hard. Sang-hyun nimbly parried his opponent's strike, though the impact force still shoved him back quite a distance. The assassin scoffed that no matter how much Sang-hyun thought about it, he'd never figure out the answer because he was about to die anyway. Sang-hyun's eyes went wide as his opponent unleashed an ultimate attack, screaming that everything would end right now. But instead of panicking, Sang-hyun simply flashed a faint smile, explaining that he hadn't been trying to find an answer at all. All he was looking for was a valid reason to slaughter every single one of them. Those words caused the assassin's face to drain of color instantly. Standing before him now was Sang-hyun, radiating ferocious hostility and a terrifying wave of oppressive might. With a single powerful sword stroke, Sang-hyun cleaved the assassin in two, sending him crashing to the ground. The surrounding thugs stood frozen in sheer disbelief at that horrific display of strength. Elsewhere, Ju Seung-hoon looked at Sang-hyun with a hint of admiration. He conceded that the rumors about Sang-hyun weren't exaggerated at all, and that the man's confidence was well-founded, before immediately activating Level 3 Robin Hood's protection. Instantly, the entire troop's firing speed and offensive power shot up a notch. All attacks were directed straight at Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun was slightly surprised to realize Ju Seung-hoon was actually a buffer rather than a standard mage. He swiftly concluded that the man likely still had plenty of hidden abilities up his sleeve. Even so, Sang-hyun merely offered a leisurely smile. At the same time, a volley of lethal arrows came hurtling toward Sang-hyun. A massive explosion roared as the arrows slammed into their target. Yet once the smoke cleared, everyone was left dumbfounded because the arrows had merely embedded themselves into empty dirt. Ju Seung-hoon's eyes bulged in shock, as all the intel he had gathered indicated Sang-hyun shouldn't possess an ability like that. Catching a sudden shift in the breeze, Ju Seung-hoon instantly sensed something extremely dangerous. In unison, everyone present jerked their heads upward and saw Sang-hyun hovering in midair. Flashing a mocking grin, Sang-hyun commended Ju Seung-hoon for catching on so fast, though he privately judged that even with buff stats, their arrows were still way too slow compared to Miso's, nodding further that if an archer's level was too low, stat boosts wouldn't change the outcome much. An infuriated archer tried taking another shot at Sang-hyun. But in a split second, his eyes went wide as he lost sight of his target. Before he could even react, Sang-hyun materialized right in front of him and drove his sword straight through his chest. The remaining archers turned pale watching the scene unfold. Their bodies shuddered as Sang-hyun slowly turned his head to look at them. Consumed by blind panic, a female archer bolted away while shrieking that this situation completely contradicted the intel she was given, choosing to retreat and let her comrades handle it, leaving a grinding, furious Ju Seung-hoon to curse his fleeing subordinate under his breath. Moments later, Ju Seung-hoon shifted his gaze toward a white-haired swordsman, and instantly activated level 3 Master Swordsman's Blessing. Following that, he cast level 2 Spearmaster's Blessing on a spearman user as well. Witnessing all these preparations, Sang-hyun simply stood silently without a trace of anxiety. Now he was boxed in from two sides. On one flank stood Shaolang, a B+ rank mercenary, remarking that a mercenary's life was never smooth sailing. On the other flank stood Chen Lei, an A-rank mercenary who felt much the same way, nodding that teaming up 2-on-1 against a single guy wasn't a pleasant experience. Sang-hyun just smiled and told them to speak in Korean since he didn't understand a word of what they were saying. Chen Lei apologized and explained that it was strictly business, simultaneously shrouding his entire body in an intense aura before drawing his blade with blinding speed. It looked as though that slash would sever Sang-hyun's head right off. Yet Sang-hyun merely ducked slightly and successfully evaded the strike. Chen Lei's swing packed enough force to demolish the nearby buildings. Inwardly, Sang-hyun admitted the opponent's quick-draw technique was abnormally good, initially guessing the strength came from Ju Seung-hoon's buffs before realizing the buffs were only a minor part of it. Chen Lei genuinely possessed exceptional combat prowess. Right then, launching in from Sang-hyun's blind spot behind, Shaolang struck with a spear wrapped in blazing fire. Filled with absolute confidence, he declared that Sang-hyun was dead. Sang-hyun instantly recognized that the mercenary's coordination was top-notch. Despite being ambushed from front and back simultaneously, Sang-hyun merely glanced back at Shaolang with a subtle smirk, thinking to himself that this fight was finally turning into something genuinely fun. The attack was so fast Sang-hyun could only narrowly dodge it. Seeing his target evade, Shaolang praised Sang-hyun's stellar reflexes. But while still caught in his evasive posture, Sang-hyun lifted his head and saw Chen Lei leaping high into the air, winding up to bring down a full-force blow. Right before the strike landed, Sang-hyun slammed his foot into the ground and spun flexibly, successfully dodging the lethal hit. That left Chen Lei wide open in a momentary lapse of posture. Not about to waste the opening, Sang-hyun drew his sword and complimented their previous combo as a pretty decent test run. But before the blade could reach Chen Lei, Shaolang screamed at his comrade to fall back. He thrust his spear forward, yanking Chen Lei's body backward, and rescuing him just in time before Sang-hyun's downswing landed. Consequently, Sang-hyun's strike merely smashed a massive wall ahead of them, reinforcing his view from that brief exchange that Shaolang and Chen Lei's teamwork was truly exceptional. Even so, cold sweat dripped down Chen Lei's temple as he inwardly began questioning whether deciding to take on Sang-hyun had been a mistake from the start. Sang-hyun turned back to face the two mercenaries and asked who they really were, having initially assumed they were ordinary hired guns, only for their capabilities to blow past his expectations. Inwardly, Sang-hyun conceded their fighting skills were genuinely impressive, even chuckling as he joked that they had experience as circus performers given how flawless their choreography was. Stung by the mockery, Chen Lei snapped back into a full combat stance, realizing he had to throw everything he had at Sang-hyun, an assessment Shaolang readily agreed with. A brutal, prolonged clash unfolded between the three, with the ring of sword meeting spear rattling the battle zone so intensely that the watching thugs could only stand frozen. Ju Seung-hoon ground his teeth in frustration. All the intel he had gathered on Sanghyun completely contradicted reality, as Sanghyun's actual capabilities far exceeded the reports, meaning if things kept going this way, their operation was headed straight for total failure. While Ju Seung-hoon stood in thought, someone approached him and asked, "Is this operation really going to end in failure if things keep going like this?" Ju Seung-hoon replied that it undoubtedly would if the other party just stood around doing nothing. The man merely chuckled, stating he worked based on the pay he received. The bigger the fee, the harder he'd try. That man turned out to be Barrett Fletcher, an A-plus rank mercenary who casually reminded him that their prior contract only covered a single shot per target. Shortly after, two others walked up, one nodding that if things kept going this way, the battle's outcome was already predictable. Prompting Ju Seung-hoon to make a quick decision, those brothers were Alexei and Alexander, A-plus rank mercenaries who promptly offered an exclusive contract to fight at full power. Ju Seung-hoon answered that he still wanted to observe a bit longer, though inwardly he cursed those money-grubbing mercenaries. Hearing all these elite fighters would undoubtedly cost an astronomical fortune, but failing to do so now meant certain doom, and what frustrated him even more was the stubborn fact that Sanghyun kept refusing to go down. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Shaolang and Chen Lei were driving Sanghyun back into a defensive posture. Sanghyun noticed their movements had grown significantly more intricate than before. Attacks that used to back them into a corner were now being evaded with ease. Just as one of Sanghyun's slashes sliced through empty air, Chen Lei launched a counterstrike that forced him on the defensive. At the same time, Shaolang surged in from the opposite side, funneling more power into his spear strike, and declaring that the game was over. For a split second, Sanghyun genuinely felt the heavy pressure of their combined onslaught. But right then his overwhelmed skill auto-triggered. The wave of absolute dominance radiating from Sanghyun slammed straight into Shaolang's psyche. In an instant, Shaolang's limbs went limp as he dropped to his knees, completely drained of fighting spirit. Seeing his teammate suddenly immobilized, Chen Lei screamed at Shaolang to snap out of it. But Sanghyun's voice mocked him from right below, asking if Chen Lei really had the luxury of worrying about others in a situation like this. When Chen Lei looked down, Sanghyun was standing right at his feet in a ready stance. Chen Lei could only grit his teeth at his sluggish reaction. With a single savage stroke, Sanghyun's sword lopped off one of Chen Lei's arms, sending it spinning into the air. Despite missing an arm, Chen Lei stayed on his feet. Witnessing his opponent's tenacity, Sanghyun smiled and complimented Chen Lei for being surprisingly tough. Chen Lei hurriedly wrapped a bandage around his shoulder wound, confronting a bitter truth. They had made a terrible mistake. Sanghyun wasn't weak, they were the weak ones, and the man standing before them wasn't human at all, but a monster. Burning with renewed resolve, Chen Lei asked, "What's your name?" Declaring that to become a hunter again, he first had to accept his place as prey. Chen Lei introduced himself and demanded Sanghyun's name. But Sanghyun just sneered, mocking him for speaking English when they were in Korea. That taunt instantly set Chen Lei off, his eyes flashing with a furious blue light. Meanwhile, Sanghyun smiled with satisfaction at having successfully provoked an emotional reaction. Chen Lei lunged forward with a lethal thrust that Sanghyun sidestepped, though the clashing blades still kicked off a powerful shockwave. Sanghyun was slightly surprised to find Chen Lei's movements had grown far more aggressive. Fueled by rising anger, Chen Lei attacked again, screaming at Sanghyun to die. This time, he unleashed his ultimate technique, 11 chain slashes, a brutal series of cuts that scoured the room and demolished everything in their path. Once the barrage ended, Chen Lei landed on the ground amidst a thick cloud of billowing dust. Yet instead of feeling triumphant, Chen Lei's face was plastered with tension and cold sweat. He realized that monster still hadn't fallen. Sure enough, as the dust cleared, Sanghyun stood completely unscathed. Flashing a mocking grin, Sanghyun admitted Chen Lei had surprised him a little, joking that if he kept this up, his future as a one-armed swordsman looked quite bright, though it felt odd that Chen Lei actually seemed stronger down an arm. Stung by the remark, Chen Lei just laughed, saying he had gone further than before and poured his entire remaining strength into his next attack. The two warriors charged at each other once more, with Chen Lei screaming that everything would end right here. Sang Hyun simply smiled, nodding that while he didn't understand a word the guy was saying, that attack still wouldn't work. The next second, Chen Lei's body was split down the middle by Sang Hyun's blade. Behind him, Xiaolang stared in helpless despair with a pale face, crying out for his senior. Then he ground his teeth in pure rage and cursed Sang Hyun's name. But Sang Hyun sensed danger closing in. Blinded by grief and fury, Xiaolang lunged forward on a suicide charge, screaming for Sang Hyun to die. Yet Sang Hyun's attention was snagged by a blinding flash of light from another angle. He instantly realized someone was charging a far deadlier attack down below, where Barrett Fletcher had drawn a massive bow. With a relaxed smile, Barrett declared that Sang Hyun's time was up. Sang Hyun immediately realized that the attack was truly dangerous and that it was already too late to dodge it perfectly, and even Xiaolang was startled to see what was about to happen. Barrett then released the giant arrow. A thunderous explosion shook the entire area and destroyed everything in the vicinity. Barrett just laughed leisurely, thinking that victory was already in his hands. Ju Seung-hoon immediately asked if the attack had been successful. But someone replied that, unfortunately, the attack had failed, reminding everyone to stay alert because Sang Hyun was extremely agile. Not long after, everyone witnessed Sang Hyun emerge from behind the curtain of smoke, alive, albeit having narrowly escaped death. Inwardly, he cursed those bastards, so they were just doing whatever they wanted now. And what the hell was that attack just now? These guys were on an entirely different level. Before his eyes, the entire building had been nearly completely destroyed by that last attack. The protagonist reached out to grab the railing to keep himself from being blown further away. While leaning against the wall to support his body, Sang Hyun suddenly received a system notification that the duration of his psychedelic skill had ended, so all its effects would vanish. Sang Hyun immediately cursed, as he had thought the ultimate awakening state he just reached would allow that skill to last longer. The system then explained that the ultimate awakening state provided a special effect allowing him to enter the zone, removing penalties on awakening skills while doubling their effect strength. Currently, that ability only applied to the psychedelic skill. Sang Hyun realized the situation was truly dire. Under the current conditions, facing all the enemies at once was nearly impossible, and before he could even think of a new strategy, the light from Barrett's bow appeared once again. Barrett confirmed once more with Ju Seung-hoon that every additional shot would count as a new contract and that the full cost would still have to be paid. Ju Seung-hoon replied that he understood that clearly, realizing in his heart that money was no longer the issue. The most important thing right now was ensuring the campaign succeeded. Barrett Fletcher did indeed have low mobility, but his damage output was even rated on par with an S-rank warrior. On top of that, there were the famous Alexander brothers, known for their battlefield ferocity thanks to their innate skill. Since he had mobilized rank forces, Ju Seung-hoon felt he had to achieve an absolute victory. He truly didn't understand why the person they called that person was so desperate to have Sang Hyun. But he had no choice but to complete the mission. Barrett then called the Alexander brothers and told them not to just stand around acting as guards anymore. According to him, they had received an exclusive contract, so it was time to show their true capabilities. Alex confirmed if Barrett's words were true, and with a bit of anxiety, Ju Seung-hoon said the additional deposit would be transferred immediately, while the rest of the payment would be made after Sang Hyun was killed. The two brothers looked at each other, admitting that although Barrett's tone was annoying, his archery skills were truly worthy of recognition. Barrett just laughed and said he didn't care for compliments from men, then told them to quickly pin Sang Hyun down. Alexei then said that, fundamentally, all brothers were one, and the two began to reveal their true form. Their bodies slowly merged into a single, massive creature that was much larger and more powerful. Even Ju Seung-hoon was startled to see their body size continue to swell after the fusion was complete, and the system immediately announced that the innate skill Alexander Brothers fusion had activated. From afar, Sang-hyun could only look at the creature, laughing bitterly while cursing under his breath, wondering how to deal with a monster like that. He had originally intended to destroy them all at once to take their artifacts. But just a slight mistake would mean he would be killed himself, so Sang-hyun began considering retreating, even though he really disliked the idea. But right then, a voice suddenly echoed directly inside his head, calling his name and saying that now was the moment. Sang-hyun's eyes immediately widened, surprised at how a voice could echo directly inside his head. But a few seconds later, he recognized the owner of that voice and could only laugh bitterly. Elsewhere, Barrett Fletcher was confused to see Sang-hyun suddenly leap out to attack. Barrett even shouted for Ju Seung-hoon to take the money back and stop wasting expenses. Because according to him, there was no way anyone in their right mind would still risk their life by charging in after seeing the power of that fused monster. But right at that moment, a steel chain whipped out from somewhere and instantly wrapped around Barrett's body. Barrett stood frozen in surprise before being dragged far away from the battlefield. Seeing everything unfold exactly as predicted, Sang-hyun just smiled and said that his action was indeed a gamble. Barrett continued to curse from afar. In his heart, Sang-hyun admitted that anyone would consider a mysterious voice in their head a trap, but because that voice came from someone completely unexpected, he decided that the gamble was worth taking. Sang-hyun even thought that if that voice had come from Kim Miso or Shin Tae, he might have been suspicious, but Park Jong-min's voice appearing so suddenly gave him no reason to doubt it. Seung-hoon and the Alexander brothers stared at each other in astonishment. Barrett continued to swear loudly. Seung-hoon demanded to know what Sang-hyun was doing. Sang-hyun asked him back what he was talking about. Then he was surprised to see Sang-hyun charge straight toward him. Sang-hyun declared that he would wipe them all out. He launched a destructive attack. But unexpectedly, someone blocked the move. The giant Alexander brothers had blocked the attack. Sang-hyun couldn't believe they had blocked the knockback burst. Alexander warned that it was too early to be surprised. Then, the mysterious energy gathering in front of his shield was launched straight at the protagonist. Fortunately, Sang-hyun activated another ability, which intrigued Alexander. After launching the next attack, Alexander discovered something. It turned out Sang-hyun also possessed a quite sturdy shield. Sang-hyun laughed and thanked him for the compliment, wondering if their ability was to absorb attacks rather than just defend against them. At that moment, someone called for his attention and said there was a rather interesting spectacle unfolding. Meanwhile, Barrett was left hanging in midair. He wondered who had caught him. Then Min Jongmin appeared. Barrett demanded to know who he was, but immediately recognized him. He was about to reveal the man's identity. Jongmin clicked his tongue. Then he covered Barrett's mouth and told him that was enough. Jongmin kept his hand firmly over Barrett's mouth, warning him that he was no longer allowed to speak. Barrett could only let out muffled choke sounds. Sang-hyun recognized them. Then they both dove down near him. Sang-hyun gave a dry laugh. He called him Mr. Reporter and said he had many questions he wanted to ask, but there was one thing he definitely had to know. He asked if Jongmin was always this crazy, and Jongmin couldn't help but laugh. Sang-hyun admitted he had never known Jongmin was such a strong player, and Jongmin replied that he wasn't strong, especially compared to Sang-hyun, affirming that everything he did was just self-defense. Alexander remarked that Sang-hyun had brought along a fairly decent assistant. But all he was good for was becoming another victim. Alexander charged straight at them. The powerful charge forced both of them to hurriedly jump to either side to dodge. Jongmin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he activated telepathy. He asked Sang-hyun to explain the abilities of the remaining enemies. Through telepathy, Sang-hyun could now talk secretly with player Park Jongmin. Sang-hyun realized the type of skill Jongmin possessed and joked that he was taking his reporter job a bit too seriously, which Jongmin accepted as a compliment. Sang-hyun explained that the person standing at the back was a buffer. Jongmin said his rear position made sense, but Sang-hyun added that his buffs weren't anything special, so he wasn't their main target. Jongmin understood but still warned him to watch out for him. Sang-hyun then mentioned the enemy holding the shield but was hesitant about how to explain it. Zhongmin warned him not to play around in an emergency, and Sanghyun affirmed that he was completely serious. Instead of explaining, he decided to let him see it with his own eyes. Zhongman was stunned as Sanghyun charged toward Alexander. Alexander sensed him approaching from behind. Sanghyun's sword struck the shield hard. Alexander wondered if he had overestimated him. The mysterious energy gathered again in front of the shield. Then Alexander punched Sanghyun, mocking him for falling for the same trick twice. Zhongmin called Sanghyun through telepathy. He asked why Sanghyun didn't just simply say that the shield reflected attacks. Sanghyun laughed and explained that he needed Zhongmin to feel the power of it himself. Zhongmin admitted that he understood perfectly now. He also understood exactly what Sanghyun was trying to tell him. Alexander sensed Zhongmin moving. Sanghyun wondered if his experience as a reporter made him catch on that quickly. If the shield could absorb attacks, then all they had to do was strike it with damage greater than it could absorb. Alexander called them idiots. However, Sanghyun's analysis was accurate. The secret skill of the Alexander brothers' shield was reflect, which, as the name implied, could absorb a fixed amount of damage and then reflect that exact amount back, but every shield had a limit on the amount of damage it could absorb and reflect. This was a simple skill, but using its full potential required the user to calculate the exact amount of damage each shield received. Very few players possess the ability to control it with such precision. But the Alexander brothers' innate fusion skill gave them senses sharper than ordinary people, helping them control the ability with startling accuracy. In other words, reflect was the perfect skill for these two brothers. Alexander suspected that his opponent had guessed part of his ability, yet he still believed their struggle was meaningless. In his eyes, there was no need for careful calculation. The four-eyed guy didn't even have a decent weapon. He just needed to channel all of his reflect power towards Sanghyun, the target of their contract. Chains wrapped around Zhongmin's fists as he lunged forward. Alexander turned toward him. Then he raised his shield to block, but to his disbelief, Zhongmin damaged the shield with raw strength. Alexander wondered who that man really was. Zhongmin noticed his stun when things didn't go as planned. He warned Alexander that this was no time to get emotional, and Alexander groaned. Sanghyun lunged toward Alexander. He reassured Park Zhongmin that everything would be okay. Since this was the end, the opponent should also take some time to reflect on himself. Alexander shouted for them to shut up, unable to understand how trash like them could unleash such powerful attacks. He convinced himself that everything was still fine, their attacks only looked flashy and there was no way the two brothers would lose. They poured all their strength in and activated reflect to the maximum. But the incoming attack still made Alexander groan in pain. The shield shattered while cracks spread throughout his body. Sanghyun asked how many more times he needed to remind him. He demanded Alexander speak Korean before firing a powerful beam of energy. Zhongmin Min looked at the overwhelming power in astonishment. He knew Sanghyun was still hiding a trump card, but had never expected an attack that powerful. Just how strong would Sanghyun get in the end? It might sound like an exaggeration, but Sanghyun could perhaps already be considered an S-rank player. On this side, immediately after finishing his terrifying wave of attacks, the protagonist's body collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Zhongmin asked if he was okay. Sanghyun groaned and cursed, and Zhongmin told him not to move, saying he would contact the association immediately. But Sanghyun shouted about his artifact. Zhongmin guessed that the final attack came from the artifact's ability, and if so, Sanghyun must have pushed it beyond its limits and destroyed it. Sanghyun cried because the artifact was broken, lamenting that he should have held back more and couldn't believe it had shattered into pieces. He apologized to his precious children for being so rough and begged them to return to him. Unable to accept the loss, he swore to take revenge by taking down the final enemy, and Zhongmin could only sigh. He told Sanghyun that it was perhaps too late for revenge, and Sanghyun shouted when he realized the remaining enemies had vanished. Elsewhere, Seung-hoon ran at full speed. He cursed while wondering how much money he had wasted on this campaign. Worse, that damn four-eyed guy had appeared out of nowhere. He had used countless buffs and prepared an entire strategy to deal with Shin Sang-hyun's awakening skill. But Sang-hyun was much stronger than he had ever imagined. He had even killed an A+ rank player without needing to enter the awakening state. His true strength didn't resemble the information Seung-hoon had collected in the slightest. Still, the campaign hadn't been a complete failure. Once he studied the footage from the hidden cameras he had prepared, he would surely find a way to defeat Sang-hyun next time, and instead of giving that information to the other person, he intended to use it himself. But then a voice suddenly made him jump. A woman sat on top of a pillar and asked if he had failed. She jumped down and slammed his face into the ground. She reminded him that he had promised to prove himself. She had given him a chance, yet he still failed. It seemed he was truly useless. He apologized to Lady Torai and promised never to make the same mistake again. She called him a pathetic thing. He begged her to spare him just this once, or else he wouldn't be able to escape her punishment. But as you can see, this guy was enjoying the punishment. A few days later, at the Eden Guild headquarters, everyone began to gather. It was the day of the first K-Song eradication campaign. The Porter, team leader from the beginning of the story, proudly declared that he had almost kickstarted Shin Sang-hyun's career. He explained that Sang-hyun was originally supposed to join them as a porter, but Dekyong recognized his talent and asked the team leader to let him join the ranks of players, and since then, Sang-hyun had even stopped by to greet him occasionally. Others groaned that the team leader was telling that story again. Ignoring them, he continued to say that just a few days ago he had to struggle to stop Sang-hyun from giving pocket money to his daughter, and they warned the team leader to stop bragging lest he be punished by heaven. Right then, Sang-hyun greeted everyone. Dekyong, Terry, and Miso were waiting for him. Others wondered if that was really Shin Sang-hyun. Upon confirming it, they couldn't believe he had actually come as a mercenary, and Sang-hyun apologized for being late. Then he smiled and declared that he had come to join the K-Song eradication campaign as a mercenary. Sang-hyun knew that the final tutorial had ended and the real game had just begun.